Chapter 1. The gears of fate begin to turn. Listen well, my friends, for this tale unfolds the narrative of men. Those who can bear burdens, concede defeat, and rise again from the ground to strike anew. In June, the examination hall buzzed with a stifling heat, lulling many into a stupor. The clock on the wall ticked methodically, while candidates scribbled furiously, the only sound being the rustle of writing instruments. In a corner, a youth sat with a pallid face, cold sweat trickling down his cheek, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the examination paper, his lips twitching slightly. What is this nonsense? The densely packed text and symbols on the paper sent shivers down his spine, resembling an arcane script or a sorcerer's formula, mocking his intelligence. It's over, it's all over. With a deep breath, the boy trembled as he flipped the paper, desperately hoping to find even a single answerable question on the back, only to be met with deeper despair. Fill-in-the-blank questions, impossible. Multiple-choice questions, he didn't even know which option to select. Essay questions, he couldn't even comprehend the prompts. He was the only one in the entire examination room too demoralized to even pick up his pen, glaring at the paper as if it were a long-lost enemy that I studied for a year just to meet my doom today. His mental state was on the brink of collapse. While his peers toiled diligently, the invigilator patrolled the aisles, and the clock continued its relentless countdown, each passing second reminding him that in just 1 hour, his fate would be sealed. His mind buzzed, a tempest of unacknowledged fury welling up within him that I refused to take this exam. To hell with this wretched paper. In the next instant, darkness enveloped him as he collapsed onto the desk. Hey, wake up! A strange, anxious voice pierced through the haze, tinged with urgency and confusion. The boy jolted awake, a brilliant blue sky greeting his eyes, fresh air filling his lungs, surrounded by a lush forest, the melodic chirping of birds ringing in his ears, sunlight filtering through the leaves and dappling the ground. But this was not the examination hall. He shot up, glancing down to discover he was clad in a tattered blue martial arts uniform, his arms markedly shorter than before. A peculiar itch on his backside led him to touch it, only to find a fluffy tail. What the hell? His mind blanked momentarily, his heart racing as he lifted his gaze to a girl standing not far away. With blue hair and wide, expressive eyes, she wore casual attire and clutched a peculiar device, her expression a mixture of nervousness and guilt. That face, it was unsettlingly familiar. Bulma. Before he could utter a word, Bulma let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest. You scared me. I thought I had run you over. Thank goodness you're alive. The boy was momentarily dumbfounded, his mouth twitching. You mean, you almost killed me? Bulma nodded, her tone unapologetic. Yeah, you suddenly rolled down the hill right in front of my motorcycle. I slammed the brakes too late and went bang right into you. After finishing, a hint of dread washed over her face. I thought I was going to be in serious trouble. The boy was utterly speechless, gazing at the device in Bulma's hand, and then at his furry tail. A torrent of memories erupted in his mind. I've crossed over. No more exams. To hell with the college entrance exam. To hell with university. To hell with the 996 work culture. He stood up, throwing his head back in laughter, his voice echoing through the forest. Ha. Bulma jumped back in surprise, taking 2 cautious steps away, warily eyeing him. Hey, did you hit your head? The boy disregarded Bulma entirely, his heart ablaze with joy. College entrance exams? Were they even significant anymore? Just moments ago, he was dominated by the exam paper, and now, he had transcended into the world of Dragon Ball, becoming Son Goku. This was the ultimate beginning. With this thought, the boy trembled with excitement and swung his fist at a nearby tree. Boom! The tree splintered in 2, with chips flying as it crashed to the ground. The boy stared in disbelief for a moment before erupting in ecstatic laughter. Ha! I shall become the strongest in the universe. Bulma was utterly astonished. This child possessed incredible strength. Could he possibly be insane? Bulma couldn't help but facepalm. All right, I must have really messed up your head. After a prolonged fit of laughter, he finally took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Indeed, the entrance exam was now a thing of the past. He was in a brand new world, with a brand new identity. This was the Dragon Ball universe, and he was no longer the pitiful creature tortured by the exam, but rather, Son Goku. Hey, what's your story? Bulma asked, hands on her hips, her expression one of curiosity. What's your name? Why are you alone in this deep forest? The boy paused, then let a faint smile emerge. Now that he was in the world of Dragon Ball and truly embodied Goku, there was no need for hesitation. Son Goku. Bulma blinked in surprise. Son Goku. Now Son Goku, beamed brightly. That's right, my name is Son Goku. From this day forth, he would be Son Goku. College entrance exams? Go far away. University? Who cares? The struggles of society, workplace competition, mortgage payments, none of it pertained to him anymore. Son Goku? Bulma's hands rested on her hips, a smirk curling her lips. Sounds like a country bumpkin's name. Goku's expression soured. Just as he was about to retort, Bulma continued, "Oh well, it doesn't matter who you are. You don't even know me. Just remember, I am Bulma." The genius girl, Bulma. Goku couldn't help but twitch at her self-congratulatory demeanor, internally rolling his eyes. Yes, the smartest woman in the universe. I am well aware of that. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, speaking with an air of certainty. I am the smartest person in West City and will someday become the world's leading scientist. Much more impressive than a little brat like you raised in the mountains. Goku's mouth twitched. Although he was already familiar with Bulma's personality, experiencing it firsthand still made him want to groan. Bulma continued, by the way, Son Goku, why are you alone in this deep forest? What about your family? This question momentarily caught Goku off guard, a weight settling in his heart. He had transformed into Goku, and according to the original storyline, Goku had lived with his grandfather, Son Gohan, since childhood, but his grandfather was gone. With that thought, Goku's expression briefly darkened, but he quickly regained his composure, scratching his head casually. My grandfather is no longer here. I've been living here ever since. Bulma blinked in surprise. Wait, you've been living alone in the mountains? Goku nodded. Bulma scrutinized him from head to toe, unable to restrain her mutterings. No wonder you look like a wild child. Goku. Bulma, do you have any manners? As Bulma stroked her chin, pondering over Goku, she recalled the earlier scene. She had witnessed firsthand how Goku effortlessly smashed a large tree in two. That tree was thicker than most adults. What kind of creature was this child? How could an ordinary person possess such extraordinary strength? Moreover, the fact that Son Wukong resides alone in the depths of the mountains is inherently peculiar. A child capable of surviving in the wilds, thriving with such vitality, certainly does not appear to be an ordinary individual. No, this is indeed a treasure. Bulma's eyes lit up, suddenly realizing the immense potential Son Wukong could offer. She cleared her throat, striving to make her tone casual and natural. It seems rather pitiable for you to live alone in these mountains. How about joining me for an adventure? Son Wukong paused. Adventure? Bulma, with a triumphant pat on her small satchel, proclaimed, Indeed. I am on a quest for the Dragon Balls. Son Wukong's eyes sparkled at the mention of the Dragon Balls. Here comes the classic story. Bulma continued. The Dragon Balls are wondrous treasures. Gather all 7, and you can summon the eternal dragon to grant a single wish. A slight smile crept across Son Wukong's lips. Although he was already aware of the Dragon Ball's existence, hearing Bulma articulate it stirred a thrill within him. Noticing Son Wukong's growing interest, Bulma intensified her persuasion. Living alone in the mountains must be dreadfully dull, don't you think? Come with me to seek the Dragon Balls. We will encounter many exciting places and meet a plethora of individuals. Moreover, with a cunning glint in her eyes, Bulma added, that punch you threw earlier was truly impressive. If you would assist in protecting me from danger, I would have nothing to fear. Son Wukong chuckled inwardly. It was evident that Bulma had intended from the outset for him to serve as her free bodyguard. However, he did not mind. Just imagine, embarking on a journey with Bulma would mark the true beginning of the Dragon Ball adventure. Remaining in these secluded mountains, while conducive to training, would inevitably grow monotonous. In contrast, exploring the outside world, encountering Master Roshi, Krillin, the World Martial Arts Tournament, King Piccolo, and the Science, that is where the true joy of Dragon Ball lies. With a broad grin, Son Wukong declared without hesitation, All right, I will go with you. Bulma was taken aback, surprised by Son Wukong's swift agreement, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. It seems that following me truly is the most exciting choice. Chapter 2 Farewell to Bowsy Mountain. Bulma retrieved the Dragon Ball radar and pressed a button, causing a flickering to appear on the screen. Excitedly, She pointed ahead and exclaimed, "That's it. The Dragon Ball is just up ahead." As Goku leaned in for a better look, he was taken aback. "Isn't that my home?" He scratched his head, a hint of confusion crossing his face. "Wait, the Dragon Ball you're talking about. It wouldn't happen to be the one from my house, would it?" Bulma blinked in surprise. "The one from your house?" Goku nodded affirmatively. "Yes. The orange ball that my grandfather left me, the one with 4 stars on it." Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "The 4-star ball?" Goku was startled by her reaction and blinked in bewilderment. "Yes, that's the 4-star ball." Bulma instantly sprang up in excitement. "That's wonderful. You already have the Dragon Ball. We won't need to search for it anymore." Goku looked down at his small hands, unable to suppress a quiet sense of wonder. Indeed, the 4-star ball was in his possession, and everything aligned perfectly with the original story. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as a smile crept onto his face. "Let us go to my house." Bulma, brimming with excitement, tucked away the radar and casually retrieved a capsule from her pocket. With a swift press, she threw it to the ground. Boom! As the white smoke dissipated, a brand new, dazzling motorcycle appeared before them. Bulma skillfully hopped on and patted the back seat. Tilting her chin towards Goku, "Come on, hop on. I'll give you a ride." Goku stared at the motorcycle, his mouth twitching in disbelief as he thought. "I'm a scion, fast enough to create sparks from the air, and you want me to ride a motorcycle? What a joke." With a broad grin and a surge of fighting spirit, he stretched his neck and assumed a starting position. "Bulma, let us see who's faster, your motorcycle or me." Bulma paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Huh, what a joke. Do you really think your legs can outrun my motorcycle?" Goku slightly bent his knees, muscles tensed. A confident smile gracing his lips. "Let us put it to the test." Seeing Goku's serious demeanor, Bulma became excited, pressing the throttle as the motorcycle roared to life. Tires screeching against the ground, ready for a sprint. "All right, I want to go easy on you. Are you ready?" Goku flashed a smile. "Anytime." With a sudden twist of the throttle, Bulma shouted, "Virum." The motorcycle shot forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, just 2 seconds after she sped off, a gust of wind howled past her. Swish! Before Bulma could react, a shadow flashed before her eyes, accompanied by a powerful gust that nearly caused her to lose grip on the handlebars. "What?" Bulma's eyes widened in shock as she hurriedly looked up, utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? What a breathtaking spectacle it is. A motorcycle racing at full throttle, only to be outpaced by a mere child on foot. Bulma's lips twitched as she murmured, "What kind of creature is this?" After a brief moment of daze, she quickly regained her composure. Gritting her teeth as she twisted the throttle, the motorcycle roaring forward with fervor. "Damn it! I refuse to be outdone by a little brat." Bulma fixated on the fuel gauge, nearly pushing the motorcycle to its limits. Yet, no matter how she accelerated, that diminutive figure ahead remained steadfastly in the lead, even pulling further away. This defies all logic. As Goku ran, he glanced back at Bulma, who was being left far behind, unable to suppress a chuckle. How absurd. As a proud scion, how could he possibly be outpaced by a mere motorcycle? Nevertheless, considering it was the first day of their journey, he realized that if he left Bulma too far behind, she might become so incensed that she would abandon him. With this thought in mind, Goku slowed his pace, maintaining a speed just slightly faster than that of the motorcycle, allowing Bulma to catch a glimpse of his silhouette, thus sparing her from despair. Before long, the outline of Mount Pozu appeared on the horizon. Goku's eyes brightened with anticipation. They had finally arrived home. Everything felt so familiar. The little wooden cabin atop the mountain still standing amidst the forest, the gentle stream flowing before it, and the air was refreshingly pure, akin to a hidden paradise. Bulma finally caught up, panting heavily as she slammed on the brakes, staring incredulously at Goku. "How on earth did you do that?" Goku grinned widely, responding nonchalantly. "I just ran." Bulma retorted, "That is not merely running. That was a flight at the speed of light." Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Bulma looked around with a mix of frustration and curiosity. "So this is your home?" Goku nodded and strode towards the little wooden cabin, pushing the door open with a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. The interior retained its familiar arrangement, a wooden table, a wooden bed, and an old cupboard in the corner, all just as they were depicted in the animated series. Yet, the most crucial item, was it still there? Goku hurried to the small cabinet beside the bed, pulling open the drawer with anticipation. Indeed, nestled within was a 4-star Dragon Ball, glowing softly with a warm hue. The 4-star ball. Goku gently lifted it, cradling it in his palm, his emotions running deep. This ball was the sole keepsake left to him by his grandfather, Gohan. Despite being a time traveler now, his feelings toward this Dragon Ball remained profound and ineffable. "Hey, I found it!" Goku exclaimed, turning around with the 4-star ball in hand. Beaming at Bulma, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she rushed over. "That's amazing! Is this the 4-star Dragon Ball? Let me see." Observing the gleam in Bulma's eyes, Goku took a deliberate step back, clutching the 4-star ball tightly. "This was left to me by my grandfather." Bulma was amused by this action and waved her hand, saying, "Don't worry, I won't snatch your Dragon Ball. I just want to borrow it for a look." Only then did Son Goku hand over the 4-star ball. "It's real. That's amazing," Bulma exclaimed as she skillfully retrieved a universal capsule from her waist, pressed it gently, and with a pop, the 4-star ball was secured inside. Witnessing this, Son Goku couldn't help but marvel. Wow, this thing is truly magical. Although he was already aware of the concept of the universal capsule, seeing it in action was still astonishing. Indeed, the power of technology should not be underestimated. With a satisfied hum, Bulma stowed the capsule in her bag and turned to pat her motorcycle. "All right, the 4-star ball is safe. We should set off to find the next Dragon Ball." Son Goku stood beside her, arms crossed, pondering aloud. "But why do we need to ride this? I can run much faster." Bulma rolled her eyes in response. "What good is speed? You run so fast that I can't keep up." Son Goku scratched his head, realizing that Bulma, unlike himself, was not a scion with extraordinary physical prowess. If he sprinted ahead, she would surely be left far behind. With this thought, Son Goku's eyes lit up, and he leapt onto the motorcycle, wrapping his arms around Bulma's waist with a broad grin. "All right, this will work." Bulma froze for a moment, her face flushing. Hey, why are you holding on so tightly?" Son Goku replied earnestly, "If I don't hold on tight, I might fall off." Bulma was momentarily speechless and rolled her eyes in exasperation. Fine, do as you wish." The engine roared to life, and the motorcycle kicked up a cloud of dust as it sped away, carrying Son Goku and Bulma into the distance. As night quickly descended, the remnants of the sunset cast a warm orange glow over the forest. The wind rustled through the treetops, bringing with it the coolness of the approaching night, while the sounds of insects filled the air. Bulma rode the motorcycle at full speed until she finally came to a halt in a clearing, stretching her arms. "Phew, let's call it a day. It's getting dark anyway. We can rest for the night and continue our journey tomorrow." Son Goku jumped off the bike and surveyed the surroundings. Although dusk had not fully settled, the forest was already becoming shadowy, with occasional distant roars from unknown beasts echoing through the trees. Bulma pulled out the universal capsule, waving it teasingly in front of Son Goku, a mysterious smile spreading across her face. "Next, I'll show you some high technology." Curiously, Son Goku stared at Bulma's hand. "Hey, what are you going to conjure up this time?" Bulma grinned proudly, pressed a button, and with a flick of her wrist, a puff of white smoke erupted, revealing a uniquely shaped mushroom house in the clearing. Son Goku's eyes widened, his mouth agape in astonishment as he pointed at the house. This can fit in a capsule." Bulma nodded triumphantly, patting the wall of the house. "Of course. This is the universal capsule invented by my father, Dr. Brief." A mobile villa. Son Wukong circled around the house, reaching out to touch the walls, still somewhat incredulous. "Wow, this is so much better than my shabby wooden house. This thing is truly remarkable." Bulma snorted, hands on her hips. "Humph, this is the charm of technology. Now let's hurry inside." Son Wukong nodded excitedly, unhesitatingly following Bulma as she opened the door and stepped inside. Tonight, he was going to stay in a real luxurious house. Wow. The interior was even more spacious than it appeared from the outside, with pristine white walls, plush sofas, clean floors, and a large bed. There was even a small kitchen and bathroom beside it, adorned with various buttons and displays, exuding a sense of advanced technology. Son Wukong's eyes widened as he wandered around, filled with curiosity. This place has so many things. Bulma tossed her backpack onto the sofa and casually pressed a switch on the wall, instantly illuminating the room and bathing it in warmth and brightness. As she kicked off her shoes, she proudly declared, "Of course, this is the latest model of the capsule house. No matter where you are, just open the capsule, and you can enjoy the same comfort as at home." Son Wukong approached the sofa and leaped onto it with a thud, relishing the soft texture. Unable to suppress a delighted chuckle. "Wow, this feels so comfortable." Much better than the beds in our school's dormitory. Your school? Oh, I mean it's far more comfortable than my little wooden bed at home. Bulma stretched lazily, picked up the remote control from the table, and casually pressed a button. The adjacent wall slid open with a hiss, revealing an enormous wardrobe neatly filled with various clothes and pajamas. All right, I'm going to take a shower. Bulma grabbed a set of pajamas and headed towards the bathroom. Don't you dare peek. As Son Wukong curiously explored the surroundings, he suddenly had a thought when he heard Bulma mention her shower. Peek. Haha, this is Bulma, the most popular female protagonist of Dragon Ball, the beauty of West City, currently still in her youthful days, vibrant and attractive, with a great figure. How could a time traveler like him miss out on such a benefit? The corners of Son Wukong's mouth curled slightly, and a mischievous glint flickered in his eyes. Bulma had already entered the bathroom and shut the door behind her. Soon, the sound of running water filled the air, and wisps of steam drifted through the cracks in the door, mingling with the faint scent of shower gel. Son Wukong cautiously approached the bathroom door, perked up his ears to listen closely, and after confirming that Bulma was indeed bathing, his eyes darted around, and he slowly crouched down, stealthily inching closer to the door's edge. Ha ha ha. However, just as Son Wukong was about to take a peek, the bathroom door swung open abruptly, and Bulma, wrapped in a towel with her hair damp, stood at the threshold, arms crossed. Looking down at the squatting Son Wukong with a dangerous smile. What are you doing? Son Wukong suddenly froze, his gaze drifting, and his lips twitching. I was just curious about the quality of this door, huh? Bulma's expression darkened. Oh? Then pray tell, what do you think of its quality? Alarm bells rang furiously in Son Wukong's mind as countless escape plans flashed through his thoughts. Ultimately, he decisively chose to make a hasty retreat. I just remembered that the scenery outside is quite lovely. I shall go take a look. With that, Son Wukong dashed out the door, his speed so swift that he left a fleeting shadow behind. Observing Son Wukong's panicked departure, Bulma's lips curled into a subtle, dangerous smile. Heh, it seems this little rascal needs to learn a lesson. An hour later, Bulma huffed, tossing her damp hair and wiping it with a towel as she addressed Son Wukong. All right, it's your turn to wash up. Hurry, or your sweat will stink up the entire house. Son Wukong's lips twitched in silent protest. I'm not that smelly. Nevertheless, since Bulma had spoken, he resigned himself to the inevitable and entered the bathroom. Turning on the faucet, warm water cascaded down, enveloping him in a comforting embrace, prompting a long sigh of relief. This feels wonderful. Son Wukong joyfully scrubbed the dirt from his body, allowing the warm water to wash over him, his heart filled with gratitude. This world is truly splendid. The food is delightful, the accommodations are comfortable, and even bathing is such a pleasure. Before long, he was clean and dried his hair, preparing to change clothes, only to realize there were no clean clothes. Son Wukong scratched his head, contemplating his predicament, and ultimately had no choice but to awkwardly open the bathroom door, peeking out and calling. Hey Bulma, do you have any clothes for me to wear? Bulma, sitting on the sofa drying her hair, turned her head at his words. Upon seeing Son Wukong's drenched form, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. You don't even have a change of clothes? Son Wukong sheepishly nodded in response. With a resigned sigh, Bulma stood and walked to her wardrobe, casually retrieving one of her loose t-shirts and tossing it to Son Wukong. Here, wear this for now. Son Wukong caught the shirt and glanced down. Bulma's top, while it may fit her perfectly, it was comically oversized for the diminutive Son Wukong. After a moment of hesitation, he squeezed into it and emerged from the bathroom. The moment he stood in the living room, Bulma saw him and collapsed onto the sofa in laughter. Son Wukong's small frame made Bulma's loose t-shirt resemble an oversized dress, the hem nearly reaching his shins, with sleeves that hung down long. Son Wukong's lips twitched as he tugged at the hem, awkwardly stating, when will my clothes be dry? Bulma laughed heartily before stepping into the corner to toss Son Goku's filthy garments into a high-tech, all-in-one washing machine. With the press of a button, the machine sprang to life, emitting a series of beeps. With a sense of pride, Bulma declared, "This washing machine is fully automatic. It not only cleans, but also dries. By tomorrow morning, your clothes will be ready to wear." Son Goku let out a sigh of relief, though the skirt he wore still felt peculiar. "Isn't there a chance to find something that fits me better?" he inquired earnestly. Bulma shot him a sidelong glance, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of her lips. "This is the smallest size I have. Goku's lips twitched slightly, but ultimately he chose silence, resigning himself to the skirt. Well, tomorrow the clothes will be dry. I suppose I can endure it for now. Chapter 4. Nimbus Cloud. Bulma activated the automatic cooking machine in her smart kitchen, and in no time, 2 steaming plates of dinner were presented on the table. All right, it's time to eat. Bulma clapped her hands and, with grace, picked up a fork to begin her meal. Goku, initially preoccupied with examining his skirt, was abruptly distracted by the aroma of the food, and his stomach rumbled audibly. He quickly leapt to the table, eyes sparkling at the sight of white rice, roasted meat, stewed vegetables, and a bowl of hot soup. He swallowed hard, seizing a pair of chopsticks and diving in. He stuffed a hefty piece of meat into his mouth, gulping it down in just a few bites, and then proceeded to devour the rice with fervor, his chopsticks never pausing. Bulma, initially oblivious, glanced at Goku after a few bites and was taken aback. There he was, having finished an entire bowl of rice, his cheeks stuffed, with no soup consumed, directly lifting the pot of rice to pour the remainder into his bowl. Continuing his frenzied eating, Bulma exclaimed, "Is this little rascal a reincarnated glutton? Hey, slow down. Aren't you afraid of choking?" "Not at all. It's too delicious," Goku replied, his mouth full, his words muffled. Bulma stared in disbelief as Goku cleared the table of all its contents in less than 5 minutes. Before she could collect her thoughts, Goku set down his bowl, licking his lips, and furrowed his brows, muttering, Why do I still feel hungry?" Bulma nearly spat out her food. "You're not full yet." Goku himself was taken aback, looking down at his belly. Logically, before his journey, he could only consume about 2 bowls of rice. Yet now he had undoubtedly eaten 3 or 4 times that amount, and still felt empty. How strange. I used to feel full after 2 bowls. But no matter how much I eat now, it's never enough, he pondered aloud. Bulma, observing Goku's bewildered expression, finally grasped a terrifying reality. This boy was far from an ordinary human. Realizing this, a cold sweat broke out on her forehead as she cautiously asked, "Hey, you're not actually a monster, are you?" With a broad grin, Son Wukong casually patted his belly and remarked, "I don't know, but I still wish to eat a bit more." Bulma, exasperated, placed her hand on her forehead, took a deep breath, and decisively picked up the remote, pressing the button for the kitchen system to automatically replenish their meal. "All right, I understand, there is plenty of food, so take your time," she said. Son Wukong's eyes sparkled with delight. Wonderful. The following morning, sunlight poured through the forest, infusing the air with the fresh scent of dew. Son Wukong stretched lazily, leaping from the sofa with exuberance, exclaiming, "A new day has begun." Bulma, yawning as she emerged from her room, rubbed her eyes and muttered in irritation, "How do you have so much energy? I haven't had enough sleep yet." Son Wukong dashed to a corner, excitedly picking up the clothes that had dried overnight. Finally free from that dress, after changing, he turned to Bulma, urging, "Hurry up, we must be on our way." Bulma glanced at him lazily, waving her hand dismissively. I know, but let us have breakfast first." After a quick breakfast and packing their belongings, Bulma retrieved the capsule house and revved up the motorcycle, setting off towards the next Dragon Ball. The motorcycle sped along, the wind lifting Bulma's long blue hair, while Son Wukong comfortably sat on the back, arms wide open, relishing the morning air. Suddenly, an unusual figure appeared on the road ahead, a large turtle slowly crawling in the middle of the path, its expression fraught with anxiety. Bulma slammed the brakes, bringing the motorcycle to a halt before the turtle. Son Wukong instantly recognized it and couldn't suppress a chuckle. It was none other than Master Roshi's pet turtle. He hadn't expected to encounter it here. It seemed the story was indeed unfolding as anticipated. Nevertheless, Son Wukong feigned surprise, crouching down with a smile and asking, "Turtle, are you lost?" The turtle nodded pitifully. "Yes, I came from the sea, but I accidentally crawled too far and have been lost for 3 days without finding my way home." Bulma, standing beside the motorcycle, flicked her waist-length hair and remarked incredulously, 3 days? How far can a turtle crawl?" The turtle, looking quite distressed, replied, "I don't know. I just kept moving forward and somehow ended up even further away." Bulma rolled her eyes and muttered, "It's a miracle you're still alive." Son Wukong grinned, "We're heading to the seaside anyway. I'll take you home." The turtle, teary-eyed, expressed its gratitude. "Thank you so much. Young man, you are truly a good person." Just as Bulma was about to make a quip, Son Wukong effortlessly hoisted the turtle onto his shoulder with one hand. Bulma sighed in exasperation, not wanting to dwell on it. She hopped onto the motorcycle and revved the engine. All right, let us hurry. After we drop off the turtle, we still need to continue our search for the Dragon Balls. With a hearty laugh, Son Wukong effortlessly hoisted the turtle and leapt onto the motorcycle. The trio, consisting of 2 individuals and 1 turtle, sped towards the seaside. The waves crashed against the shore, while a gentle breeze tousled Bulma's long hair, filling the air with a faint scent of sea salt. Son Wukong dismounted the motorcycle and gently placed the turtle onto the sandy beach. There you go, turtle, you're home. The turtle, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of gratitude, exclaiming, "Wah, you are truly wonderful. Just a moment, I need to fetch someone." Bulma blinked in confusion. Fetch someone? The turtle smiled mysteriously, slowly making its way towards the ocean, its figure vanishing amidst the waves. Son Wukong stood nearby, already aware of what was about to unfold, a look of anticipation gracing his face. Here it comes. Bulma crossed her arms, eyeing Son Wukong curiously. What are you smiling about? Just as Son Wukong opened his mouth to respond, a dark spot appeared on the distant sea. As it drew nearer, a peculiar figure gradually came into focus. An elderly man clad in a Hawaiian shirt, sporting sunglasses and leaning on a cane, stood atop the back of a gigantic sea turtle, gently drifting towards them. Bulma blinked again. Who is that? Son Wukong's eyes lit up, internally exclaiming, "Indeed, it is Master Roshi." Around the old man's neck hung a striking orange Dragon Ball, the 3-star Dragon Ball. Master Roshi, perched on the back of the great turtle, cleared his throat and assumed an air of superiority. "Ahem, young ones, I hear you have returned my turtle?" Son Wukong nodded with a cheerful smile. "Yes, it got lost, and we brought it back." Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, revealing a contented smile. Such kind-hearted youngsters. As he spoke, Master Roshi's eyes narrowed suddenly, shifting his gaze towards Bulma, his smile taking on a rather lewd quality. Hee. Bulma felt an immediate chill run down her spine and took a step back, eyeing the old man warily. "Hey, why are you grinning like that?" Master Roshi coughed, attempting to appear serious, yet his gaze remained lascivious. "I never expected to encounter such a lovely young lady today." Bulma frowned, crossing her arms with a displeased tone. "What exactly are you staring at, you old man?" Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, defending himself with feigned indignation. "Why, I am merely appreciating the beauty of youth." Son Wukong, standing aside, could not suppress a chuckle. Indeed, Master Roshi was still the same old lecher. Clearing his throat again, Master Roshi put away his lascivious grin and suddenly became earnest. "Ahem, since you have returned my turtle, as a token of gratitude, I wish to bestow upon you a gift." Bulma raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, a gift?" Master Roshi nodded, taking a step forward with his cane, inhaling deeply, and forming his hands into a peculiar gesture, murmuring softly, "Come forth, flying nimbus." As soon as the words fell, a sudden gust of wind swept through the sky, and a golden cloud came racing from afar, gently coming to a halt before the crowd, floating in the air as if it could be whisked away by the slightest breeze. Wow! The moment Son Wukong beheld the nimbus cloud, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it was the one and only nimbus cloud. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. "What is this? How can a cloud fly over on its own?" Master Roshi, stroking his beard with pride, declared, "This is the nimbus cloud. Only those with a kind heart can ride upon it." Hearing this, Bulma's curiosity was piqued. "Oh? It's so magical? Let me give it a try." Without hesitation, she leapt into the air. Thud. Ouch! Bulma landed ungracefully, crashing onto the ground and sending up a cloud of dust, her head spinning from the impact. "Ouch, ouch, ouch!" she exclaimed, clutching her backside as she sat up, glaring angrily at Master Roshi. "Hey, this broken thing can't possibly carry a person, right?" Unable to contain his laughter, Master Roshi doubled over, chuckling heartily. "Ha ha ha! It seems your heart is not pure enough, young lady." Gritting her teeth, Bulma stood up, brushing the sand off her clothes, crossing her arms with a smirk. "Humph. If that's the case, can you ride it?" "I bet you can't." Master Roshi's expression stiffened, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. "Humph, young one, do you dare underestimate me? Allow me to demonstrate my character." With that, he leaned on his cane and sauntered over to the nimbus cloud, adopting a serious demeanor before suddenly leaping into the air. Thud. Ouch! Master Roshi fared even worse than Bulma, flipping in midair before crashing face first into the sand, half of his head buried, with only his feet flailing above. Bulma burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! You were mocking others, yet you can't do it either, you old coot. Struggling to free himself from the sand. Master Roshi dusted off his head, clearing his throat awkwardly. It seems I may have become a bit impure over the years, haha. Meanwhile, Son Wukong stood to the side, observing the scene and pondering to himself. Could he ride it? After all, he was a time traveler. Even though he now occupied the body of little Wukong, was his soul pure enough? With such thoughts in mind, Son Wukong slowly approached the Nimbus cloud, took a deep breath, and gently leaped onto it. Whoa, he really managed to sit on it. The Nimbus cloud firmly embraced Son Wukong, showing no signs of throwing him off. Bulma and Master Roshi gasped in surprise, their eyes wide. You can actually ride it? Son Wukong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly broke into a radiant smile. I'm flying. With that, he urged the Nimbus cloud, soaring into the sky, darting through the air with the agility of the wind. Waha, this is amazing. Bulma looked up at Son Wukong, soaring freely in the sky, unable to contain her frustration as she stamped her foot. How infuriating. Why can't I ride on it? Master Roshi stroked his beard, reflecting. It is astonishing that such a pure-hearted individual truly exists in this world. Chapter 5. The monster in the village still vexed over her inability to ride the Nimbus. Bulma suddenly turned around and discovered something of greater significance. Master Roshi was wearing a Dragon Ball around his neck. Wait, a Dragon Ball. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried over to Master Roshi, pointing at his neck. Grandpa, that one. Master Roshi glanced down at the Dragon Ball adorning his neck, casually removing it and shaking it. Oh, you mean this? Bulma nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. This is the Dragon Ball we've been searching for. Where did you get it? Roshi scratched his head and replied nonchalantly. Oh, I found it a few days ago while strolling by the sea. I thought it was quite interesting, so I decided to wear it as a decoration. That's wonderful. Please give it to me. Bulma exclaimed excitedly. However, as Master Roshi beheld the glimmer of expectation in Bulma's eyes, his expression shifted. A sly smile crept onto his lips as he leered at her, thinking, what a beautiful girl with such a lovely figure. If only I could. Roshi, stroking his beard, feigned deep contemplation, elongating his words. So you desire this, do you? Bulma nodded emphatically, of course. Hurry up and give it to me. Roshi's grin grew more lascivious, already weighing whether to propose certain conditions in exchange. Just then, Son Wukong suddenly leaped down from the Nimbus, beaming as he said, Grandpa, you are a legendary martial arts master, renowned as the esteemed Master Roshi. Surely, you wouldn't be so stingy, Roshi? Bulma, Master Roshi? Roshi was taken aback, staring at Son Wukong in disbelief. This little rascal knows my name. Bulma looked bewildered. Is this old man really that famous? Son Wukong nodded seriously, of course. Master Roshi is said to be the greatest martial artist in legend. His martial spirit has been passed down through generations, and countless warriors have sought his guidance. How could he possibly be stingy? Roshi thought to himself, oh no, I've been elevated too high. Now I can't act lewdly. The corners of his mouth twitched as he had intended to propose a trade, but after Son Wukong's remark, doing so would diminish his stature. As a respected martial arts master, how could he lose face in front of his juniors? Striving to maintain an air of dignity, Master Roshi cleared his throat, adopting a demeanor of a lofty sage. With his hands clasped behind his back, he nodded slightly, cough, ahem. I never expected that the younger generation would still recognize my name. Given that, a mere Dragon Ball is but an inconsequential trinket to me. He solemnly raised the Dragon Ball before Bulma, stating, well, since you desire it, I shall gift it to you. Bulma, filled with joy, accepted the Dragon Ball and exclaimed, this is wonderful. We have acquired another one. Goku observed the serious demeanor of Master Roshi, quietly chuckling to himself. This old man certainly falls for this every time. Haha. After bidding farewell to Master Roshi, Bulma and Goku continued their journey on the motorcycle, beneath the azure sky and fluffy clouds. The scenery along the roadside gradually transformed from an endless coastline to vast grasslands interspersed with sparse trees. After a while, they finally came upon a small village. Bulma halted the motorcycle, removed her goggles, and surveyed the surroundings, her brow slightly furrowing. How strange. Why is it so quiet here? In the village, the houses were neatly arranged, yet the streets were eerily empty, devoid of even a single silhouette, and the sounds of chickens, ducks, and dogs were conspicuously absent. Only the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind added a peculiar ambience. Bulma glanced around, puzzled. and remarked, "Could this be an abandoned village? Where has everyone gone?" Goku, recognizing the familiar scene before him, understood that the villagers were hiding. They were afraid of monsters. He scratched his head, feigning contemplation, then smiled and said, "Bulma, the reason you can't find anyone is that they are all hiding." Bulma's eyes widened in surprise. Hiding? Why? Goku winked, a mysterious expression crossing his face. Because they are scared of monsters. Bulma paused, her face reflecting bewilderment. Monsters? What nonsense, there are no monsters. Goku laughed heartily, pointing towards a large warehouse in the center of the village, saying mysteriously, "They are all hiding in that warehouse." Following Goku's finger, Bulma looked and indeed saw a sturdier structure in the village's heart, its door tightly shut and windows boarded up, resembling some sort of makeshift refuge. Furrowing her brow, Bulma mused, "Is this for real? Are there really monsters in this village?" Goku gazed at Bulma with a smile, remaining silent, for soon, that monster would make its appearance. Goku strode confidently to the warehouse door and gently pushed it open. Creak. The previously locked wooden door was effortlessly pried open, the iron lock deformed, and the wooden planks splintered. Chaos erupted within the warehouse. The monster is coming in. Everyone be careful. Quickly fight it. A dark figure suddenly darted out from the warehouse, a thick iron rod slicing through the air, aimed fiercely at Goku's head. Bang. In the end, it was not Goku who was bent by the iron rod, but rather the rod itself that warped under the impact. Instantly, silence enveloped the entire warehouse. The robust man, just moments ago brandishing an iron rod, stood frozen in an offensive stance, his eyes wide as saucers and mouth agape, as if capable of housing an egg. Filled with terror as he gazed at the bent iron rod in his hands. The other villagers were equally dumbfounded, as though they had witnessed the most absurd spectacle on earth. The rod is bent. What manner of creature is this young lad? The villagers, who had previously been in a state of panic, were now rooted to the spot, faces ashen, their minds racing with the thought, "It's over." Another, even more terrifying monster has arrived. Inside the warehouse, the villagers exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with fear. Yet, following an explanation from Bulma and Son Wukong, they gradually regained their composure. The village chief leaned on his cane and cautiously approached, inquiring, "So you are not monsters?" Bulma crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. "Of course not. You country bumpkins are making a mountain out of a molehill." The villagers looked at each other, still somewhat incredulous. An elderly man muttered softly, "But just a moment ago, even the iron rod was immovable. Is that truly normal?" Son Wukong grinned, patting his head. "My body is rather sturdy." The village chief finally exhaled in relief, but soon a worried expression returned, and he sighed deeply. "Alas, you should leave quickly. This village is not safe at present." Son Wukong blinked. "Why?" The village chief lamented. "The village has caught the attention of a monster. Yesterday, it claimed it would take a little girl from the village to be its bride." Son Wukong raised an eyebrow, while Bulma looked on in shock. "What? The monster wants to take a little girl?" The village chief nodded, gesturing toward a frail figure in the crowd. There stood an adorable little girl, trembling in fear, her delicate skin and two braids framing her frightened eyes, appearing no older than 5 or 6. Upon witnessing this, Bulma's anger flared. What sort of perverse monster is this? It does not even spare children. Son Wukong observed the girl, scratched his nose, and suddenly a smile crept across his face as he thumped his chest. "Leave the matter of the monster to me." The villagers were taken aback, then looked at Son Wukong in astonishment. You intend to confront that monster?" "Of course." The villagers began to murmur amongst themselves. "Is this little rascal jesting? That monster is larger than an elephant." Yet, he seemed unperturbed by the iron rod moments ago, appearing truly formidable. "Perhaps we should let him have a go?" The village chief scrutinized Son Wukong, brow furrowed, but recalling how the young lad had remained unscathed even when struck by the iron rod, he began to believe he was no ordinary individual. After a moment of contemplation, he finally nodded. "Very well, but you must exercise caution. That monster is not something to be trifled with." Son Wukong beamed, clenching his fists. "Rest assured, I shall send that creature home in tears." As dusk descended, the sky gradually became suffused with hues of orange and crimson, enveloping the village in a palpable atmosphere of tension. The villagers congregated in the central square, their faces etched with fear, huddling together in fervent prayer. A small girl trembled in terror, tightly clutching the village chief's side. Suddenly, The ground trembled under the weighty thuds of footsteps approaching from afar, each step resonating like an earthquake, heralding the arrival of some colossal beast. They're coming. Panic swept through the villagers, their faces turning ashen. Some were so frightened that their legs buckled beneath them, collapsing to the ground. Ha! I have come to claim a bride. A deafening, sinister cackle echoed throughout the village, followed by the emergence of a massive shadow from the forest. Before them stood a gargantuan creature, towering 3 to 4 meters high, with bared fangs and a body cloaked in dark fur. Its malevolent gaze fixed upon the villagers as it brandished its claws. Hey, little girl, come with me and be my bride, haha. The villagers clung to one another, paralyzed by fear, unwilling to resist. In that moment, a figure suddenly burst forth from the crowd. You won't escape now. Son Wukong leaped high into the air, his Rui Jingu bang extending in the wind, and with a swift motion, he struck down towards the creature's head. With a resounding crack, the creature's laughter was abruptly silenced, its eyes rolling back as its massive form crumpled to the ground like a rag doll, sending up a cloud of dust. The villagers stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Is it dead? Just like that? They had feared this terrifying monster for so long, only to witness it felled by this small figure with a single blow. Before the villagers could recover from their astonishment, the creature's body began to shrink, its dark fur fading away, ultimately revealing its true form, a little pig. Bulma's eyes widened in shock. Wait, it's just a pig. The villagers, dumbfounded, were left speechless, their terror dissipating as they realized that the menacing creature they had dreaded was merely a pig demon. Chapter 6. The desert bandit Yamcha's son Wukong gazed down at the fallen pig, an expression of disdain flickering in his eyes. Oolong, as a time traveler, was well aware of this character's identity, a key figure from the early Dragon Ball saga, yet ultimately, just an ineffectual lecher, possessing little combat prowess apart from his ability to transform. What purpose does such a being serve? Better to dispose of it. Bulma approached and kicked Oolong, frowning. TCH. We were all on edge for nothing, and it turns out to be just a lecherous pig. The villagers gathered around, witnessing the creature that had once instilled fear in their hearts revealed to be nothing more than a pig demon, and they erupted into joyous cheers, tears of relief streaming down their faces. Hooray! The monster is slain. Our village is finally safe. The village chief gratefully approached and deeply bowed before Son Wukong and Bulma, exclaiming, Dear warriors, we are truly indebted to you. You are the benefactors of our village. The villagers gathered around, their eyes brimming with gratitude as they gazed at Son Wukong. He waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I merely found that fellow intolerable. Bulma produced a Dragon Ball from her bag, gleaming in the light, and asked the villagers, by the way, have any of you seen such a sphere? It's orange and adorned with stars. The villagers exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves until a middle-aged villager stepped forward, holding a Dragon Ball resembling the one in Bulma's hand. Is this what you mean? He inquired, raising the Dragon Ball. Take it. We have no use for it. Bulma, elated, accepted the Dragon Ball, her smile radiant. Wonderful. We've found another one. Son Wukong stood beside her, arms crossed. It seems our luck is quite favorable. Bulma carefully placed the Dragon Ball into her bag, her excitement palpable. Quickly, let us search for the next one. Perhaps we will soon gather all 7. Son Wukong nodded and waved goodbye to the villagers. Thank you. We're off. As they rode away, they eventually arrived at a vast grassland, devoid of villages, surrounded only by sprawling forests and rivers. The night breeze caressed them with a refreshing chill. Bulma retrieved a capsule from her bag, pressed the button, and tossed it casually. With a puff of white smoke, their familiar mushroom house materialized once more. Stifling a yawn, she stretched. Ah, finally, we can rest. Today has been exhausting. Son Wukong hopped off the motorcycle, eagerly entering the house, fully acclimated to this technologically advanced mobile abode, far superior to sleeping on the ground. After freshening up, Bulma changed into her pajamas and lay on the soft bed, suddenly recalling something. This little rascal can ride on the Kintoan. With this thought, she slapped the bed and called to Son Wukong. Hey, Wukong, come sleep with me. Surprised, he brightened at the invitation, feeling a surge of excitement, just as in the original story. Without hesitation, he jumped onto the bed, nestled under the covers with his hands behind his head, a satisfied grin on his face. This bed is so comfortable. Bulma turned over and yawned. All right, keep it down. I'm going to sleep now. Son Wukong closed his eyes, reflecting on the day's achievements, finding a Dragon Ball and triumphantly defeating Oolong. Tomorrow would bring more adventures. Unbeknownst to them, both soon drifted into slumber. The next morning, Son Wukong awoke, puzzled by the inability to move his body. As he opened his eyes, groggily attempting to turn over, he realized he was utterly powerless to move. What is happening? Son Wukong attempted to lift his arm, struggling momentarily, only to realize that he was utterly immobilized, even finding it difficult to breathe, as if some force had firmly clamped down on his strength. Lowering his gaze, he finally identified the source of his predicament, Bulma's hand, which was tightly grasping his tail. Instantly, his expression darkened as he comprehended the Scion's vulnerability. The tail of a Scion was an inherent weakness. Once seized, it rendered the entire body powerless and completely limp. This was a catastrophic flaw. Alarm bells rang in Son Wukong's mind. This weakness must be overcome. Otherwise, should an enemy grasp his tail during battle, it would spell disaster. Summoning all his strength, he managed to turn his neck slightly, laboriously directing his gaze towards Bulma, the architect of his troubles, who was blissfully asleep, contentedly clutching his tail as if it were a pillow, showing no intention of letting go. Son Wukong thought to himself, "This truly puts me in a predicament." The scorching sun beat down upon the desert, waves of yellow sand billowing in the wind, and the air was thick with oppressive heat. Son Wukong and Bulma rode a motorcycle, traversing the desolate terrain, leaving behind long tracks in the sand. "Oh, it's sweltering." Bulma wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, complaining, "How much longer must we traverse this wretched desert? If only we had a flying vehicle." No sooner had she spoken than a deep engine roar suddenly resonated ahead. Bulma paused, quickly lifting her head to see a peculiar flying motorcycle rising slowly from behind a sand dune, hovering directly in front of them. "Wait, there really is a flying motorcycle," Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Son Wukong squinted, focusing on the two figures atop the flying motorcycle. One, a young man clad in desert raider attire, with disheveled hair, arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance, and above his shoulder, a small blue cat-like creature floated, its gaze keenly observing them. "I am the desert overlord, Yamcha. Leave your money if you know what's good for you," the young man on the flying motorcycle sneered, revealing himself to be the notorious desert bandit, Yamcha. Yes, yes, yes. Otherwise, you shan't leave alive." The floating creature, Puar, chimed in, its voice shrill, clearly rallying for its master. Bulma's temper flared, pointing an accusatory finger at Yamcha, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are? How dare you stop us?" Yamcha smirked slightly, hands on his hips, brimming with self-satisfaction. "Humph, in this desert, encountering me, Yamcha, you have but one fate: robbery." "How annoying," he added dismissively. In the next instant, a figure suddenly leaped from the motorcycle, unleashing a whirlwind, akin to a cannonball hurtling towards Yamcha. Boom! Son Wukong, like a tempest, closed the distance to Yamcha in an instant, swinging his fist directly at him. Yamcha's expression changed drastically, quickly sidestepping while adopting a combat stance, shouting furiously, "It seems you seek death. Allow me to showcase my extraordinary skill. The Wolf Fang Fist." My fists whirl like a tempest, conjuring a swirling sandstorm, exuding an overwhelming force. Crack! Son Wukong didn't even blink. He met the attack head-on with a resounding slap. Bang! The strike landed squarely on Yamcha's face. In an instant, his visage swelled at a visible rate, his nose caved in, his mouth distorted, his eyes squinting into mere slits, and his cheeks ballooned, causing his head to swell dramatically. Ark! Yamcha wailed as he was sent flying, crashing into a sand dune like a cannonball, half buried, only his trembling legs visible. Purr, terrified, transformed into a little mouse, quivering as he darted to Yamcha's side, desperately tugging at his clothing. "Boss, are you all right? Boss?" Yamcha struggled to emerge from the sand, clutching his face, tears nearly spilling, mumbling incoherently. "Whoa, what happened to my mouth?" Purr's eyes widened in horror as he beheld Yamcha's battered visage, causing him to recoil several steps. "Be boss. What happened to your face?" Bulma cast a glance at Yamcha, her brow furrowing in distaste. What an ugly creature." "Yamcha. Boss, we must flee at once. If we don't, we'll be beaten to a pulp." Yamcha vigorously nodded, his mouth askew, mumbling urgently, "Quickly, let us run." Stumbling onto the flying motorcycle, Purr swiftly followed, revving the engine as they soared above the desert. Remember, I simply did not wish to expend unnecessary energy. I shall exact my revenge next time. Due to his battered state, Yamcha's speech had devolved into a series of indistinct whimpers. Bulma couldn't help but roll her eyes. What nonsense is this guy babbling? Sun Wukong grinned widely, arms crossed, watching Yamcha retreat in disgrace, casually remarking, "Humph, let him be. I shall happily deliver another thrashing if he dares to return." Bulma shrugged. Let us continue our quest for the Dragon Balls. Chapter 7. The great battle with the Ox King. The sun blazed fiercely over the desert, the air appearing to ripple as scorching waves of heat rose from the ground. Bulma, riding her motorcycle, fanned herself in frustration, exclaiming, "Oh, it's getting hotter. How much longer will this dreadful place persist?" Sun Wukong, seated behind her, remained utterly unfazed, basking in a state of leisure. At that moment, a brilliant crimson light suddenly erupted on the horizon, the sky seemingly engulfed in flames, radiating a searing heat that made the very air feel scalding. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pointed towards the distance. Wow, how beautiful! Is that a place illuminated by the sunset? Sun Wukong paused momentarily, pursing his lips before decisively stating, "That is not the sunset. It is fire." Bulma, huh? Fire? Sun Wukong squinted at the fiery horizon. Indeed, that was the site of the fiery Pan Mountain, the domain of the Bull Demon King. Flames surged and roared, tongues of fire reaching for the heavens, as the Bull Demon King's fortress was engulfed in a hellish blaze, resembling a scene from the depths of Hades. The scorching heat waves assaulted him, causing the very air to tremble. Bulma produced the Dragon Ball radar, examining it intently. The screen illuminated with a clear signal, revealing that the Dragon Ball lay within the fortress. Fantastic! The Dragon Ball is inside, Bulma exclaimed with delight. Sun Wukong gazed up at the inferno consuming the fortress, his brow furrowing slightly. There was something amiss with this fire. No matter how intense the flames, he could usually endure, yet the heat radiating from this blaze seemed capable of reducing everything to ash. This was the alchemical fire of the Supreme Old Man. It was no trifling matter. Charging in would be tantamount to courting death. Oblivious to the peril, Bulma continued with enthusiasm, "Wukong, you have the flying nimbus. Just soar up and retrieve the Dragon Ball." After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll give it a try." He leaped onto the nimbus, soaring swiftly towards the fortress above. Boom! The flames erupted violently, a terrifying wave of heat crashing towards him, searing his skin as if he were in a furnace, making sweat evaporate instantly. Oh no, this fire is too fearsome. Even a Scion's body could hardly withstand such extreme temperatures. If he descended further, he would surely become a roasted monkey. No, this is impossible. I can't get in. Sun Wukong hastily reversed direction, guiding the nimbus back to Bulma's side. Seeing Sun Wukong's distressed expression, Bulma panicked. "Hey, what's wrong? Aren't you afraid of fire?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Sun Wukong replied, "This fire is no ordinary flame. It is the alchemical fire of the Supreme Old Man. If we come into contact with it, we could truly perish." Bulma was utterly flabbergasted. What is this Supreme Old Man's fire? What kind of absurdity is that? As the two contemplated their predicament, a sudden whoosh broke the silence. A dark shadow hurtled towards them with a menacing roar. "Ah!" Bulma screamed in alarm. Sun Wukong's ears perked up, instantly sensing danger, without a moment's hesitation. He scooped Bulma up and leaped aside. Boom! A colossal axe struck down into a massive boulder, embedding itself deeply. Bulma gasped, her eyes wide as she stared at the axe. What on earth? Sun Wukong landed steadily, gazing towards the direction from which the axe had come, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he recognized the visitor. In the distance, a towering figure approached, clad in black armor, his physique imposing, face contorted with rage, dragging an axe larger than himself, his unkempt beard framing eyes that glinted like brass bells, fixed intently on Sun Wukong and Bulma. The Bull Demon King had arrived. "You lot!" The Bull Demon King roared, his presence sweeping through like a tempest, shaking the very ground beneath him. "How dare you invade my territory and attempt to steal my treasures? Prepare to meet your demise." With both hands firmly grasping his colossal axe, the Bull Demon King swung down fiercely at Sun Wukong. Boom! Unfazed, Sun Wukong propelled himself off the ground, launching towards the Bull Demon King like a cannonball, meeting the axe head-on with his fist. Bang! The collision sent shockwaves through the air, scattering the surrounding dust in an instant. The two combatants remained locked in a fierce standoff for a brief moment before each retreated. A flicker of surprise crossed the Bull Demon King's eyes as he pondered. This little brat possesses the strength to withstand my attack? Let's go again. Son Wukong shouted with exhilaration, charging forward to engage the Bull Demon King in close combat. Their fists and feet clashed, the resounding impacts echoing through the air, causing the ground beneath them to crack. With each encounter, Son Wukong grew more invigorated, secretly assessing. This fellow's strength is formidable, far beyond that of an ordinary person, yet still lacking when compared to the might of later adversaries. Nonetheless, at this stage, he truly is a worthy opponent. The Bull Demon King, increasingly alarmed, never anticipated that a seemingly 10-year-old child could withstand his onslaught, even matching his strength. Who exactly is this little imp? The Bull Demon King thought to himself, I must eliminate him swiftly. However, Son Wukong had already discerned the Bull Demon King's capabilities and recognized that continuing to clash head-on was futile. With a smirk, he suddenly leaped back, retrieving the Rui Jingu Bang from behind him. The Bull Demon King's eyes widened in shock, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. The Rui Jingu Bang. With a gasp, he immediately halted his attack, stepping back 2 paces, his gaze fixated on the long staff in Son Wukong's grasp, astonished. Hey, little brat. How did you come by that staff? The Bull Demon King's voice held a note of urgency. Son Wukong replied nonchalantly, This was left to me by my grandfather. The Bull Demon King frowned, his expression growing increasingly complex as he scrutinized Son Wukong. Who is your grandfather? Son Wukong grinned broadly, responding with ease, Son Gohan. What? Son Gohan. The Bull Demon King's demeanor shifted dramatically as he plunged his giant axe into the ground, dusting himself off with both hands, his attitude undergoing a complete reversal in an instant. Oh my, we're family. The Bull Demon King laughed heartily, his face alight with joy as he approached Son Wukong, patting him on the shoulder. Ha ha ha, you are Gohan's grandson. Why didn't you say so? No need for fighting. We're family. Son Wukong scratched his head, feeling somewhat exasperated as he thought, You were just trying to strike me moments ago. Bulma, standing to the side, watched the sudden transformation with astonishment, completely dumbfounded. Is this giant crazy? By the way, how is Gohan doing now? Son Wukong's expression faltered slightly. He then scratched his head and replied candidly, My grandfather has passed away. Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King's smile vanished, and after a brief silence, he sighed softly. Alas, I never anticipated that Gohan would no longer be with us. Standing there, his gaze became somewhat complex as memories of the past surged forth, filling his heart with a wave of sorrow. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions, patted his chest, and regained his bold demeanor, exclaiming, Death and rebirth are but the cycles of life. If Gohan were aware of your prowess, he would undoubtedly feel immense pride. He then inquired, By the way, what brings you here? Son Wukong scratched his head and replied cheerfully, Oh, we are in search of the Dragon Balls. The radar indicates they are within your castle. Dragon Balls. The Bull Demon King furrowed his brow in confusion. I have never heard of such a thing. However, if they are indeed in my castle, you shall not gain entry. Bulma interjected, visibly displeased, Why can't we enter? Do you refuse us passage? The Bull Demon King shook his head, sighing, It is not a matter of my refusal. Rather, it is that you simply cannot enter. This is the unquenchable fire. Even I cannot pass through, let alone you. Bulma was taken aback, exclaiming, What? Not even you can enter? Son Wukong, familiar with this predicament, still inquired, How can this fire be extinguished? My master, the old Kame Sennin, possesses a banana fan, which can extinguish any flame. If we acquire the fan, we can quell the fire and gain entry into the castle. Coincidentally, my daughter, Chi-Chi, has already gone to the seaside to find the old Kame Sennin. However, she is traveling alone and at a slow pace. You have the Nimbus Cloud. It would be fortuitous if you could pick her up along the way. After pondering for a moment, Son Wukong agreed since it was on his route. Very well. I shall go find Chi-Chi. With that, he leapt onto the Nimbus Cloud and sped off toward the seaside. Meanwhile, Bulma remained behind, gazing at the imposing figure before her, feeling a sense of trepidation as she swallowed hard, thinking to herself, He certainly does not appear to be an amiable fellow. Chapter 8. Borrowing the banana fan. Son Wukong soared through the skies on his Nimbus Cloud, the scenery rushing past him in a blur. Suddenly, His eye caught a small figure traversing the wilderness below. Could it be her? Descending on the nimbus cloud, he halted above the diminutive figure, peering down to find a peculiar little girl named Chi-Chi clad in strange armor. Her helmet was adorned with a large red feather, her chest bore unusual armor, and a miniature flame-throwing device was mounted on her back, rendering her appearance reminiscent of a miniature Ultraman. Son Wukong couldn't help but chuckle at Chi-Chi's attire, exclaiming, "Haha, what a unique outfit you have." Hearing the voice, Chi-Chi looked up warily and saw a handsome boy standing on the cloud, curiously observing her. "Wow, he is so handsome," she murmured, her cheeks flushing slightly. Yet, regaining her composure, she puffed out her chest and boldly demanded, "Hey, who are you? Why are you laughing at me?" Son Wukong scratched his head, grinning widely as he replied, "Haha, it's nothing. I simply find your clothing quite special." Chi-Chi puffed her cheeks and said angrily, "Humph. This is the battle gear specially crafted for me by my father, and it's incredibly powerful." Son Wukong stifled a laugh internally but maintained a cheerful demeanor as he replied, "Oh, I see. By the way, I am Son Wukong. You must be Chi-Chi, correct?" Chi-Chi blinked in surprise. "Oh, how do you know my name?" Son Wukong replied matter-of-factly, "Your father, the Bull Demon King, sent me to find you. He mentioned that you were going to borrow the banana fan from Master Wu Tian, and that you were traveling too slowly, so he asked me to bring you along." Realization dawned on Chi-Chi, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Ah? So my father sent you?" She scrutinized the boy before her, his black hair and eyes, clad in martial arts attire, with a hint of curiosity, and asked, "What is that cloud you're riding? It's so magical." Son Wukong patted the Nimbus cloud proudly, stating, "This is the Nimbus cloud. It flies incredibly fast, and only those with pure hearts can ride it." Chi-Chi's eyes lit up at his words. "Can I give it a try?" Son Wukong chuckled, "Of course." Without hesitation, Chi-Chi leaped onto the Nimbus cloud and settled comfortably. Son Wukong was not surprised, thinking to himself that Chi-Chi's innocent heart surely allowed her to ride it. Chi-Chi excitedly patted the cloud, her face aglow with delight. "Wow, this is truly amazing. It's so much faster than walking." Son Wukong mounted the Nimbus cloud and gently patted her shoulder. "All right, hold tight. We're off." Chi-Chi quickly wrapped her arms around Son Wukong's waist, exclaiming with glee, "Okay." Whoosh. "Wow, this is so fast." Son Wukong chuckled, "Of course. The Nimbus cloud is super speedy." As they soared through the sky, Son Wukong sat upright, his hands firmly clasped around his legs, making sure not to move recklessly. After all, he certainly did not wish to be mistaken for Chi-Chi's future husband due to any inappropriate gestures, as depicted in the original tales. Chi-Chi, enthralled by the exhilarating experience, gazed around in wonder, taking in the breathtaking scenery as they flew through the azure sky. Below them lay an endless expanse of ocean, waves crashing and white foam splashing against the shore, the air infused with a hint of salty sea breeze. With Chi-Chi aboard, Son Wukong circled above the sea several times. All around was water, no land in sight. Chi-Chi, slightly puzzled, inquired, "Brother Wukong, where exactly are we headed?" Son Wukong scratched his head. I'm not entirely sure. But Master Roshi's home should be on one of the nearby islands. Let us keep looking." The Nimbus cloud continued to hover over the ocean until, at last, a small island emerged in the distance. It featured a quaint pink house surrounded by a few coconut trees, with pristine white sands and crystal-clear waters, resembling a paradise untouched by the outside world. Son Wukong's eyes brightened. "Found it. That must be Master Roshi's home." With excitement, Chi-Chi gazed at the enchanting little island, exclaiming, "Wow, this place is so beautiful." Son Wukong descended upon his somersault cloud, landing gracefully on the beach. He leapt down, surveying his surroundings and mused, "Indeed, this is a vacation paradise. This old fellow knows how to enjoy life." Just as Wukong was about to knock on the door, a series of shuffling sounds emerged from within. The door creaked open, revealing Master Roshi, who sauntered out at a leisurely pace, accompanied by his old friend, the turtle. After stretching lazily, Master Roshi looked up and was taken aback. "Oh, isn't that the little rascal riding the somersault cloud?" Squinting, he scrutinized Son Wukong from head to toe. Then his gaze landed on Chi-Chi, standing nearby. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he remarked, "Wait a moment, why has that girl beside you shrunk?" Son Wukong rolled his eyes, retorting, "What do you mean shrunk? She has always been this size." Chi-Chi, hands on her hips, indignantly replied, "Hey, I'm not small. I am the daughter of the Bull Demon King, Chi-Chi. What? Master Roshi was momentarily stunned, then suddenly enlightened, bursting into hearty laughter. Ah. So you are the daughter of the Bull Demon King. Ha ha. After taking a closer look at Chi-Chi, he exclaimed in astonishment, Goodness! Who would have thought that the Bull Demon King, such a hulking figure, could father such a delicate daughter? The turtle nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed. With a father like the Bull Demon King, one would expect a more robust offspring. Chi-Chi's expression darkened, her anger palpable as she stomped her feet. What do you mean by that? My father is formidable. Meanwhile, Son Wukong could not help but chuckle at the old man's sharp tongue. Chi-Chi, hands on her waist, tilted her head skeptically at Master Roshi. Humph, you are the martial arts teacher, right? Are you truly that impressive? Master Roshi stroked his beard, puffing out his chest with pride. Of course. I am the martial arts teacher, a legendary figure in the martial arts world. Chi-Chi frowned, clearly unconvinced, blinking her eyes. I don't see how you, this old man, resemble a master at all. Perhaps your reputation is merely inflated. Master Roshi's mouth twitched, clearly displeased. Ahem. How could that be? In my prime, I was. Humph. Chi-Chi interrupted, waving her hand dismissively, uninterested in his boasting. Stepping forward, she pointed at Master Roshi. Do you dare accept my challenge? Son Wukong, standing nearby, perked up with interest, crossing his arms. This is intriguing. A fight will reveal all. Master Roshi squinted, assessing Chi-Chi. Noticing she was just a young girl, he thought, what prowess can a mere child possess? Thus, with his hands clasped behind his back, he adopted an air of superiority and said, Humph. If you wish to challenge me, I shall reluctantly oblige. Without giving Master Roshi a moment to elaborate, Chi-Chi swiftly grasped the metallic blade atop her helmet, drawing it with a flourish, and hurled it with remarkable speed. Whoosh! A flash of cold light streaked toward Master Roshi's face with astonishing swiftness. What? The turtle sage was utterly unprepared as his pupils dilated. He realized it was too late to evade. Bang! The hilt of the sword struck him squarely on the forehead, sending him tumbling over, landing dramatically on his back on the sandy beach. Ouch! The sea turtle stared in shock, while Son Wukong stifled his laughter, and Chi-Chi stood proudly, hands on her hips. Humph. Indeed, just an old windbag. The turtle sage struggled to his feet, rubbing his head and awkwardly clearing his throat. Ahem. Well, huh? It has been quite some time since I last exercised. Son Wukong could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Grandpa, you're quite pathetic. The turtle sage's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling his dignity severely challenged. Ahem. That was merely a minor mishap. This time, I shall be more serious. Chi-Chi had already grasped the metallic sword again, eager for another round. Care to try again? The turtle sage quickly waved his hands. No. My old bones cannot withstand that. Ha! Son Wukong continued to laugh uncontrollably, while Chi-Chi wore a proud expression, clearly unimpressed by the legendary martial arts master. All right. We are not here to fight. I have come to borrow the banana fan. Son Wukong stated directly. The turtle sage paused for a moment, stroking his beard in confusion. The banana fan? What do you need that for? Son Wukong explained. The castle of the Bull Demon King is ablaze, and we must use the banana fan to extinguish the flames in order to enter. The turtle sage's eyes widened in realization, nodding his head. Oh, I see. Yes. I do remember having such a treasure fan. It's in my house. Allow me to fetch it. With that, he slowly turned and walked into his room, rummaging through cabinets, drawers, and boxes. Thud, clatter. No, that's not it. Cough. Why is there so much dust? A cacophony of noises filled the room as he rummaged, even causing the sea turtle to scurry into a corner, trembling. Chi-Chi stood at the doorway, arms crossed, her expression one of doubt. Does he really have the banana fan? After a while, the turtle sage finally emerged, covered in dust, spreading his arms in a sheepish smile. It seems the banana fan is lost. Son Wukong crossed his arms, wearing an expression of I knew it. Thinking that the old man was indeed unreliable, Chi-Chi exploded in frustration, jumping up and down. You old fool. How could you lose something so important? The turtle sage sheepishly scratched his head. It has been so long. I must have placed it somewhere and forgotten. Chi-Chi crossed her arms again, sulking. Umph. This is truly unacceptable. Chapter 9. Turtle School Key Blast. The turtle sage tidied his appearance, placing his hands behind his back, clearing his throat, and adopting an air of superiority. Ahem, While the banana fan may be lost, fear not. Humph. Such a trivial matter as extinguishing a fire does not require the fan. I shall take care of it personally. Chi-Chi looked at the turtle sage skeptically. Are you sure you can manage? Let us hope you don't end up burnt before the fire is out. The turtle sage, suddenly displeased, furrowed his brow and exclaimed, What do you know, young lady? My strength is unfathomable. Extinguishing flames? A mere trifle. With that, he turned and sauntered to the seashore, whistling a tune. Not far away, a colossal seagull glided gracefully towards him, landing beside the turtle sage. Unperturbed, he mounted the bird, adopting a leisurely posture with his hands resting on his hips, and said nonchalantly, You may return first. I shall follow shortly. Son Wukong shrugged and, taking Chi-Chi by the hand, leapt onto the flying nimbus, declaring, All right then. We shall be on our way. With a whoosh, the nimbus transformed into a golden streak, speeding towards the direction of Frying Pan Mountain. While the turtle sage leisurely rode his seagull, trailing behind, as if on vacation. Before long, Son Wukong and Chi-Chi arrived at the fiercely burning Frying Pan Mountain, where flames raged mercilessly and waves of heat surged. The Bull Demon King stood anxiously in the distance, scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting Son Wukong and Chi-Chi's return, he rushed over, his face alight with expectation, and inquired, Well, did you bring back the banana fan? Son Wukong dismounted from the nimbus, scratched his head, and chuckled. About that, we lost the fan. The Bull Demon King's smile instantly froze, his expression turning to stone as his eyes widened like copper bells, his voice pitched high. What? Lost it? Chi-Chi, arms crossed and a look of resignation on her face, replied, Yes, that old coot misplaced it. The Bull Demon King was nearly apoplectic, his whiskers bristling as he roared. Then what shall we do about this fire? My castle, my treasures. Son Wukong grinned widely, a hint of mystery in his tone. Although we lack the banana fan, we have brought back something even more formidable. The Bull Demon King paused, bewildered, and asked, Something more powerful? What is it? Son Wukong placed his hands on his hips, smiling. Master Wutian has come in person. What? The Bull Demon King was immediately taken aback, his pupils quaking at the mention of Master Wutian, the legendary martial arts deity, coming to assist his disciple in extinguishing the flames. Flap, flap. The seagull's wings beat gently as the turtle sage descended leisurely before the group. He hopped down from the bird, stretching his limbs, just as he prepared to exude an air of superiority, when he suddenly caught sight of a striking figure, Bulma. At that moment, Bulma stood nearby, arms crossed, her fair skin glowing alluringly in the fiery light, her slightly furrowed brow displaying a hint of pride and impatience. The turtle sage's eyes gleamed with recognition, a smirk creeping onto his lips, as he thought, This young lady is simply adorable. Her figure is quite commendable. Just as he was about to make a signature lewd gesture, suddenly, bam! A massive shadow dropped to its knees before him, obstructing his view. Master Wutian. The turtle sage, caught off guard, blinked in surprise, and upon focusing, realized that the towering figure before him was none other than the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King suddenly knelt on both knees, his face brimming with excitement, tears almost spilling over as he clasped his fists in reverence and bowed deeply, exclaiming, Master Wutian, you have finally arrived. Master Rashi? Bulma? Chi-Chi? Daddy, what are you doing? Master Rashi's once lecherous gaze instantly morphed into one of shock and embarrassment. The Bull Demon King, oblivious to Master Rashi's unusual demeanor, spoke with a trembling voice filled with fervor, Disciple Bull Demon King, it is an honor to see Master Wutian once more. For many years, I have cherished your teachings. And today, to behold my master again is truly a privilege. The muscles on Master Rashi's face twitched involuntarily as he chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Ah-ha-ha. Bull Demon King, it has indeed been a long time. Son Wukong stifled a laugh nearby, thinking to himself, ha-ha. This old man was initially trying to take advantage of Bulma, but now he is completely overshadowed by the Bull Demon King's imposing stature. How delightful. Chi-Chi looked at her father with confusion etched on her face, bewilderedly asking, Daddy, at your size, don't you feel embarrassed kneeling before him? The Bull Demon King immediately retorted with righteous indignation, Silence. He is the master I respect most in my life. Though Master Rashi felt 1,000 unwillingnesses within. Witnessing the Bull Demon King's sincere bow made it difficult for him to dismiss him outright. He could only feign calmness and nod solemnly, Ahem. Well, Bull Demon King. This time, I shall generously assist you in extinguishing the flames. Son Wukong and Bulma stood to the side, silently observing this comical scene, struggling to contain their laughter. Master Roshi, pretending to be profound, stroked his beard and leaped onto a rock, standing tall and straight, facing away from the crowd, striking a pose befitting a master. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, eagerly awaiting his next move. With deliberate slowness, Master Roshi reached out, unfastened his outer garment, and flung it aside, revealing a skeletal physique. His skin sagged, muscles were thin, and his ribs were clearly visible. His entire upper body resembled that of a sun-dried elder, making one worry that a gust of wind might whisk him away. The arena fell silent for a few seconds. Bulma, gazing at Master Roshi's emaciated frame, felt her lips twitch uncontrollably, her expression screaming, "Is this a joke? He can't even lift a bucket of water." Chi-Chi also looked on with disdain, whispering, "Can this old man really extinguish flames?" Meanwhile, the Bull Demon King was flushed with excitement, fists clenched tightly, eyes alight with fervor as he shouted, "Here it comes. Master Wu-Tian is about to unleash his ultimate technique." Sun Wukong paid no mind to Master Roshi's frail physique, his gaze fixed intently on the Master's movements. Thinking earnestly, at last, "I am about to witness the legendary Kamehameha. I must learn it." Huh. Buzz. Suddenly, Master Roshi's body expanded dramatically, muscles surging instantaneously, transforming his once frail frame into that of a muscular powerhouse. His entire form morphed into a mountain of muscle, veins bulging in his arms, each muscle distinctly defined, radiating explosive power. What? He has become so strong. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astonished by the spectacle before her. Wow. She was equally taken aback. Just moments ago, she had considered him unreliable, and now she stood utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Goku's gaze intensified, fixated on Master Roshi. The master raised his hands, slowly adopting the stance for the Kamehameha technique. The atmosphere around them grew heavy, as if the very air trembled under the weight of Roshi's imposing presence. A visible swirl of blue and white energy coalesced between his palms, spinning like a vortex, growing increasingly radiant. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Here it comes. The formidable energy surged, lifting debris from the ground. Even the Ox King's beard was blown upwards by the fierce winds as he exclaimed with exhilaration, "This is my master's ultimate technique." Bulma felt the ground quake beneath her, instinctively clutching her hair as she marveled. This energy is overwhelming. Then, with a resounding boom, an intensely brilliant wave of blue and white light erupted from between Master Roshi's hands, shooting forth like an enraged dragon towards the blazing castle. The next instant, the colossal energy wave tore through the inferno, devouring the flames and obliterating everything in its path. The castle was reduced to mere dust, scarcely a trace remaining. A powerful shockwave swept across Frying Pan Mountain, toppling everyone to the ground as the dust was swept away by the gale. The flames vanished. The castle was no more. The heart of Frying Pan Mountain transformed into a barren expanse. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone gaped in disbelief, mouths agape as if they could swallow a Dragon Ball. Bulma. Chi-Chi. Ox King. Goku. Wow. The Ox King stood in stunned silence for 5 seconds before suddenly reacting, wailing, "Master, you've destroyed my castle." Master Roshi retracted his hands, exhaling with relief, returning to his lean form, and calmly remarked, "Cough. The fire is extinguished. No need for thanks." Bulma retorted, "Thank you? You've obliterated someone's home. Humph, how about that? Were you not awed by my ultimate skill?" Master Roshi thought to himself, delighting in the prospect of boasting about his greatness. Suddenly, Goku shouted with enthusiasm, "I've learned it." The air became instantly still. All eyes turned towards Goku, including the lamenting Ox King, the still-stunned Bulma and Chi-Chi, and even the seagull, frozen mid-flight. Master Roshi's mouth twitched, and after a brief moment of astonishment, he burst into laughter, his expression one of disdain. "Ha! Little brat, you must be joking. The venerable elder has spent decades perfecting this technique of the Turtle School's Kamehameha. Do you think it can be mastered with merely a glance?" Sun Wukong scratched his head and smiled broadly. "I find it rather simple." The smile on Master Roshi's face abruptly froze, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. "Humph, then why not give it a try?" Sun Wukong, uninterested in further discussion, stepped aside, fixating on a massive boulder and assumed the initial stance demonstrated by Master Roshi. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and the Ox King widened their eyes in disbelief, pondering the possibility. Could it be? Is he really going to attempt it? Master Roshi wore an expression of amusement, arms crossed, shaking his head with a cold chuckle. Umph. The youth is indeed arrogant and ignorant. Suddenly, a faint glow emerged between Sun Wukong's palms. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The light rapidly intensified, transforming into a swirling orb of blue and white energy, with visible currents of energy swirling around, as if the very air was beginning to tremble. Bulma's mouth fell agape. Chi-Chi's eyes widened. The Ox King was rendered speechless with shock, while Master Roshi's eyes bulged like saucers. His jaw dropped wide enough to accommodate a Dragon Ball. With a tremendous explosion, a wave of blue and white energy erupted from Sun Wukong's palm, striking the colossal rock with unimaginable force. The boulder disintegrated into fine powder under the onslaught of the overwhelming energy, erupting in a cacophony of dust and debris, shaking the ground beneath. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Everyone was rendered speechless, even forgetting to breathe, as the atmosphere became thick with an extraordinary shock. Particularly, Master Roshi stood rigid, his beard almost standing on end, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. You. Master Roshi extended a trembling finger toward Sun Wukong, his mouth opening and closing, struggling to articulate a coherent word. Sun Wukong scratched his head and mumbled, "Hey, I don't feel quite proficient yet. It's a bit smaller than Master Matato's Kamehameha." Uffed. Master Roshi stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground, his expression shifting from shock to utter despair. What manner of creature is this little imp? Chapter 10, An Engagement? I refuse. Truly, he is the grandson of Gohan. The Ox King rushed forward, slapping Sun Wukong on the shoulder. Ha! Little Wukong, you are just like your grandfather, a born prodigy of martial arts. At this moment, Master Roshi regained his composure, eyes wide in astonishment as he questioned Sun Wukong. Wait a moment. You are Gohan's grandson. Sun Wukong nodded matter-of-factly. Indeed, my grandfather is Son Gohan. Master Roshi narrowed his eyes, instantly comprehending the situation, waves of astonishment surging within him. No wonder this young boy possesses such extraordinary talent, capable of mastering the Kamehameha in an instant. He is, after all, Gohan's grandson. With this realization, his expression softened, and he sighed, inquiring gently, "How is Gohan doing?" Sun Wukong scratched his head and casually remarked, "Oh, Grandpa has passed away." What? The turtle hermit's expression shifted dramatically, his entire being momentarily frozen in disbelief. His mouth slightly agape as he struggled to comprehend. Gohan is dead? Wukong nodded, his demeanor surprisingly calm. Yes, he was crushed by a massive gorilla. The turtle hermit, Ox King, Bulma, and Chi-Chi. The atmosphere instantly thickened, the expressions on everyone's faces transforming into a tapestry of complexity, as they processed the absurdity of such a death. After a brief silence, the turtle hermit sighed, his expression tinged with melancholy. Alas, Gohan, you are my most esteemed disciple. I never imagined it would end this way. Wukong, you are undoubtedly a martial arts prodigy that appears once in 3 centuries. From this day forth, I wish to take you as my disciple, join the turtle school, and receive my formal guidance. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Bulma and Chi-Chi were momentarily taken aback. Huh, the turtle hermit wants to take Wukong as a student? Ox King was even more exhilarated, exclaiming, "Little Wukong, you must accept. This is an extraordinary opportunity." However, Sun Wukong decisively declined. "No, I'm not interested." The turtle hermit, Ox King, Bulma, Chi-Chi. The corners of the turtle hermit's eyes twitched, unable to suppress his inquiry. Are you certain? You are the grandson of my most cherished disciple, Gohan. Joining the turtle school would undoubtedly lead to a glorious future. Wukong waved his hand dismissively, casually stating, "Thank you for the kind offer, Master Roshi. But I prefer to train on my own. I am a scion and have no need to waste time on such matters." The turtle hermit's lips twitched slightly, feeling as though his martial dignity had been challenged. Ox King was left speechless. Little Wukong, do you have any idea how many people aspire to study under Master Roshi? And you are actually refusing? Wukong nonchalantly scratched his hair. Yeah, I don't like training under others. I want to go solo. A profound silence enveloped the room. The turtle hermit muttered, "You insolent little brat." Bulma couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth as she exclaimed, "Ha ha. Refusing to study under that old pervert is the right choice. Chi-Chi, bewildered, murmured, "How is Wukong even more arrogant than I am?" Ox King opened his mouth, only to shake his head in resignation. Sigh, let the boy be. Honestly, instead of wasting time here, shouldn't we be searching for the Dragon Balls? As Bulma complained, she began rummaging through the debris. Although the castle had been reduced to rubble by the Turtle School's Kamehameha wave, fragments of broken tiles and remnants of wood still littered the area. Bulma searched cautiously, her eyes fixed on the ground, hoping to spot that familiar orange sphere. Could it have been shattered? She pondered, furrowing her brow as she pulled out the Dragon Ball radar for a glance, discovering that the signal was nearby. She hastened her efforts, clearing away several stones from a pile of rubble. Suddenly, a familiar gleam caught her eye. Found it! Bulma exclaimed with excitement, bending down to retrieve a shimmering Dragon Ball from the pile of rubble. Haha, I've found another Dragon Ball. Goku rushed over, his face alight with joy. Wow, it's really here. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Bulma beamed with pride. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let us set off. There's only one Dragon Ball left. Suddenly, the Ox King waved his hand grandly and said, "Wait a moment." Goku turned back in confusion. Huh, what's the matter? The Ox King, his face radiant with laughter, patted his chest and spoke in a hearty tone. Little Goku, you and Chi-Chi are of similar age and both hail from martial arts families. I think you two would make a splendid match. Why not arrange a betrothal right now? The air fell silent for a few seconds. Uffed. Bulma nearly choked, almost bursting into laughter. Huh, a betrothal? Chi-Chi, who had been watching the spectacle, turned crimson upon hearing this. Her little hands nervously clutched her clothing as she lowered her head, shyly stealing a glance at Goku, murmuring softly, "Engaged to Goku?" Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. She suddenly found this dark-haired, dark-eyed handsome boy rather appealing. The Ox King laughed heartily, clapping Goku on the shoulder. What do you say, little Goku? Marrying my daughter means you'll become my son-in-law. Wouldn't that be delightful? Goku replied, delightful? Not at all. He felt a surge of frustration. After all, he aspired to conquer the universe. How could he be shackled by family ties? Clearing his throat, Goku gently pushed aside the Ox King's hand and stated seriously, Uncle Ox King, I'm not thinking about marriage at the moment. I only wish to train and become stronger. The Ox King's smile froze. What? You refuse? Chi-Chi looked up, her face a portrait of shock and disbelief, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Goku, don't you want to? Goku scratched his head, feeling helpless. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that I don't want to be tied down by such matters right now. Chi-Chi's eyes instantly turned red, her lips pouting in a manner reminiscent of a discarded kitten. Do you dislike me? Goku hurriedly waved his hands. No. Chi-Chi bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes, her expression tinged with disappointment. Suddenly, she turned and ran away, covering her face. Woohoo! Goku exclaimed. The Ox King looked on in shock at Chi-Chi's retreating figure, then smacked Goku on the head. You little rascal, do you know how sought after my Chi-Chi is? And you actually turn her down. Goku clutched his head, looking aggrieved. Ouch, I really don't want to marry so soon. Bulma crossed her arms, her lips twitching. Haha, Goku, you've caused quite the stir. The Ox King continued to grumble. Little Goku, are you really not considering this? Chi-Chi is. Haha. Well, Uncle Ox King, we still have Dragon Balls to find, so we must be off. Son Wukong seized Bulma, leaped onto the motorcycle, and with a swift press of the throttle, the motorcycle roared to life and shot forward. Hey, you brat, the Bull Demon King hasn't finished his words. They watched as the motorcycle kicked up a cloud of dust, swiftly vanishing over the horizon. The motorcycle raced along the road, with Son Wukong and Bulma galloping away, completely leaving behind the realm of disputes and heading towards the direction of the Dragon Balls. As the sky gradually darkened, a small town emerged in the distance, its lights twinkling, and the streets appeared quite prosperous. Bulma jumped off the motorcycle, stretched lazily, and her bunny girl attire looked particularly eye-catching under the streetlights. She glanced down at her outfit, nodding in satisfaction. Oof, what do you think, Wukong? Don't I look adorable in this? Son Wukong took a quick glance and casually remarked. Well, it's okay, I suppose. Bulma immediately placed her hands on her hips in discontent. What do you mean okay? This is the latest fashion. However, the moment they stepped into the town, the crowds on the street erupted in panic. Bunny ears. Oh no, it's the Bunny Legion. Run. Bang. 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 Everyone fearfully shut their doors and windows. Shops hastily pulled down their shutters, and pedestrians scattered in all directions. Even a stray cat jumped into a trash bin to hide in terror. Within mere seconds, the entire street fell silent. So quiet that even the wind could be heard whistling through the air. Bulma blinked, utterly bewildered. Huh, what is happening? Why is everyone running away? Wukong, do you think I'm not cute? Chapter 11. Sending the Bunny Legion to their demise. The sound of footsteps echoed from the end of the street. Two men clad in white uniforms, sporting long bunny ears and armed, strolled out leisurely, arrogantly surveying the deserted street. One member of the Bunny Legion looked around in confusion. Strange, weren't there a lot of people here just now? Where did they all go? The other member shrugged, suddenly fixing his gaze on Bulma, and his eyes lit up. Oh, this girl. They scrutinized Bulma closely, their attention drawn to her bunny ears, and exchanged knowing glances. One Bunny Legion member whispered, "Do you recognize this woman? Is there someone like her in our Bunny Legion?" The other frowned. Never seen her before, but those bunny ears, could she be a newcomer sent from headquarters? With this thought, the two approached with mischievous grins, blocking Bulma and Wukong's path. Hey, little lady, where are you from? Are you a new member of our Bunny Legion? Bulma frowned in disdain and scoffed. Who do you think you are? Don't get ahead of yourselves. The expressions of the two Bunny Legion members darkened instantly, and the atmosphere grew decidedly unfriendly. One of them, enraged, retorted, "You insolent girl, how dare you speak to us like that? It appears you remain unaware of the formidable prowess of the Rabbit Legion." Another individual sneered, "Humph, since you are not one of us, do not blame us for being uncivil. With such beauty, you shall be a delightful prize for our leader." The two of them reached out, intent on capturing Bulma. Her expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly concealed herself behind Goku, anxiously exclaiming, "Goku, quickly teach these two scoundrels a lesson." Goku, witnessing the audacity of these Rabbit Legion members attempting to abduct Bulma, revealed a disdainful smile, his fists clenched. "You seek death." With a resounding crash, the two assailants barely had time to react before they were met with an overwhelming force that struck them squarely in the face. They were propelled like cannonballs, spinning through the air before crashing heavily into a nearby wall, leaving two human-shaped impressions in their wake. Stuck in the wall, their eyes rolled back, they lost consciousness entirely. Bulma, observing this spectacle, let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest as she said, "Oh my, that truly frightened me." "Thank goodness you're here, Goku." Goku, brushing off his hands, replied dismissively, "Those two were far too weak, it was utterly lackluster." Suddenly, a jarring screech of brakes pierced the air as a luxurious car, adorned with rabbit stickers, came to a slow halt before Goku and Bulma. The door swung open, revealing a man clad in sunglasses and a white suit, complete with rabbit ears. He sauntered out with a leisurely gait, a mysterious smile gracing his face, entirely devoid of any menacing demeanor. Bulma furrowed her brow upon seeing him. Who is that? He appears even stranger than the previous two. Goku, fixated on the newcomer, instantly recognized him as the leader of the Rabbit Legion. The rabbit leader removed his sunglasses, squinting lazily as he inquired, "Hey, kid, where are my little subordinates? Have you seen them?" Goku nonchalantly gestured toward the wall where the two figures were embedded, stating casually, "Oh, you mean those two? They're right there." The rabbit leader followed Goku's finger, momentarily stunned at the sight of his subordinates, now thoroughly embedded in the wall, limbs akimbo, eyes rolled back, drooling, and completely unconscious. The rabbit leader mused internally. This is it. He must be furious now. However, to his surprise, the rabbit leader did not display anger. Instead, he chuckled, dusting off his suit and approaching Goku with measured steps, extending a hand in a cordial manner. "Ah, little brother, you possess quite a skill." Goku narrowed his eyes, refraining from shaking his hand, instead regarding him with suspicion. The rabbit leader continued, "I am a reasonable man. Your ability to defeat my subordinates indicates your strength. I harbor no desire for conflict. Why not shake hands and reconcile?" "Humph, shake hands. Don't make me laugh. I am aware of your extraordinary ability. Everything you touch transforms into a carrot. Should I extend my hand, I would likely become a cyan-flavored carrot in the next moment." Thus, Goku swiftly drew his Rui Bang from behind, a smirk gracing his lips as he coldly proclaimed, "I am not fond of reconciling with nefarious individuals. Prepare to face my strike." With a thunderous impact, the Rui Bang descended with blinding speed, imbued with destructive force, and struck the leader of the rabbits with tremendous force. In an instant, the earth trembled, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward, creating a vast crater as dust soared into the sky. The rabbit leader, unable to emit even a cry of anguish, was obliterated by the blow, reduced to ashes. Silence enveloped the air. The entire town plunged into a profound stillness. As the wind swept through the ruins, stirring wisps of dust, Bulma stood in stunned silence, her gaze fixed upon the site of the crater, rendered speechless for quite some time. Is he truly dead? Goku, brushing off his hands nonchalantly, remarked, such a devious character is better off eliminated. It's far less troublesome to obliterate him outright. Bulma's mouth twitched in disbelief. Isn't that a bit ruthless? You just blew him up? Goku responded with a tone of rationality. Huh? Should I have let him proliferate more carrots? Bulma was at a loss for words, contemplating, indeed. This fellow's ability is rather distasteful. His demise surely brings peace of mind. Thus, the rabbit army was utterly vanquished. Goku waved his hand lazily and declared, well then, having dealt with the rabbit brigade, let us continue our quest for the Dragon Balls. Bulma sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. All right. You truly are a violent little imp. As Goku and Bulma traversed the arid desert, the sun scorched the earth while dry winds stirred layers of yellow sand. Bulma, clutching the Dragon Ball radar, furrowed her brow as she focused on the glowing dots on the screen, a smile tugging at her lips. Goku, we are close. The Dragon Ball is just ahead. Goku, soaring nearby on his Nimbus cloud with his arms crossed, grinned broadly. Great. Let us hasten our pace. Just then, a piercing sound sliced through the air from the distance. Bulma abruptly looked up, spotting a rocket hurtling toward them like a shooting star. Bulma cried out in alarm, swiftly veering away in an attempt to dodge. Goku leaped into action, swinging his Rui Bang with force, delivering a horizontal strike. With a resounding boom, the rocket was accurately intercepted mid-air, erupting in a fiery explosion, a shockwave billowing clouds of yellow sand. Bulma's motorcycle jolted dangerously, nearly toppling over as she hurriedly steadied it, breathless and shouting, what is happening? Who is ambushing us? The air thick with dust, the atmosphere turned tense. Bulma suddenly lifted her gaze and beheld two towering robots emerging from the sand, their metallic exteriors glinting coldly under the sun. Goku narrowed his eyes, recognizing their forms, his expression turning serious. Is it them? The two robots, one tall and slender, the other stout and robust, exuded an aura of formidable combat prowess. Within the cockpit sat none other than two members of the indomitable trio from the Dragon Ball universe, Xiaowu and Ashu. From their elevated vantage point in the cockpit, Xiaowu brandished a megaphone and shouted down at Son Wukong and Bulma, you little brat, surrender the Dragon Ball, or we shall reduce you to ashes. Son Wukong, licking his lips and gripping his Rui Jingu Bang tightly, responded with enthusiasm, oh? You two little runts think you can seize the Dragon Ball? Bulma quickly tugged at Wukong's sleeve, whispering urgently, hey, while they may not seem strong, those robots pack quite a punch. Don't underestimate them. Son Wukong chuckled lightly and swung his Rui Jingu Bang, exclaiming, haha, worry not. They're merely robots. I can smash them with ease. Chapter 12. Pilaf is pathetically weak. Without further ado, the battle commenced. Son Wukong leaped high into the air, swinging his Rui Jingu Bang like a bolt of lightning as he brought it crashing down upon Ashu's robot. Boom. The tremendous force shattered the robot's left arm, sending steel fragments flying and causing electrical currents to sizzle. Ashu, in the cockpit, shouted in terror, no, it can't be. How could this little brat destroy my robot with a single strike? Son Wukong, not granting Ashu a moment to react, seized the Rui Jingu Bang with both hands, spun around, and delivered a crushing blow to the robot's chest. Boom. The massive steel body was penetrated, and the core system erupted in a violent explosion, flames soaring and engulfing the entire robot. Ashu barely had time to utter a scream before being consumed by the inferno, reduced to nothingness. Xiaowu watched in horror as Ashu met his dreadful fate, her face pale and cold sweat beading on her forehead. In a panic, she maneuvered the robot backward, stammering, is this guy a monster? I don't want to die. Wailing in despair, she suddenly yanked the control stick, driving the robot into a frantic retreat. Activating the escape mode as the thrusters blazed to life, swiftly transforming into a tiny black dot that vanished into the horizon of the desolate desert. Bulma, observing Xiaowu's hasty exit, stood agape. Wow, she's surprisingly fast. Sun Wukong retracted his Rui Jingu bang with a scoff, saying, "No need to chase her. She won't cause us any trouble." Bulma shrugged. "Fine, let her live." Sun Wukong clapped his hands and turned to Bulma. "All right. Let us continue our quest for the Dragon Balls." Bulma nodded, retrieving the Dragon Ball radar with a smile. "Indeed. The next Dragon Ball is just ahead." Beneath the sunset-stained sky, Xiaowu piloted the robot back to a foreboding castle, her return fraught with distress. As the hatch opened, she trembled as she climbed out. Her legs weak, face ashen, and forehead slick with cold sweat, as if she had just escaped from the depths of hell. Gritting her teeth, she steadied herself and staggered into the castle's grand hall. In the heart of the grand hall, King Pilaf leisurely reclined upon his golden throne, lounging with one leg crossed over the other, a cigar perched between his lips. "Xiaowu," Xiaowu gasped, her voice trembling. "Master, Ashu is dead." "What?" Pilaf abruptly straightened, his cigar tumbling to the floor, his expression darkening instantly. "What did you say?" "Ashu is dead." Xiaowu swallowed hard, suppressing her fear, and nodded frantically. It was that little demon named Sun Wukong. He is far too powerful. With a single strike, he obliterated Ashu's robot. Ashu didn't even have a chance to escape. He was reduced to ashes. Pilaf's eyelids twitched, his face contorting with anger as he slammed his hand against the armrest of his throne. How outrageous. A mere child, and yet he proves so difficult to handle. Humph, since he is so arrogant, let him walk into his own demise. Pilaf rose, speaking in a low tone. "The castle is laden with traps. Should that little brat dare to enter, let him find no way back." Xiaowu clenched her teeth, nodding furiously. "Indeed. I want to witness that scoundrel being ground to dust by our mechanisms." A cold smile crept across King Pilaf's face as he waved his hand, commanding, "Prepare everything. Set all traps, poisons, and mechanical legions into motion." "Yes." Sun Wukong and Bulma raced swiftly, finally arriving at the exterior of Pilaf's castle. The fortress loomed ominously, its towering walls adorned with dark crimson decorations, exuding an air of foreboding. Bulma retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she observed the flashing lights on the screen. "Wukong, the Dragon Ball, is within." Suddenly, a shrill voice erupted from the castle's intercom system, Pilaf's triumphant laughter echoing throughout the fortress. "Waha! Foolish little brat, you have finally arrived." Sun Wukong and Bulma looked up to see Pilaf's visage displayed on the enormous electronic screen atop the castle, his face brimming with self-satisfaction as he looked down upon them. "Did you think you could easily infiltrate my castle? Dream on. I have laid countless traps. If you dare to enter, prepare to become corpses." "Wahaha!" Xiao Wu's voice crackled through the intercom, laced with malicious taunts. "That's right. If you have the guts, come on in. Let's see if you can survive." Bulma furrowed her brows, muttering softly, "Are these guys out of their minds? They're revealing all their traps. They were never quite sane to begin with," Sun Wukong replied, uninterested in exchanging words with them. He flexed his wrists, his gaze sharpening as he strode towards the castle. "So you choose to hide inside, do you? Then I shall smash your castle from the outside and see if you dare to emerge." With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong swung his Rui Bang, striking the castle's walls with tremendous force. Boom! The colossal impact sent shockwaves through the entire fortress, causing it to tremble violently, dust swirling, bricks shattering, and the ground cracking beneath the pressure. Pilaf, the notorious thief, and Xiaowu were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they stared at the surveillance screen showcasing Sun Wukong. Their composure shattered. "What the? This little rascal is playing by his own rules." Boom, boom, boom. Sun Wukong relentlessly assaulted the castle, each strike reverberating through the structure, causing bricks to shatter and walls to lean precariously as if they might collapse at any moment. Inside the command room, Pilaf and Xiaowu were thrown about, furniture rattling, instruments blaring, the chaos reaching a fever pitch. Xiaowu clutched the edge of the table with white knuckles, her face ashen and beads of sweat forming on her brow. "Pilaf, if this continues, our castle will truly be reduced to rubble." Pilaf, shaken and gritting his teeth in fury, bellowed, "That little brat! Is he here to steal the Dragon Balls, or to demolish our home?" Terror filled Xiaowu's eyes as she stammered. "Master, should we make a run for it?" "Run? Nonsense." Pilaf's anger flared, his mustache nearly standing on end as he slammed his fist on the table, eyes ablaze with determination. "I shall confront him personally." With that, he abruptly leaped into the mech bay, climbing aboard a colossal, fully armed robot. Upon witnessing Pilaf's decision to engage in battle, Xiaowu felt a surge of elation. Ready to exhale in relief. Xiaowu. Pilaf suddenly turned, his gaze icy and menacing. You are coming with me. Stunned, Xiaowu's face paled, her knees buckling as she nearly collapsed. What? I can't go. Pilaf grinned maliciously. You refuse? Humph, if you do not comply, I shall feed you to the crocodiles. Xiaowu's vision darkened, her spirit crumbling. No. Despite her reluctance, Pilaf forcibly stuffed her into a smaller mech. Boom. Pilaf and Xiaowu's robots leaped from the castle's pinnacle, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Son Wukong halted his assault, glancing up at the two massive mechs that had suddenly descended before him, a slight smile playing on his lips. Finally willing to show yourselves? Pilaf's robot loomed tall, its arms bristling with heavy artillery, glowering down at Son Wukong while laughing triumphantly. Ha ha ha, little brat. No matter how strong you are, you cannot defeat my super battle mech. Xiaowu, trembling as she gripped the control stick, felt her legs quake in fear, on the verge of tears as she muttered, Why did I have to come out? There's no way we can win. Take this. Son Wukong tightened his grip on the Rui Jingu Bang, his figure resembling a bolt of lightning as he leaped high, aiming a devastating strike at Pilaf's robot. Boom. The Rui Jingu Bang struck the mech's shoulder like a divine hammer, the immense force distorting the mechanical arm, sparks flying from the damaged circuitry. Warning. Left arm damaged. Warning. Left arm damaged. The alarm blared furiously in Pilaf's control room. Wah! Pilaf was jostled about in the cockpit, his mind in a frenzy, as he shouted in terror. Why is that little brat's attack so exaggerated? Wukong continued his assault. With a swift sweep of his Rui Bang, he struck the joint of Pilaf's robot's leg. Crack! The massive mechanical limb instantly shattered, causing the entire machine to lose its balance and crash to the ground, creating a colossal crater. Pilaf. Xiaowu, witnessing the annihilation of Pilaf's robot, was utterly stunned, cold sweat beading on her forehead as she clumsily maneuvered the robot, her voice trembling. No. I need to escape. However, Son Wukong had already locked his gaze onto Xiaowu. Just as her robot turned to flee, Wukong leapt high into the air and brought his staff crashing down upon its back. Boom. The entire mech exploded on the spot. Xiaowu was ejected from the cockpit, spinning wildly in the air before landing face first on the ground, sprawled out like a star, her vision filled with stars. Utterly devoid of hope, Son Wukong landed, stowed away his Rui Bang, and clapped his hands, looking quite relaxed. Tsh, what a weakling. Pilaf and Xiaowu were completely dumbfounded, staring at the wreckage of their two mechs, their mental state utterly shattered. Pilaf's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he trembled, pointing a finger at Son Wukong, on the verge of tears. Is this still a human? What kind of monster is this little brat? Chapter 13, The Wish Bang. Son Wukong swung the Rui Bang fiercely, aiming directly at Pilaf's head. Pilaf watched in horror as the menacing black staff descended with a terrifying whoosh, his entire being petrified, his eyes nearly bulging out. Whoosh. The Rui Bang halted abruptly just 1 centimeter above Pilaf's head, a fierce gust of wind causing his hat to fall to the ground with a thud. Pilaf's face turned pale as a sheet, his body rigid, beads of cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Gulp. Pilaf's throat convulsed violently, rooted to the spot, his legs giving way as he lost control. Please don't kill me. Son Wukong coldly regarded Pilaf, a smirk playing on his lips as he retracted the Rui Bang and said nonchalantly, If you want to live, hand over the Dragon Ball. Pilaf nodded fervently, trembling as he retrieved a shimmering Dragon Ball from his pocket, presenting it to Son Wukong with both hands, shouting desperately, Take it, please spare me. Son Wukong accepted the Dragon Ball, glancing at it, noting the engraved star that indicated it was a 1-star ball. All right, you may leave now. Upon hearing this, Pilaf felt as though he had been granted a miraculous reprieve, scrambling to Xiaowu's side, hoisting the dazed girl up, and fleeing in a panic. Wah! Please spare us, Lord Wukong. We will never dare to provoke you again. Bulma, hands on her hips, observed their retreating figures and couldn't help but laugh. Ha! These two are just too cowardly. Son Wukong grasped the Dragon Balls and shrugged, saying, Who can blame them for being so inept? How wonderful. All the Dragon Balls are gathered. Bulma, her face alight with excitement, poured the bag containing the Dragon Balls onto the ground, and 7 sparkling orbs rolled out in an instant. At last, Bulma had collected all the Dragon Balls. What wish do you intend to make? With her arms crossed and a triumphant smile, Bulma responded, Humph, of course, I wish for a handsome boyfriend. Sun Wukong paused for a moment, then broke into a grin, pointing at himself. Hey, isn't a handsome boyfriend right in front of you? Bulma blinked, glanced down at the shorter Wukong, her lips twitching slightly as she gestured to their height difference, her expression one of disbelief. You? Look at your height. Sun Wukong immediately puffed out his chest, indignantly retorting, I'm 12 years old. In a few years, I'll definitely be super handsome. Bulma scrutinized little Wukong, reluctantly acknowledging that he did possess delicate features, but at his young age, he lacked the aura that a handsome man should have. Humph. Bulma pouted and said with a chuckle, All right, we'll talk about it when you grow up. Sun Wukong looked at Bulma earnestly and said, Bulma, why not let me have the wish? Bulma blinked, curiosity piqued. What wish do you want to make? I wish to become stronger. There are too many dangers on our adventures. I need to enhance my strength to protect you. Bulma hesitated for a moment, her heart stirred. Upon reflection, if Wukong became stronger, she would feel safer, and they wouldn't have to fear any enemies in the future. Fine, I'll let you have it. Come forth, Shenron. With a rumble, the sky darkened as if painted with ink, fierce winds arose, and thunder clashed, golden lightning tore through the clouds, plunging the world into a mysterious realm. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted a dazzling golden light, their radiance soaring into the heavens, piercing the darkened firmament. A deafening roar echoed, shaking the very earth, followed by a colossal green dragon spiraling swiftly through the clouds, its golden eyes resembling 2 blazing suns, exuding both majesty and mystery. Its immense form loomed over the stormy clouds, causing the ground to tremble beneath its presence. The dragon had finally descended. Bulma covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, is this Shenron? Sun Wukong, too, was momentarily awed by the mysterious spectacle but quickly regained his composure, clenching his fists and gazing up at the dragon with unrestrained excitement. The dragon looked down upon them, its golden eyes twinkling with supreme authority, its deep voice rumbling like thunder. State your wish. Any wish, I can fulfill it. Sun Wukong gazed up at Shenron, his lips twitching slightly. Any wish can be fulfilled? He couldn't help but think, what a boast. I remember that the Earth's dragon can't grant many wishes. As Wukong reminisced, he realized that although the Earth's dragon appeared formidable, it was, in fact, bound by numerous constraints. Pondering this, he stroked his chin and fell into deep contemplation. What wish would be most fitting for me? Beside him, Bulma, bubbling with excitement, nudged him curiously when he remained silent. Hey, Wukong, why aren't you making a wish? Snapping back to reality, Wukong ruffled his hair, frowning in thought. I must wish for something that the dragon can genuinely fulfill. An excessive increase in power wouldn't do. It's likely that even becoming a destroyer is out of reach. A wish to double my combat strength should be feasible. A sudden thought struck him. Oh, dragon, please grant me a wristband that allows me to adjust gravity at will. The broader the range, the better. With a thunderous roar, the dragon in the sky's eyes gleamed, golden radiance flickering amidst the dark clouds, its majestic voice resonating through the heavens. This wish is within my power. In an instant, the dragon emanated a dazzling golden light, a brilliant beam erupting from its mouth and gently descending into Wukong's palms. As the light faded, Wukong looked down to find a black metallic wristband resting quietly in his hand, adorned with ancient, mysterious runes that emitted a faint, enigmatic glow. Eagerly, he fastened the wristband to his wrist, ready to test its capabilities when the dragon's authoritative voice echoed once more. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With a thunderous boom, the dragon transformed into 7 beams of light, swiftly dispersing across the world, vanishing from sight. The ominous clouds above rapidly dissipated, restoring a clear sky, as if nothing had transpired. At last, Wukong could train with gravity at any time and place. As a time traveler, he understood the significance of gravity in a scion's growth. In the realm of Dragon Ball, high gravity training was one of the shortcuts to becoming stronger. Bulma urged him from the side. Hey, Wukong, hurry up and give it a try. Nodding, Wukong pressed the button on the wristband, adjusting the gravity setting. Current gravity, 2x, a wave of invisible pressure enveloped him instantly, causing his body to sink slightly as his muscles felt the added burden. He murmured, furrowing his brow while lifting his arm. noticing his movements were somewhat slower than usual, and the weight on his legs had become noticeably heavier. However, it was far from incapacitating. It merely required additional effort. As he attempted to step forward, the ground sank slightly beneath him. But it was not exaggerated, just a feeling of added weight. Under double gravity, his stamina consumption increased significantly. With a combat power of approximately 10, he realized that while his movements would be affected under this gravity, it wouldn't be severe enough to hinder him entirely. With time to adapt, his speed and strength would gradually return to normal. Bulma, watching him, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "Huh? Wukong, you look like a sluggish turtle." Upon hearing this, Wukong's mouth twitched in annoyance. "A turtle? It's only double gravity. I'll adapt quickly." After attempting to run a few steps, Goku found his movements lacking in coordination. His stride somewhat rigid, and indeed, he was slower than usual. Bulma, crossing her arms with a mischievous grin, teased him, "Little turtle, you're so slow." Gritting his teeth, Goku replied, "Just wait until I get used to it. I'll chase you down." Chapter 14. Bulma takes Goku home. Bulma, where are you headed next? Bulma stretched, yawning leisurely, and replied with a carefree demeanor, "Of course, I'm going home. I've exhausted the Dragon Balls, and it's time for me to return to my life of luxury." Scratching his head, Goku offered, "Let me escort you home." Bulma hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "No need. I can ride my motorcycle back." Goku frowned, casting a glance at her motorcycle. "It's quite a distance. You'll be too slow." Bulma rolled her eyes. "What do you suggest? Should I ride on your Nimbus Cloud?" Goku nodded, as if it were the most natural thing. "Of course." Bulma's lips twitched as she pointed to herself. "I'm not exactly pure-hearted. I'd fall off instantly." Goku patted his chest confidently. "It's simple. I'll carry you." Bulma blinked, eyeing the small Goku, who barely reached her waist, and her heart swelled with doubt. "You think you can carry me with those little arms and legs?" Goku, indignant, puffed out his cheeks. "Don't underestimate me. I'm strong." He squatted down, gesturing for Bulma to climb on. Skeptically, Bulma scrutinized him for a few seconds before tentatively mounting his back, wrapping her arms gently around his shoulders. "If you can't carry me, don't blame me for stepping on your head." Goku adjusted his stance and leaped onto the Nimbus Cloud. Whoosh! The golden cloud transformed into a streak of light, soaring swiftly into the sky, carrying them through the blue heavens toward West City. Feeling the rush of wind against her face, Bulma's hair whipped about, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, so fast." Goku, carrying her, laughed. "This isn't even fast." Bulma held on tightly, fearful of falling, while marveling, "Hey, Goku, your little body has quite a bit of strength." Goku beamed with pride. "Of course, I'll only grow stronger." West City gradually came into view. Towering skyscrapers stood tall, the streets were wide, throngs of people bustled about, and flying cars zipped by, enveloping the city in an atmosphere of technology and modernity. Goku widened his eyes, excitedly gazing around. "Wow, is this really West City?" Experiencing this world-class metropolis up close, it felt like a realm apart from his past life in the magical city. Bulma grinned with satisfaction. "What do you think? Are you awestruck by the splendor of West City?" Goku nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "There are grand houses everywhere, and so many strange machines flying about." Bulma smiled and pointed ahead, where a colossal dome-shaped complex came into view, prominently emblazoned with the Capsule Corp logo. "That's it, Capsule Corporation." Goku gazed over as Nimbus gradually descended, landing steadily on the lawn in front of the company. Bulma lightly hopped down, stretched her limbs, turned to Goku, and cheerfully asked, "Goku, would you like to come in and have some fun?" Goku scratched his head and blinked. "I'm hungry." Bulma paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha! You only think about food. Don't worry, I have plenty of delicious treats at home." Goku's eyes sparkled, and he patted his stomach. "Then let's go inside." The automatic door slid open, revealing a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, pipe in mouth, with disheveled hair. It was none other than Dr. Brief. Initially, he merely intended to check the weather outside, but was startled to see his beloved daughter returning home with an unfamiliar little boy. The doctor blinked in surprise, his gaze shifting to Goku, and fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, he almost sputtered out his pipe. "Bulma, you brought home a little boy?" Bulma rolled her eyes. "What do you mean brought home?" "Goku is a friend I met on my journey, just giving me a ride back." The doctor stroked his beard, narrowing his eyes. A boy you met on your journey, escorting you home. Bulma, could it be that you've secretly brought home a son-in-law?" "Goku, Bulma, In the next moment, a glamorous figure burst forth from the house. My darling daughter has returned. Oh dear, who is this little boy? Could he be my future son-in-law? A lady dressed in an opulent gown, her hair meticulously styled, sporting sunglasses and vibrant lipstick, dashed out. It was Mrs. Brief. She excitedly cast a glance at Goku, her eyes gleaming with curiosity, her whole demeanor brimming with enthusiasm. My goodness. Bulma, how long have you been gone on your adventure? And you've already brought home a little boyfriend? That's quite efficient. Goku's mouth twitched slightly as he observed this eccentric couple, inwardly wishing to comment on their peculiar behavior. As expected, they are just as quirky. Bulma immediately flared up, Mom, you two stop saying such nonsense. Goku is just a kid. Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief exchanged glances, sharing an understanding look. The doctor adjusted his beard. Oh, a kid? So, that makes him the future son-in-law. Mrs. Brief clasped her hands, her face alight with anticipation. Oh my, we might have a new member in our family. Goku couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, doctor, I don't know if Bulma will marry me in the future, but your family is certainly quite entertaining. Bulma's face flushed crimson as she kicked Goku lightly. You're still laughing? Be quiet. With a swift movement, Wukong effortlessly dodged and cheerfully remarked, Oh dear. With such excitement, could it be that you truly have feelings for me? Bulma retorted, You go to hell. Mrs. Brief, observing the scene with delight, chuckled, Wukong, my dear little brother, you certainly know how to tease. My daughter is in for a challenge. Bulma, completely exasperated, exclaimed, Mom, please stop. Dr. Brief laughed heartily, waving his hand. All right, enough with the jokes, come on in. Mrs. Brief nodded in agreement. Yes, Wukong must be hungry. I'll whip up something for you. As Bulma sat down, she grinned. Humph, Wukong, you're in for a treat. My mother's culinary skills are top-notch. Dr. Brief leisurely picked up his knife and fork, smiling. Indeed, since you are Bulma's friend, feel free to indulge, no need to hold back. Wukong's eyes fixed on the lavish spread before him, his gaze igniting with fervor. Then I shall not hold back. The scene spiraled into chaos. Wukong, resembling a beast starved for 3 days, seized the chopsticks and voraciously devoured the food on the table, his speed so swift it nearly left an afterimage. Crunch, crunch, devouring meat, slurp, slurp, gulping soup, gulp, stuffing an entire rice ball into his mouth. Dr. Brief's pipe tumbled into his plate, while Mrs. Brief covered her mouth, astonished. Is this little rascal even human? The food in front of Wukong seemed to evaporate instantaneously, and the plate at the opposite end of the table was left empty. Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses, his face a picture of shock. In all my years, I have never witnessed such a terrifying appetite. What manner of stomach does this boy possess? Mrs. Brief gasped in disbelief. Goodness, little Wukong, are you truly not a wild man? Wukong, with an innocent expression, replied, But I'm still not full. The crowd. Mrs. Brief snapped back to reality, hastily calling to the kitchen robot. Quick, quick, bring out 10 more servings. This child is going to clear the table. As night fell, Wukong lay on the soft bed, hands clasped behind his head, leisurely gazing at the ceiling, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Residing at Bulma's home for training was indeed a wise choice. Here, not only was there an endless supply of delectable food, but also a comfortable bed and various high-tech devices. Compared to enduring the elements in the mountains, hunting for sustenance daily, this place was akin to paradise. With no worries about food or clothing, this was truly the ideal environment for cultivation. Wukong gently stretched, feeling the dual gravity imposed by his weighted wristbands. Although the effect lessened during sleep, his body continued to undergo adaptive training, ensuring that even while resting, no time was wasted. Suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed his mind as the image of a bald figure, Krillin, emerged. According to the original timeline, Krillin should have already sought out Master Roshi for training by now, right? At this moment, Krillin was still merely an ordinary monk with a power level in the single digits. And what about himself? With the training from the gravity wristband and the inherent advantages of Scion physiology, even without the guidance of Master Roshi, advanced himself at a pace surpassing that of his original storyline. With less than a year remaining until the World Martial Arts Tournament, images of the arena, opponents, and the jubilant crowd danced in Goku's mind. Hey, first place is in the bag. Chapter 15. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament time flows onward, and the eve of the World Martial Arts Tournament approaches. During this period of training at Capsule Corporation, Goku's power has surged remarkably as he acclimates to the increased gravity. His battle prowess has far surpassed that of ordinary Earth martial artists. At this moment, Goku stands upon the training ground, flexing his wrists and feeling the weight of 5 times Earth's gravity pressing down on him. I've completely adapted. Goku clenches his fists, exerting slight force, causing the air around him to tremble subtly. His muscles brim with explosive strength. Compared to a few months prior, he has undergone a complete transformation. His battle power must have exceeded 200 by now. In the original storyline, when Goku participated in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, his battle power was below 100. However, as Goku glances down at his still diminutive stature, he furrows his brow slightly and lets out a huff. Humph. If it weren't for the fear of excessive gravity stunting my growth, I could have already adapted to 10 times the gravity. Indeed, Goku could accelerate his training intensity, but he deliberately chose to moderate his pace, considering his height. After all, growing taller is a significant concern. What if rigorous training turned him into a permanent shorty? Would he have to wish upon Shenron for height? That would be no different than Frieza's petty antics. Shaking his head, he dispelled such dreadful thoughts and regained his confident smile. With my strength, securing first place in the tournament will be a breeze. Bulma piloted the latest model of flying vehicle, hovering above Capsule Corporation. Through the cockpit glass, she called out to Goku below, "Goku, stop dawdling and get up here. We're off to the tournament venue." Goku stretched lazily, loosening his body. Finally, the day has arrived. With a powerful push off the ground, he effortlessly soared into the co-pilot's seat, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at the scenery outside. Bulma expertly maneuvered the aircraft, pressing the acceleration button. Whoosh! The vehicle transformed into a silver streak, racing toward the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The registration area buzzed with activity, as martial arts masters from all walks of life gathered in a lively atmosphere. Amidst the crowd, a diminutive monk with a shiny bald head stood at the registration desk. "Could you please register me? The name is Krillin." As the staff completed the registration, the nearby Master Roshi stealthily approached, lowering his voice. I would like to register as well." The staff looked up, surprised to find an elderly gentleman clad in a suit, sunglasses perched on his nose, and a mustache adorning his face. "You? At your age, you wish to participate?" Master Roshi nodded earnestly. "Ahem. I am not as old as you might think. Just write down Dragon." The staff shrugged and, after registering, handed a numbered tag to Master Roshi. Clutching the tag, he secretly pondered, "I can't let these youngsters take the prize. I must give it my all." Just as he reveled in his thoughts, a youthful voice suddenly called out, "Grandpa." Instinctively turning around, he was met with the familiar sight of Goku rushing towards him. Master Roshi's expression shifted instantly. This aura. As Goku drew near, Master Roshi's heart raced, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pressure. Goku waved excitedly, his face beaming with sunlight. "Grandpa, you came too." Yet, beads of cold sweat formed on Master Roshi's forehead, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. "What is this little brat's aura, so potent that it overwhelms me?" Being a seasoned martial arts master, Master Roshi keenly sensed that Goku's energy far surpassed his own. Additionally, this aura fluctuated, sometimes surging forth uncontrollably, as if Goku had yet to fully master it. Has Goku not learned to control his ki yet? Taking a deep breath, Master Roshi maintained a facade of composure, though his mind was in turmoil. In less than a year, this kid's strength has escalated to such heights. Suppressing his astonishment, he forced a calm expression, stroking his beard and chuckling. Goku. It's been a while. You seem even stronger than before." Goku scratched his head and grinned. "Of course. I've been training hard." Master Roshi gazed deeply into Goku's eyes, sensing that this martial arts tournament would be fiercer than ever before. "Hey, Goku, who are you chatting with?" Bulma approached, arms crossed, her vibrant blue hair dancing gently in the sunlight. The moment she appeared, Master Roshi's attention shifted from Goku, his eyes widening, and a trickle of saliva escaped his mouth as he instantly transformed into a lecherous old man. "Oh, Bulma, my dear," he exclaimed, hands clawing forward. A lewd grin plastered across his face. "It's been too long. Let me see if you've matured." Bulma narrowed her eyes, her expression turning icy. A twitch at the corner of her mouth, and with a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap across Master Roshi's face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the registration area, momentarily silencing the surroundings. Master Roshi's face turned sharply, a distinct red handprint appearing, his sunglasses askew. Bulma placed her hands on her hips, glaring coldly at Master Roshi. You're still the same, utterly shameless. That slap was to knock some sense into you. The turtle hermit stood frozen in place, the imprint of a slap lingering on his face, subtly radiating heat. After a few moments, he awkwardly turned his head. A sheepish and somewhat lecherous grin plastered on his face. Hee hee, Bulma, it's always a pleasure to see you so lively after such a long time. Bulma rolled her eyes in response. Give me a break. Goku, showing no sympathy for the turtle hermit's plight, remarked, Old man. You really can't change this habit of yours. Krillin, standing nearby, was left speechless, thinking, Master, you are a martial arts master. How can you be so unfortunate when encountering beautiful women? The turtle hermit, touching his reddened cheek, felt a mix of despair and determination. Let us focus on the competition first. You must be Son Goku, Krillin declared, his eyes gleaming with a hint of combativeness as he sized Goku up. A slight smirk forming on his lips. I've heard about you from Master Potato. Goku lazily glanced at Krillin, stifling a yawn. Oh, and what about it? Krillin let out a soft huff, lifting his chin defiantly. You refuse to join the Turtle School. I will defeat you in the arena and prove that the Turtle School is the strongest. A moment of silence enveloped the surroundings. Goku blinked, surveying the confidently brash future strongest human on Earth before him. His lips curled into a slight smirk, his eyes devoid of any fighting spirit, only reflecting a hint of disdain and indifference. Weak, far too weak. Goku casually rubbed his nose, his tone as nonchalant as discussing the day's meal. Oh well, good luck with that. Krillin was taken aback, his brow furrowing. What kind of reaction is that? Goku shrugged, squinting his eyes with a smile. Nothing really. Just think you're too weak. There's no challenge in it. Krillin's expression stiffened, his fists clenching in an inexplicable surge of anger. How could this guy completely disregard me? The turtle hermit shook his head from the sidelines, internally sighing. This kid has no idea what he is up against. That little bald head is likely to get quite a beating from Goku. The turtle hermit stroked his beard, contemplating whether he should prepare some ointment for Krillin in advance. After Goku and the others departed from the registration area, a figure cautiously poked its head out from a corner, glancing around furtively, fearful of being seen. The calamity has finally left. It was Yamcha. He had initially intended to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, hoping to make a name for himself and prove his strength. However, upon catching a distant glimpse of Goku, his scalp tingled with dread, and he felt utterly unwell. How could this kid also be here? Memories of being soundly thrashed by Goku, leaving him looking like a pig, flooded his mind, sending shivers down his spine. This guy must be even stronger now. If he beats me again, where will I hide my face? Yamcha wisely opted to lay low, hiding in the corner to observe until Goku and his companions moved far away, before stealthily making his way to the registration counter. The staff glanced up at him. Registering? Yamcha coughed softly, attempting to maintain a facade of calm. Yes, please register me. My name is Yamcha. The staff member nodded and swiftly completed the registration, handing him a number tag. As Yamcha accepted the tag, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. He glanced back at the distant street and swallowed hard. In any case, it was best to avoid encountering the formidable foe. Chapter 16. Through the preliminary rounds amidst the thunderous cheers, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. The contestants stood backstage, eagerly watching the host passionately announce the competition rules for this martial arts tournament. The regulations are as follows. All participants will be divided into 4 groups, with the top 2 from each group advancing to the quarterfinals. The contestants murmured among themselves, many already sizing up their potential rivals, as the atmosphere crackled with tension and excitement. At that moment, the host began to announce the group assignments. Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, Group 4. Upon the list's revelation, Goku glanced over and noticed that he, Krillin, Master Roshi, and Yamcha had all been placed in different groups. This meant they would not face each other in the preliminary rounds, but rather, each would have to advance individually before potentially clashing in the quarterfinals. Master Roshi stroked his beard, feeling relieved. Phew. It's fortunate I wasn't placed in the same group as Goku. Otherwise, this old body wouldn't stand a chance at making it to the quarterfinals. Krillin clenched his fists, brimming with determination. It seems I must first triumph in the preliminaries if I hope to face Goku. Yamcha quietly exhaled, a light sheen of sweat forming on his brow. That was close. As long as I don't encounter that formidable opponent in the preliminaries, I still have a chance to advance. The preliminary rounds of the World Martial Arts Tournament began. Intense battles erupted as contestants unleashed their signature techniques in hopes of advancing to the quarterfinals. On one of the platforms, Goku stood at the center, facing a muscular giant. The giant crossed his arms, a look of disdain etched across his face, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Ha! What is going on with the tournament committee? Even a little brat like you can compete?" The giant deliberately leaned down, derisively glancing at Goku. "Hey, tiny one, are you sure you're not just here to play? Perhaps you should hurry home for a glass of milk instead of embarrassing yourself here." Laughter erupted from the onlookers, many echoing the giant's words. As Goku appeared youthful and not particularly imposing, hardly resembling a formidable warrior, Goku showed no signs of anger. He simply tilted his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "What are you laughing at?" The giant frowned. Boom. A blur of motion flashed by. Goku's figure suddenly appeared beside the giant, delivering a powerful punch directly to the opponent's arm. Crack! The sound of shattering bones reverberated throughout the arena, as the giant's expression transformed from arrogance to excruciating pain. And mouth agape, too stunned to even emit a scream, the body flew out like a cannonball, crashing onto the ground outside the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. The referee was momentarily stunned, taking several seconds to regain his composure before tremblingly raising his hand. Son Wukong wins. A surge of astonished discussions erupted from the audience. Heavens, this child named Son Wukong is incredibly strong. What speed was that? I couldn't even see how he threw a punch. With a single blow, he sent his opponent flying. Who exactly is this remarkable individual? In the distance, Master Roshi, the turtle hermit, witnessed the scene, his expression darkening slightly as he stroked his beard in astonishment. Wukong's speed is truly astonishing. On another platform, however, the battle was starkly different. Krillin's opponent was a tall, bald man, a former senior brother from the temple where Krillin had trained, who had bullied him since childhood. At this moment, Krillin was being mercilessly pummeled on the stage. Bang, bang, bang. Krillin was forced to retreat from a barrage of punches. His face and body already bruised from numerous blows, yet he dared not retaliate, passively shielding his head while enduring the onslaught. "Ha! Krillin, you're still as useless as ever," taunted the bald senior brother, continuing his assault. "Do you remember? Back in the temple, you were nothing but a waste. Ha! A coward like you dares to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. You should just go home." The surrounding audience watched this scene, unable to contain their comments. "Isn't this bald guy too weak? He doesn't even dare to fight back. Is he just here to spectate? TSK. How could someone like him possibly advance?" Upon witnessing this, Wukong's gaze instantly turned cold. If he couldn't overcome even such trivial inner demons, he was utterly unworthy of reaching the pinnacle. Krillin was not incapable of fighting back. It was the fear within him that paralyzed his will. If he could not break free from the shadows of his past, he would forever remain beneath others' feet. On the arena, Krillin knelt on the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his heart still filled with turmoil. Seeing Krillin in such a pitiful state only fueled the senior brother's arrogance, his tone growing more haughty. "Ha! Truly a coward. Krillin, you remain as useless as ever. Do you think that just by having a mediocre master, you can become strong? That so-called Master Matedo is nothing but a farce of a warrior. Following him, you will always be a waste." The air suddenly fell silent for a second. Krillin's pupils constricted sharply, his entire body trembling violently. "You may insult me, but you cannot insult Master Matedo." Boom! An unprecedented fury ignited within Krillin's heart, his gaze suddenly becoming piercing, fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Before the bald senior brother could react, Krillin sprang from the ground, his body shooting forth like a blurred afterimage. Bang! A dull explosion reverberated as Krillin's fist struck his senior's abdomen with tremendous force, encapsulating all his pent-up fury. The bald senior's eyes bulged in shock, his smug expression froze, and a cry of agony escaped his lips as he was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing out of the ring and landing heavily on the ground, unconscious. The staff stood frozen for several seconds before regaining their composure, swiftly declaring, "Klin wins." Master Roshi nodded in satisfaction, stroking his beard with a smile, remarking, "Not bad. At least my teachings were not in vain." On the stage, Yamcha stood with arms crossed, his sharp gaze fixed on his opponent. a burly man with a face full of brutishness. The challenger bared his teeth in a fierce grin, exuding an air of intimidation. Kid, if you know what's good for you, jump off yourself. Otherwise, I'll leave you searching for your teeth. He boasted, swinging his fists, his muscles bulging impressively. Yamcha merely smiled lightly, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Oh, is that so? Well, let's see you try. Infuriated, the opponent charged at Yamcha with a furious roar, swinging a fist the size of a sandbag directly at Yamcha's face. Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha unleashed his assault in an instant, his figure blurring into a series of afterimages before the opponent's eyes. In rapid succession, bam, bam, bam. A flurry of powerful punches landed on the adversary, who barely caught a glimpse of Yamcha before being sent flying by the onslaught, crashing to the ground, unconscious. The referee stood stunned for a moment before hastily announcing, Yamcha wins. Meanwhile, on Master Roshi's stage, his opponent was a towering, muscular man, exuding an aura of incredible strength, yet clearly underestimating the elderly master. Old man, don't blame me for lacking compassion. If I break your bones, don't come crying to the referee. The challenger sneered. Master Roshi chuckled. Hee, young man, don't be too confident. Suddenly, the opponent lunged forward, throwing a punch towards Master Roshi's chest. Bam! The fist struck as if hitting thin air. Master Roshi's figure vanished without warning. What? The opponent gasped, looking around in confusion. In the next moment, he felt a gentle tap on the back of his head. Bam! The challenger stood rigid, eyes rolling back, collapsing to the ground in a faint. Other contestants were left bewildered. The referee, momentarily dazed, quickly declared, Master Roshi wins. The list of the top 8 contenders was officially revealed. When the host stepped onto the stage to announce the matchups, the entire venue erupted in excitement, with the audience buzzing about the thrilling confrontations to come. Top 8 matchup list, Klin vs. The Barbarian. Can Klin overcome this opponent known for brute strength and prove his prowess? Yamcha vs. Master Roshi, alias Jackie Chan. Wolf Fang Fist versus the seasoned martial arts master. Will Yamcha recognize Jackie Chan's true identity? Nameless versus Lan Fang. Nameless, the enigmatic ascetic, is set to face Lan Fang, renowned for her beguiling techniques. Who shall emerge victorious? Kenan versus Wukong. Wukong confronts Kenan, a muscular powerhouse. Will this battle devolve into a one-sided onslaught? Standing amidst the crowd, Wukong, arms crossed, casts a glance at his opponent, Kenan, a man of exaggerated musculature, exuding confidence. The true battle is about to commence. Chapter 17, the quarterfinals. Who endures the blows? Who faces embarrassment? On the arena, Krillin and the Barbarian take their positions as the referee raises his hand. The match begins. Ugh! Krillin's face instantly pales, covering his nose as he stumbles several steps back. What in the world? How long has this guy gone without a bath? A wave of overwhelming stench assaults Krillin, leaving him dizzy and nearly gasping for breath. The Barbarian stands proudly, hands on hips, laughing heartily. Ha 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 ha. The Barbarian thumps his chest, boasting, does it smell? This is the unique masculine aroma of a barbarian. Get used to it, and you will grow to love it. Krillin's face turns green, eyes glistening with tears. Love it? No way. In the contestant area, Wukong stands with arms crossed, calm as he observes Krillin faltering on the stage, a slight smirk on his lips. It seems Krillin has already lost his sense of smell before the fight even begins. Yamcha furrows his brow, instinctively shifting away. Is it really that foul? How did someone like him pass the preliminaries? Bulma, seated in the VIP section, covers her nose with a handkerchief, wearing a look of disdain. Ugh, get this guy off the stage. Otherwise, the entire martial arts tournament will turn into a battlefield of stench. On the stage, the Barbarian grins widely, lifting a hand to scratch under his armpit. Leaning in for a whiff, a look of delight on his face. Ah, truly fragrant. Krillin, ugh. Unable to withstand it any longer, Krillin's face turns pale, nearly surrendering. But, just as the Barbarian bursts into laughter and approaches Krillin menacingly, Krillin grits his teeth, roaring within. No, I cannot lose to this guy. I must endure. Boom. Krillin's gaze sharpens as he suddenly teleports to the Barbarian's side, delivering a powerful sidekick that crashes into the opponent's waist. Bang! The Barbarian's expression freezes as his body is sent flying like a projectile, tracing a perfect parabolic arc through the air before crashing to the ground, unconscious. Referee, audience, The referee quickly regains his composure, raising his hand high. Krillin wins. The crowd erupts in cheers. Krillin, leaning on his knee, breathes heavily, his eyes reflecting a sense of relief as if he has narrowly escaped disaster. This may well be the most repulsive battle of my life, Yamcha thought with a face full of trepidation. Fortunately, it's not me facing this fellow. Otherwise, I might succumb to asphyxiation. The second match begins. Yamcha versus Jackie Chan. On the stage, Yamcha stood with his arms crossed, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Jackie Chan, who was known by the moniker of the Turtle Hermit. Jackie, with his hands behind his back, appeared utterly unfazed, exuding a sense of ease. Yamcha furrowed his brow, pondering, who on earth is this old man? I've never heard of him before. Regardless, I must secure victory in this match. With determination, Yamcha clenched his fists, brimming with fighting spirit. With a fierce exhalation, he assumed a battle stance, propelled himself forward, and unleashed his ultimate technique, the Wolf Fang Fist, accompanied by a flurry of rapid strikes. Yamcha's fists transformed into claws of a wolf, howling through the air as they crashed towards Jackie. Smack! 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 Yamcha's punches were effortlessly intercepted by Jackie. What? How is this possible? Yamcha's pupils constricted, his expression shifting to sheer astonishment. Young man, you lack the prowess, Jackie remarked, shaking his head with a hint of mockery. With a mere pinch of his fingers, he grasped Yamcha's advancing fist. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Jackie flicked his wrist, sending Yamcha soaring across the stage. Oh! Yamcha tumbled through the air, landing awkwardly at the edge of the ring, kneeling on one knee, his face a portrait of distress. How can this be? I attacked with all my might, yet it had no effect. Jackie stood with his hands behind his back, smiling leisurely. Young man, sheer brute force is insufficient. Martial arts are not so simple. Yamcha gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. Damn it. Here I come again. Once more he charged at Jackie, his speed surpassing his previous attempt. Jackie merely sidestepped gently, effortlessly dodging all attacks without a hint of alarm. Your speed is lacking, Jackie commented with a smile. Yamcha gritted his teeth, leaping high to deliver a powerful kick. Your strength is lacking as well. Jackie blocked with one hand, lightly tapping Yamcha's ankle. Boom. Yamcha lost his balance, crashing down in a most undignified manner. Laughter erupted from the audience, with Bulma covering her mouth in suppressed mirth. Ha ha. Yamcha is in such a dire predicament. Yamcha, flushed and seething with rage, shouted, I haven't lost yet. Jackie maintained his indifferent demeanor, adjusting his sunglasses slightly, and chuckled. Young man, it's not my intent to discourage you. It's simply that you are truly outmatched. With that, he extended a single finger, and pop. A mere touch sent Yamcha flying, crashing heavily out of the ring. The referee raised his hand high, announcing loudly, Jackie Chan wins. Krillin, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, who exactly is this Jackie Chan? How can he be so formidable? Master Roshi, Jackie Chan, leisurely descended from the ring, adjusting his sunglasses with a smile. Ah, young one, you are still rather inexperienced. The third match commenced, Nameless versus Lan Fang. Nameless, tall and slender, exuded a calm demeanor, his hands clasped together, embodying the solemnity of an ascetic monk. In contrast, Lan Fang was enchanting, clad in a fitted qipao that accentuated her curvaceous figure, her face adorned with a captivating smile. Oh dear, my opponent is a rather serious monk, she teased, stepping closer with a sultry tone. You wouldn't hesitate to strike a woman, would you? A wave of shrieks erupted from the audience. It's Lan Fang. How beautiful. A monk against a beauty. This match is utterly fascinating. With a slight smile, Lan Fang struck a provocative pose, lifting her qipao's hem to reveal her fair, elongated thigh, casting a flirtatious glance at Nameless. Oh, monk, are you still going to fight? The male spectators erupted in fervor. Oh, Lan Fang, I adore you. I would forsake the match for you. Monk, concede already. You fool. How can you remain unmoved? The audience descended into a frenzy, yearning to rush in and take a hit themselves. However, Nameless remained motionless, his eyes still closed. Seemingly unaffected by the chaos, Lan Fang paused for a moment, then provocatively swayed closer to him, playfully blowing a breath. Hee, aren't you the least bit tempted? Suddenly, Nameless opened his eyes with an icy glare, raising his hand to deliver a swift strike. Boom! The force of his palm struck Lan Fang squarely in the abdomen, sending her soaring through the air before crashing heavily outside the ring, creating a dull thud. The referee stood stunned for 3 seconds before finally reacting, raising his hand to declare, "Nameless wins." An eerie silence enveloped the arena. Nameless looked down at Lan Fang, unconscious outside the ring, his hands clasped together as he murmured, "Ba." The climactic battle of the quarterfinals had arrived, the final match. Cunning versus Son Wukong. Cunning, towering and muscular, stood on the ring like a moving fortress. He cracked his neck, casting a disdainful glance at the diminutive Wukong opposite him. "Little ghost, given your age, I suggest you concede quickly, lest I turn you into a meat patty." Wukong tilted his head with a slight smile. "Oh, is that so?" The referee raised his hand. "Match begins." Boom. The ring erupted with a gale. All that was visible was Wukong's figure vanishing in an instant. What? Cunning's pupils dilated in shock, yet before he could react, Wukong had already materialized before him. Bang! With a resounding punch, Wukong struck Cunning in the abdomen. The sound of cracking bones reverberated throughout the arena. Cunning's eyes bulged, his mouth agape, unable to utter even a scream, as he was propelled like a cannonball, soaring straight off the stage. Boom! Cunning crashed heavily onto the ground outside the arena, causing the floor to crack and a cloud of dust to rise. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd. In the audience, everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape as if they could fit a fist inside, having forgotten to breathe. A one-hit knockout? What on earth? The match had barely begun, and Cunning was already sent flying. The referee stood in stunned silence for a full 5 seconds before suddenly snapping back to reality, quickly raising his hand and announcing loudly, "Wukong wins." Instantly, a deafening cheer erupted from the spectators. Bulma, standing in the VIP section, couldn't help but smile slightly. "Humph, my Wukong truly is formidable." Krillin, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, swallowed hard. "Wukong is too strong." Yamcha, his face turning pale, involuntarily stepped back. This fiend is no ordinary human." Master Roshi's lips twitched, his heart filled with astonishment. Has this kid truly reached such heights? Chapter 18. The final glory of Master Roshi. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament officially entered the semi-final stage. The host excitedly announced the upcoming matchups. Krillin versus Master Roshi. Nam versus Wukong. The first match, Krillin versus Master Roshi. The competition commenced. Krillin assumed a fighting stance, fists clenched, his gaze intensely serious. "Mr. Roshi, it's evident that you are a formidable master, but I am determined to win." Master Roshi chuckled, stroking his beard, silently acknowledging, "This kid is impressive. It seems he has indeed made significant progress during this time. However, to defeat me? Oh, little bald head, you may be overly optimistic." With a relaxed demeanor, Master Roshi adopted an unconventional stance, appearing unfazed. "Come on, kid." Without hesitation, Krillin charged forward. Hiya! Bang! 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 Krillin's fists rained down upon Master Roshi with the ferocity of a tempest, yet Master Roshi effortlessly defended with one hand, not even shifting his feet. Krillin's expression changed dramatically as he leaped into the air, executing a spinning kick aimed at Master Roshi's side. Bang! Master Roshi slightly tilted his body, easily evading the strike, extending a finger to lightly tap Krillin, causing him to lose balance mid-air and crash to the ground in a spin. Wah! Gasps of amazement filled the audience, and Yamcha was drenched in cold sweat. Who exactly is this Master Roshi? This is far beyond the caliber of an ordinary martial artist. On the stage, Krillin struggled to rise, inwardly astonished. Something feels off. This old man's style resembles that of Master Mateto. Shaking his head, Krillin gritted his teeth and charged once more. This time, he unleashed his strongest combo, his body spinning at high speed as he delivered a powerful punch. Jackie Chan, the turtle sage, smiled leisurely, suddenly slipping away, vanishing from Krillin's attack trajectory. Bang! Jackie lightly slapped Krillin on the head. Krillin's eyes bulged, his head spinning like a top. Dazed, Krillin swayed precariously, nearly toppling over. Jackie stood by with a grin, his hands behind his back, exuding calmness. "Youngster, you simply cannot keep up." Krillin, infuriated, gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it! Come again!" Bang! Jackie gently kicked Krillin in the abdomen, sending him flying like a ball, rolling through the air before crashing heavily at the edge of the ring. Ugh! Krillin, face contorted in pain, clutched the edge of the ring desperately, almost being kicked out. Bulma in the VIP section laughed uncontrollably. Ha! Even a disciple of the turtle school is no match. This match is utterly hilarious. Goku, resting his chin on his hand, watched with interest. Krillin indeed has a long way to go. Krillin struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed on Jackie. Increasingly convinced of his suspicion, no. This Jackie is Master Roshi. Master Roshi, stop pretending. I recognize you. Jackie's mouth twitched, cold sweat pouring down. The audience erupted in astonishment. What? Jackie is Master Roshi. Jackie hurriedly waved his hands. What are you talking about, little bald head? I am Jackie-chan, not Master Roshi. Krillin gritted his teeth. No, I absolutely won't be mistaken. You old coot. How dare you hide from me to compete? Watch me defeat you. With that, Krillin charged once more. But bang, 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 bang. Jackie retaliated with a flurry of strikes. Left hook, right jab, spinning kick. Krillin was sent flying, battered like a punching bag, his body breaking apart. Ultimately, Jackie lightly slapped Krillin on the head once more, and Krillin, eyes filled with stars, spun out of the ring. The referee quickly raised his hand, loudly declaring, Jackie wins. The crowd erupted in cheers. Bulma laughed until her stomach hurt. Poor Krillin. Yamcha, looking pale, remarked, luckily, I've already lost once. Otherwise, it could have been much worse. Goku remained composed. It's reasonable for a master to thrash his disciple. Jackie, the turtle sage, jumped down from the ring, laughing heartily. Youngster, you are still too inexperienced. Krillin lay on the ground, bruised and battered, his gaze vacant. The second match, Nam versus Son Goku. The match commenced. Nam joined his hands in prayer, his expression solemn, emanating an aura of strength. Son Goku, you are formidable. I can sense the power within you. In this match, I will give my all. Goku blinked and smiled gently. Oh? Then you better hurry, or I might just make my move. The audience erupted into fervent cheers. Bulma stood in the VIP section, fervently waving her small fists, exclaiming, Goku, go for it. Defeat him quickly. Goku turned back, winking at Bulma, and replied with a smile, no problem. Namu gradually assumed a battle stance, his legs slightly bent, as he concentrated his energy to its utmost potential. Namu's sky-soaring fist. In an instant, Namu's figure transformed into a swift shadow, darting towards Goku like an arrow released from its bow, his fist propelled by a fierce gust of wind, aimed directly at Goku's face. Just as Namu's fist was about to strike Goku, a thunderous explosion of energy erupted. Goku's form abruptly vanished. Namu's fist met only air, his eyes widening in shock, his pupils constricting. What? In the next moment, Goku reappeared behind Namu. It was over. Goku gently lifted his fist, delivering a single blow. Bam! Wah! Namu's pupils constricted sharply, and he was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, tumbling in the air for several rotations before crashing out of the ring. Boom! Namu hit the ground outside the arena, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. A 3-second silence enveloped the crowd before a cacophony erupted. What just happened? Namu was defeated in an instant. This was utterly astonishing. The audience stood dumbfounded, completely oblivious to how Goku had executed his move. The referee paused for a moment before rushing to the edge of the ring to check on Namu's condition, then raised his hand high and declared loudly, Son Wukong wins. The arena was thrown into a state of shock. Bulma leaped in excitement, pumping her fists and shouting, Goku is the best. Krillin lay at the edge of the ring, his eyes vacant. I'm still getting beaten up, and Goku has already advanced. Is this the disparity of talent? Yamcha was left speechless, his mind reeling. What on earth is this powerhouse? Is he even human? Master Roshi, Jackie-chan, adjusted his sunglasses, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. This kid has surpassed the level of Earth's martial artists. The bustling martial arts tournament venue remained vibrant, with everyone buzzing in anticipation of the impending finals. In an inconspicuous corner, Namu bowed his head, quietly packing his belongings. His fingers clenched tightly around his bag, his eyes filled with desolation. I have failed. I did not secure the championship, nor the prize money. I came here full of hope, intending to win funds for my village to resolve its long-standing water shortage. The villagers are still waiting for me. Yet I have returned empty-handed. Namu sighed deeply, burdened with self-reproach. Hey, don't look so down. Namu looked up to see Jackie-chan, who had just triumphed over Krillin. Master Wutian? Namu momentarily froze, Although the person before him went by Jackie Chan, it was easy to deduce his true identity from his performance in the match. To my surprise, you recognized me, Jackie Chan remarked with a chuckle, stroking his beard. You have considerable talent, and reaching this stage is already quite impressive. Do not be too hard on yourself. Namo lowered his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he replied, but I have let down the villagers' expectations. I did not win the championship, nor did I secure the prize. This journey holds no significance for our village. Jackie remained silent for a moment, then retrieved a small capsule from his sleeve and tossed it to Namo. Namo instinctively caught it, gazing at it with curiosity. What is this? He inquired. Jackie smiled serenely. Open it and see. With a sudden pop, a cloud of white smoke erupted, and within moments, a plethora of large water-filled barrels appeared on the ground. Namo's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire being frozen in astonishment. So much water. Jackie laughed heartily. This water will sustain your village for quite some time. Take it. Namo stood frozen, his eyes trembling, his voice slightly choked. Is this really true? This water is truly for our village. Jackie nodded, a gentle smile illuminating his face. Of course, I am not as stingy as some younger folks. Thank you, Master Wu Tian. You have saved the entire village. Chapter 19. The champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Championship. The 21st World Martial Arts Championship finally reached its pinnacle battle. Sun Wukong versus Jackie Chan, alias Master Roshi. The championship match commenced. Wukong stood leisurely, a sly smile gracing his lips, arms crossed defiantly. Old man, you really can't keep up. Jackie, alias Master Roshi, felt a surge of indignation, veins bulging on his forehead as he pointed at Wukong and scolded, You insolent brat, do you dare to underestimate me? Wukong shrugged and waved dismissively. Then show me your true skills. Do not waste my time. You little rascal. Jackie suddenly stepped forward, his body swaying erratically. His steps unsteady as though he were intoxicated, his limbs flailing uncontrollably, yet miraculously remaining upright. Turtle School Drunken Fist. A gasp rippled through the audience. Is this Drunken Fist? It looks incredibly impressive. The unpredictable movements left many wondering if Wukong could counter it. Bulma tilted her head. Surely, this technique cannot be effective? Suddenly, Jackie stumbled, his body leaning precariously as if on the verge of falling. But in that instant, bam! Jackie spun sharply, his foot sliding into a clever angle, launching an extraordinarily unorthodox punch straight at Wukong's face. Take that! The punch was devoid of any discernible rhythm, its trajectory impossible to predict. Wukong tilted his head slightly, and with a swift motion, he delivered a precise slap to Jackie's head. Bam! Jackie's drunken fist lost all balance, and he spun like a top, ultimately crashing to the ground in a most humiliating manner. The audience erupted in disbelief. What just happened? Bulma burst into laughter. Huh? Jackie Chan stood in astonishment, exclaiming, Is this really how easily you can evade my moves? Wukong, scratching his head in resignation, replied, Grandpa, your drunken fist is indeed impressive, but I can perceive your movements. Jackie, bewildered, questioned, What? Wukong flashed a mischievous grin and explained, The footwork of drunken fist is quite elusive. Yet your muscles subtly tense before you strike, allowing me to sense the direction of your attack in advance. Thus, evasion is not a challenge. Infuriated, Jackie retorted, You insolent brat, I shall show you true surprise. Suddenly, he planted his feet firmly on the ground, raising his hands slowly, palms shimmering with an eerie electric glow. Prepare yourself, young one. Behold my ultimate technique, the world-shattering palm. In an instant, a dazzling current erupted from Jackie's palms, forming a massive electric net that engulfed Wukong with tremendous force. Oh! The electricity ravaged wildly, enveloping the entire arena in blinding blue light, as violent bolts of lightning erupted, sending sparks flying across the ground. The audience gasped in horror. What kind of terrifying shock is this? Wukong is trapped. He cannot escape. Good heavens, will Wukong survive this electric onslaught? Bulma covered her mouth in shock, urgently calling out, Wukong, are you all right? Seeing Wukong consumed by the electric current, Jackie could not contain his laughter, proudly placing his hands on his hips. Humph. You boast so much. Let us see if you remain so arrogant now. Experience the might of the world-shattering palm. The electric surge lasted a full 10 seconds, scorching the arena into a charred wasteland. As the electric light faded and the smoke cleared, Wukong stood unfazed, arms crossed, seemingly unharmed. He even leisurely dug in his ear, casually remarking, "Grandpa, were you giving me a massage?" Silence enveloped the crowd. "What?" He asked, completely unscathed. Jackie froze in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out. "What? How can you be untouched?" Wukong, scratching his head, nonchalantly replied, "Oh, my body is quite resilient. This little shock feels akin to a warm bath to me." Jackie's mouth twitched, nearly cracking under the strain of disbelief. You monster. You insolent brat. This time, I'll ensure you don't even see my shadow." In a flash, Jackie vanished from sight. Swish, swish, swish. Multiple afterimages of Jackie appeared on the stage, darting about at incredible speed, their trajectories entirely unpredictable. The audience was left in awe. Incredible. We can't even see Jackie's figure. This is the true essence of a martial arts master. Surely, Wukong is about to face a beating now. Klin's face was filled with terror. I can hardly discern his movements at this speed. Yamcha was equally astonished. Could it be that Chung Long is truly about to turn the tide? As Chung Long's figure flickered at an astonishing pace, Wukong merely raised a finger and nonchalantly pointed. What? Chung Long's expression changed dramatically in an instant, but it was already too late. With a casual punch directed at the air, Wukong struck. Boom! A horrifying shockwave erupted. A scream suddenly pierced the arena. Everyone witnessed a fleeting shadow launch from the air, spiraling madly before crashing onto the stage, rolling several times before finally lying sprawled on the ground, motionless. It was Chung Long. The entire audience was in shock. Spectators? Klin? Yamcha? Wukong scratched his head and sighed lightly. Old man, you may move swiftly, but your aura is completely exposed. I saw right through it. Chung Long lay on the ground, his whole being shattered. You little brat, how could you possibly discern my position? Wukong grinned. Of course. The audience was left speechless, utterly bewildered. This kid is simply unbelievable. Chung Long's speed is so swift, yet Sun Wukong could see through it? What kind of monster is Sun Wukong? Klin, drenched in sweat, couldn't help but swallow hard. Just how powerful is Wukong? Bulma smirked, proudly declaring, "Humph, my Wukong is undoubtedly the strongest." Chung Long, sprawled on the stage, was completely mentally shattered. Struggling to rise, he gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with despair. Damn it, you little brat. This time I will definitely hit you. Solar flare. In an instant, a blinding white light engulfed the arena, the entire stage consumed by the terrifying brilliance. The audience screamed in horror, instinctively shielding their eyes. It's too bright. My eyes. This technique is utterly ruthless. Klin fell to the ground, frantically rubbing his eyes. This is too bright. Even Bulma couldn't help but turn her head away, frowning in complaint. That old rascal is using such treacherous tactics. Chung Long let out a cold laugh, filled with exhilaration. Now you definitely can't see. Wukong, this time you cannot escape. Bang! A terrifying roar suddenly erupted from the stage. Everyone heard a scream. Once the blinding light dissipated, all were left in a state of astonishment. Chung Long was flying through the air, tumbling several times before crashing hard onto the edge of the stage, face first into the ground. The entire audience. Klin? Yamcha? The referee? Wukong stood upon the arena, one foot still poised in a kicking motion. His expression one of resignation. Grandfather, did you truly believe I would fall victim to your sneak attack? Chung Long exclaimed. I am utterly astonished. Is this little imp truly human? No, I cannot concede defeat in such a manner. This time, I shall unleash my full power. Chung Long, known also as the Turtle Hermit, concentrated intensely, a terrifying wave of blue energy swelling forth, causing the very air around to tremble violently. Turtle School, Kamehameha. Boom. A colossal pillar of blue light erupted, hurtling towards Wukong, the ferocious energy engulfing the entire arena. The spectators collectively gasped in astonishment. How formidable! Can Sun Wukong truly withstand this? Bulma felt a surge of anxiety. Wukong, Krillin, eyes fixated on the battleground, clenched his fists tightly. Can he withstand it? In the center of the arena, Wukong stood resolutely, extending but a single hand. With a decisive clap, his palm effortlessly caught Chung Long's Kamehameha. Chung Long. Spectators? Krillin. Yamcha. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Chung Long's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. His fully unleashed Kamehameha was effortlessly halted by Wukong's single hand. Grandfather, your technique is commendable. Then, with a gentle grip. Wukong caused Chunlong's Kamehameha to disintegrate and dissipate into the air. Chunlong was flabbergasted. What? The audience erupted in astonishment. This cannot be real. Wukong has actually blocked Chunlong's Kamehameha with one hand. What manner of creature is this child? Krillin, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground. Has Wukong truly reached such heights? How could I have dared to provoke him? Yamcha, drenched in cold sweat, reflected, thank goodness I lost earlier, otherwise I would be the one facing obliteration now. Bulma leapt in excitement, pumping her fists. Wukong is the best. Chunlong remained frozen, utterly unable to process the turn of events. Wukong, not affording Chunlong a moment to recover, flashed forward to stand before him. Grandfather, it is over. Bang! With a swift chop of his hand, he struck precisely at Chunlong's neck. Chunlong's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the arena floor. Wukong then kicked the old man off the stage. The referee stood in stunned silence for a full 5 seconds before snapping back to reality. Rushing to the center of the arena, raising his hand to declare, Son Wukong is victorious. The champion has emerged. The audience erupted in deafening cheers. Incredible. This individual is undoubtedly the strongest champion in history. Such terror. Bulma dashed onto the arena, throwing herself at Wukong in sheer elation, embracing him tightly. Wukong, you have won. Wukong scratched his head and chuckled, of course. Krillin lay on the ground, his gaze vacant. I was still being mercilessly beaten by Jackie Chan, while Wukong resolved it with a single move. Yamcha wore a face of desolation. I shall never participate in the martial arts tournament again. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament came to a splendid conclusion. Chapter 20. The Red Ribbon Army on the stage of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Wukong stood at the center, basking in the thunderous applause of the audience. The host, brimming with excitement, rushed forward, holding a bulging bag in his hands, and proclaimed in a jubilant tone, congratulations to the champion of this World Martial Arts Tournament, Son Wukong. Please receive your prize. Instantly, the venue erupted with applause. Bulma waved her small fists in excitement. Wukong, hurry up and claim your prize. Krillin, filled with envy, exclaimed, wow. The prize money. If only I could get my hands on it. Yamcha sighed silently. Alas, it's not my turn. Wukong scratched his head and approached the host, accepting the heavy bag of prize money. Upon opening it, his eyes sparkled with gold. Wow, so much money. A total of 500,000. This could certainly buy a lavish meal. After the conclusion of the tournament, Master Roshi, Jackie Chan, slowly approached, rubbing his neck that was still sore from Wukong's strike. His face a mask of helplessness. Wukong, you truly opened my eyes. Wukong turned to Master Roshi and scratched his head again. Old man, didn't you already know I was formidable? Master Roshi shook his head in resignation. Yes, but I never anticipated your strength to reach such heights. You must understand. In my era, the mightiest martial artist was my master, Master Mateto. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Krillin's eyes widened. Master Mateto? The master of Master Roshi. Yamcha hid in a corner. The legendary martial arts master? Bulma frowned. What is so special about Master Mateto? Is he more powerful than our Wukong? Master Roshi nodded slowly. Indeed, Master Mateto was once the pinnacle of martial arts, having trained both me and Master Shun, recognized as the strongest on earth. And you, Wukong, have now reached a level akin to that of Master Mateto. Wukong merely smiled, though his thoughts diverged. Master Mateto, a legendary figure from a bygone era, was celebrated as the mightiest martial artist on earth, effortlessly defeating even King Piccolo's subordinates in his old age. Yet, Wukong was acutely aware that his current strength far surpassed that of Master Mateto. Old man, you probably don't realize I'm still wearing a 5x gravity training ring. Wukong mused, glancing at the weighted gear on his wrist, a slight grin forming on his lips. If I were to remove this weight, I could likely dispatch Master Mateto in an instant. Wukong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Oh well, let us allow the old man some hope. What if the blow is too great for him to bear? The turtle sage gazed at Goku, stroking his beard in contemplation, and suddenly inquired, Goku, will you participate in the next martial arts tournament? Goku blinked, scratched his head, and revealed a mischievous grin. Of course. How could I possibly miss such a splendid opportunity to show off? Krillin's expression instantly fell, his demeanor deflating as he stared at his hands, his face etched with despair. Then what are we even playing for? The turtle sage sighed, resigned. Alas, in the upcoming tournament, we can only aim for second place. Krillin, holding his forehead, lamented. There's no hope left. From a distance, Yamcha overheard and suddenly dashed out from the shadows, kneeling before the turtle sage with a thud. Master Roshi, please take me as your disciple. Startled by the unexpected gesture, the turtle sage scrutinized the kneeling Yamcha, stroking his beard as he slowly nodded. Your strength is commendable, though you lack discernment. Yamcha, momentarily taken aback, quickly understood and presented a plethora of items, both hands offering a magazine with an exceedingly alluring cover. This is a treasure I collected from the desert, all first edition collectibles, as a token of my apprenticeship. Please accept it. In an instant, the turtle sage's eyes sparkled, his hands instinctively reaching for the magazine, nearly drooling. Oh, this is a limited edition collector's item. I didn't expect you to have such discernment. Quite impressive. He swiftly tucked the magazine into his robe, clapped Yamcha on the shoulder, and boomed with laughter. Excellent. From this day forth, you are a member of the Turtle School. Yamcha's eyes lit up with excitement as he stood. Thank you, Master. Krillin, Goku, Bulma, this old man, indeed. With heavy hearts, the group bid their farewells and embarked on their new journeys. Bulma turned to Goku, smiling. Where are you headed next? Goku, you should return home. I'm going to the Red Ribbon Army. What? Bulma's smile instantly froze, her eyes wide with disbelief. Did you just say where? Goku responded matter-of-factly. The Red Ribbon Army. Bulma, alarmed, grasped Goku's hand, her face a mask of shock. Are you out of your mind? That's the most notorious private army in the world. They wield an immense arsenal. Their influence spans the globe, and even governments dare not provoke them. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Goku scratched his head, grinning widely. I'm not going to get killed. I'm going to seize the Dragon Balls. Bulma, then take me with you. I want to see what the Red Ribbon Army is really like. Goku resolutely shook his head. No? Bulma, hands on her hips, protested. Why not? Goku, because I plan to overpower the Red Ribbon Army, and it would be inconvenient to have you with me. Bulma. With a blink, I fixed my gaze upon Goku's face, attempting to ascertain whether this fellow was jesting. Goku, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? We are speaking of an entire legion, thousands upon thousands of soldiers, tanks, aircraft, battle robots. How could you possibly contend with them? Goku, his expression one of utter nonchalance, stretched leisurely and replied, they're merely a bunch of lackeys. A few casual strikes will suffice. Bulma interjected. Is this lad completely lost in his own bravado? Alas, it seems no one can dissuade you. She paused for a moment, her gaze growing earnest as she addressed Goku. Just be cautious. Goku patted his chest confidently, assuring her, rest easy, such foes shall not bring me down. Ultimately, Bulma nodded, boarding her flying vehicle and soaring towards West City. Goku remained rooted in place, watching her retreating figure, a slight smile gracing his lips. All right, now it's time to unleash chaos. With a sudden forceful stomp, Goku ascended into the air. Indeed, he had mastered the art of flight. Pausing midair, he relished the fierce winds that rushed toward him, feeling a swell of pride. In the past, I relied solely on the Nimbus cloud. But now I can soar on my own. How convenient. Furthermore, he had completely overcome the vulnerability of his tail. In days gone by, if it were seized, his strength would diminish instantly, but through rigorous training, he had fortified his tail to be as formidable as any other part of his body. No longer fearing ambushes from adversaries. Red Ribbon Army, here I come. Goku's aura erupted violently, transforming into a dark shadow that sped toward the heavens, vanishing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a cacophony of explosions and the staccato of machine gun fire resonated ahead. Goku furrowed his brow and focused his gaze, discovering a colossal airship besieged by countless Red Ribbon Army fighter jets. Boldly emblazoned on the airship was the emblem of King Pilaf. This individual was pivotal in locating Piccolo. He could not afford to perish now. Without hesitation, Goku accelerated toward the fray. The fighter jets of the Red Ribbon Army unleashed a relentless barrage of missiles, their firepower ferocious, as innumerable shells erupted around the airship, creating a spectacle reminiscent of a world war. Boom! Just as a fighter jet prepared to bombard Pilaf's airship, a shadow streaked through the sky. Goku delivered a mighty punch, obliterating the aircraft in an instant. The pilot screamed in terror, "Aya!" With a swift kick, he demolished another. A powerful palm strike shattered yet another. In a deft motion, he seized one and hurled it into another, achieving a double kill. Goku transformed into a harbinger of aerial annihilation, and within mere seconds, the entire squadron of fighter jets was utterly obliterated. The sky fell into an eerie silence. Inside the airship, Pilaf and Mai, still bewildered by the unfolding chaos, crouched defensively. What on earth just happened? Moments ago, we were under relentless bombardment. And now there's an unsettling stillness. The pair slowly raised their heads, glancing at the radar in disbelief. Huh, all the red dots have vanished? Suddenly, a familiar smiling face appeared on the screen. Goku, with an innocuous grin, greeted, "Hi, Pilaf." Pilaf exclaimed in shock, "What the hell?" He jumped up, pointing at the screen, shouting, "Why is the demon here?" Xiaowu, feeling her legs weaken, leaned against the wall, exclaiming, "It's over, it's over, it's over." Goku gently shook his finger and cheerfully said, "Now, hand over the Dragon Balls." Pilaf's face turned a shade of green as he muttered, "How does this guy persist? Every time I have the Dragon Balls, he shows up to snatch them." Xiaowu quietly reminded him, "Your Majesty, resistance is futile." Pilaf's eyelids twitched violently, a torrent of frustration coursing through his mind, and he could only reluctantly grit his teeth and throw the Dragon Balls from the airship. Goku easily caught them, waved at the screen, and cheerfully remarked, "Thank you." Pilaf retorted, "Thank you, my foot." After securing the Dragon Balls, Goku casually picked up a stunned member of the Red Ribbon Army from the wreckage. This individual was Hiruba, who, though not significant, held some authority in certain bases. Goku's gaze turned icy as he lifted Hiruba and commanded, "Take me to your base." Whoosh! In an instant, they vanished into the sky, heading straight for a certain Red Ribbon Army base. Chapter 21. The Demon. A rampage, a secret base of the Red Ribbon Army, lay nestled in a valley surrounded by towering mountains, with its periphery heavily fortified by defense towers bristling with heavy machine guns, missile launchers, and automated turrets, rendering it nearly impregnable. Inside the base's monitoring room, alarms blared suddenly. Beep, beep, beep. The duty soldier, with a face of terror, stared at the screen, noticing a high-speed target approaching from the sky. "Look! An enemy attack from above." The commander whipped around, glancing at the monitor, his pupils dilating in shock. On the screen, a boy in a blue martial arts uniform, sporting a tail, hovered above the base, his figure resembling that of a war god under the blazing sun. What the hell? Why can this kid fly? Goku gazed down at the base, a smirk playing on his lips. "Since you are the little leader here, let your subordinates catch you." With that, Goku tossed Hiruba from the sky. Aya! Boom! Hiruba's body crashed like a projectile through the rooftop of a building, causing the entire structure to collapse halfway. Chaos erupted within the base. Soldier A, W, what just fell? Soldier B, it's Lord Hiruba. Soldier C, quick, save him. Goku, arms crossed, leisurely floated in the air as if nothing had transpired. All right, now it's your turn. Open fire. Shoot down the target. With the commander's furious roar, the entire base's weapon systems activated instantly. Boom, 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 boom. The dense barrage of missiles sliced through the vast sky, while laser cannons, heavy machine guns, and automated turrets unleashed a frenzy of firepower directed at Wukong. The heavens were instantly cloaked in a relentless storm of projectiles, the thunder of artillery echoing as if a nuclear war had erupted. Ha ha ha, that little imp is finished. The soldiers gazed up with fervor, convinced of Wukong's impending demise. Yet, as the smoke cleared, all eyes widened in disbelief. Wukong floated unscathed in the air. Not a speck of dust marred his attire, and he lazily stretched, yawning. Is this all you've got? This paltry firepower barely tickles. A profound silence enveloped the entire base. Soldier A, Soldier B, Soldier C, what a monster. The soldiers crumbled, their legs weakening, guns slipping from their grasp. Is this even human? The commander broke out in a cold sweat, his lips trembling. What a joke. This fellow must be a monster. Not even our strongest firepower can harm him. Wukong frowned slightly, casting an impatient glance at the base below. This is dull. It's time to end this. Slowly, he extended his right hand, palm facing down, aimed at the entire base. In an instant, boom! A terrifying shockwave swept through the air. A blinding beam of light erupted from Wukong's palm. In a heartbeat, the entire base was engulfed in a blue-white radiance. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The valley was obliterated by an overwhelming surge of energy, mountains crumbling, the earth fracturing, and a devastating whirlwind swirling through the atmosphere. The soldiers barely had time to scream before they were annihilated in the explosion. As the brilliance of the explosion gradually faded, The entire area had transformed into a realm of desolation. The once mighty military base was reduced to naught but dust. Not a single fragment remaining. A massive pit, several dozen kilometers in diameter and unfathomably deep, marred the ground. Viewed from above, the landscape had been irrevocably altered. The former valley had morphed into a terrifying abyss of hell. Wukong stood aloft, surveying the devastation he had wrought, scratching his head and murmuring, "Perhaps I was a bit too heavy-handed. However, the Red Ribbon Army must have sensed my goodwill by now, right?" A slight smile crept across Wukong's lips, brimming with martial spirit. "To the next base, I come." In the north, a world blanketed in ice and snow unfolded, a place of extreme chill. Home to the Red Ribbon Army's northern base, Misruta. This stronghold, perched atop a snowy peak, was a colossal high-tech military fortress surrounded by automated turrets, gigantic laser cannons, and towering defensive walls, resembling an impregnable bastion of steel. Within the confines of the base, General White sat in the command room, his gaze fixed on the images flickering across the monitors, an icy demeanor etched across his face, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. The little brat has finally arrived. Gripping the intercom, General White barked with mocking bravado, "Hey, kid, stop sneaking around outside. If you have what it takes, come on in." The sound of his challenge reverberated throughout the base, prompting every soldier to tighten their grip on their weapons, bracing for battle. High above, Goku floated, absorbing the general's taunts, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "You want me to come in? What a joke. Do you really think you can stop me?" Extending his right hand, palm directed at Misruta, a mischievous grin spread across his face. "You lot don't even deserve to let me in. It's time to send you packing." Boom! A terrifying wave of blue-white energy erupted from Goku's palm, slicing through the sky and hurtling towards Misruta. The expression on General White's face transformed drastically, leaping from his chair, his pupils dilating, cold sweat pouring from his brow. What in the world is this? Boom! Misruta could not withstand even a second, utterly consumed by the overwhelming force of energy. In an instant, the entire base was engulfed in a blaze of fire and debris, vanishing completely from existence. On the icy terrain, only a massive crater, billowing with smoke, remained, surrounded by shattered ice, the howling winds echoing as if no structure had ever graced this place. A golden light emerged from the swirling smoke, slowly descending from the sky. Goku's eyes shimmered as he vanished, reappearing beneath the Dragon Ball, and with a swift motion, he grasped it firmly. Another one secured. Now where's the next base? With that, Goku flickered and disappeared into the horizon. At the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, a colossal military base concealed deep within a dense forest, security was tight, and the lights blazed brightly. Commander Reed sat in the main seat of the command hall, his expression dark as he fixated on the large screen, which displayed footage of Goku's matches at the World Martial Arts Tournament. The scenes unfolded, showcasing Goku effortlessly countering the Kamehameha and decisively defeating Jackie Chan, Master Roshi, ultimately claiming the championship. Each moment sent beads of cold sweat cascading down the brows of the senior officers present. This little brat is astonishingly powerful. No wonder our bases are being destroyed one after another. He is no ordinary child. He is a monster. Commander Reed's grip tightened, his countenance growing increasingly grim. Since our conventional troops are helpless against him, we shall summon our most formidable assassin, Tao Pai Pai. Immediately contact Tao Pai Pai and inform him that the target is the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Son Goku. Goku traversed the vast expanse of sky, arriving above an endless ocean. The Dragon Ball lay just below. The Red Ribbon Army had begun their descent into the depths of the sea, desperately seeking the Dragon Ball. Once again, it is the Crimson Ribbon Legion. Wukong did not spring into action immediately. Instead, he found a comfortable position in the air, crossing his legs and leisurely swaying his tail, patiently awaiting their ascent. After all, it would eventually belong to him. Why rush? He could simply wait for them to retrieve it and seize it directly. As he hummed a cheerful tune, Wukong floated serenely in the air, exuding an air of confidence as if he had already secured the Crimson Ribbon Legion's fate. Suddenly, from the depths of the ocean below, a submarine was speeding away into the distance. Wukong's eyes sparkled with mischief, a sly grin forming on his lips. It seems they have found the Dragon Ball. If you wish to flee, then allow me to escort you. Boom. A blinding blue-white beam of light sliced through the heavens, instantly penetrating the endless waters and charging towards the submarine. Inside the submarine, the commander had just exhaled in relief. Huh? Hurry, hurry, bring the Dragon Ball back to headquarters. The commander will surely reward us. Before he could finish his sentence, the radar alarm blared to life, beeping furiously. Warning. High-speed energy attack detected. What? Boom. The terrifying wave of energy struck the submarine, erupting in an instant. Fiery flames erupted underwater. The sea boiled and churned. The explosion generated a cataclysmic shockwave, raising towering waves that surged skyward like a tsunami. The submarine was utterly obliterated, leaving no remnants behind. The force of the explosion stirred up the seabed's mud and sand. And amidst the torrents of water, a radiant Dragon Ball was propelled into the air. Wukong's eyes glimmered, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. In the next moment, he appeared beside the Dragon Ball, reaching out and firmly grasping it. Another one secured. Wukong stowed the Dragon Ball into his pocket and gazed into the distance. Well then, on to the next one. Chapter 22, Child of the World, Aral. Karin Tower. Located in the heart of a vast plain, is a colossal tower reaching straight into the sky, its pristine white surface piercing the clouds above, where mysterious mist swirls. This tower is not only a legendary sacred site, but also a coveted place of training for many martial artists. Wukong's journey was not directed towards Karin Tower itself, but rather the Dragon Ball. Beneath Karin Tower, the air was tinged with a faint scent of blood, and the ground was littered with a group of soldiers clad in the uniforms of the Crimson Ribbon Legion, all devoid of life. Blood seeped into the earth, staining a considerable area. Wukong slowly surveyed the battlefield, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Oh? Has it already been resolved? In the distance, a burly, dark-skinned man adorned with battle markings, dressed in traditional hunting attire and wielding a bloodied spear, emanated an aura of primal ferocity and grim determination. Behind the robust figure, a young boy with two small braids stared wide-eyed at Wukong as he descended from above, his face a mask of astonishment. The strong man fixed a wary gaze upon Wukong, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. Who are you? Me? With a light chuckle, Goku swayed his tail, proudly declaring himself the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. The burly man remained on guard. Meanwhile, the little boy could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Daddy, this big brother can fly." Goku nonchalantly floated in midair, speaking casually, "You all possess considerable strength. Even the one wielding a gun could be defeated." The burly man snorted, gradually retracting his spear, yet his tone remained grave and solemn. "I am Bora, and this is my home with my son Upa. These intruders dare to trespass upon sacred ground, attempting to seize what is not theirs. As the guardian here, I shall not allow it." Upon hearing this, Goku nodded lightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Quite impressive indeed. Upa puffed out his small chest and proudly proclaimed, "Of course, my dad is the strongest warrior." Goku's gaze fixated on the Dragon Ball in Upa's hand, his eyes sparkling with mischief as a sly grin crept across his face. Bora's expression turned icy in an instant as he shielded Upa behind him, his sharp gaze fixed intently on Goku. "Do you covet this orb as well?" Goku tilted his head, amused by Bora's vigilant demeanor, and replied, "Of course." Bora snorted coldly, tightening his grip on the spear. "Are you akin to those invaders?" Goku shrugged nonchalantly. "Hey, you've got it all wrong. I'm not one of those Red Ribbon Army goons." However, Goku was not inclined to engage in further dialogue. The Dragon Ball was right before him. In an instant, Goku's figure vanished. Bora's pupils constricted, instinctively tightening his grip on the spear, but suddenly, whoosh. Goku reappeared before Upa. Upa was taken aback, feeling his grasp loosen. Huh. Looking down, he found the Dragon Ball he had clutched tightly had vanished. Huh. Thanks. Goku's laughter echoed from above. Bora and Upa looked up in shock to see Goku soaring in the sky, hanging upside down, holding the Dragon Ball with a triumphant grin. "Hey, come chase me." Ha. Bora's expression darkened as he swung his spear violently, taking a slight step back to assume a battle stance, his eyes fierce like a predator. Goku floated leisurely in the air, swaying his tail with a smug expression. "What's wrong? Can't catch me?" Upa's eyes widened in astonishment, staring at Goku. "Daddy, he really can fly." "Bora." Goku laughed heartily. "I'm done playing with you. I must go find the next Dragon Ball." With that, he stashed the Dragon Ball in his pocket and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Bora's complexion turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Seething with anger at Goku's audacity. That little brat. Bora gritted his teeth, suppressing his fury, but in his heart, Goku had already been marked as the most formidable threat. UPA blinked his large eyes, gazing in bewilderment at the direction where Goku had vanished. Tilting his head, he remarked, "But, Daddy, I don't think that young man seems like a bad person." Bora inhaled deeply, responding in a solemn tone, "UPA, one must not judge by appearances." In that fleeting moment, his speed far surpassed our comprehension. A person like that should never be underestimated. UPA nodded in partial understanding. Yet he felt that Goku was fundamentally different from those truly malevolent individuals. Goku, with his hands behind his back, leisurely soared through the air, heading towards the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Surely, there couldn't be many left, could there? Suddenly, whoosh. An unidentified flying object hurtled towards him from afar. Goku looked up to see a man clad in a pink robe, sporting black braids, standing atop a rapidly flying column, barreling towards him with fierce intensity. "Oh, isn't that Tao Pai Pai?" In an unexpected turn of events, thud, an unknown object shot up from the ground at incredible speed, striking Tao Pai Pai with pinpoint accuracy. Caught off guard, he rolled his eyes and plummeted from the sky. Oh, boom. A tremendous crash ensued, creating a large crater in the ground. With Tao Pai Pai's head buried deep in the earth, only his trembling legs visible, Goku exclaimed, "What on earth?" as he descended to the ground. He approached the scene and confirmed that Tao Pai Pai was completely ensnared in the soil and temporarily incapacitated. Just as Goku pondered what had felled Tao Pai Pai, a melodious laugh rang out. Oh ho ho! Turning, Goku beheld an adorably charming little girl beside him, clad in purple overalls, adorned with oversized glasses, and sporting a hat emblazoned with Aral, who gazed at him innocently. Upon seeing her, Goku's heart skipped a beat as his mind raced with memories. This is Aral, the true invincible entity of this world. The corners of Goku's mouth twitched, and his expression turned peculiar. Hey, was it you who dropped that fellow just now?" Aral tilted her little head, blinking her big eyes, and cheerfully replied, "Yes. I threw a big lump of poop up there. It went boom, so impressive." Goku burst into laughter upon realizing, so it was a lump of poop. Looking at Tao Pai Pai still lodged in the ground, he doubled over with laughter. Ha! How unfortunate. Suddenly, Tao Pai Pai sprang up from the earth, dirt clinging to his head, his face contorted with rage, fists clenched tightly, seething with fury. Who dares to ambush me? Scanning the surroundings, he quickly spotted Goku and Aral standing nearby. "You two little brats, was it you who did this?" With a shrug of his shoulders, Wukong feigned innocence and casually pointed at Aral, declaring it to be her. Aral blinked her eyes, extending a tiny hand to point back at Wukong, her expression one of grievance, insisting it was him. The exchange continued, each insisting the other was at fault. Peach White's veins throbbed with rage, his face darkening to resemble the bottom of a pot, feeling an unprecedented humiliation at the perceived insult to his intelligence. "Are you two little brats mocking me?" he roared, fury boiling within him. "Since you dare to toy with me, you shall all perish." With that, a terrifying beam of energy erupted from his fingertips, striking Aral with pinpoint accuracy. The impact sent her flying, stirring up a cloud of dust. Peach White cackled triumphantly, hands on his hips, reveling in his victory. "Ha! This is the consequence of crossing me." Just as he was basking in his glory, a youthful, exuberant voice broke through the commotion. "Wow, mister, your finger can shoot fireworks. How beautiful. Do it again, please." "Yay." Peach White's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed into the haze. Wukong, arms crossed, suppressed his laughter, enjoying the spectacle. "Peach White, how dare you strike the child of the world? You are doomed." "No, it can't be. My attack was ineffective." Chapter 23. The end of Peach White. Peach White stared fixedly at Aral, trembling all over, his mouth slightly agape, as if struck by lightning. How is this possible? He glanced at his own fingers, then back at Aral, who remained unscathed and wore an innocent smile, causing his entire worldview to shatter. What kind of monster is this child? How could she withstand my attack? Impossible. Peach White's forehead throbbed with disbelief. Humph. Even if you can endure. That boy cannot. Dong Dong wave. With a swift motion, a blazing beam of energy shot from Peach White's fingertip, aimed directly at Wukong's heart. This strike was unleashed with full force, undeniably lethal. Smack! The dong-dong wave struck Wukong's chest with precision. A sinister smile crept onto Peach White's lips. Now, let's see how you survive this. Suddenly, his smile froze. The so-called indomitable dong-dong wave hit Wukong as though it were striking air, leaving no mark whatsoever. Peach White's eyes widened in shock, his entire being momentarily paralyzed, his mouth agape enough to fit 3 Dragon Balls. What? In disbelief, Peach White took a step back, his body trembling violently, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. How is it possible that you? Wukong tilted his head, examining his chest, brushing off the dust from his clothing, wearing a disarmingly innocent smile. Oh, uncle, why are you directing the fireworks towards me? Tao Bai exclaimed. Tao Bai was utterly overwhelmed. What on earth are these 2 little imps? What kind of monstrosity have I provoked? Wukong tilted his head, gazing at Alalay with keen interest. Alalay blinked her large eyes, curiously observing Wukong, and let out a soft "oh." The 2 locked eyes, and an extraordinary atmosphere enveloped them. There was something peculiarly intriguing about Alalay. At that moment, Alalay thought to herself, this young man is impressive. He stood still and effortlessly withstood the uncle's fireworks. Both stared wide-eyed at each other, brimming with curiosity. Meanwhile, Tao Bai was drenched in cold sweat, his face shifting colors dramatically. No, I cannot linger with these 2 creatures any longer. Seizing the fleeting moment when Wukong and Alalay were engrossed in each other's gaze, Tao Bai stealthily retreated, propelling himself backward with a sudden burst of speed. Tao Bai was making his escape, as long as he could survive. Once he returned, he would devise a plan to eliminate them. Just as Tao Bai soared less than 10 meters above the ground, a blinding beam of light suddenly shot forth, piercing the air with astonishing precision, striking Tao Bai's body directly. Boom! The terrifying energy wave instantly engulfed Tao Bai, igniting the entire sky in flames. Tao Bai didn't even have time to utter a scream before he was reduced to ashes midair, leaving no trace behind. Wukong casually blew on his fingers, his expression nonchalant. No prey can escape my grasp. Alalay blinked in astonishment at the charred remains of Tao Bai, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh my goodness! How impressive! Alalay bounced over to Wukong, gazing at him with admiration, circling around him as if inspecting an extraterrestrial being. Observing Alalay's reaction, Wukong was struck by a sudden thought. This little girl must possess tremendous strength. Shouldn't I test it? Alalay tilted her head and asked, "What is your name, brother?" Wukong smiled and replied, "I am Son Wukong, the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament." Wow! Wukong brother, you can fly, that's amazing! Alalay exclaimed. Let us have a strength contest. Without a hint of doubt about how Wukong knew her name, Alalay blinked innocently. A strength contest? Wukong nodded yes. Like this. He squatted down and extended one hand, demonstrating the arm wrestling motion. We'll see who can overpower the other's wrist. Alalay tilted her head, curiously observing Wukong's posture. Oh, what game is this? Wukong explained. This is called arm wrestling. Whoever can press the opponent's hand down wins. Alalay jumped excitedly. Sounds like so much fun. Yay, yay, yay. 2 individuals crouched on the ground, their palms interlocked, poised in a fierce arm wrestling stance. Are you ready? Begin. Hey, in an instant. Goku tensed every muscle in his body, unleashing a tremendous force as he pressed down on Aral's wrist with all his might. Yet, Aral's hand remained utterly immobile. Goku's forehead bulged with veins, his jaw clenched tightly. Even his tail stiffened, his body trembling slightly as his arm muscles swelled with exertion. But Aral's hand was as unyielding as stone, completely unaffected. Goku. Aral blinked innocently, tilting her head as she gazed at Goku with a puzzled expression, naively asking, Huh? Goku, why aren't you using any strength? Goku. His eyes widened in disbelief, his entire being momentarily petrified. I have given it my all. How could this be? Noticing Goku's lack of response, Aral innocently added, Shall I use a bit of strength then? Goku's heart raced, sensing impending doom. Bang! In a split second, Goku's wrist was overwhelmed. Not only that, but he was also flipped over by the sheer force, soaring through the air like a cannonball for several meters, rolling on the ground before burying his head in the dirt. Goku. Aral stood in place, clapping her hands in delight and laughing. Wow. This is so much fun. Goku is so light. Goku struggled to pull his head from the ground, his face covered in dust, utterly dazed. His mind echoing with the thought, I actually lost to a little girl? truly the child of the world. Just as Goku managed to rise from the ground, still reeling from the shock of defeat, Aral suddenly exclaimed, "Yay, let's play another game," grabbing Goku's arm excitedly. Her big eyes sparkled with anticipation. "How about a game of tossing?" Goku's lips twitched, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "Tossing?" Aral waved her little fists enthusiastically. "It's about throwing you into the sky, and then I catch you. It's super fun." "Goku, are you joking? I just lost at arm wrestling. What if you toss me out of the universe? What will become of my dignity as a traveler?" Goku decisively broke free from Aral's grasp, waving his hands. "No way. I have important matters to attend to." Aral looked perplexed. "Huh? What important matters?" Goku flicked his tail and grinned. "I'm off to the Red Ribbon Army to take all their Dragon Balls." Aral pondered for a moment, then placed her hands on her hips and declared loudly, "Oh, Goku, you're so amazing." Goku soared into the sky, heading off into the distance. "Aral, let us play again next time." Aral stood on the ground, waving her hands, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. "Okay, Goku, you must come to Penguin Village to play with me next time." "Yay." Goku waved goodbye as his figure receded, eventually vanishing into the horizon. At the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, the atmosphere was unusually relaxed, illuminated by bright lights. In the conference room, Commander Raider sat comfortably in the highest chair, casually crossing his legs. Son Wukong? The champion of the world's greatest martial arts tournament? Merely a little brat, yet to fully mature. Raider lightly tapped the table. Speaking with an air of nonchalance, Tao Bai Bai is undoubtedly the world's foremost assassin. He will effortlessly eliminate that brat. Indeed, the surrounding officers nodded in agreement, their faces adorned with expressions of eager anticipation, as if they could already envision the corpse of Son Wukong being brought back. Once Tao Bai Bai makes his move, failure is simply out of the question. No matter how formidable that brat may be, before the might of Tao Bai Bai, he is nothing more than a lifeless body. When the time comes, not only shall we reclaim the Dragon Balls, but we shall also teach that arrogant little brat the consequences of opposing the Red Ribbon Army. Chapter 24. The Annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army. Who was responsible? In the command room of the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, the personnel in the radar monitoring room widened their eyes, staring at the rapidly moving target on the screen. Exclaiming in shock, "Report. An unidentified flying object is approaching at an alarming speed, estimated to reach the headquarters in 30 seconds. The high-ranking officials of the Red Ribbon Army grew tense, yet Commander Raider's face lit up with wild joy. He abruptly stood up, exclaiming excitedly, "Huh? It must be Tao Bai Bai returning. Activate all air defense systems, but do not engage. Allow him to land directly." Upon hearing this, the senior officers collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Beside him, Raider's capable assistant, the burly Officer Blanc, looked puzzled and asked, "Commander, the Dragon Balls are nearly within our grasp. What wish do you intend to make?" Raider's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he clenched his fists and gazed longingly out the window. "I wish to grow taller." As soon as this was uttered, an eerie silence enveloped the command room. Blanc's pupils constricted in shock, his mouth agape in disbelief, struggling to find words. The other officers were equally petrified, their expressions reflecting utter incredulity. After a prolonged silence, Blanc finally managed to speak. "Commander, we have lost so many comrades. Our bases have suffered severe damage, and the entire army is on the brink of annihilation. All for you to grow taller?" Raider's expression shifted, and he slammed his hand on the table, shouting in anger, "How could you tall ones understand the plight of us shorter individuals?" In a fit of indignation, Raider leaped onto his chair, hands on his hips, pointing at Blanc's face and roaring, "You towering monsters who were born at 180 centimeters will never comprehend the humiliation we shorter ones endure daily, having to look up to you. I want to use the Dragon Balls to grow to 2 meters 50, so that everyone must look up to me." The personnel in the command room were left speechless, while Blanc sat slumped in his chair, an expression of utter dismay on his face. At that moment, a soldier from the radar room suddenly shouted in terror, "Commander, that high-speed target is not Tao Bai Bai. What?" Suddenly, Commander Reed turned sharply, his gaze fixated on the large screen in the command room, which displayed a shadow breaking through the clouds, heading straight for headquarters. It was a young boy with black hair, clad in martial attire, his waist adorned with a martial arts belt. As the boy's figure drew closer, Blanc's eyes widened in astonishment, and he gasped, "It's Son Wukong." Commander Reed, bewildered, could only react with a sense of urgency. Bronk's exclamation reverberated like thunder, leaving the officers in the command room utterly stunned. Quick! Activate all air defense systems. Reed's voice trembled as he stumbled from his chair, shouting furiously, launch all surface-to-air missiles. Turn Son Wukong into dust. In an instant, the entire headquarters shifted into battle mode. Alarms blared throughout the base, and countless anti-aircraft turrets rose into position. Hundreds of surface-to-air missiles locked onto Son Wukong, their silos opening with a mechanical hiss. All artillery around the headquarters aimed unerringly at the diminutive figure in the sky. Fire! Commanded Commander Reed. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a deluge of missiles surged forth like a cataclysmic storm, trailing long tails of flame as they surged toward Wukong. The ground-based turrets unleashed a frenzied barrage, transforming the sky into a sea of fire. Wukong hovered in midair, arms crossed, surveying the dense swarm of missiles below with a derisive smirk. Oh, back to this again. His demeanor shifted as he focused, an aura of power erupting from him, his black hair billowing in the gusts of energy. Faced with the onslaught of hundreds of high-velocity missiles, Wukong did not flinch. Instead, he slowly raised a hand. Humph! Boom! A brilliant shockwave erupted from Wukong's palm, an overwhelming force morphing into an invisible wave that engulfed the sky. All missiles detonated midair in an instant, igniting a spectacle of fiery blossoms around Wukong, reminiscent of extravagant fireworks. The shockwaves from the explosions rendered Wukong's presence even more formidable. Wow, what? Commander Reed's mouth gaped in disbelief, capable of swallowing 2 Dragon Balls. While Bronk's complexion turned ashen, the officers of the Red Ribbon Army appeared as if they had seen a ghost, sweat pouring from their foreheads. This is impossible. That missile barrage could level a large city. He just obliterated them with a single slap? Wukong gradually lowered his hand, casting a disdainful glance at the base below. A cold smile graced his lips as his voice echoed across the battlefield. Is this all you are capable of? Reed and Bronk, along with all the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army, were left in stunned silence. Allow me to offer you a welcoming gift. A hum resonated as a terrifying blue energy sphere ignited at Wukong's fingertips, contracting and condensing, the internal energy so volatile it distorted the surrounding space. What is this? Commander Reed's visage turned ashen, instinctively sensing the breath of death. He trembled and retreated. Meanwhile, Bronk's pupils constricted in terror, leaving him nearly unsteady on his feet. Humph! With a mere flick, Goku propelled a blue orb at supersonic speed towards the headquarters. Boom! In an instant, the entire headquarters was engulfed by a terrifying energy. Commander Reed. Bronk. Neither Commander Reed, Bronk, nor the soldiers could utter a single cry of despair, as they were vaporized into ashes in the searing radiance. The entire base was instantaneously rendered void, leaving not a single shard of rubble behind. The explosion's shockwaves swept across the land, flattening the ground, with residual waves extending for miles. As the sky was rent asunder by the dreadful energy, the earth quaked, the winds howled, and flames rampaged across the horizon. The Red Ribbon Army was utterly annihilated. Humph! At last, it has been cleansed. The world shall no longer bear witness to the existence of this malevolent organization. 4 Dragon Balls were sent soaring into the sky, propelled by the flames and shockwaves, resembling 4 resplendent stars tracing golden arcs in the air. Perfect. Goku, with lightning speed, extended his palm, deftly seizing each of the 4 Dragon Balls. The 7 Dragon Balls are complete, transforming into a streak of light. Goku swiftly distanced himself from the obliterated headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. This place would soon attract global attention. He needed to find a tranquil spot to summon the Eternal Dragon. A small island in the sea would suffice. Goku adjusted his course and soared towards the distant ocean, leaving behind a long trail of white energy. News media worldwide erupted in chaos. During live broadcasts, major news channels showcased the scenes of devastation at various Red Ribbon Army bases. On screen, locations that were once military strongholds now lay as massive, bottomless craters several kilometers in diameter. Experts from various nations were astounded as they analyzed. News 1. This morning, multiple bases of the Red Ribbon Army were attacked, with all facilities utterly destroyed and no signs of life at the scene. Not even a single intact remnant can be found. News 2. Satellite imagery reveals that the explosive power far exceeds known nuclear weaponry, yet without radioactive contamination. Could this be some new superweapon? News 3. Some witnesses reported seeing a luminous shadow racing through the sky. What could this possibly be? Experts around the globe plunged into frenzied speculation, with some even suspecting an extraterrestrial assault. At Kame House, Master Roshi, Krillin, and Yamcha sat on the sofa, their faces frozen in shock as they watched the unfathomable depths of the colossal crater on television. On the television screen, aerial footage from a satellite, a place that was once the base of the Red Ribbon Army, has now been reduced to a charred wasteland. On-site reporter, in a state of shock. This was originally the northern base of the Red Ribbon Army, and now it has vanished. The investigative team dispatched by the local government has arrived at the scene, only to find no signs of life, merely a silent land of death. Klin, wide-eyed and speechless, uttered, "Who could have done this?" Yamcha swallowed hard, his face pale. Could it be that someone launched a nuclear attack on the Red Ribbon Army? Master Roshi squinted, stroking his beard, his expression grave. Impossible. If it were a nuclear weapon, there would be radiation, but according to the news, there are no traces of radioactivity at the site. Klin's head felt as if it might explode. So, who could have annihilated the entire Red Ribbon Army in one fell swoop? The three of them stared intently at the screen, unable to fathom who in this world possessed such terrifying power. A figure emerged in Master Roshi's mind, Piccolo, in West City, within the opulent living room of Bulma's home. The television screen displayed global news. News footage. The headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army has become a charred ruin. Experts are astonished. Is it an attack by nuclear weapons? Or an unknown supernatural phenomenon? The world is thrown into chaos, and government agencies are conducting urgent investigations. Bulma, reclining with her legs crossed, sipped her coffee while casually watching the news. However, upon seeing the terrifying crater on the screen, her coffee cup slipped from her hand and shattered on the floor. What? She gasped, nearly spitting out her drink, and leaped from the sofa in shock. What on earth is happening? Wasn't the Red Ribbon Army the most notorious warlord organization in the world? How could they be wiped out so suddenly? Bulma quickly recalled what Goku had said to her just days prior. Bulma, you should go home. I'm heading to the Red Ribbon Army. At that moment, Bulma thought Goku was insane. After all, the Red Ribbon Army was among the most dangerous armed forces globally. Wasn't it akin to courting death for a child to venture there? But now, this news was right before her eyes. The complete annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army. Even their headquarters had transformed into a gaping pit. Bulma stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded, her lips twitching as she muttered, "Did Goku really single-handedly eradicate the Red Ribbon Army? This can't be real." Clutching her head, she felt as though the entire world had been turned upside down. Just how powerful is he? This is beyond the realm of humanity. Isn't it? The more she pondered, the more terrifying it became, and she couldn't help but grasp her blue hair, murmuring frantically, "This guy is utterly a monster. What if he gets angry and casually obliterates West City with a Kamehameha?" Good heavens. Bulma sank back onto the sofa, her entire being slumping down as she crossed her arms and let out a resigned sigh. Well, it's only natural that my man is a bit formidable. She gazed at the reporters on the television, still in shock, and a faint smile crept onto her lips. For some reason, a sense of pride welled up within her. After all, it was Sun Wukong. Chapter 25. A wish once more on a remote island. Far from the hustle and bustle of civilization, the environment was breathtakingly beautiful. The azure sea shimmered, coconut trees swayed gently in the breeze, and seabirds circled gracefully in the sky, creating a scene of serene tranquility. Yes, this will do. Wukong landed on the sandy beach and carefully arranged the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. The Dragon Balls sparkled under the sunlight. At last, it was time to make a wish. Come forth, Shenron. Boom! Dark clouds roiled furiously, and a fierce wind howled as the sky was suddenly engulfed in darkness. A golden bolt of lightning shot up into the heavens. A colossal figure began to materialize within the dark clouds. Roar! Shenron, descend. Shenron gazed down upon Wukong, and his authoritative voice resonated throughout the universe. State your wish. I can grant any desire. With hands on his hips, Wukong looked up at Shenron, a grin spreading across his face. Shenron, we meet again. Though Shenron maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, internally he couldn't help but grumble. This kid again? It's only been a short while since we last met, and he's already gathered the Dragon Balls. Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. This wish is quite simple. I desire an extraordinary ability. Let me survive in any environment, whether it be the cosmos, the deep sea, toxic surroundings, or molten lava. Shinran's golden eyes suddenly blazed with brilliant red light, sending tremors throughout the world. Your wish can be fulfilled. As the words left Shinran's lips, a beam of golden light shot from his eyes, enveloping Wukong. Buzz! Wukong instantly felt a gentle warmth radiating throughout his body, as if every cell was undergoing a transformation. His lung structure altered, rendering him independent of air, his skin and cells fortified, impervious to poison, extreme heat, frigid cold, and vacuum environments. None could affect him. His bones and muscles adapted to thrive in extreme conditions, allowing him to survive flawlessly, no matter where he was. Wow, this is incredible. In future battles, I need not fear being obliterated. As Shenron fulfilled the wish, his form began to dissipate gradually. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. A sly grin crept onto Wukong's face, his eyes glinting with mischief. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Whoosh! In an instant, Wukong vanished, leaving only an afterimage in the air. Just as the 7 Dragon Balls were about to scatter across the globe, Wukong reappeared high in the sky, seizing them with unimaginable speed. Not this time. You won't be running off. The 7 Dragon Balls were precious treasures, reserved for future use. Shenron. This is the first time someone has managed to seize the Dragon Balls before I could escape. What sort of creature is this? Goku chuckled heartily, tucking the 7 Dragon Balls into his capsule. Since the Eternal Dragon has bestowed upon me this new ability, it is time to put it to the test. Goku gazed upward at the boundless sky. Above the azure expanse lay the vast universe, a forbidden zone for the Scions, as they could not survive in an airless environment. However, all that has now changed. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Goku propelled himself upward. Boom! In an instant, the earth shattered, and a terrifying shockwave radiated outward. The waves were sent crashing backward for hundreds of meters. Coconut trees on the small island were uprooted in an instant, and the beach was torn apart, leaving a deep trench. Goku's figure transformed into a shooting star amidst the sonic boom, soaring towards the heavens. The sky, the stratosphere, the atmosphere, outer space. Goku ascended at breakneck speed, surpassing human limits, surpassing biological limits, surpassing Scion limits. Wow, is this the universe? However, it is far too quiet. Suspended in space, Goku gazed around in awe. There was no air, no wind, only the vast river of stars, countless brilliant celestial bodies, and the Earth's azure glow. In the past, Scions could not survive in such conditions, but now Goku felt no discomfort whatsoever. Ha ha ha, this is incredible. I can truly move freely in the universe. Goku excitedly waved his limbs, testing his movements in space, discovering he could still act as freely as he would in the air. With a swing of his fist, he unleashed a resounding explosion. Boom! The force of his punch created an invisible shockwave that detonated in the cosmos, instantly clearing a space of several dozen kilometers and fracturing a massive meteorite into countless shards. When I grow stronger, perhaps I could indeed shatter a planet with a single blow. In West City, at Bulma's luxurious residence. Knock, knock, knock. The window was suddenly rapped upon, and Bulma turned to see Goku's smiling face outside. Bulma, I'm back. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, rolling her eyes and responding with irritation. Can't you use the front door? Come in. Goku leaped into the room, landing on the sofa with his legs crossed. Appearing relaxed, Bulma scrutinized Goku, squinting her eyes as her tone shifted to something peculiar. Goku, you aren't the one responsible for the Red Ribbon Army incident, are you? Of course, that was me. Huh. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at the enormous crater on the television, exclaiming, You mean to say that the one who annihilated the Red Ribbon Army was you? I didn't believe it at first. Goku nodded nonchalantly, a proud smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it was me. Listen to me. The situation unfolded as follows. At that time, I flew to their stronghold, and as soon as the radar detected me, they mistakenly believed that Tao Bai Bai had returned. The moment I appeared, they were utterly stunned. In a flash, hundreds of missiles were launched towards me, but with a mere flick of my hand, I obliterated them all, with a single strike. Their headquarters was transformed into a vast crater. Not a single soul remained. They were all reduced to ashes. You see, that large pit on the television was created by my one decisive move. Bulma stood there, gazing at Goku, her mind momentarily paralyzed, rendering her speechless. You mean to say that you single-handedly annihilated the entire Red Ribbon Army? They were too weak. It was simply uninteresting, Goku replied. Bulma, bewildered, thought to herself. What do you mean by uninteresting? This is the most notorious terror organization in the world. Her lips quivered in disbelief, and after a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure, inhaled deeply, and rushed towards Goku, seizing his shirt in a fit of rage. Hey, do you realize what you've done? The whole world is in chaos. The military is investigating this supernatural disaster. You have become the greatest enigma on the planet. Goku, being shaken by Bulma, blinked innocently and said, Huh? Are you trying to make me dizzy? Bulma, exasperated, released her grip, rubbed her temples in frustration, and sighed in resignation. Fine. It doesn't matter. After all, you are inherently a prodigy, and I have grown accustomed to it. Goku scratched the back of his head and replied, Bulma, didn't you already know how formidable I am? Bulma rolled her eyes and retorted, Yes, you are a monster. Yet, despite her words, a subtle smile crept onto her lips, her eyes betraying a hint of pride and satisfaction. After all, he is my man. Bulma, still fuming, plopped back onto the sofa, picked up the remote, and switched off the television, no longer wanting to watch any news regarding the downfall of the Red Ribbon Army. Forget it. What do you plan to do now? Goku rubbed his belly and blinked with innocent enthusiasm. Well, I'm going to eat. Bulma facepalmed, of course. There was no choice. Bulma resigned herself and walked into the kitchen. All right. You are now a global disaster creator. I can't let you starve. Goku beamed with delight. Trailing after her with a skip in his step, Bulma, you're the best. Upon hearing this, Bulma paused momentarily, a small smile breaking through her irritation. Despite his monstrous nature, he still possessed a certain charm. Goku asked him, What's wrong? Bulma narrowed her eyes, a teasing smile forming on her lips. Her tone laced with curiosity. Did you make a wish with the Dragon Balls? Goku looked taken aback for a moment. You caught me. Bulma shot him an incredulous glance. Of course, you just took down the Red Ribbon Army. You must have acquired the Dragon Balls. Now tell me, what wish did you make? Wukong blinked his eyes mischievously, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Well, this. Bulma's eyelids twitched, sensing something amiss. Hey, Wukong, you didn't make some ridiculous wish, did you? Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. Of course not. But would you like to take a guess? Bulma raised an eyebrow, feeling intrigued. Could it be a wish to become stronger? Wukong shook his head. Nope. Is it for more food, then? Wukong continued to shake his head. I'm not foolish. Wishing for that would be too much of a loss. Bulma, exasperated, crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes at Wukong. If you don't tell me, I might get angry. Seeing Bulma puff up her cheeks, Wukong couldn't help but burst into laughter, finally revealing his secret. Actually, I wish to survive in any environment, whether it be the cosmos, the deep sea, or even toxic gas. Bulma was left utterly stunned. She had anticipated a wish for invincibility in battle, but this left her completely dumbfounded. Wait, what did you just say? Wukong, hands on his hips, beamed with pride. Even if someone were to blow up the planet, I wouldn't die if I fell into space. I can go play in the universe. Bulma thought, what an absurd wish. After a moment of shock, she regained her composure, grabbing Wukong's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Do you have any idea how outrageous your wish is? Dazed from the shaking, Wukong blinked in confusion. Is it really that outrageous? Bulma, nearly laughing in frustration, pointed at him and exclaimed, Of course it is. You've essentially shattered the biological rules. Humans can't survive without air. Living beings cannot exist in a vacuum. And you've turned yourself into some kind of cosmic monster. Chapter 26. The Cat Sage. A few days later, Wukong announced, Bulma, I'm going to train outside for a while. Bulma, engrossed in fine-tuning her latest invention, lifted her head and rolled her eyes in disbelief. Didn't you just wipe out the Red Ribbon Army? What more do you need to train for? Wukong grinned and scratched his head. Becoming stronger is the most important thing. Bulma sighed, leaning against the workbench, her arms crossed, her tone tinged with resignation. All right, fine. I knew you couldn't sit still. Where are you planning to go? I'm heading to Korin Tower. I've heard there's a powerful cat sage up there. Fine. Go ahead, but don't destroy the tower. Wukong laughed heartily and waved his hand. I'll come back to play with you. With that, he soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing beyond the horizon of West City. Soon, a towering white structure loomed in the distance, piercing the clouds, seemingly endless. For ordinary martial artists, climbing this tower required strength and perseverance beyond human limits, with many giving up along the way. But I can fly. With a swift motion of his hands, Wukong propelled himself forward, transforming into a streak of light that surged towards the pinnacle of the Karen Tower. At the summit, there lay a quaint circular structure, encircled by a protective railing. Scattered around were several peculiar jars, each reflecting different scenes. Some displayed the present world, others showcased the past, and remarkably, a few even revealed glimpses of the future. Among them was the most enigmatic jar, concealing a secret passageway to an icy labyrinth. Additionally, a collection of magical beans, each no larger than a thumb, emitted an extraordinary energy. Wukong blinked in curiosity as he approached, picking up one of the beans and taking a bite. With a crunch, he felt an invigorating surge coursing through his body, erasing all fatigue. Wow, is this the legendary fairy bean? How marvelous! This fabled food, upon consumption of a single bean, not only restored vitality, but also staved off hunger for 10 days. Just as Wukong prepared to seize a few more beans, a cane struck sharply against his hand. Hey, kid, don't eat recklessly. Wukong turned in surprise to find a stout, fluffy white cat, leaning on a cane and observing him with an irritable expression. Wukong, pointing at the cat sage, exclaimed, "What on earth? How is there a chubby cat here?" The cat sage, narrowing his eyes, flicked his tail and leisurely leaned on his cane, casually responding, "I am the guardian of this tower, the cat sage. What brings you here, little rascal?" With a grin, Wukong scratched his head and replied, "I am Son Wukong, the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. I've come here to train." The cat sage appraised Wukong from head to toe, pondering, "Oh, did you fly up here?" Wukong proudly placed his hands on his hips, declaring, "Of course. Only a fool would climb. I can fly. Will those martial artists not be infuriated by your words?" The cat sage mused, amused. "You're quite the interesting one." Leaning on his cane, the cat sage scrutinized Wukong with a discerning gaze, delving into his thoughts to gauge the nature of this martial artist. However, to his astonishment, he found himself unable to penetrate Wukong's mind. The cat sage's eyes widened slightly, his previous nonchalance abruptly replaced by intrigue. This boy was extraordinary. Concealing his surprise, the cat sage feigned a casual smile and inquired, "Little rascal, you're not here to drink the super sacred water, are you?" Upon hearing those words, Wukong immediately waved his hand dismissively, a look of disdain crossing his face. "Not at all." The cat sage raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Do you know what super sacred water is?" Wukong, hands on his hips, grinned confidently, "Of course. Super sacred water is just ordinary water, right? Cat sage, this lad has remarkably unveiled the truth. In times past, martial artists endured countless hardships to ascend the Karen Tower. Driven by the allure of the fabled sacred water, they believed that imbibing this holy liquid would grant them strength. However, the genuine source of their power lay in the rigorous trial of their will and the fortification of their bodies during the arduous climb, thus transcending their limits. Yet, this young man, Cat Sage's gaze fixed intently on Goku, his eyes shimmering ever so slightly, was not deceived. He appeared to have grasped the truth from the very beginning. His objective did not reside in the sacred water, but rather in a more profound level of cultivation. With a subtle smile, Cat Sage lightly tapped his cane and inquired with keen interest, "What brings you here, young one?" Goku crossed his arms, the smile on his face diminishing as his expression turned earnest. "I seek to master the control of my ki. Although my energy is formidable, it is chaotic, and I am unable to harness it perfectly. I wish for you to teach me how to control my ki." Cat Sage paused momentarily, scrutinizing Goku's energy with great seriousness. Indeed, Goku's ki was immensely powerful. Yet, it surged wildly like an untamed beast. Despite possessing formidable strength, it lacked control, preventing him from fully unleashing its potential. A smile crept onto Cat Sage's lips. "Youngster, you possess quite a level of self-awareness." Goku scratched his head. "Of course. I aspire to become the strongest martial artist. I cannot rely solely on brute force." Cat Sage nodded gently, internally marveling at the lad's extraordinary talent and his clear recognition of his shortcomings. Compared to those who merely pursued power, his potential for growth far surpassed that of other martial artists. Is it true that these 3 jars can reveal the past, present, and future? Goku tilted his head, extending his finger to tap one of the jars, producing a crisp sound with a hint of echo. Cat Sage leisurely leaned on his cane. "Indeed, it is true. A martial artist must accurately comprehend their past, present, and future to embark on the path of true strength." That sounds rather complex. Let us first examine my past. Goku declared as he opened the first jar. A gentle glow flickered, and the surface of the liquid began to ripple, rapidly forming a familiar scene. Amidst the mountains and forests, a wooden cabin stood quietly. A younger version of himself, barefooted, frolicked outside with a venerable old man. That old man was none other than his adoptive father, Son Gohan. Goku's eyes widened, warmth spreading across his face. It's Grandpa. The innocent child within him joyfully raced about on the grass, while Son Gohan chuckled, teaching him martial arts, and saying, "Goku, you must feel your strength with your heart." Goku grinned broadly, realizing that his grandfather's teachings held genuine wisdom. However, Goku did not linger too long in the past. He promptly reached out to cover the jar, causing the image to dissipate. All right, the past is the past. Now, let us see the present. As Wukong opened the second jar, Wukong widened his eyes, astonished to discover that the reflection inside the jar was none other than himself. As if gazing into a mirror, he stood atop the Korin Tower, intently staring at the image within the jar. The railing of the tower, the bean pot, the slot for the Rui stick, and even the distant drifting clouds were all distinctly visible within the jar. Haha, I can truly see the present. It's just like a mirror, Wukong exclaimed, shaking his hand excitedly, and the reflection mirrored his every movement in perfect synchrony. The cat sage smiled slightly. Little rascal, are you only just realizing this? Wukong scratched his head. This is far more interesting than an ordinary mirror. However, a bold thought soon crossed Wukong's mind. What if I were to open the jar of the future? As a time traveler, would I be able to glimpse what lies ahead? His heart raced with anticipation as he slowly reached for the third jar and opened it. To his dismay, there was no image inside. The surface of the liquid rippled momentarily before settling back into calmness, revealing nothing at all. Wukong blinked, leaned in closer, and furrowed his brow, staring for an extended period. Strange, why can't I see anything? He tentatively poked the liquid with his finger, yet nothing materialized. Could it be that, as a time traveler, the future simply does not exist? The cat sage observed Wukong quietly, remarking, "Little rascal, why are you so astonished? Did you truly believe you would be able to see the future?" Enlightened by the cat sage's words, Wukong chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Not really. I just thought that if I could see the past and present, then the future should be visible too. The cat sage spoke with a profound tone. The future is not predetermined. It is shaped by each of your choices. When you stand at the crossroads of destiny, each step you take may alter the course of the future. Perhaps that is why you cannot glimpse what lies ahead. Wukong tilted his head, somewhat perplexed. Yet he nodded thoughtfully. That seems to make a bit of sense. Chapter 27. Breath control to sense and control one's breath. The cat sage leaped atop the Korin Tower, gesturing to the surroundings. Wukong, close your eyes and feel the air around you. Heeding this, Wukong scratched his head, somewhat bewildered, and closed his eyes, attempting to concentrate. The sounds of the wind rustling at the pinnacle of the tower, the undulations of distant clouds, the faint yet steady breath of the cat sage, and the subtle energy fluctuations emanating from the bean pot gradually enveloped Wukong. He began to enter a state of tranquility. Oh, I can feel the cat sage's energy, and the minute fluctuations in the air. The feline sage nodded, and then, with a shift in tone, spoke solemnly. Your energy is as tumultuous as a stormy sea, utterly uncontrollable. Thus, the initial step is to stabilize your energy, impervious to external influences, devoid of agitation or chaos. Wukong scratched his head, inquiring, how should I proceed? The sage smiled gently. Engage in breath control. Follow my rhythm, and gradually adjust the flow of your energy. The sage demonstrated, exhibiting an exceptionally steady breathing pattern, each inhale and exhale fostering a harmonious cycle of energy flow. Wukong attempted to keep pace, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly, allowing the energy to circulate through his bloodstream, permeating his entire being. Do not let it become restless, nor allow it to disperse. Yet, within a few short minutes, Wukong exclaimed, it's so difficult. His energy flared chaotically, fluctuating between wild surges and a complete inability to maintain the serene stability that the sage exemplified. The sage squinted, gently shaking his head. Young one, controlling energy is far more challenging than merely augmenting strength. Patience is essential. Wukong clenched his teeth, took a deep breath, and his expression grew earnest. All right. I shall give it another attempt. After several hours of training in this initial phase, Wukong finally managed to stabilize his energy to a moderate degree, preventing it from wildly oscillating. Wukong, we shall now proceed to the practice of sensing targets with your energy. Wukong grinned. No problem. How do we train? The sage did not respond, but rather moved aside to retrieve a piece of black cloth, which he waved about. Close your eyes, young one. Wukong blinked. Puzzled, huh? Why? The sage, displaying impatience, retorted, enough chatter, close them. Though bewildered, Wukong complied. In an instant, the sage covered Wukong's eyes with the cloth, binding it securely, completely depriving him of sight. Hey, I can't see anything. Wukong twisted his neck and waved his hands, but before him lay only darkness, utterly devoid of any visibility. Now, Wukong, you can see nothing, hence you must rely solely on your energy to perceive my location. Upon finishing, the sage flicked his tail, producing a jingling sound. Wukong's ears perked up, instantly honing in on the sound of the bell. What is that? The sage leisurely swayed his tail. I have attached a bell to my tail. Your task is to sense my presence with your energy and attempt to catch me. Wukong's excitement surged. That sounds easy, does it? The sage smirked. And in the next moment, whoosh! A white blur vanished in an instant. The sage transformed into a shadowy figure, moving at a terrifying speed across the Karina highway. Although Wukong could hear the bell, its sound shifted erratically, sometimes near, sometimes distant, rendering him incapable of accurately discerning its direction. Wow! So fast! Wukong lunged in a particular direction, only to grasp at empty air. The voice of the cat sage floated over from the other side. Little one, you were merely judging by sound, were you not? Wukong steadied himself, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. Indeed, I relied on my ears to locate you. The cat sage nodded. Listening with your ears can certainly reveal direction, but what if someone deliberately obstructs you, or you find yourself trapped in utter silence? Wukong scratched his head, pondering, when suddenly a spark of understanding ignited in his eyes. I see. I must not rely solely on my ears, but rather use my chi to sense your presence. The cat sage nodded with satisfaction. Little one, it seems you are not entirely foolish. Wukong relaxed his body, shifting away from mere auditory reliance, and began to perceive the cat sage's existence through chi. The flow of the wind, the undulations of the air, the ebb and flow of energy. The cat sage moved swiftly, the bells on his tail ringing out with clarity, yet Wukong no longer listened. Instead, he focused intently, attuning himself to the subtle currents of breath in the air. There, Wukong suddenly lunged in a particular direction. Slap! Yet again he missed. The cat sage's voice wafted from the other side, tinged with amusement. Little one, you have grasped the sensation, but you are still a tad short. Undeterred, Wukong's excitement only grew. Once more, he continued to attempt, each time drawing closer to the cat sage. Relying on his perception of chi, he gradually narrowed the margin of error. For the first time, he was half a meter off. The second time, he was merely 10 centimeters away. On the third attempt, his fingertips nearly brushed the bell. The cat sage marveled internally. This boy adapts remarkably quickly. In that fleeting moment of the cat sage's contemplation, he seized the opportunity. Slap! Wukong leapt up with perfect timing, decisively grasping the cat sage's tail with unmatched precision. The cat sage, Wukong, brimming with excitement, removed the cloth strip, his face alight with triumph. Ha! Cat sage, this time you cannot escape. The cat sage paused momentarily, then narrowed his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Little one, your chi has finally stabilized. However, that alone is insufficient. Wukong scratched his head. What comes next? The cat sage narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. Next, we shall practice how to utilize your chi. Though your chi is strong, it is quite wasteful. If you can master it thoroughly, your strength could at least double. Wow, let us begin quickly. The cat sage raised his staff and, with a casual flick, unleashed a faint yet sharp surge of chi that sliced through the air, leaving a shallow crack on the ground. Wukong's eyes widened. The cat sage leisurely leaned on his staff, saying, Chi is not merely for unleashing powerful attacks. It can be controlled to the utmost degree, even finely enough to sever a single hair. Wukong scratched his head. That sounds a bit challenging. The cat sage smiled gently. How about we conduct an experiment? The cat sage produced a feather from behind him and placed it before Wukong, saying, Use your energy to lift this feather and let it float in midair. Wukong responded with confusion. What? He scratched his head, somewhat incredulous. Cat Sage, you can't be serious. What is there to practice? The Cat Sage chuckled derisively. Give it a try. With confidence, Wukong raised his hand and unleashed a burst of energy. Boom. The feather was reduced to ashes. The Cat Sage facepalmed, exclaiming, You foolish monkey. I told you to lift the feather, not to blow it away. Wukong laughed sheepishly, scratching his head. I guess I was too forceful. The Cat Sage sighed and produced another feather, speaking calmly. To learn the application of energy, one must master the art of control. If you cannot even manage a single feather, you will never perfectly command your own energy. Wukong blinked. Realizing the task at hand was not as simple as he had thought, he took a deep breath and focused intently. All right, let's try again. After 5 hours, Wukong finally learned to use a gentle energy to keep the feather afloat. The Cat Sage nodded in satisfaction. Wukong, merely lifting the feather is not enough. The application of energy involves not just control, but also precision in striking. He then presented a small stone before Wukong, instructing, use your energy to knock the stone down. But do not let it fly away. With a confident expression, Wukong unleashed an energy wave. Boom. The stone vanished. The Cat Sage remarked, Wukong, you might want to ask for another stone. Wukong touched his nose. Cat Sage, could you give me another stone? The Cat Sage rolled his eyes and produced another stone. Little rascal, take your time. Do not be rash. Use the slightest amount of energy to push it. This time, Wukong cautiously released his energy, giving a gentle push. The stone wobbled slightly, but remained standing. Almost there. The Cat Sage nodded approvingly. Very good. Now, control it with even more precision. Make it fall without rolling away. As Wukong experimented, he gradually mastered the precise control of his energy. 5 days passed, and Wukong had become adept at using his energy. He could control his aura with precision, no longer allowing it to leak or explode uncontrollably. He could conceal his energy at will, like a lurking cheetah, ready to strike at any moment. The Cat Sage observed Wukong, feeling a sense of quiet admiration. This lad was progressing even faster than he had anticipated. Wukong, he exclaimed, excitement radiating from the young warrior as he struck a fighting pose. I want to test my newfound skills. Let us have a spar. The Cat Sage leaned on his staff, responding leisurely. Oh, are you certain? Wukong grinned widely. Do not worry, I will show mercy. The Cat Sage thought to himself. This little rascal dares to boast. However, little one, even if your energy surpasses mine, have you truly grasped the essence of energy? The Cat Sage's lips curled slightly as he casually flicked his cane, inviting, come on. Let me see if you have truly mastered your energy. Here I come. Wukong exclaimed, suddenly charging forth with a speed several times greater than before. Whoosh. In an instant, Wukong was before the Cat Sage, delivering a powerful punch. The Cat Sage's expression shifted as he leapt lightly, attempting to evade the strike. A slight smirk appeared on Wukong's face as he swiftly altered his trajectory, launching another fist toward his opponent. Bang! The Cat Sage was jolted back by the force of the blow, landing on the ground, gently massaging his arm, his gaze complex as he regarded Wukong. This lad's current strength is beyond my capacity to handle. Wukong, brimming with excitement, declared, Cat Sage, you can't escape now. The Cat Sage chuckled, leaning on his cane and suddenly thrusting it downward. Whoosh! His figure vanished in an instant. Wukong's eyes narrowed as he immediately entered a state of energy perception. The ripples in the air, the tremors of his aura, the compression and flow of energy. A grin crept across Wukong's lips as he pivoted sharply, unleashing a punch in the direction of the Cat Sage. Bang! Just as the Cat Sage's figure re-emerged, Wukong's fist struck, mere centimeters from his forehead. The Cat Sage's pupils contracted, his mind reeling in astonishment. This lad not only has mastered the concealment of energy, but can also accurately sense a master of my caliber? The Cat Sage gently retracted his energy, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Wukong, you have won. Wukong blinked, halting his actions, tilting his head in confusion. Huh? Aren't you going to continue? The Cat Sage smiled slightly. You have thoroughly mastered the use of energy. There is nothing more I can teach you. From this day forth, you have truly entered the realm of a martial arts master. Chapter 28. The Power Detector. The Cat Sage smiled faintly and pointed to the tower's summit. Wukong, if you wish to advance further, you may go to the Heavenly Temple. Wukong blinked in curiosity. The Heavenly Temple? The Cat Sage nodded. As long as you insert the Rui stick at the very top of the current tower, allowing it to extend indefinitely. You will reach the palace of the gods. No rush, I will go later. Wukong recalled Bobo's combat power, rumored to be 1,000, realizing he was still no match for him. I certainly won't seek out suffering now. Cat Sage. Just as the cat sage was about to enter the house for tea, he heard Wukong's voice and turned back in confusion. What is it? Wukong pointed at the Sinzabine jar, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. I've been training here for so long. Could you spare me a few? The cat sage squinted, sensing an ominous turn. Little brat, how many do you want? A few hundred, perhaps. The cat sage? Could you repeat that? A few hundred? Nearly driven mad by Wukong's audacious request, the cat sage's whiskers bristled in disbelief. Do you know how precious Sinzabines are? A few hundred? Are you planning to sell them? Wukong hurriedly waved his hand, exclaiming, not at all. I truly cherish the celestial beings. However, I often find myself in battles and tend to get injured. The cat sage regarded him with skepticism. Really? Wukong nodded vigorously. Of course. I need to seek out stronger opponents. How can I do that without preparing more celestial beings? The cat sage sighed, pondering that this lad was indeed a battle fanatic and would likely exhaust the celestial beings swiftly. Reluctantly, he approached the jar of beans, scooped a generous handful, and placed them into a small pouch before handing it to Wukong. Here are 100 beans, do not be greedy. Wukong accepted the pouch and counted the contents, his brow furrowing. Only 100? The cat sage's gaze turned icy. If you find it lacking, you need not take them. Wukong immediately clutched the pouch tightly. I was just joking. 100 beans are quite good. The cat sage snorted coldly. Remember, celestial beans are not to be consumed as mere snacks. Each one is precious. Wukong nodded repeatedly. I understand. The cat sage observed Wukong's excited demeanor and shook his head helplessly. Go on, little rascal. I hope you do not deplete those beans too quickly. Wukong grinned widely and waved at the cat sage. Farewell, cat sage. I shall return once I grow even stronger. Whoosh. This training yielded remarkable rewards. Moments later, Wukong soared above the bustling city of West City, gazing down at its splendor. Oh, I have arrived at Bulma's. He dove down, landing gracefully in Bulma's yard, brushing off the dust from his attire. I'm back. Bulma was in her laboratory, engrossed in her latest invention. Hearing a noise outside, she furrowed her brow and casually asked, Mom, who is out there? Mrs. Brief glanced out the window, astonished. Oh, it's Wukong. Upon hearing this, Bulma dropped her screwdriver in shock. What? Wukong? She dashed out of the laboratory, finding Wukong lounging in the yard, his tail swaying leisurely and a radiant smile adorning his face. Wukong, didn't you go to train on Korin Tower? How come you are back so soon? The training is complete. Bulma frowned, hands on her hips. You've only been gone for a few days. Wukong patted his chest proudly. I am a genius. I mastered the use of ki in just 5 days. Bulma raised an eyebrow, incredulous. What? Say that again. 5 days. Wukong erupted into laughter. Bulma, would you like to see my new skills? Bulma, exasperated, replied. All right then, since you insist, put on a show. Wukong's lips curled into a smirk, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Bulma stood frozen, glancing around. Hey, Wukong, where did you go? After a few seconds, Wukong reappeared behind her, beaming with pride. How was that? My speed is impressive, isn't it? Bulma, startled, slapped Wukong on the head in frustration. Wukong, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Wukong scratched his head, feigning innocence. I merely wanted to showcase my achievements. Bulma sighed in resignation. All right, you rascal, since you're back, let's eat first. Upon hearing this, Goku's eyes instantly lit up. Ha ha, Bulma, you're the best. I've been living on sins of beans for days. I'm nearly starving. Bulma raised an eyebrow. Sins of beans? One can keep you full for 10 days. Goku proudly jingled his pocket. Master Roshi gifted me 100 of them. Such a miraculous item. You surely didn't rob Master Roshi, did you? Bulma inquired, half joking. Goku replied earnestly. How could I? I earned them with sincerity. Bulma rolled her eyes. Master Roshi must have been utterly exasperated by your antics to send you away. Goku shrugged. Whatever, let us stop the chatter and eat. He dashed to the dining table, exclaiming, Ha! I want 30 bowls. After finishing his meal, Goku leaned back in his chair, patting his belly with satisfaction. Ha! I haven't eaten this well in ages. While Sinzu beans stave off hunger, they can't compare to a feast at Bulma's. Bulma shot him a glance. All right. Now that you're full, keep your noise down. It's deafening. Suddenly, Goku remembered something important and leaned closer to Bulma, speaking earnestly. Bulma, could you help me create a device to measure energy levels? Bulma blinked. Measure energy? What do you mean? It's to gauge a person's combat power. The stronger the energy, the higher the combat power. If we had a machine that could calculate combat power based on energy intensity, it would be incredibly convenient. Bulma pondered, stroking her chin. Oh, that does sound intriguing. If we could create it, we could know an opponent's combat power at a glance, without having to guess. Goku nodded vigorously. Exactly, that's the idea. A confident smile spread across Bulma's face. Leave it to me. I'll have it ready in 3 days. Goku grinned widely. Bulma, you're the greatest. 3 days later, Bulma approached Goku, proudly holding a compact combat power tester. Goku, here is your combat power tester, completed. Goku jumped with excitement. Wow, really? Let me see. Bulma explained as she presented the device. This instrument can scan the intensity of a target's energy and convert it into a specific combat power value. Displayed right on the screen. Eagerly, Goku pointed the tester at himself. Beep, beep, beep. A number flashed rapidly on the screen. Combat power, 2500. Goku stared in confusion. Huh? That's not right. My combat power should be around 250. How did it read 2500? Bulma blinked. Oh, could there be an issue with the calculation? Goku pondered for a moment. Perhaps the formula is incorrect. Consequently, Bulma optimized the calculation method. Once more, Goku aimed the tester at himself. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power, 250. Goku beamed. This time it's accurate. Bulma, let me test your combat power. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, then crossed her arms with an air of confidence. Humph, go ahead and test me. After all, I am a genius scientist. My combat power should be considerable. Goku pointed the testing device at Bulma, and after a series of beeping sounds, it displayed, combat power, 2. Goku exclaimed, while Bulma's expression turned awkward. After a brief pause, Goku burst into laughter. Ha! Bulma, your combat power is only 2. Bulma's face darkened instantly. What did you say? Goku, nearly in tears from laughter, replied. Ha ha. I could defeat you with just a sneeze. Enraged, Bulma grabbed a wrench from the table and hurled it at Goku. You insufferable monkey. Laugh again, I dare you. Goku hurriedly dodged. Bulma, don't be angry. A combat power of 2 is still commendable. Go to hell. Bulma shouted, swinging the wrench and chasing Goku around the room. Goku laughed while nimbly evading her attacks, narrowly escaping each strike. Bulma's face flushed with anger. You insolent monkey. If you keep laughing, I'll smash your testing device. Visly grinned. Bulma, are you really angry? Bulma, hands on her hips, glared at him. Of course. How dare you mock my combat power of 2? Goku shrugged. It's the truth. Who told you not to train regularly? Bulma seethed. Who are you calling untrained? I am a renowned scientist. I can invent all sorts of things with my intellect, far superior to solving problems with mere brute force. Goku scratched his head, realizing she had a point. After all, she was the one who created the testing device. Yet, he couldn't resist teasing her. But what if someone challenges you to a fight? Wouldn't you struggle against a mere ordinary strongman? Bulma's eyes widened and threw it at Goku. Die. Goku effortlessly dodged, but Bulma's throw shattered a vase. Crash. Both of them were momentarily stunned, and Bulma stared at the broken pieces on the floor, her expression shifting dramatically. Goku, feeling a pang of panic, said, Hey Bulma, you broke it yourself. Don't blame me. A dangerous smile crept onto Bulma's face. Goku, don't you dare run. Hearing her words sent shivers down Goku's spine, and he bolted towards the door. Bulma, let us talk this over. Bulma brandished an enormous wrench, shouting, Son Goku. A minute later, Bulma sat triumphantly in a chair, leisurely sipping a drink. Goku, bound to a chair with a pot lid on his head and several pieces of tape stuck to him, looked utterly dejected. Bulma, at least have some sense. Bulma scoffed, crossing her legs with a smug expression. Sense? You shouldn't have mocked my combat power in the first place. Goku's mouth twitched. I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously. Bulma raised an eyebrow and spoke in a light-hearted tone. Humph. Tell me, am I clever? Goku eagerly nodded. Clever indeed. The smartest scientist in the world. Bulma nodded in satisfaction. Am I beautiful? Goku continued to nod vigorously. Beautiful, absolutely. The most stunning beauty in the world. Only then did Bulma contentedly set down her drink. Rise and wave her hand. All right, since you acknowledge your mistake, I shall let it go. Goku instantly breathed a sigh of relief. However, Bulma suddenly grabbed the power level detector, adjusted the parameters, and boasted, "Look, my power level is higher than yours now." Goku's eyes widened as he stared at the outrageous number on the screen, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. "You're cheating. Altering the data doesn't count as a skill." Bulma raised an eyebrow. "Humph, didn't you say a power level of 2 was embarrassing? Now that I surpass you, do you concede?" Goku, on the verge of tears, lamented, "Bulma, this is not how one should conduct themselves." Bulma stood proudly with her hands on her hips. "Humph, now you know I'm formidable, right? You ought to show me some respect." Goku, utterly defeated, sighed and reluctantly admitted, all right, you're the greatest." Bulma beamed with a victorious smile. "That's more like it. Now call me your majesty." Goku protested, "In your dreams." Bulma retorted, "Refuse? I'll set your power level to 1. Goku complied. "Your majesty, you are the most formidable." Bulma laughed heartily. "Now that's more like it." Thus, the power level detector was officially born, and Bulma had successfully fabricated her power level. Goku thought, "I should hasten my training, or I'll be bullied by Bulma in the future." Bulma quipped, "Humph. You smelly monkey. Remember, I am the smartest scientist in the world." Chapter 29. Bulma's wish time flew by, and a year had passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, Goku doubled his training, challenging himself daily to more formidable exercises. From 5 times gravity, he gradually adapted to 6 times, then 8 times, and ultimately broke through to 10 times gravity. He had finally acclimated to 10 times gravity. At this moment, Goku's muscles were more toned, and his aura was more stable and powerful than it had been a year ago. He raised his fist and casually swung it a couple of times, producing explosive sounds in the air. "My strength has visibly increased," Goku exclaimed excitedly as he picked up the power level detector and pointed it at himself. Beep, 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 power level, 500. A power level of 500 on Earth was already remarkable. The gravity on planet Vegeta was 10 times, and Scions were inherently stronger than Earthlings. If I were on planet Vegeta, this power level might not even be enough to defeat an ordinary soldier. However, 10 times gravity seemed to be a watershed moment. In the original story, Goku's power soared after training on King Kai's planet under 10 times gravity. By the way, the Dragon Balls are available. Should I make a wish? After contemplating for a moment, Wukong resolved to inquire whether Bulma harbored any desires. "Bulma, the Dragon Balls are ready. Do you have any wishes you wish to fulfill?" Bulma, engrossed in her work, replied without lifting her gaze from the keyboard, "Wishes? I don't really want anything." Wukong tilted his head in surprise. "Huh? Haven't you always longed to make a wish with the Dragon Balls?" Bulma paused her work, leaned back in her chair, and with a slight smile said, "I have wealth, a luxurious mansion, and advanced technology. I can have whatever I desire, so what else could I possibly wish for?" Wukong stroked his chin, contemplating seriously. "Well, you certainly lack for nothing." Suddenly, a mischievous thought struck Wukong as he leaned closer to Bulma with a grin. "You could wish to remain 18 forever." Bulma was taken aback. "What?" Wukong nodded earnestly. "Did you not say that women fear aging the most? The Eternal Dragon could surely keep you looking 18. Bulma was momentarily speechless, her eyes wide with disbelief at this unexpected use of the Dragon Balls. "Wait a minute. Are you saying I could maintain the appearance of an 18-year-old forever?" Wukong beamed. "Of course. The Eternal Dragon's powers are immense. This is surely within its capabilities." Bulma glanced down at herself, acknowledging her youthful beauty, yet the thought of aging and the prospect of wrinkles sent an icy shiver down her spine. "No, I cannot accept growing old." She abruptly stood up, placing her hands on Wukong's shoulders with fervor. "Wukong, hurry, summon the Eternal Dragon. I want to be 18 forever." "Waha, I knew you would adore this wish. Let us set off immediately." Bulma excitedly grabbed the Dragon Radar. "Bulma, you don't need to rush to find the Dragon Balls." Bulma paused, bewildered. "Huh? What do you mean? I've already stored the Dragon Balls." Wukong produced a capsule, and 7 Dragon Balls tumbled to the ground, emanating a soft golden glow. Bulma gasped. "You've been carrying the Dragon Balls all along." Wukong proudly patted his chest. "Of course. When the Eternal Dragon scattered the 7 Dragon Balls, I leapt and caught them all." Bulma's mouth twitched in disbelief. "You're simply unbelievable." Wukong scratched his head. "This way, we won't have to search for them later. We can make wishes anytime. How convenient." Bulma sighed in exasperation. Fine. Just summon the Eternal Dragon already." "Hey, Bulma, perhaps we shouldn't summon the Eternal Dragon at home?" Bulma, brimming with excitement, furrowed her brow at Wukong's suggestion. Huh? Why not? Let us hurry, I can't wait. Wukong's lips twitched. The eternal dragon looks rather intimidating, and West City is too crowded. Bulma conceded, well, it does seem a bit frightening. Wukong grinned. Let us find a more open space to summon the eternal dragon. Bulma rolled her eyes. All right, carry me there quickly. Without hesitation, Wukong instructed Bulma to leap onto his back, and they soared into the sky. Whoosh! With Bulma perched atop him, Wukong transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the distant ocean. Moments later, he landed on a secluded, uninhabited island, where the gentle sea breeze caressed them, surrounded only by swaying coconut trees and soft sandy beaches. Bulma dismounted and exclaimed, Hey, this place is splendid. So spacious. Hurry and summon the dragon. Wukong grinned widely, placing the 7 Dragon Balls on the beach. Come forth, dragon. Boom. The sky darkened in an instant, fierce winds howled, and lightning crackled as a golden light shot into the heavens. Roar! A colossal dragon emerged from the radiance, spiraling above them, gazing down upon Wukong and Bulma. State your wish. Whatever it may be, I shall grant it. Wukong, hands on his hips, tilted his head to regard the imposing dragon, a familiar mischievous smile curling his lips. Dragon, it's me calling you again. Ha. The dragon paused for a moment, its eyes flickering slightly as if contemplating the familiar voice. Is it you again? Though the dragon maintained a facade of solemnity, it couldn't help but internally scoff. This lad summons me far too often. Doesn't anyone else on Earth have wishes? Bulma shot Wukong an exasperated glance, hands on her hips, and remarked, Wukong, your tone makes it sound as if the dragon is your pet. The dragon, striving to uphold its dignity, spoke in a deep voice. State your wish. This dragon is quite busy. Bulma, brimming with excitement, rushed forward and shouted, Dragon, I wish to be forever. Suddenly, her words halted mid-sentence, her expression shifting to one of contemplation. Wukong blinked, curiously observing her. Huh? Why did you stop? Were you not wishing to be eternally 18? Bulma furrowed her brow, resting her chin on her hand, looking perplexed. Wukong, I've just realized something. If I remain 18 forever, what would that mean? Wukong. Bulma continued. If I'm perpetually 18, wouldn't I never mature? Remaining a little girl feels rather odd, doesn't it? Wukong stroked his chin. That doesn't sound too bad. After all, you don't want to grow old. No, wait. I can phrase my wish differently. Bulma's eyes suddenly sparkled. Dragon, I wish to maintain my youth, never aging, yet able to grow freely. The dragon's crimson eyes instantly brightened, rumbling in response. This wish can indeed be granted. A cascade of golden energy enveloped Bulma, who felt a lightness throughout her body, rejuvenated and renewed. Moments later, the dragon retracted its brilliance and slowly proclaimed, Your wish has been fulfilled. Now farewell. With that, the dragon's form gradually dissipated, and the 7 Dragon Balls ascended into the sky, transforming into 7 beams of light. Wukong widened his eyes, a familiar mischievous grin spreading across his face. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Whoosh! In an instant, Wukong's figure abruptly vanished, transforming into a streak of light that darted through the air at an astonishing speed, his hands launching a flurry of strikes. In less than a second, he managed to seize all 7 Dragon Balls in one breath. Bulma stood in shock, gazing at the 7 Dragon Balls in Wukong's grasp, her expression one of disbelief. How did you manage to catch them again? With a proud grin, Wukong patted the Dragon Balls. I succeeded last time, so of course I can do it again. Bulma, rubbing her forehead, sighed in exasperation. You, my friend, are truly going to disrupt the rules. Aren't the Dragon Balls supposed to scatter? Wukong scratched his head. This way is more convenient. I won't have to search all over again next time. Bulma's lips twitched. You are truly a glitch. Wukong neatly stored the Dragon Balls in a capsule and declared earnestly, If you ever need a wish, just call me. Delivery is free. Bulma sighed, exasperated. You are even more miraculous than the eternal dragon. The sky cleared, the sea breeze wafted, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Bulma touched her face, feeling as if she had become even more invigorated. Huh, Wukong, you really succeeded. I truly will not age. Wukong, hands on his hips, laughed heartily. Bulma, you will never have to worry about wrinkles again. Bulma nodded with delight, but suddenly a thought crossed her mind, causing her expression to shift slightly. Wait a minute. If I won't age, what about you? Wukong blinked. Huh? Me? I already don't age much. Scions have an exceptionally prolonged youth. Even at 30 or 40. I still look like a young person. Bulma. That's not fair. Wukong scratched his head. At least you won't age. We'll still be the same. Bulma rolled her eyes, placing her hands on her hips. Consider yourself clever. Humph. I will always be a great beauty. Wukong grinned widely. Bulma has always been a great beauty. Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly, and she retorted, Humph. I suppose you know how to flatter. Wukong laughed heartily. Ha ha. This wish is truly amusing. Bulma tossed her hair back, proudly stating, Of course, after all, it was my wish. Chapter 30. Wukong, you won't be short, will you? Time flew by swiftly, and yet another year had passed. Throughout this year, Wukong donned the gravity training device daily, progressing from 10 times gravity to ultimately surpassing 20 times gravity. In the wilderness, Wukong slowly rotated his wrist, his aura both stable and formidable. Phew. I have finally fully adapted to 20 times gravity. He retrieved a power level tester and pointed it at himself. Beep beep beep. Power level, 12,000. Wukong gazed at the number, a slight smile playing on his lips, yet he felt little excitement within. Although a power level of 12,000 was invincible on Earth, in the eyes of cosmic warriors, it was utterly insignificant. Frieza's initial power level was a staggering 530,000, and I am merely at 12,000. There remains a vast chasm between us. Nevertheless, it matters not. I am merely 14 years of age. At that moment, Goku recalled a certain matter. The corners of his mouth curling slightly. Once again, the Dragon Balls could be utilized. Reluctantly, he decided to make a wish. Goku placed the Dragon Balls upon the ground, his hands resting upon his hips, and bellowed, Arise, Shenron. Boom. In an instant, the world transformed. The sky darkened, thunder and lightning intertwined, and a tempest swept across the wilderness. A brilliant golden light soared skyward, and the magnificent Shenron emerged, spiraling through the heavens. Roar! The colossal figure of Shenron hovered in midair, its crimson eyes gazing down upon Goku, proclaiming, State your wish. Whatever it may be, I shall fulfill it. Shenron, it is I who has summoned you once more. Ha ha. Shenron, suppressing its inner irritation, maintained its regal demeanor and insisted, Speak your wish. Goku stroked his chin thoughtfully and declared, Shenron, I wish to see the full moon without transforming into a rampaging gorilla. Shenron's eyes flickered slightly, as if evaluating the feasibility of this wish. After a brief pause, it slowly announced, Your wish is attainable. In that instant, a golden radiance cascaded upon Goku. He felt an extraordinary energy coursing through his body, as though some chains had been unbound, yet he experienced no discomfort. Shenron stated, From this day forth, even upon gazing at the full moon, you shall not transform into a rampaging gorilla. Marvelous. At last, I need not fret over losing control. My wish has been granted. Farewell. After fulfilling the wish, the 7 Dragon Balls were destined to scatter across the world as usual. But Goku, quick as a flash, soared into the air. Where do you think you're going? With a flurry of movements, he grasped all 7 Dragon Balls within mere seconds. Shenron, I suspect you may be unwell. Goku, proudly clutching the 7 Dragon Balls, exclaimed, Now I have to search for them again. The sky cleared, and the wilderness regained its tranquility. Goku hummed a cheerful tune as he flew back to West City, landing directly at Bulma's residence. Upon entering, Bulma stood with her hands on her hips, her expression skeptical. Goku, did the sky suddenly darken because you summoned Shenron again? Goku nodded confidently, Indeed. I made a wish. Bulma sighed, exasperated, You again? Do you intend to treat Shenron like an ATM, withdrawing wishes at will? Goku scratched his head. Well, since the Dragon Balls are in my possession, they are mine. Bulma rolled her eyes. Fine, fine. What wish did you make this time? Goku, with utmost seriousness, replied, I wish that I could see the full moon without transforming into a rampaging gorilla. Bulma blinked in confusion. Wait, are you saying you turn into a gorilla? Wukong, are you going to transform into a gorilla? How come I didn't know that? Wukong scratched his head and replied nonchalantly, I am a scion. All scions transform into giant gorillas upon witnessing a full moon. Bulma exclaimed, What? Could you repeat that? She paused for a moment, attempting to process this astonishing revelation, and incredulously inquired, Wait. Are you saying you can turn into a colossal gorilla? Wukong nodded vigorously, Indeed. Enormous and immensely powerful. My combat strength increases tenfold. However, once transformed, I have no recollection of my actions. Bulma was further perplexed. When did you ever transform? How come I never witnessed it? Wukong grinned widely and astonished her with a startling confession. I transformed into a gorilla when I was very young and accidentally crushed my grandfather. Bulma gasped in disbelief. What? And him. Bulma was taken aback. What kind of terrifying childhood is this? Wukong scratched his head and chuckled, but I was just a child and didn't realize it was me. Bulma, eyes wide with shock, asked, how did you find out later? Wukong shrugged. I only remembered as I grew older that I must have transformed into a gorilla and crushed my grandfather. Ha! I can't very well say I knew the plot. Can I? Bulma remarked, you seem quite amused. Do you even comprehend the horror of what you've done? In the blink of an eye, 11 months had passed. Gravity training device. The screen displayed a clear reading of 30 times. A smirk crept across his lips, revealing a familiar sense of pride. He had finally adjusted to the intense gravity. Wukong stretched his body, clenched his fist, and the air around him trembled. Beep, beep. Combat power, 23,000. Wukong stared at the number, grinning widely, unable to resist flaunting his achievement. Humph, the championship of the martial arts tournament is surely within my grasp. Ha ha ha. I shall defend my title. No one can take my championship away. Wukong struck a pose, preparing his self-introduction. Hello everyone, I am Son Wukong, the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. In just a few days, I shall be the double champion of both the 21st and 22nd tournaments. The more he thought about it, the more elated he became, laughing uncontrollably as he began to envision the future scenario. At the future tournament venue, the host would hold a microphone and ask, what is your name? Wukong would respond earnestly, raising his hand dramatically, Son Wukong, champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The host would then inquire, what is your profession? Martial artist, champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. What are you most proud of? Defending the title of the world's foremost martial arts champion. May I inquire about your aspirations? After all, I am the champion of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Bulma approached, witnessing Goku rehearsing his self-introduction in the courtyard. As his excitement escalated, she couldn't help but smirk. This guy is at it again. Goku, must you be so proud? Goku paused, asserting, this is the title of the champion of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Everyone must know. Bulma rolled her eyes. All right. You are the champion. You are the strongest. Inside the room, Bulma had specially tailored several brand new martial arts uniforms for Goku. With a look of exhilaration, Goku eagerly examined the new attire, but soon noticed a peculiar issue. Hey, Bulma, why are there so many colors? Bulma raised an eyebrow. Of course. I prepared several colors for you according to the trends. Blue, red, white, orange. Take your pick. Goku scratched his head, promptly tossing aside all the non-black outfits and seizing the black martial arts uniform. I want them all in black. Bulma was taken aback. Huh? Why? Goku proudly fastened the black belt, gazing into the mirror with a satisfied smile. The black martial arts uniform looks cooler. Bulma responded, is that so? With her arms crossed. Bulma quipped, Goku, are you starting to care about looking cool? This isn't like your usual style. Goku laughed heartily. Of course, I want to look impressive. I will wear this martial arts outfit to become the champion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Bulma replied, well, as long as it makes you happy. Goku, why are you growing so slowly? Goku paused, glancing at himself and rubbing his head. Oh, is that so? Bulma, hands on her hips, shook her head. I feel like you haven't grown much these past few years. You're not going to stop growing, are you? Goku, what? Bulma flashed a mischievous grin, teasing, should we summon the dragon to grant a wish for you to grow taller? Goku, don't joke around. Bulma shrugged, but you really are growing too slowly. Goku earnestly explained, I haven't hit puberty yet. Scions only experience rapid growth after the age of 15. Bulma blinked, oh, really? Goku nodded vigorously, of course it's true. After 15, I'll shoot up in height. Chapter 31. The 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. The 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. At Kame House, Krillin donned his brand new martial arts uniform. Brimming with energy, Yamcha stood confidently nearby, already contemplating how to showcase himself in the competition. Puar transformed into a small cat adorned with sunglasses and a scarf, proudly declaring, don't I exude superstar vibes? Blonde-haired Launch slipped into a sultry, form-fitting outfit, sporting a small pistol at her waist, embodying a fierce, queenly demeanor. Humph. A competition? I'm not interested, but watching handsome men is always a delight. The turtle hermit donned sunglasses and a brand new suit, standing sprightly amidst the crowd. Haha. Let the world witness the prowess of Master Roshi's disciple. Suddenly, the turtle hermit hesitated, reluctant to move. Krillin, perplexed, inquired, Master Roshi, everyone is ready. Why haven't we set off yet? Adjusting his sunglasses, the turtle hermit replied nonchalantly, I need to visit the restroom first. The crowd reacted with disbelief. Lan Chi, hands on her hips, exclaimed, Why didn't you go earlier, you old man? The turtle hermit, with utmost seriousness, remarked, You young ones wouldn't understand. At my age, one must always be prepared. Lan Chi, exasperated, drew her gun and fired a shot into the air. Enough chatter. Hurry up and come back. The turtle hermit broke into a cold sweat. Yes, Miss Lan Chi, I will go right away. After he resolved his personal matters, everyone finally boarded the plane, heading towards the venue of the world's martial arts tournament. The flight was smooth for a while. Suddenly, the turtle hermit, looking distressed, clutched his stomach and said, I need to go again. The crowd was bewildered. Krillin exclaimed, Master Roshi, didn't you just go? Yamcha covered his face in disbelief. What is going on? Did you eat something bad? The turtle hermit, looking aggrieved, sighed. At my age, my intestines move quickly. Lan Chi erupted in frustration. Hold it in. There's no place for you to go on this plane. The turtle hermit, sweating profusely, replied, But I can't hold it. Lan Chi coldly pulled out a grenade, twirling it in her hand. If you dare to go on the plane, I'll blow you to bits. The turtle hermit, Yamcha, crossed his arms, wearing a look of schadenfreude. Master Roshi, good luck to you. Krillin, full of sympathy, advised, Just hold on. Master Roshi, staying alive is the most important thing. The turtle hermit lamented, Oh, my life is so hard. The venue for the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament was bustling with activity. Experts from all over the globe gathered to register, and the crowds outside were immense, with countless spectators eagerly anticipating this grand combat spectacle. The turtle hermit, Krillin, Yamcha, and Lan Chi arrived at the registration desk. Krillin and Yamcha skillfully inscribed their names. The turtle hermit, no longer stealthy as before, boldly wrote down the name Jackie Chan. The staff member glanced up at the old man with sunglasses and a white beard, slightly furrowing his brows. Mr. Chan, are you sure you want to register? Given your age, can your body handle it? The turtle hermit adjusted his sunglasses and replied earnestly, Young man, do not underestimate the elderly. My leg techniques are unparalleled. Krillin and Yamcha couldn't help but chuckle nearby. The registrar shrugged. Well then, I wish you good luck. After the trio completed their registration, they stood aside, observing the other contestants. Lan Chi, with a puzzled expression, asked, Why aren't we going back to the hotel? What are we doing standing here? With a smile, Krillin remarked, We are waiting for Goku. Lan Chi furrowed her brows and inquired, Who is Goku? Yamcha looked at her in astonishment. Lan Chi, you don't know Goku? Lan Chi tilted her head, her expression one of confusion. Should I know him? Is he very famous? Unable to contain his laughter, Krillin replied, Of course. Goku was the champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament. Lan Chi raised an eyebrow. Oh, is he that impressive? What does he look like? Yamcha scratched his head. Well, considering you've been at Kame House, you likely haven't seen Goku. Crossing her arms and pouting, Lan Chi said, Humph, we'll see when he arrives. If he isn't handsome, I won't be interested. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, when Goku arrives, don't be too shocked. Humph, old turtle, you're still alive? A tall, lanky old man approached, wearing a black hat and a green martial arts uniform, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Following him were two young men. One was tall with 3 eyes, his arms crossed, exuding disdain, while the other was short with a pale complexion and red circles on his cheeks, appearing cute, yet formidable. Master Crane, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu made their grand entrance. Ha ha ha, old turtle, after all these years, you're still bringing your band of useless disciples to the tournament? Master Roshi leisurely adjusted his sunglasses, a mocking tone in his voice. Oh, isn't that bald Crane? What brings you here? Surely not to collect bones for your students? Master Crane's expression darkened as he retorted, Old turtle, this time I've brought true experts. Any one of them could crush your disciples to dust. Master Roshi laughed heartily. Is that so? I hope they aren't all talk like you, with fists that pack no punch. At that moment, Tien Shinhan crossed his arms, casting a cold, disdainful glance at Krillin and Yamcha, a hint of contempt curling at the corners of his mouth. Humph, is this the strength of the Kame school? Just as my master said, it's nothing to be taken seriously. Krillin frowned, his gaze sharpening. What do you mean? Do you look down on me? Tien Shinhan chuckled lightly, his tone dismissive. I'm not targeting you. I'm saying all of you are worthless. Any one of us from the Crane School could sweep you away effortlessly. Yamcha stepped forward, gritting his teeth and glaring. Don't get too cocky. I will personally defeat you at the tournament. Tien Shinhan smirked, waving a finger in front of Yamcha. You? Heh, I could take you down with just one finger. Enraged, Yamcha shot back, just you wait. Don't be so arrogant. Meanwhile, Kairatsu, standing quietly to the side, suddenly raised his hand and flashed an innocent smile. Tien, don't bully them. They look really weak. Krillin thought to himself, can you believe this guy just assumed we're weaklings? As Lan Shi laid eyes upon Tianjin Fan, her gaze sparkled with excitement, dramatically covering her face. Oh my, this three-eyed handsome man is quite appealing. Yamcha remarked with confusion. Upon hearing Lan Shi's words, Tianjin Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Madam, I harbor no interest, he stated bluntly. Lan Shi, her anger ignited, drew her firearm and pointed it at Tianjin Fan. What did you say? Do you dare to challenge my authority and withdraw early from the competition? Krillin, don't act impulsively, urged Yamcha. Observing Lan Shi's volatile demeanor, Master Roshi quickly pulled her aside, offering an awkward smile. Let us wait for Goku, and refrain from engaging in further banter with them. Master Shin scoffed, brushing off his sleeves. Humph, old turtle. I hope your disciples do not embarrass themselves. We shall meet on the arena. After a brief interval, a whistling sound pierced the sky. Long time no see. The crowd looked up in unison, witnessing a streak of black light descending at an astonishing speed. Boom. Goku landed gracefully, cradling Bulma in his arms, sporting a carefree smile as he surveyed the gathering. Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi were instantly filled with joy. Goku. Master Roshi's eyes caught sight of Bulma, and they widened with delight, nearly causing a nosebleed. Oh my, Bulma has become increasingly beautiful. Just as Master Roshi was about to approach and utter a few words, Goku's expression darkened. He released a subtle aura directed at Master Roshi. The atmosphere grew tense, a terrifying pressure enveloping Master Roshi. Boom. Master Roshi's legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees, drenched in sweat, frozen in place. What an intimidating presence. Master Roshi felt as though he were being scrutinized by the Grim Reaper. Breath becoming labored. This little brat's power has grown even stronger. He must not be provoked. Absolutely not. Master Roshi, drenched in cold sweat, offered an awkward apology. Cough, Goku. I meant no offense. Goku narrowed his eyes, retracting his aura, and replied nonchalantly. Old man. Keep your eyes to yourself. Master Roshi nodded vigorously. Yes. I won't dare again. Krillin and Yamcha stood to the side, witnesses to this peculiar exchange, yet utterly bewildered by the events unfolding before them. They observed Master Roshi, who had been perfectly fine, suddenly kneeling and offering an embarrassed apology. Krillin questioned, Teacher, why are you kneeling? Yamcha added, is this customary for welcoming Goku? Master Roshi's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he wiped the sweat from his brow, stubbornly asserting, Oh, I was merely stretching my knees, you see? Krillin responded with confusion. Yamcha queried, what on earth is happening? Meanwhile, the golden-haired Lan Shi had been fixated on Goku, initially anticipating the sight of a strikingly handsome man, only to find that Goku was merely a short boy. Lan Shi rolled her eyes on the spot, visibly disdainful as she waved her hand dismissively. Oh, so it's just a little brat. I thought he was some super handsome guy. Instantly losing interest, she turned away, uninterested in Goku. Goku. Isn't that Lan Shi? Why did she suddenly turn cold? Krillin quietly explained, she only likes handsome guys. Oh. Goku glanced at his black martial arts uniform and touched his charming little face. Strange, I thought I was quite handsome. Chapter 32. The preliminary rounds commence in the preliminary area of the World Martial Arts Tournament. There were no spectators, only competitors and judges. The entire area was divided into 4 rings, with participants already standing by their respective platforms, awaiting the commencement of the preliminaries. Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi, who registered under the alias of Jackie Chan, were assigned to different rings. Krillin and Yamcha couldn't comprehend why Master Roshi insisted on wearing makeup, but they chose not to expose him, allowing the old man to enjoy his whims. Heh, the turtle school's useless bunch really enjoys clustering together. A voice laced with mockery echoed as Tien and Kaiatsu approached once more. What's wrong? Did my words silence you? Krillin frowned. Don't be too arrogant. In the martial arts tournament, strength is what truly matters. Tien snorted dismissively. Exactly. So you should just concede quickly to avoid a brutal beating. Yamcha, filled with fury, stepped forward to confront Tien once again. Enough. Let us see who is truly capable in the ring. Stop just talking tough here. Tien's gaze sharpened, a smirk playing on his lips. All right, I'm curious to see how long you turtle school weaklings can last. Suddenly, Tien noticed Goku and Jackie Chan, Master Roshi, standing nearby, his brow furrowing slightly in confusion. Who are these two? They look rather foolish. Kaiatsu tilted his head, blinking innocently. Tien, I haven't seen them before. Tien scanned the scene, looking disdainful. Is this martial arts tournament open to anyone? Yamcha's eyes widened in shock as he shouted. You don't even recognize last year's champions. Tien paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. What? These two? Last year's champions? Ha ha ha. Are you joking? Is this martial arts tournament a children's playground? Kaiatsu looked at Goku and Master Roshi in bewilderment. Tien, are they really that formidable? Tien waved his hand dismissively. The level of last year's tournament was mediocre. The champions were just these two? Ha ha ha. With that, Tien turned away, laughter still lingering in the air. In the leisure area, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through. Under the shade of a parasol, Bulma, Launch, and Poor leisurely sat on their seats, sipping chilled beverages and relishing the tranquil moments before the match. Sigh, the competition has yet to commence. I wonder how Goku is faring, Bulma mused. Launch rolled her eyes. What is there to worry about with that little brat? I'm more interested in spotting some handsome faces. Poir perched on the table, wagging his tail. I hope Yamcha triumphs in the contest. Suddenly, a brooding voice interrupted, ladies. With such glaring sunlight, is it not rather dull to drink alone? A gaunt old man clad in a green martial arts uniform and wearing a tall black hat approached with an air of self-importance. It was Master Roshi. Bulma cast him an exasperated glance. And you are? Can't you see we're in the midst of a conversation? With a smirk of disdain, Master Roshi replied, Humph, I am the master of the Crane School, far superior to that old turtle. Since you choose to associate with those weaklings of the Turtle School, why not join me instead? I possess far more wealth than that old man. Bulma. Launch. Poir. The atmosphere grew tense for 3 seconds. Die, you lecherous old man. Launch exclaimed, pulling out a submachine gun and unleashing a furious barrage. Take that, you old man. I have no need for your filthy money. In a shocking turn of events, Master Roshi effortlessly swatted aside the incoming bullets with swift movements of his hands, not only catching them all, but also crushing them into dust that fell to the ground. Launch, gripping her gun, was seething with frustration. How infuriating. This old geezer can catch bullets with his bare hands. Master Roshi coldly scoffed. Humph, ungrateful woman, just wait and see. With a flourish of his sleeves, he turned and walked away without a backward glance. Launch, grinding her teeth in anger, muttered, curse him. If it weren't for the rules here against killing, I would obliterate him without hesitation. That old man is truly insufferable. Perhaps Goku should deal with him. Bulma, tossing her hair back, suddenly retrieved a small device from her pocket and aimed it at Master Roshi's retreating form, scanning with a series of beeps. Battle power, 120. Bulma rolled her eyes, letting out a scoff. Is that all? I expected something more impressive. Launch inquired, what was that? What did you just use on that bald-headed crane? Bulma proudly waved the device. It's my invention, a scanner that measures a person's battle power. Launch's eyes sparkled with interest. Oh, how much do I measure? With a smile, Bulma directed the scanner at Launch and pressed the skin button. Battle power, 6. Bulma exclaimed, wow, Launch, you're quite formidable. Launch raised her chin, brimming with pride. Humph. Of course, I'm naturally strong. Poir, intrigued, leaned closer. What about me? Can you measure my power? Bulma nodded, holding the scouter towards Poir and announcing, power level 2. Poir exclaimed, wow, I'm so weak. Bulma chuckled as she handed the scouter to Launch, saying, would you like to measure the others? Let us see their power levels. Launch eagerly grabbed the scouter, exclaiming, sure. I'm curious to see how weak everyone here is. With the device in hand, Launch began scanning the nearby pedestrians. Power level 1, power level 2, power level 3. She pouted, TCH, as expected, They're all just ordinary folks. How dull. Bulma shrugged. This is the World Martial Arts Tournament. The true warriors are in the preliminary rounds. The preliminaries commenced. A karateka stood proudly in the center of the ring, fists clasped. Bowing solemnly to Yamcha, I am a master of the Eastern Flow Karate. Allow me to showcase the true art of combat. Yamcha, arms crossed and visibly uninterested, replied, All right. Let us get this over with. I'm pressed for time. Instead of attacking directly, the karateka produced several thick wooden planks from seemingly nowhere. The onlookers in the contestant area frowned, their curiosity piqued, unsure of what this individual intended. Yamcha raised an eyebrow as the karateka set up the boards. What are you planning to do? The referee, equally perplexed, remarked, The match has already begun. Why are you bringing in wooden planks? The rules prohibit the use of weapons. With an air of seriousness, the karateka struck a pose before the match. Please enjoy my karate demonstration. Huh. Crack. The planks were effortlessly split in two, splintering across the floor. Contestants exchanged glances, murmuring in disbelief. What is this guy doing? Does he think this is an exhibition match? Yamcha's expression darkened. Are you here to compete in the tournament or to perform on the streets? The karate master stood tall, chest out. If I can break such sturdy boards with my bare hands, it demonstrates my strength far exceeds that of the average person. You should concede while you still can. An awkward silence enveloped the contestant area. Yamcha's mouth twitched, stifling the urge to curse. All right, since you're so confident, let me show you something as well. Gently loosening his wrist, Yamcha approached the karateka. Bang! In an instant, he unleashed a powerful punch directly to the karateka's abdomen. The karate master's eyes widened in shock, his complexion turning pale as he hunched over like a shrimp, his legs buckling beneath him. Mouth agape, but unable to make a sound. Boom. The karateka was sent flying off the stage, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. The referee declared, Yamcha wins. Yamcha clapped his hands, rolled his neck, and gazed at the fallen karate master, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he calmly remarked, Breaking boards is impressive, but it has nothing to do with fighting. The contestants collectively gasped, silently resolving not to engage in frivolous antics during the competition, lest they face dire consequences in the next round. Klinsmann versus the Underground King. Boom, boom, boom. A towering behemoth, standing at 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles and an imposing physique, strode onto the ring with heavy steps. His arms were thicker than Klinsmann's head, and a ferocious bull tattoo adorned his chest, causing the platform to tremble with each step he took. Goodness, this fellow is enormous. The contestants exclaimed in astonishment. Ha! The Underground King threw back his head in laughter, extending his palm, large as a fan, and pointed disdainfully at Klinsmann. You expect me to compete against someone as diminutive as you? Klinsmann rolled his eyes. You talk too much. Let's get started. I'd like to have lunch soon. The Underground King snorted dismissively and swung his colossal fist through the air, arrogantly declaring, Little one, don't struggle. I am the Underground King. Be it in the black market boxing matches or arena duels, I have never tasted defeat. Even professional fighters cannot last 10 seconds before me, let alone someone of your stature. Ha! Klinsmann rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment. Oh, the Underground King? That sounds quite formidable. The Underground King grinned smugly. Indeed, in the underground arena, I am an invincible force. Klinsmann smiled slightly. Then you should stay underground. Why have you come up here? The contestants erupted in laughter. The Underground King's expression darkened, and he growled, You're asking for trouble. With a thunderous roar, he swung his massive fist down towards Klinsmann. The contestants widened their eyes. If such a giant struck, surely the little one would meet his demise. Amidst the astonished gazes, Klinsmann raised his hand and effortlessly pinched the Underground King's fist between 2 fingers. Huh. The Underground King was dumbfounded, his entire arm immobilized, unable to move an inch. What is happening? Why can't I strike? Cold sweat broke out on the King's forehead as he exerted all his strength to withdraw his fist. Yet it remained completely still. The contestants were left bewildered. What manner of monster is this? Klinsmann slightly lifted his head, revealing a resigned smile. It's time to end this. Boom. Klinsmann suddenly raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the Underground King's abdomen. Bang! The Underground King was sent flying like a cannonball, soaring off the platform and crashing down heavily, unconscious. The referee declared, Klinsmann wins. Chapter 33. The conflict between Tianjin Fan and Yamcha Tianjin Fan made his entrance. His opponent was a robust sumo wrestler, weighing no less than 300 kilograms. Clad in traditional sumo attire, his legs thick as pillars, the sumo wrestler cast a confident glance at Tianjin Fan, a smirk adorning his face. "You're far too slender. My friend, I am a professional sumo wrestler, and my weight is my weapon. In the ring, I am unstoppable. With my mass alone, you cannot budge me. You might as well succumb to being pinned down." The onlookers began to murmur, intrigued by the confrontation between such contrasting physiques. "This sumo wrestler seems rather formidable, doesn't he?" Upon hearing the sumo expert's remarks, Tianjin Fan chuckled softly and, with a sudden flourish, tore off his shirt. The sound of fabric ripping echoed as his upper body was revealed, showcasing muscles defined and firm, as solid as steel. His abdomen displayed a clear set of 8-pack abs. The spectators gasped in awe. "Wow, this guy's musculature is simply exquisite. It's akin to a sculptor's masterpiece." The sumo wrestler's expression shifted slightly. "Humph. No matter how many muscles you possess, it is of no consequence. When it comes to weight, you are still far behind." Tianjin Fan crossed his arms, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Oh, is that so? Hiya." The sumo expert bellowed, suddenly propelling himself forward with the force of a tank toward Tianjin Fan. I am a professional sumo wrestler. Even a seasoned fighter cannot surpass me in sheer strength. Prepare to be sent flying." Bang! The sumo wrestler's shoulder collided fiercely with Tianjin Fan's chest. All the competitors held their breath, anticipating Tianjin Fan to be knocked back, but in the next moment, they were all rendered speechless. Tianjin Fan stood firm, not even budging an inch. Conversely, the sumo wrestler's face transformed in shock upon impact. Wah! The sumo wrestler's shoulder felt as if it had struck an impenetrable iron wall, his entire arm going numb, as if his bones might shatter. "How is this possible?" Tianjin Fan chuckled darkly. "Aren't you confident? Keep going." Cold sweat trickled down the sumo wrestler's brow, his lips quivering. "And no, it can't be. Are you a monster?" Tianjin Fan slightly raised his hand, fingers splayed, resting gently upon the sumo wrestler's shoulder. Boom! With a sudden surge of power, Tianjin Fan effortlessly lifted the 300-kilogram sumo wrestler high above his head with one hand. The onlookers gasped. "What? He lifted that hefty beast with just one hand." Thud! In the next instant, Tianjin Fan slammed the sumo wrestler onto the mat, causing the ring to tremble violently. The sumo wrestler's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The referee declared, "Tianjin Fan wins." The spectators stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the spectacle that had just unfolded. Incredible. This man's strength surpasses the limits of human capability. That was a professional sumo wrestler, thrown aside with a single hand. Son Wukong versus King Kappa. How could that little rascal Son Wukong ever defeat King Kappa? King Kappa is the mightiest fighter. His strength is unparalleled. No one can triumph over him. But wait, is King Kappa truly that formidable? Absolutely. Do you know? The formidable Kappa King possesses the strength to shatter colossal boulders with a single blow. Capable of sending an elephant soaring through the air, he once triumphed in an astonishing 99 consecutive battles in the arena. Is this for real? Such prowess is astounding. It seems even more impressive than the underground champion mentioned earlier. Upon hearing the crowd's fervent admiration for Kappa King, Wukong, the former champion, furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his murmurs. "Hey, what is going on? Am I not the reigning champion? Why does it feel like so few people remember me?" He stroked his chin, growing increasingly perturbed by his thoughts, and boldly proclaimed, "Greetings, everyone. I am Son Wukong, the champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament." The competitors fell into a stunned silence. Some whispered among themselves, "Son Wukong? The last champion? Is that true? This is a jest, isn't it? How could the last champion possibly be this little brat?" One questioned, "Wait, do you recall the final match of the last tournament?" Another replied, I don't remember. I didn't watch the finals." A third added, "Neither did I. So who was the champion again? It can't be this kid, right?" Wukong, overhearing their conversation, was instantly filled with exasperation. Hey, don't you martial artists watch the finals?" Realizing he needed to clarify his identity once more, he raised his fist and shouted towards the audience, "I am Son Wukong, the champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament." The competitors stared in bewilderment. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed as a towering, muscular giant ascended the stage. "Kid, you're quite loud," he remarked. Wukong looked up, tilting his head. What's the matter? Do you have a problem? Kappa King scoffed. Humph. Boy, you'd best concede quickly. Otherwise, I won't hold back. Wukong scratched his head and blinked. Really? You are that formidable, yet you didn't win the last championship? Kappa King froze, his expression darkening. You. From below the stage. The competitor who had previously boasted about Kappa King shouted, Kappa King, don't listen to this brat-ass nonsense. Just knock him out already. Kappa King's face turned grim as he clenched his fists, muscles bulging, and charged towards Wukong with a thunderous roar. Die. Kappa King swung his enormous fist down towards Wukong. Wukong effortlessly sidestepped, avoiding the strike with ease, leaving Kappa King to miss entirely. Boom. Kappa King's fist crashed onto the stage, causing the entire platform to tremble. Wukong leisurely stood to the side and remarked, Are you nearsighted? You missed from this close. Fuming with rage, Kappa King raised his fist once more, aiming to strike Wukong again. Wukong met the attack with a punch of his own. Boom. The entire arena fell into a profound silence, as King Gappa's eyes bulged, his face flushed crimson, and his mouth opened in a silent gasp. Boom. King Gappa was sent flying by a single punch from Goku, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness instantly. The referee declared, Son Goku wins. The fighter who had backed King Gappa was left utterly bewildered, frozen in disbelief. What? Gappa lost just like that? No way. Another swift defeat. As Goku stepped down from the ring, hands on his hips and a cheerful grin on his face, he said, Now you know I'm the reigning champion, right? Tien Shinhan, arms crossed, regarded Goku with a cold stare, narrowing his three eyes slightly. The corners of his mouth curving up just a bit as he let out a soft huff. Chaozu, curious, inquired, Tien, what do you think? Tien replied, This kid has a bit of skill, but not much. Chaozu exclaimed, Really? Tien glanced at the unconscious King Gappa lying outside the ring and remarked coolly, That brute is merely a brawler. His strength is hardly noteworthy. The ability to defeat him so swiftly indicates this kid possesses some merit. Yet he is not worthy of my full attention. As the preliminaries concluded, lunchtime arrived. The contestants flocked to the dining hall provided by the martial arts tournament organizers to replenish their energy while awaiting the afternoon matches. Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, and Jackie Chan, disguised as Master Roshi, gathered around a large table, joyously indulging in a hearty meal. Krillin, gnawing on a chicken leg, remarked, The preliminaries were even easier than I anticipated. Yamcha, sipping soup, nodded in agreement. Indeed, the current opponents are unimpressive. The true challengers will likely only appear in the main event. Crunch, crunch. Goku swiftly devoured the culinary delights on the table, leaving the other contestants in awe. Is this fellow's stomach a black hole? He eats at an astonishing pace. Is the appetite of the last champion truly so fearsome? Just as the atmosphere remained relatively relaxed, the sound of a plate crashing to the ground shattered the harmony of the dining hall. Everyone turned to see Tien Shinhan standing before the table, his expression dark. Is this the best you can offer me? The contestants collectively gasped, many startled by Tien's furious outburst. What is happening? Has this guy lost his temper? With a frigid demeanor, Tien pointed at the food on the table, declaring, These dishes are unworthy of a true martial artist. They fail to provide any energy replenishment. It is nothing but a waste of time. Yamcha, who had been enjoying his meal, felt his expression darken upon hearing Tien's loud complaints. He set down his chopsticks and strode toward Tien without hesitation, stating bluntly, Hey, if you don't want to eat, then don't. Who is forcing you? Why shout like that? Tien shot a disdainful glance at Yamcha. His eyes filled with contempt. Are you speaking to me? Yamcha crossed his arms and responded with a cold smirk. Of course. Who else would I be talking to? You may disdain the food, but to vocally express your grievances. Who do you think you are? The greatest in the world? Tianjin Fan's countenance darkened, his eyes narrowing slightly. His tone icy. So, you seek trouble? The atmosphere instantly grew tense, as their gazes clashed in the air, igniting fierce sparks. The other contestants paused their meals, astonished at the scene unfolding before them. Could these two possibly be on the verge of fighting here? The martial arts tournament has yet to commence, and they wish to settle their differences first? Klin set down his chopsticks, his expression grave. Yamcha won't be able to restrain himself, will he? Goku, chewing his food, observed with keen interest, mumbling, they won't actually fight. As the tension between the two escalated, Jackie, the alias of Master Roshi, finally intervened. He sauntered between them, extending his hands, one resting on Yamcha and the other on Tianjin Fan, smiling as he said, all right, young men, let us not be rash. Yamcha frowned. Jackie, don't hold me back. This guy is insufferably arrogant. Tianjin Fan scoffed. You'd best not interfere, or I shall deal with you both. Huh, if you wish to brawl. That is permissible, but remember this, the martial arts tournament has regulations. Should you engage in a fight outside of the competition grounds, you will be disqualified. This proclamation instantly brought a halt to their confrontation. Yamcha's expression shifted, his teeth clenching in frustration. Damn. Tianjin Fan also furrowed his brow. Though he harbored no fear of Yamcha, it was indeed unwise to engage in conflict here, given the tournament stakes. Ultimately, the two exchanged a cold glare, neither uttering another word, merely huffing as they returned to their respective seats. Yamcha, resuming his place, still simmered with discontent. Humph, that guy is far too arrogant. He will regret it soon enough. Klin chuckled. Don't be upset. Just wait until the arena to teach him a lesson. Yamcha sighed, picking up his chopsticks. Fine. Let us eat first. The competition hasn't even begun. Upon returning to his seat, Tianjin Fan remained indifferent, as though the earlier altercation had never occurred. Dumpling whispered, Tianjin Fan, you were truly on the brink of a fight just now. Tianjin Fan closed his eyes, coldly replying, Humph, when we reach the arena, I shall personally crush them. Chapter 34. Yamcha's broken leg. The 8 contenders who advanced gathered in the Grand Hall, awaiting the draw for the quarterfinals. Soon, the final matchups were revealed. Yamcha versus Tianjin Fan, Kame Sennin style versus Crane School, a destined battle. Jackie, Master Roshi's alias, versus the Wolfman, an experienced martial artist versus a mysterious creature. Klin versus Dumpling, a duel of bald heads. And Puff versus Goku. Goku hardly regarded him with any seriousness. Yamcha versus Tianjin Fan. At last. It is our turn to face each other directly. Yamcha stretched his neck, crossed his arms, and a confident smile graced his lips. With a cold sneer, Tien regarded Yamcha with palpable disdain, remarking upon his evident struggle even in the preliminary rounds. Provoked by this taunt, Yamcha glared back furiously, his voice laced with venomous defiance as he retorted, Do not underestimate me. Tien dismissively responded, A waste is always a waste, even with a bit of bravado. You remain inconsequential. Yamcha's anger surged, his veins bulging as the match commenced with a resounding shout. He unleashed a flurry of rapid punches aimed at Tien's face and abdomen. Tien, however, effortlessly sidestepped, his movements remarkably precise, evading each attack with impeccable timing. Yamcha's fists grazed Tien's skin without landing a blow, eliciting a smirk of derision from Tien, who scoffed, Is this your speed? Enraged, Yamcha declared, Damn it. Let us see how long you can keep dodging. Suddenly, Yamcha executed a low sweep kick. Tien raised one leg to evade the strike, simultaneously driving his right knee downward with ferocity. The impact reverberated as Yamcha's leg was forcefully slammed against the ring, causing him to recoil in pain. He swiftly rolled away, maintaining his distance, his expression grave as he realized Tien's reflexes were unervingly quick. With a nonchalant gaze, Tien taunted, Have you finished testing me? Now it's my turn. In an instant, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Yamcha's face. Yamcha quickly raised his arms in defense, but the force of Tien's blow was staggering, sending him stumbling backward, leaving deep marks on the arena floor. Astounded by Tien's strength, Yamcha felt a tingling numbness in his arms. Tien pressed the attack, launching a relentless barrage of punches with the ferocity of a torrential storm. Yamcha desperately retreated, struggling to evade the onslaught, yet was struck squarely on the shoulder. With a cry of pain, Yamcha was sent sprawling, tumbling twice in the air before barely regaining his footing in a disheveled manner. Tien, with a slight smirk, remarked coldly, Your evasion was decent, but at this level, perhaps the turtle school should head home for some milk. Fuming, Yamcha steadied his breath, swiftly adopting a fierce stance, his hands transforming into claw-like forms as an intense aura radiated around him. Hiya! Tien raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, ready to show your true abilities? In an explosive burst, Yamcha's form blurred into a mere shadow, launching a high-speed assault toward Tien. New Wolf Fang Fist. The onslaught erupted like a tempest, each strike imbued with fierce power, relentlessly battering Tien's body. Gasps of astonishment filled the audience. Wow, Yamcha's speed is astonishing. Can Tien withstand it? The arena echoed with the sounds of impact as the battle intensified. Tianjin Fan remained utterly unfazed, not even flinching or retreating. Yamcha, in a frenzy of attacks, widened his eyes in disbelief. What? Why is he showing no reaction at all? Tianjin Fan gently moved his neck, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Are you done? It's my turn now. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Tianjin Fan struck decisively, landing a precise blow to Yamcha's chest. Bam! Yamcha's complexion turned an alarming shade of green, his eyes nearly rolling back in his head. Ugh! Ugh! Tianjin Fan seized the opportunity to follow up, delivering a fierce kick to Yamcha's abdomen. Boom! Yamcha was sent flying to the edge of the ring, crashing heavily onto the platform, agony etched across his face. Tianjin Fan approached slowly, coldly remarking, "Weren't you confident? Why is it so difficult for you to even stand? Don't get cocky, I haven't lost yet." Yamcha replied, struggling to rise. He suddenly spread his palms wide, blue orbs of energy coalescing in his hands. Kamehameha. The blue energy wave surged toward Tianjin Fan. Bam! Tianjin Fan caught Yamcha's Kamehameha with a single palm. How is that possible? Yamcha's eyes widened in disbelief. The power is too weak. Boom! Tianjin Fan exerted force, sending Yamcha's Kamehameha ricocheting back. Ah! Yamcha was blasted away by his own attack, tumbling through the air. A smirk played at the corners of Tianjin Fan's mouth as he leapt high, delivering a fierce kick. Crack! Yamcha's right leg was shattered by Tianjin Fan's strike. Ugh! Yamcha cried out in agony as he collapsed, utterly unable to rise. The referee declared, Tianjin Fan wins. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, many staring in shock at the brutal scene on the stage. My goodness, Yamcha was utterly defeated. Tianjin Fan is formidable. Is this guy a monster? The expressions of Master Roshi, Krillin, and others shifted dramatically as they witnessed Yamcha lying on the ground, his right leg grotesquely bent and immobile, clearly broken. Tianjin Fan slowly walked up to the fallen Yamcha, looking down at him with a cold smile. Humph, the strongest of the turtle school, and this is all you've got? With such a level of skill, you dare to compete in the World Martial Arts Tournament? It's laughable. You'd best train for a few more years, or next time. Your life may be at stake. Yamcha. In the audience, Poir and Launch rushed forward. With tears streaming down his face, Poir transformed into a blue flying carpet, swiftly lifting the injured Yamcha, while Launch anxiously followed closely behind. Hurry, we need to get Yamcha to the hospital. Launch exclaimed worriedly. Wah, Yamcha, hang in there. Tianjin Fan observed the scene with a disdainful scoff, shaking his head dismissively, arms crossed, before turning to depart. What a bunch of weaklings, truly a waste of my time. In the corner, Wukong, with arms crossed, languidly yawned, his expression one of indifference. Just like the original plot, nothing surprising. The organizers were compelled to announce, due to damage to the arena and a serious injury to a contestant, the next match will be postponed until tomorrow. In the hospital ward, Yamcha lay on the bed, his right leg encased in a thick plaster cast. Master Roshi and Krillin stood beside the bed, gazing at this pitiful figure. Their expressions varied. Krillin, with a worried countenance, inquired, Yamcha, how do you feel? Is your leg all right? Yamcha forced a smile, his eyes filled with guilt and self-reproach, softly replying, I'm sorry I couldn't defeat Tianjin Fan. I thought I had grown stronger, but before him, I was utterly powerless. Gripping the bed sheet tightly, he gritted his teeth. Tianjin Fan is far stronger than I had imagined. Krillin offered words of consolation. Don't be disheartened. You've already done your best. Tianjin Fan is indeed formidable. Yamcha took a deep breath, looking at Master Roshi and Krillin. Master Mateto, Krillin, you must defeat Tianjin Fan. Do not allow this guy to become arrogant. Master Roshi nodded with a smile. Rest assured, I won't lose so easily. Krillin clenched his fists earnestly. Yamcha, leave the upcoming matches to us. In a luxurious restaurant near the martial arts tournament, Wukong leisurely dined on a large platter of barbecued meat while enjoying a date with Bulma. Wukong, could you possibly eat a bit slower? Bulma rolled her eyes in exasperation. Sigh, going on a date with you is certainly unlike any ordinary outing. Wukong swallowed a hefty bite of meat and grinned. This is the best date ever. Far more entertaining than a stroll or a movie. Bulma chuckled, casually asking, shouldn't we visit the hospital to check on that turtle school guy? Wukong shrugged. Oh, I'm not going. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't you care at all? Wukong continued chewing, nonchalantly stating, I'm not one of the turtle school. Bulma retorted, you're truly heartless. Wukong spread his hands. You know better than anyone how warm my blood runs. Chapter 35. Master Crane disappeared as night fell. The hotel housing the contestants of the World Martial Arts Tournament sank into silence. On the 20th floor, in Wukong's room, everything appeared tranquil. Remarkably, Wukong chose not to share a bed with Bulma, specifically requesting a separate room. Bulma found this peculiar, yet Wukong merely smiled mysteriously, offering no explanation. As the night deepened, the entire hotel was enveloped in silence. In the early hours, a shadow silently materialized on the balcony of the 20th floor. It is important to note that this was indeed the 20th floor. Yet, the silhouette, like a phantom, nimbly ascended onto the balcony, scarcely making a sound. The figure's gaze was frigid. Clutching a sharp dagger, it slowly approached the bed. There, little Wukong lay peacefully asleep, his breathing steady, appearing utterly unguarded. Tonight marks your demise. You little brat. The figure's eyes glinted with murderous intent as it unhesitatingly raised the dagger and thrust it down with ferocity. Thud! The dagger plunged deeply into the mattress, vanishing within its depths. On the bed, Wukong had vanished. Oh no! Master Crane suddenly sensed something amiss. A chill coursed up his spine as the figure swiftly realized. Screaming in its mind, this is bad. There's an ambush. I must retreat immediately. The figure abruptly turned and sprinted toward the balcony, seeking to escape the way it came. Where do you think you're going? A cold, indifferent voice echoed, akin to the whisper of death. The shadow trembled, its face turning pale in an instant. There stood Wukong, arms crossed, gazing at him coldly. When did you discover my presence? Wukong's lips curled into a slight, sarcastic smile. Because I know the script, Master Crane. Master Crane. You little rascal, actually recognized me. His expression twisted, a mixture of rage and terror, but there was no time for astonishment. Master Crane immediately summoned his energy, charging toward the balcony. Get away from me. You shall not escape. In a flash, Wukong appeared behind Master Crane, one hand firmly gripping the elder's shoulder. Curse you. Master Crane thrashed desperately, but was utterly unable to break free. Wukong let out a cold snort, and with a surge of power, hurled Master Crane into the sky. Whoosh! Master Crane's body was instantly propelled thousands of meters into the air, soaring towards the clouds cloaked in the night. Ah! As he tumbled through the air, Master Crane's expression changed dramatically, filled with sheer panic. How could this little brat possess such strength? Wukong raised a hand, gathering a dazzling blue-white energy wave in his palm. You come to assassinate me, be prepared for death. Perish. Boom. A seemingly unremarkable energy wave shot skyward, striking Master Crane with unerring precision. The elder barely had time to flee before his body was engulfed by the energy wave. Ah! Boom. A colossal fireball erupted in the night sky, illuminating the entire city. Master Crane was reduced to ashes. Truly oblivious to the consequences. Wukong dusted off his hands as if he had merely disposed of refuse. Glancing at the night sky, the explosion's glow had faded, and darkness enveloped the heavens once more. Master Crane, that unfortunate old man, had vanished from the world. As Wukong returned to his room, a faint smile graced his lips as he murmured to himself. Consider it a burial for Tao Bai, then? In the adjacent room, Bulma stirred, her eyes fluttering open in confusion as she sensed an unusual commotion. Turning over, she caught a glimpse of a small shadow creeping up beside her bed. Huh! Bulma instantly jolted awake, sitting upright and flicking on the bedside lamp. There lay Wukong, nestled in the corner of her bed, clutching the blanket and gazing at her with innocent eyes. Bulma, her expression darkening, snapped, Wukong, did you not say we would sleep apart tonight? Wukong, feigning distress as he hugged his knees, replied in a soft voice. I had a nightmare, and I'm scared. Bulma raised an eyebrow in disbelief, her mouth twitching in exasperation. You scared? You are Son Wukong. What could possibly frighten you? Wukong rolled his eyes dramatically, diving deeper into the covers. I dreamt that Bulma turned into a monster and ate me. It was terrifying. Bulma retorted. Do you believe I want to throw you out right now? In a flash, Wukong grasped Bulma's arm, nuzzling against her like a child. I'm so scared. Please let me stay here. Bulma, now utterly speechless, thought for a moment before narrowing her eyes, a mischievous grin appearing. All right, since you're scared, I shall make you even more afraid. With that, Bulma seized Wukong's tail. Bulma, let go. Wukong immediately turned limp, collapsing onto the bed like a noodle, writhing in exaggerated agony. Now you know fear, don't you? Let us see if you dare to climb onto my bed again. Bulma chuckled wickedly, increasing the pressure on Wukong's tail as she aimed to subdue the mischievous monkey. Just as Bulma basked in her triumph, he exclaimed, "I was just kidding." And with a sudden burst of energy, Wukong sprang up like a wild monkey. "Ah!" Bulma gasped in shock. With a thud, Wukong pounced on Bulma, pinning her down with a devilish grin on his face. "Bulma, you're too naive. My tail has been trained. It's useless to grab it." Bulma, trapped beneath Wukong, felt her face heat up in embarrassment. "Hey, son Wukong, you're making it hard for me to breathe. Get off me." Yet, Wukong showed no urgency to comply. Instead, he smirked mischievously. "Oh dear, my tail really hurt just now. Shouldn't you compensate me?" Bulma, now furious, snarled through gritted teeth. "Compensate you? Get lost." Summoning all her strength, she swung her fist and struck Wukong on the head. Bam! Wukong winced. Ouch! As Wukong winced in pain and loosened his grip, Bulma seized the opportunity to break free, delivering a swift kick that sent Wukong tumbling off the bed. Thud! Wukong rolled twice on the floor, resting on the ground with a look of grievance as he rubbed his head. Clutching a pillow, Bulma huffed angrily. "Humph. Let us see if you dare to feign innocence again." Wukong lay on the floor, scratching the back of his head. It was quite comfortable lying there. Bulma, seizing the pillow with fervor, hurled it at Wukong once more. As dawn broke and the first light of morning illuminated the sky, the contestants began to rise, preparing for a new day of competition. "Tianjin Fan! Tianjin Fan!" A frantic voice echoed down the corridor as Jiaozi knocked vigorously on Tianjin Fan's door. His face etched with worry. "Open the door. Something's wrong." "What on earth?" Tianjin Fan furrowed his brows as he sleepily approached the door and opened it. "What is happening?" Jiaozi, on the verge of tears, looked utterly distressed. "Tianjin Fan, Master is missing." Tianjin Fan's heart sank. "What did you say?" Jiaozi hastily replied. "I just want to look for Master, but he is nowhere to be found in his room. I waited for quite a while, yet he hasn't returned." Instantly, Tianjin Fan's expression darkened, a wave of unease washing over him. The two immediately set out to search for the whereabouts of Master Rashi. Upon inspecting Rashi's room, they found the bed cold, clearly indicating that he hadn't slept there at all. His luggage, clothes, and shoes remained, suggesting he hadn't left of his own accord. Master didn't return to his room last night, Tianjin Fan thought, his heart racing and his face growing increasingly grave, the events of the previous night replaying in his mind. Master Rashi had stealthily exited the hotel, and Tianjin Fan had quietly followed but lost track of him at a crucial moment, never to see him again. Strangely, even Master Rashi's presence had completely vanished. Tianjin Fan clenched his fists, a dreadful suspicion forming in his mind. Could it be that the explosive light from last night was the end of Master's journey? Noticing Tianjin Fan's expression darkening further, Jiaozi could no longer contain his anxiety. "Tianjin Fan, what's wrong? Have you figured something out?" Tianjin Fan paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and quietly said, "Master may not return." Jiaozi was taken aback. "Huh? What do you mean?" Tianjin Fan remained silent, his gaze fixed solemnly on the distant sky, an ominous foreboding stirring within him. Chapter 36. Krillin's clever strategy against Jiaozi. Ladies and gentlemen, we now commence the second match of the top 8. The host stood in the center of the arena, brandishing the microphone with fervor. Jackie Chan versus Werewolf. The crowd erupted in cheers as a towering werewolf contestant, covered head to toe in brown fur, stepped onto the stage. "Humph, finally, it's my turn to shine." The werewolf extended its sharp claws, baring its fangs, and arrogantly declared, "You, old man, are no match for me. You might as well concede. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy later." The audience erupted in astonishment. The wolfman's words left many spectators sweating for Jackie Chan. How audacious this wolfman is. Yet Jackie is the runner-up from the last competition. Surely he won't concede defeat so easily. With a leisurely gait, Jackie ascended the stage, exuding calmness as he stretched, seemingly indifferent to the contest at hand. The youth is far too impatient. This is not good. In a competition, one must maintain composure. With these aged limbs of mine, I cannot withstand your intimidation. The wolfman furrowed his brow, feeling slighted, and anger surged within him. "Bastard! Since you take this so lightly, allow me to demonstrate my prowess." The match begins. "Oh, whoa." The wolfman lunged, claws slicing through the air like a tempest, aimed directly at Jackie's head. Perish, old man. Jackie lazily scratched his head, slightly sidestepping, effortlessly evading the wolf-man's assault. Whack! The wolf-man's claws grazed the tip of Jackie's nose, yet he struck nothing. What? Jackie waved his hand dismissively, a relaxed expression on his face, remarking, "Your attacks are rather sluggish." Enraged, the wolf-man swung his claws wildly once more. Bang! 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 Jackie moved with grace, his figure agile, as if dancing. The audience gasped in unison. Wow! Jackie's agility is astounding. This speed is hardly what one would expect from an old man. After a flurry of assaults, the wolf man was left panting, while Jackie had barely broken a sweat. Jackie sighed. "Young man, your punches are too chaotic. Your fundamentals are lacking." The wolf man roared in frustration. "Damn it, how long will you evade?" Jackie smiled slightly. "Very well, it's my turn to strike." Suddenly, Jackie sprang forward, appearing before the wolf man in an instant. Boom! Jackie unleashed a single punch, striking the wolf man squarely in the abdomen. Ugh! Hi! The wolf man's eyes bulged, and he soared into the air, crashing heavily onto the ground outside the ring, completely unconscious. The wolf man is out of bounds. The victor is Jackie Chan. The audience was left in stunned silence, before erupting into thunderous applause. Wow! Incredible! Jackie truly lives up to his title as last year's runner-up. Such a competitor is no match for him. In the contestants' resting area, Tianjin Fan stood with arms crossed, his gaze fixed calmly on Jackie's retreating figure. That old man seemed to have thrown one punch, yet in reality, he delivered three. Clin versus Dumpling. Clin rolled his neck, cracked his knuckles, and a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. Who would have thought my opponent would be such a small dumpling? Dumpling looked up at Clin with a placid expression, retorting, "Humph, I think your head resembles a dumpling more, bald and shiny." Clin. The audience erupted in laughter, with resounding chuckles echoing through the venue. Ha ha ha. Dumpling is absolutely right. Clin's head truly shines. Clin's expression darkened, and through clenched teeth, he retorted, "You're the bald one." Completely devoid of hair. Dumpling huffed, proudly removing his hat. "Humph. Who says I lack hair?" Atop Dumpling's head stood a solitary thin hair, dancing in the breeze. Clin. Audience. But ha ha ha. Wow, Dumpling actually has hair. But it's just one strand. Can that even be considered hair? Clin facepalmed, his expression one of exasperation. For heaven's sake, you have but a single hair. It's no different from being bald, is it? Dumpling, brimming with pride, declared, "But I am not bald. You are bald. It infuriates me." In a fit of anger, Clin charged forward, ready to attack. Take this punch. Whoosh. To everyone's surprise, Dumpling floated effortlessly into the air. You can't hit me. Clin's punch missed, causing him to nearly tumble headfirst to the ground. Darn it. Dumpling reveled in his aerial maneuver, occasionally performing somersaults, his face alight with mockery. Can you fly? I doubt it. Ha ha ha. Clin shouted, Get down here. Dumpling crossed his arms, grinning smugly. Not a chance. Clin, frustrated and stomping his feet, found himself utterly powerless. The audience roared with laughter. The scene was utterly hilarious. Ha ha ha. Clin can't lay a finger on Dumpling. Can this contest even continue? With a sudden surge of determination, Clin sprinted across the stage, darting in various directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dumpling floated above, tracking Clin's movements, but soon his expression turned bewildered. Wait, where did the little bald head go? Dumpling's eyes struggled to keep pace with Clin's speed. Tianjin Fan, witnessing this, quickly shouted, Dumpling, Clin is to your left. Dumpling paused, confusion etched on his face. Which way is left? Tianjin Fan. You fool. As Clin swiftly maneuvered around the stage and overheard Tianjin Fan's warning, he suddenly realized Dumpling could not discern direction. A wicked grin spread across Clin's face, and he chuckled inwardly. Ha, this guy isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. An opportunity has presented itself. Thus, Clin abruptly halted, calling out, Hey, Dumpling, let us play a game. Curious, Dumpling hovered in the air, tilting his head. What game? Feigning mystery, Clin proposed, I'll ask you a math question. Do you dare to answer? Dumpling, confident, laughed. Ha, I'm not foolish. Ask away. Clin inquired, what is 22 equal to? Dumpling hesitated for a moment, looking down as he earnestly began to count on his fingers. 22 equals, let me think. 1, 2, 3, 4. Outside the ring, Tianjin fan's expression darkened as he shouted in frustration, "Dumpling, don't fall for it." However, Dumpling was completely absorbed in the realm of arithmetic, oblivious to the calls of Tianjin rice. A glint flickered in Klin's eyes as he suddenly sprang into action. Dumpling snapped back to reality. "Humph, you little baldy. You are playing tricks." Dumpling extended his hands, unleashing an invisible wave of superpower. Ah! Klin suddenly clutched his stomach, his face turning a ghastly green. What in the world is happening? Klin felt a twisting pain in his belly, as if cursed, drenched in sweat, and collapsed to the ground. Dumpling laughed triumphantly. "My superpower is indeed formidable, rendering you unable to stand." How infuriating. This superpower is utterly inescapable. Am I destined to lose? No. There must be a way. A flash of inspiration struck Klin. "Hey, Dumpling." Klin gasped, shouting loudly. Dumpling wore a smug expression. "Haha, little baldy. Are you about to concede defeat?" A peculiar smile crept across Klin's face. "No, I wish to pose another math question." Dumpling was taken aback. "Huh? Another math question?" Klin nodded. "Yes, this one is a bit more challenging. Do you dare to answer?" Dumpling's eyes sparkled. "Haha, of course I dare. Ask away." "Klin, what is 55 equal to?" Dumpling immediately bent down to count on his fingers. 55, let me calculate." Tianjin rice outside the ring was so enraged he nearly spat blood. "Dumpling, don't fall for it." Ah! Klin suddenly broke free and lunged forward. Bang! A heavy punch struck Dumpling's abdomen. Dumpling's pupils dilated. Ah! Boom! Dumpling was sent flying by Klin's punch, rolling off the stage and crashing heavily onto the ground. The referee rushed onto the stage, announcing loudly, "Dumpling is out of bounds. The victor is Klin." The audience fell silent for a few seconds before erupting in laughter and cheers. "Ha ha ha, Klin is so cunning. Dumpling is rather foolish. Getting tricked so many times over a math problem." Klin, hands on his hips, laughed heartily. "Ah, intelligence is indeed a part of combat prowess." Dumpling lay on the ground, utterly bewildered. But what does 55 actually equal?" Tianjin rice covered his face. "I don't know this guy." Klin approached Dumpling, arms crossed, a smug smile on his face. "Hey, bald head, 55 equals 10. Have you figured it out?" Dumpling blinked in confusion. "Huh? Wait a moment, I'm still calculating 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Klin, Tianjin rice. The audience. Klin couldn't help but scoff. "Hey, I already told you the answer. Why are you still calculating?" Dumpling looked at Klin with earnest seriousness. "You're lying. I'll figure it out myself." Klin, Tianjin rice's face turned pale, veins bulging. He shouted in fury, "Dumpling, you fool. 55 is 10. Why would he deceive you?" "Ah." Dumpling, with a look of bewilderment, murmured, "But let me calculate." Klin scratched his head in silence and sighed. "All right then, I shall go celebrate my victory first." Chapter 37, Son Wukong. I shall end your life, ladies and gentlemen. The long-awaited final match of the top 8 has officially commenced, pitting the reigning champion of the martial arts tournament, Son Wukong, against the superstar of the fighting world, Puff. The audience erupted in an instant. A figure leaped down from the highest structure of the martial arts arena with breathtaking speed. In midair, he executed a dazzling somersault, striking a flawless martial arts pose before gracefully landing on the stage. Bang! At the moment of landing, he knelt on one knee, striking a stylish pose with both hands, his hair flowing in the wind, resembling a superhero from the movies. The female fans went wild in an instant. "Wow, Lord Puff. So handsome. Lord Puff is the best. Ah, what a perfect man." Puff rose to his feet, slowly removing his cloak to reveal a physique of solid muscle. He stretched his neck and posed in several bodybuilding stances. His muscular definition was exquisite, with his back muscles protruding like rock formations and veins bulging on his arms, exuding an astonishing sense of strength. Bang! Puff casually elbowed the wall at the edge of the ring. The wall collapsed in an instant. The audience gasped in shock. The female fans screamed even more frantically. "Wow, Lord Puff is so strong. This is the allure of a man." Puff smirked, turning to Wukong, and confidently remarked, "Kid, have you ever seen muscles as perfect as these?" After Puff finished his display, he expected Wukong to be astonished or show a look of fear. However, Wukong merely crossed his arms and yawned lazily. "Ugh, how boring." "Puff." Wukong picked his nose and casually said, "Are you going to fight or not?" Stop posing. You're making me sleepy. Puff. The entire audience. Wukong. Take him down. Bulma, with her hands on her hips, shouted towards the ring. Upon hearing Bulma's voice, Wukong grinned widely. All right. Puff assumed his fighting stance, preparing to unleash a fierce attack. Boom. Wukong delivered a kick. The speed of this kick was so swift that it was beyond the naked eye's ability to perceive. Bang! Puff's body bent backward like a bow, propelled into the air. Whoosh! A fleeting shadow sliced through the sky, and Puff shot upwards like a rocket, quickly transforming into a small black, completely vanishing beyond the horizon. The audience. Bulma. Was that it? Host. I haven't even begun my commentary. Tianjin fan. This guy's strength. The martial arts arena fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Wukong clapped his hands, as if he had accomplished something trivial, then turned to the host and languidly stated, Host, hurry up and announce my victory. The host, bewildered, exclaimed, Huh? Huh. The contestant Puff has vanished? Wukong nodded. Indeed, he has flown far away and is unlikely to return. The audience was left in stunned silence. Just moments ago, they had been fervently cheering for Puff, and now they were frozen in disbelief. Puff simply flew away. I barely blinked, and the match was over? What kind of speed was that? I could hardly comprehend it. Son Wukong is truly formidable. Tianjin fan fixated on Wukong's figure, a tempest brewing within him. That kick had power that I could also muster. Yet, I could never replicate his effortless grace. Tianjin fan suddenly realized that Son Wukong might be even more terrifying than he had imagined. Puff is out of bounds. The victor is Son Wukong. The arena fell into a profound silence. Bulma, exasperated, slapped her forehead and remarked, Wukong, you are far too brutal. Wukong shrugged. I won't allow anyone to outshine me. Krillin added, suddenly, I feel a bit of sympathy for Puff. Ladies and gentlemen, the exhilarating moment has arrived. After a fierce quarterfinal battle, the 4 contestants advancing to the semifinals are Tianjin fan, Jackie Chan, alias Turtle Hermit, Krillin, Son Wukong. Now, we shall conduct the draw for the semifinals. The drawing ceremony. A battle of fate. The 4 contestants stood at the center of the arena as the host produced the drawing tube and allowed them to draw their numbers in turn. Krillin clasped his hands together, murmuring, Please, don't let me face Wukong. Wukong lazily scratched his head. Whatever, I'll win anyway. Tianjin fan crossed his arms, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Wukong, still recalling the power of that last kick. Jackie Chan, alias Turtle Hermit, calmly stroked his beard. I shall observe the situation. The first match of the semifinals, Tianjin fan versus Jackie Chan. The second match, Son Wukong versus Krillin. The audience erupted, wow. Krillin lamented. It's over for me. His spirit plummeted. Krillin, you have a chance for revenge. Krillin retorted, why must it be me? Tianjin fan furrowed his brow slightly, turning his gaze to Jackie Chan, alias Turtle Hermit, thinking to himself, this old man does not appear to be ordinary. I must be cautious. Jackie Chan stroked his beard. Young man, are you prepared? The match paused momentarily as the contestants retreated to the resting area to adjust their states and prepare for the upcoming semifinals. Wukong leisurely perched on a stone, munching on a rice ball while swinging his legs, exuding an air of relaxation. A cold voice broke the silence, Son Wukong. As Wukong lifted his gaze, he discovered Tianjin fan standing before him, his eyes cold and emanating an aura of danger. Did you kill Master Crane? Silence enveloped the scene. Krillin and Master Roshi halted their movements, holding their breath in anticipation of Wukong's response. Nonchalantly chewing on a rice ball, Wukong replied in a tone that suggested it was merely a matter of fact. Indeed. Tianjin fan's pupils constricted sharply, his heart momentarily faltering. What? Wukong continued with an air of indifference. I killed Tao Pai Pai. Master Crane came seeking vengeance, only to be met with my counterattack. It was as simple as that. A shiver coursed through Tianjin fan's body, his expression transforming entirely. Master is gone. Wukong, wiping crumbs from the corner of his mouth, replied carelessly, That's right. Last night, he attempted to assassinate me with a knife, but I discovered him first. Since he sought my life, I sent him on his way. Tianjin fan gasped. The enmity of a master cannot be overlooked. Son Wukong, I shall slay you. His body trembled, fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his palms. Observing Tianjin fan's rage, Wukong lazily stretched. If you wish for revenge, feel free to give it a try. However, I must forewarn you. Your fate will mirror that of Master Crane. Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth, eyes ablaze with fury, veins protruding on his forehead, breath quickening. Sensing the tension in the air, Krillin rose swiftly, anxiously watching Tianjin Fan. Master Roshi narrowed his eyes, murmuring, Tianjin Fan, you would do well not to act recklessly here. Taking a deep breath, Tianjin Fan ultimately restrained himself from attacking, though the murderous intent in his gaze was unmistakable. I cannot act impulsively. At the World Martial Arts Tournament, I will defeat you honorably and make you pay the price. Wukong rolled his eyes lazily. After casting one last penetrating glance at Wukong, Tianjin Fan turned and departed. Krillin and Master Roshi approached quietly, exchanging glances filled with confusion and concern. Master Roshi asked in a low voice, Wukong, what you said earlier, was it true? Krillin, frowning, added softly, did you truly kill Tao Pai Pai and Master Crane? Wukong scratched his head, unconcerned, yes. Master Roshi and Krillin exchanged bewildered looks, wondering how Wukong could exhibit no sense of guilt. Wukong grinned. Tao Pai Pai was an assassin hired by the Red Ribbon Army, specifically dispatched to kill me. But I turned the tables on him. As for Master Crane, it seems he learned of this and sought vengeance. Ultimately, he was simply outmatched and fell to me. Quite straightforward, really. Master Roshi and Krillin exchanged glances, their expressions suggesting it sounded as though he had merely crushed two ants. Master Roshi stroked his beard, frowning. Tao Pai Pai was indeed a villain. His demise is hardly surprising. Yet, Master Crane, despite his faults, was still Tianjin Fan's master. Wukong waved his hand dismissively. Whose fault is it if one is lacking in strength? Master Roshi sighed. Ah, you young rascal. Suddenly, a piece of news flashed through Krillin's mind. 3 years prior, major news outlets across the globe were in a frenzy reporting that the headquarters and various bases of the Red Ribbon Army had been reduced to rubble, transformed into gaping, bottomless pits. To this day, no evidence had surfaced to indicate who was responsible. Krillin's eyes widened in shock as a terrifying possibility dawned upon him. He swallowed hard, staring at Goku, his voice trembling. Goku, could it be that you were the one who obliterated the Red Ribbon Army? Goku paused momentarily, a delighted smile spreading across his face. Ha ha. Indeed, as a champion of justice, I cannot tolerate evil, and I swiftly annihilated them all. Master Roshi, Chapter 38, Tien's Martial Spirit Shaken. Dear audience, the semifinals have officially commenced. The first match, Tien Shinhan versus Jackie Chan, Master Roshi's alias. The crowd erupted in cheers, the atmosphere electric. Tien slowly approached Jackie, his gaze icy and filled with murderous intent. His heart burned with vengeful fury. Eager to dispatch this old man and confront Goku. Humph, just an old man. Don't waste my time, Tien coldly remarked, dripping with disdain. Just admit defeat quickly, lest I injure you severely. Ah, young man, you are still too arrogant. Jackie, Master Roshi, replied with a subtle smile, leisurely stretching his neck and wrists, appearing utterly harmless. I am no ordinary old man. Defeating me won't be so simple. With fists clenched tightly, Tien's fighting spirit surged. Enough talk, let us fight. Boom. Tien's foot slammed down, and the ground exploded beneath him as he charged toward Jackie like a cannonball. Jackie glided slightly, adopting a Tai Chi stance, seemingly unthreatened. The two exchanged blows, fists and feet colliding with ferocious intensity. Tien gritted his teeth, shouting, Old man, your speed is commendable, but your strength pales in comparison to mine. Boom. Tien landed a powerful punch to Jackie's abdomen. Jackie let out a grunt, sliding back several meters, but quickly regaining his footing. Well done, young man. Your punches have merit. Yet there is still room for improvement. Jackie retaliated fiercely, launching a punch straight at Tien's chest. Tien crossed his arms in defense, but was still sent staggering back several steps. The audience gasped, this is incredible. Krillin wiped his brow nervously. Tien's attacks are ferocious. Can Master Roshi withstand this onslaught? Yamcha furrowed his brow, leaning on his cane to observe the match. Not necessarily. Master Wu Tian's techniques are exquisitely refined, employing softness to conquer hardness. Suddenly, Tianjin Fan stomped onto the arena, causing the ground to crack, and in an instant, his figure vanished. Bang! Jackie Chan reacted instantaneously, disappearing from his spot, leaving behind a shadow that Tianjin Fan's fist pierced through, yet it was merely an illusion. The two engaged in a rapid exchange on the stage, their fists intertwining, transforming into a flurry of fleeting images. In the audience, all that could be discerned were countless blurred phantoms on the ring, rendering their true forms unrecognizable. Bang, 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 bang. Tianjin fans' punches flew like lightning, unleashing over 100 blows in a single second. Jackie Chan, undeterred, countered with a series of claps, dissipating the force of the onslaught. Boom! A sweeping kick from Tianjin Fan met Jackie Chan's crossed arms in defense, yet he was still shoved back several meters. Steadying himself, Jackie Chan smirked. Youngster, your strength is commendable, but I shall not be bested by you. Enough chatter. Prepare yourself. Tianjin Fan leapt into the air, both fists thrust forward, generating a terrifying shockwave that surged toward Jackie Chan. Bang, bang, bang. After yet another head-on clash, Tianjin Fan and Jackie Chan finally separated, retreating several meters. Both were gasping for breath, slight abrasions marring their faces. Tianjin Fan, panting, beads of sweat forming on his brow, clenched his fists tightly. Damn, who is this old man? How can he match me like this? Jackie Chan, in the guise of Master Roshi, breathed heavily. This kid indeed possesses some skill. With a cold snort, Tianjin Fan was about to charge again when Jackie Chan suddenly grasped his own shirt and ripped it off with a whoosh, revealing a skeletal physique beneath his clothing. The audience. Tianjin Fan, is this old man serious? Furrowing his brow, Tianjin Fan, despite perceiving the old man's gaunt appearance, did not dare to underestimate him. He charged forward, wrapping his arms around Jackie Chan, attempting to crush him with sheer force. Jackie Chan, refusing to yield, entwined his arms around Tianjin Fan, and the two were instantly locked in a struggle of strength, resembling a fierce wrestling match. They grappled fiercely, muscles taut and veins bulging, the arena creaking under the pressure. Bang, bang, bang. Tianjin Fan and Jackie Chan fought for dominance, locking each other's throats, countering, throwing, and breaking free, the battle intensifying into a raw contest of grappling strength. The entire audience was left in awe. What kind of competition is this? Why has it turned into wrestling? Are these two for real? Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth, muscles surging with power, attempting to subdue Jackie Chan. Employing his soft strength, Jackie Chan cleverly escaped Tianjin Fan's grip, quickly reversing the hold. Their foreheads pressed tightly together, neither yielding, muscles intertwining, sweat flying everywhere. Bang! Ultimately, their foreheads collided with a resounding thud. Thunk! The impact reverberated through the arena, shaking the very ground beneath. Hiss! Tianjin Fan and Jackie Chan finally separated, retreating several meters, clutching their foreheads. Panting heavily, Jackie rubbed his forehead and slowly lifted his gaze to Tianjin Fan, a faint smile gracing his lips. Kid, your strength is quite impressive. Tianjin Fan's complexion turned ashen, his eyes narrowing in fury at Jackie Chan, yet he felt a twinge of astonishment within. How could this frail old man withstand him for so long? Jackie gently shook his wrist, suddenly shifting from combat mode, his tone becoming profound and resonant. Tianjin Fan, you are fixated on brute strength, but do you truly comprehend the essence of martial arts? Tianjin Fan, bewildered, retorted, what do you mean? Jackie, hands clasped behind his back, spoke with a commanding voice. Martial arts is not merely about combat and victory. It is a path of transcending oneself. A true warrior does not fight out of hatred, but seeks to discover their own way. Tianjin Fan's forehead throbbed with tension, and his expression darkened ominously. Enough. He ground his teeth, fists clenched tightly, fury raging within him. It is not your place, you old fool, to lecture me. Spare me your pretentious wisdom. I will not be swayed by your teachings. Jackie, maintaining his composure and stroking his beard, replied with a hint of amusement. Oh? Is that so? Tianjin Fan's rage erupted entirely, his aura surging dramatically, causing the arena to tremble. Enough of your nonsense. I will silence you with my strength. Boom. Tianjin Fan roared as he charged at Jackie Chan, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Jackie was struck squarely, sent flying back, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. Dust swirled, and the ground shook. Jackie lay motionless, the countdown commencing. 1, 2, 3. Krylin clenched his fists, worry etched across his face. Oh no, Master Wutian has been knocked down by a single punch. Yamcha gritted his teeth. Tianjin Fan's strength is indeed terrifying. Will Master Wutian be able to rise again? 4. Tianjin Fan coldly observed Jackie lying on the ground, a mocking smile forming. Humph, what pretentiousness. Is this your true strength? 5, 6, 7. Krillin suddenly cupped his hands around his mouth, shouting loudly, Master Wu Tian. Please get up. You are Master Wu Tian. Tianjin Fan. Master Wu Tian? 8. Tianjin Fan's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Jackie, realization striking him like thunder. This old man is Master Wu Tian. 9. Just as the audience believed the match was nearing its conclusion, smack. Jackie suddenly executed a flawless kip-up, springing to his feet. What a close call. Jackie Chan rolled his neck and shrugged his shoulders, appearing utterly unfazed by his earlier injury, his countenance adorned with a carefree smile. The audience was left in bewilderment, while Tianjin Fan could only wonder if the old man was made of iron. This is fantastic. Master Wu Tian has risen, exclaimed Clin. Yamucha added. I knew this old fellow wouldn't be so easily defeated. Tianjin Fan, gritting his teeth in fury, shouted, You scoundrel! Are you pretending to be dead to deceive me? With a gentle touch to his beard, Jackie Chan replied, Young man, do you still not comprehend? Huh. Tianjin Fan was taken aback. You have relentlessly pursued immense power. Yet have you ever contemplated what it is you truly desire? Tianjin Fan furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Of course it is suitable. The martial arts my master imparted to me are meant to make me the strongest. Huh. Young man, do not deceive yourself. Are you truly willing to live as a cold-blooded warrior solely for the sake of slaughter and vengeance? Tianjin Fan paused, a tremor of introspection stirring within him. Martial arts is not merely a contest of strength. It is a transcendence of the spirit. If you remain ensnared in hatred, your martial journey will never attain true strength. Tianjin Fan clenched his jaw, his voice low and resolute. Do not think these words can sway me. Jackie Chan narrowed his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Oh, but your heart is already wavering, is it not? Enough. Tianjin Fan bellowed, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within, his fists clenched tightly as his aura surged. Do not lecture me with your philosophies. It is not your place to dictate my path in martial arts. Jackie Chan sighed. You are indeed a stubborn young man. Tianjin Fan snorted derisively, his gaze brimming with menace. Enough chatter. I will silence you with my strength. Old man, are you not a master of words? Show me your true prowess beyond mere rhetoric. Suddenly, Jackie Chan raised a hand slowly and declared, I concede. What? You concede? The audience erupted in astonishment. Jackie Chan has surrendered. Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes widened in disbelief. What? Are you jesting? You actually concede. Jackie Chan casually dusted off his attire, exuding an air of tranquility. Young man, you are indeed formidable. There is no need for me to continue this battle. Veins bulged on Tianjin Fan's forehead as he roared in indignation. What nonsense is this? Just moments ago, you spoke of martial arts. And now you choose to withdraw without a fight. Jackie Chan narrowed his eyes, his stare piercing into Tianjin Fan. My mission has been accomplished. What mission? With a slight smile, Jackie Chan replied, You have begun to question your own martial path, have you not? Tianjin Fan's expression froze, his pupils trembling with realization. Your heart no longer steadfastly believes in the martial arts of the Crane Hermit. You are not a villain. Rather, you are merely treading a misguided path. Yet now, you have begun to question this very path. Tianjin Fan suddenly lifted his head, his face a tapestry of complex emotions. Nonsense. Jackie Chan chuckled heartily. No need to rush. After the martial arts tournament concludes, take your time to ponder. Chapter 39. Various methods to defeat Tianjin Fan. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the second semifinal match. The reigning champion of the last martial arts tournament, Son Wukong, facing off against his longtime rival, Krillin. Bulma sat in the audience, producing a power level detector, aiming it towards Krillin on the arena, and the screen quickly displayed the numbers. Beep, beep, beep. Power level, 120. Bulma blinked, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. Oh my, Krillin possesses a power level of 120, significantly stronger than an average person. The match commenced. Krillin suddenly stomped the ground, his form hurtling towards Wukong with astonishing speed. Huh. The velocity was so swift that it left an afterimage. Bang, bang, bang. Krillin unleashed a flurry of punches, relentlessly attacking Wukong. Bang, bang, bang. Wukong gently swayed, his speed so remarkable that it seemed as if he had anticipated all of Krillin's attacks in advance. Damn it. Let us try this. Krillin leapt into the air, his hands gathering formidable energy. Kamehameha. Boom. A colossal blue energy wave surged towards Wukong. All the spectators widened their eyes, holding their breath. Smack. Wukong effortlessly blocked Krillin's Kamehameha with a single hand. The audience. Krillin W. What? Wukong's lips curled into a slight smirk, gently pushing his palm forward. Boom. Krillin's Kamehameha was sent ricocheting back. Krillin, in terror, dodged as the arena was instantly blasted into a massive crater. The entire audience gasped. Heavens! Just how powerful is Son Wukong? Krillin, emerging from the dust, disheveled and panting heavily. Wukong casually stretched, yawning lightly, and remarked, Krillin, it's over. Whoosh! Wukong vanished in an instant, moving faster than the eye could perceive. What? Before Krillin could react, Wukong appeared behind him. Bang! Wukong gently struck Krillin's back, sending him soaring into the air, out of the arena. Krillin was disqualified. The victor is Son Wukong. The audience stood in stunned silence, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. Krillin lay on the ground, eyes vacant. Did I lose? Just how strong is Wukong? Tianjin fans stared intently at Wukong, veins throbbing on his forehead, a chill coursing through him. This individual is even more terrifying than I had imagined. Master Roshi stroked his beard and sighed. This lad has already surpassed the limits of humanity. Due to the severe damage inflicted upon the arena during the fierce battles, the organizing committee of the martial arts tournament decided that the finals would be held tomorrow. Goku stretched lazily and turned to Bulma, saying, the arena is ruined. There's nothing to do today. Let us head back. Bulma nodded in agreement. All right, let's return to the hotel and rest. Tomorrow, I want to see how you send that arrogant Tien flying. Tien and Kaiatsu also returned to their hotel. As soon as Kaiatsu entered the room, he flopped onto the bed and lazily remarked, Tien, you must defeat Goku tomorrow. Give it your all. Tien ignored him and slowly floated into the air, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, his expression darkening as countless chaotic images replayed in his mind. Boom. Master Crane was struck by Goku's Kamehameha wave and instantly transformed into a burst of fireworks, exploding in the night sky. Tien furrowed his brow, his body trembling slightly. Master. The voice of Master Roshi echoed in his mind. Martial arts is not for slaughter or hatred, but for transcending oneself. Tien's expression grew increasingly grim as images of Master Crane's demise and Master Roshi's words collided in his troubled heart. Am I fighting for vengeance, or to become stronger? Breathing became more labored for Tien, his brow tightly knitted, as his inner turmoil reached its peak. Under the night sky, Goku and Bulma lay side by side on the hotel bed, neither feeling drowsy as they excitedly discussed how to torment Tien the next day. Bulma twirled her fingers mischievously and said, Goku, I think you shouldn't defeat Tien too quickly. Let the audience enjoy the show a bit more. How about giving him a surprise? Goku blinked in curiosity. What do you have in mind? Bulma's eyes sparkled with mischief as she suddenly suggested. You could pull his pants down in the arena. Goku responded. That's too cruel. Tien would go crazy. Bulma laughed uncontrollably. Huh? That's the point. Just imagine, with so many spectators, if he stands there bare-bottomed in the arena, he might faint from embarrassment. Goku's eyes lit up, and he continued, in that case, I'll add some flair. For example, trick 1. While Tien is seriously fighting, I'll pretend to be blasted away, then roll over and sneak behind him to yank his pants off when he is caught off guard. Trick 2. While feigning a serious battle, I'll suddenly shout, look outside the arena. Master Crane has come back to life. The moment Tien turns around, bang, I'll punch him right out of the arena. Trick 3. Before the match starts, I'll walk up to Tien with utmost seriousness, take a deep breath, blow a gust of air at his bald head, and exclaim dramatically, wow, so smooth, even shinier than Master Roshi's head. Under the guise of jest, a cunning deception unfolded. Wait, your shoelaces are untied. As Tianjin Fan glanced down, he was met with a swift kick that sent him reeling. Bulma erupted in laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha, Goku, you are undoubtedly the supreme maestro of mockery. Goku, hands on hips, beamed with pride, declaring, well, winning is a certainty. How I achieve it depends on my mood. Bulma, clutching her abdomen and gasping for breath, remarked, I can hardly wait to see Tianjin Fan's expression tomorrow. He will undoubtedly be distraught. With a resounding clap on the bed, Goku responded, ha ha ha. It's settled then. Tomorrow's match will be a delightful spectacle. The two frolicked on the hotel bed, their laughter echoing until the deep hours of the night. When they finally succumbed to slumber, in the distant sky, a colossal, shadowy airship glided ominously, emblazoned with a colossal character for demon, exuding an aura of malevolence. Within the airship's interior, an elder with sallow skin and a towering stature sat upon a central throne, draped in tattered robes. His gaze dark and penetrating as he surveyed the scene before him. The ancient demon King Piccolo. Flanking Piccolo were his two loyal subordinates, Drum and Piano. Before them stood two incongruous figures, Pilaf and Mai. With unrestrained exuberance, Pilaf bellowed, "Ha ha ha! Demon King Piccolo, we have rescued you from the depths of the sea. With your power, we shall effortlessly conquer the world. From this day forth, the realm shall belong to the Pilaf gang." Mai fervently nodded in agreement, her excitement palpable. "Yes, yes, I shall reign over the southern continent. Pilaf the Great can govern the north. Demon King Piccolo, choose any dominion you desire." A chilling voice interrupted their revelry. "You two dare to be so audacious before me?" Instantly, Pilaf's laughter ceased. The air grew frigid, and he nervously chuckled. "My lord, you misheard us. We were merely overwhelmed with excitement and perhaps a bit incoherent." Piccolo's gaze remained icy as he scrutinized Pilaf and Mai. "So, you seek my assistance in ruling the world?" Pilaf hastily waved his hands. A forced smile plastered on his face. "My lord, we have unwavering faith in your power. However, we bring you monumental news." Piccolo narrowed his eyes, impatience evident in his tone. "Oh, what news? Have you heard of the Dragon Balls?" Piccolo's expression shifted slightly, his brow furrowing. "The Dragon Balls? Of course. I am aware of those 7 orbs that can summon Shinran to grant any wish." Pilaf nodded vigorously, excitement coursing through him. "Yes, yes, my lord. All the Dragon Balls are currently in the possession of a boy named Son Goku." Piccolo's pupils constricted sharply, his tone chillingly cold. "What did you say?" The more Pilaf spoke, the more animated he became, gesticulating wildly. "That Son Goku is the champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament, and he is currently participating in the competition." The Demon King Piccolo gently tapped the armrest of his throne, his laughter growing increasingly ominous and chilling. "Hee hee. Ha ha ha." The expressions of the drum and piano turned grave. They understood that the true ambition of the Demon King had finally been awakened. Once the 7 Dragon Balls were gathered, he would reclaim his youth, return to his pinnacle, and dominate the entire world. This Son Goku appeared to be a splendid quarry. Slowly, the Demon King rose, casting an enormous shadow upon the wall, exuding an unparalleled aura of terror. "Let us go meet this little brat, and simultaneously retrieve the Dragon Balls that rightfully belong to me." Chapter 40. The defending champion. Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited moment has finally arrived. Today, we shall witness the pinnacle showdown of this tournament, the World Martial Arts Championship. The reigning champion, Son Goku, faces the challenger, Tien Shinhan. Surrounding the arena, tens of thousands of spectators were filled with fervor, cheering wildly. Tien had triumphed over Jackie Chan yesterday, showcasing terrifying strength. This championship surely belonged to him. Yet, Son Goku was the previous champion, and he had effortlessly defeated Krillin just the day before, proving his might. "I bet on Goku to win." Tien's 3 eyes appear quite formidable. The audience engaged in heated discussions, none daring to predict the victor. Master Roshi stroked his beard, stating, "Tien's power is indeed formidable. But Goku has transcended human limits. This battle will undoubtedly be a spectacular clash." Yamcha gritted his teeth. "Humph. Tien left me gravely injured. So I certainly hope Goku delivers a sound thrashing. Yet, Tien does possess considerable skill." Krillin clenched his fists. "Goku can even block my Kamehameha with one hand. I bet on Goku to win." In the contestants area, Tien closed his eyes in meditation, his expression stern. Kaiatsu excitedly grasped Tien's arm, exclaiming, "Tien, you must win." Tien slowly opened his eyes, filled with a fierce fighting spirit. "Son Goku, I shall defeat you. Contestants, please ascend the stage." Goku ambled toward the arena, while Tien approached step by step, his gaze sharp and brimming with murderous intent. The World Martial Arts Championship. The final showdown. At the sidelines, Bulma took out her power level detector, pointing it at Tien and measuring. Beep, beep, beep. Power level, 180. Bulma pouted and shrugged. "Oh dear. Tien's power level is just slightly above Krillin's, but nothing more." She turned to Goku, cheerfully calling out, "Goku, hurry and finish so we can go shopping." Krillin. Yamcha. Audience. Upon hearing this, Tien's expression darkened instantly, his fists cracking ominously, his eyes ablaze with fury. Humph. This woman is far too arrogant. I shall show you just how vulnerable Son Goku truly is. As Wukong yawned lazily and stretched, he said, "Tien, I advise you to concede, lest you embarrass yourself further." "How brazen," Tien retorted, clearly offended. Suddenly, Tien stomped the ground, causing the arena to tremble, and charged at Wukong with lightning speed, his fist aimed directly at Wukong's face. "Die!" he shouted. Wukong merely smiled. It seems the time has come. With a furious rush, Tien's punch, imbued with a whirlwind of energy, was poised to strike Wukong. Bang! Wukong ducked, narrowly evading the blow as Tien's fist swung through empty air. "What?" Tien exclaimed, realizing his blunder. In a shocking twist, Wukong suddenly yanked Tien's pants down. Gasps erupted from the audience. Tien's legs felt a sudden chill, and looking down, he discovered he was left clad only in a bright red pair of underwear. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the martial arts arena erupted in laughter. The crowd roared, "Look! Tien is wearing red underwear. Heavens my eyes!" They cried in mirth. The absurdity was simply too comical. Master Roshi clutched his belly, tears streaming from laughter. "This kid is too mischievous." Krillin chuckled to the point of hiccups. "I almost couldn't catch my breath. This scene is exhilarating." Yamcha, blushing with embarrassment, muttered, "Wukong has truly crossed the line." Bulma collapsed in laughter. "Wukong, you are magnificent." Puar spun joyfully in the air, laughing heartily, while Launch, the blue-haired version, looked bewildered. "Is this how martial artists fight?" Din stared blankly at Tien on the stage, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Wukong, one hand on his hip, held Tien's pants aloft with a mischievous grin, swaying them side to side. "Tien, do you want your pants back?" Tien's face flushed crimson, trembling with rage as steam seemed to rise from his body. "Son Wukong, return my pants," he shouted, his face reddening further as he charged at Wukong, clad only in his vivid red underwear. Wukong easily sidestepped, causing Tien to miss wildly and fall comically. The audience erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Tien is chasing after his pants with bare legs. "What a sight!" they exclaimed. "Is this truly the World Martial Arts Tournament?" The host, gripping the microphone, trembled uncontrollably. His face flushed. "Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, the progression of this match has exceeded our expectations." Krillin lay sprawled on the ground, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha." The current state of Tien Shinhan will undoubtedly become the most notorious chapter in the annals of the martial arts tournament. Enraged, Tien leaped forward, attempting to seize Goku's pants. With agility, Goku flicked his wrist, sending the pants sailing to the other side. Tien. With a sudden pivot, Tien lunged for the pants. Just as Goku deftly swatted them into the air, Tien's three eyes fixated intently on the pants as he leaped, aiming to catch them mid-air. Slap. Goku materialized above the pants, firmly grasping them in his hand. "Tien. How infuriating." Goku sighed with exasperation. All right. Seeing you in such a pitiful state, I'll return them to you." With that, he flung the pants back to Tien, who hastily caught them, fearing they might be snatched away again, and donned them with lightning speed. The audience gasped, "Oh no, what a pity. If only we could see more of this." Hilarity erupted. This is undoubtedly the most comical scene in the history of the martial arts tournament. Once Tien had donned his pants, his eyes bulged with rage, and an aura of menace enveloped him. "Son Goku, you shall pay for your earlier transgressions." Goku, hands on his hips and wearing a smug grin, retorted, "Finally dressed? Hurry up and make your move. I can hardly wait to pummel you." Ha 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 ha. Tien unleashed his full power, charging toward Goku, his fist slicing through the air with ferocious force, aimed directly at Goku's face. The audience held their breath, tension mounting to a fever pitch. Master Roshi observed gravely, "Tien's energy has intensified." Krillin clenched his fists nervously. Can Goku withstand this? Smack. Goku, with nonchalance, extended a hand and casually threw a punch. Boom. Tien was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Ah! Crash. Tien smashed against the edge of the arena, tumbling out and landing heavily on the ground. The audience, the host, nearly dropping the microphone, stood frozen, at a loss for words. A profound silence enveloped the arena, so quiet that the drop of a pin could be heard. Master Roshi, wide-eyed and mouth agape, exclaimed, "Is it really over just like that?" Krillin, "Bulma, that was too swift." Launch covered her mouth. "How brutal." Kaiatsu cried out, Tien Shinhan. Finally, the audience reacted, erupting in wild cheers. "What? Is that it?" Son Goku sent Tien flying with a single punch. Is this still a battle among humans? Incredible. The reigning champion truly lives up to the title. The crowd roared in jubilant acclaim. The victor, Son Goku. Oh, Goku chuckled with delight. Winning this championship was truly effortless. Bulma rushed onto the stage, embracing Goku. "Goku, you are simply incredible." Master Roshi remarked, "This young man has already reached the pinnacle of martial arts." Tien lay on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes vacant, utterly incredulous that he had been defeated in a single blow. How is this possible? I couldn't withstand even one punch. Kaiatsu dashed over. "Tien, are you all right?" Tien's lips quivered. "I am not willing to accept this." The World Martial Arts Tournament concluded, with Goku triumphantly defending his title. "I am Son Goku, the champion of the 21st and 22nd World Martial Arts Tournaments." The audience erupted in cheers. "Wow." Bulma teased with a smile. "Champion, you've been basking in glory long enough." Goku, clutching his head and laughing heartily, declared, "This is proof of being number one in the world. From now on, every time I introduce myself, I shall carry this glorious title." Son Goku, champion of the 21st and 22nd World Martial Arts Tournaments, makes his formal appearance. Chapter 41. The arrival of Demon King Piccolo. The World Martial Arts Tournament concluded splendidly. Let us once again congratulate Son Goku, champion of the 21st and 22nd World Martial Arts Tournaments. The crowd roared with applause. Goku, with a proud expression, walked towards the podium, humming a cheerful tune, in high spirits. The host respectfully handed him a large check. "Goku, here is your championship prize of 500,000 zeni." Goku accepted the check, scratching his head in confusion. "Huh? Why is it just paper? Shouldn't I receive a big bag of gold coins?" Bulma rolled her eyes and snatched the check. "Fool. In modern society, we use checks. I will manage this money." Goku protested. "Hey, why? This is clearly my prize." Bulma, hands on her hips, replied, "What do you, a wild boy, know about financial management? You would surely spend it all on food. Give it to me, and I will save it for you." Goku asked, "Can you at least give me some pocket money?" After contemplating, Bulma pulled out a few thousand zeni. "Here. Go treat yourself to something nice." Goku instantly brightened. "Thank you, Bulma." Krillin looked at Goku enviously. 500,000 zeni. If only I could win the championship." Yamcha sighed. "Don't even think about it." Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a sinister aura enveloped the arena. Boom. A massive black airship tore through the sky, hovering ominously above the tournament grounds. On its hull, a gigantic, ominous character glowed with a frightening brilliance. Master Roshi, who had been leisurely stroking his beard while watching Goku boast, turned to stone upon seeing the character on the airship. "No, it can't be. This symbol, this terrifying emblem. Could it be?" Master Roshi's body trembled violently, his face pale, sweat pouring down his forehead. "Demon King Piccolo." Boom. Master Roshi suddenly staggered back, his legs weakening, almost collapsing to his knees. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged bewildered glances. "What about King Piccolo?" Yamcha inquired, perplexed. Krillin was momentarily taken aback. "Master Mateto, you can't possibly be frightened into silence, can you?" Inside the airship, the hatch slowly opened, and Pilaf emerged. A triumphant grin plastered across his face, holding a trumpet. "Ha ha! Behold, the so-called champions of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Tremble before the new ruler of the world. The greatest sovereign in history, King Piccolo, makes his grand entrance." With a thunderous roar, King Piccolo stepped out of the airship, standing poised in the air, casting a domineering gaze upon the crowd below. Master Roshi froze, terror etched in his eyes, his body trembling as his lips quivered, unable to articulate his disbelief. How is this possible? Wasn't he sealed away? Why is he here? King Piccolo has returned. Krillin and Yamcha exclaimed, "Who is King Piccolo?" As Tien Shinhan raised his gaze to the ominous figure above, he was instantly paralyzed. The oppressive, suffocating aura emanating from King Piccolo felt like an invisible hand gripping his heart. Tien swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. What is this energy? How can such a terrifying presence exist? Moments ago, I couldn't even withstand a punch from Goku. Yet now, this creature's aura makes me feel utterly powerless. Tien's eyes remained fixed on the figure, his chest heaving as turmoil raged within him. Bulma, observing the palpable fear amongst them, particularly Master Roshi's pale complexion, Tien's tense posture, and Krillin's cold sweat, scoffed. She retrieved her power level detector and aimed it at King Piccolo. Beep, beep, beep. Power level, 220. Bulma facepalmed, exhaling in disbelief. Is this all? Why the panic over someone with a power level of just 220? Pilaf stood on the deck of the airship, pointing eagerly at Goku in the center of the arena. Your Majesty, that little brat is the one. The Dragon Balls are in his possession. Eliminate him, and we can make our wish. King Piccolo narrowed his eyes, locking his gaze onto Goku with a chilling intensity. A mere child dares to collect the Dragon Balls before me? Whoever obstructs my path to world domination shall meet their demise. Go, kill him and retrieve the Dragon Balls, commanded King Piccolo. His henchman, a towering figure with a deep blue skin and a face marred by menacing wrinkles, smirked at the order. With a powerful leap, he spread his wings and soared toward Goku. Boom. The massive silhouette of the henchman loomed over Goku, his wings creating a tempest, stirring up clouds of dust, exuding an aura of ferocity and menace. Brat, hand over the Dragon Balls. If you do, I'll grant you a quick death. Goku blinked, looking at Drum with an easygoing smile. Oh, you're gonna kill me? Drum sneered, his voice dripping with malice. Not just kill you. I'm gonna tear your body into shreds. Boom. Drum's fist clenched, roaring with gale force winds as it slammed straight toward Goku's face. Crack. The punch struck Goku square in the jaw. Air exploded outward, and fissures spiderwebbed across the arena floor beneath the impact. The entire crowd froze, breath held. Krillin's heart leapt into his throat. Oh no. Did Goku get careless? He took that head on. Silence. Wind swept through the dust settling in the air. All eyes fixed on the center of the ring. Drum's fist was still pressed against Goku's face, but Goku hadn't moved an inch. Not a scratch. Not even a hair out of place. Drum's expression twisted in horror. His eyes bulged, cold sweat erupting across his brow. Wow, what? Impossible. Goku tilted his head lazily, glancing at Drum with utter indifference. That's it. Is that all you've got, Drum? Without fanfare, Goku raised a single finger and gently flicked Drum's fist. Bang! Drum's fist shattered instantly, his entire arm detonating in a spray of blood and bone. Aark! Drum screamed, catapulting backward off the stage, tumbling wildly for dozens of meters before crashing to the ground, vomiting blood, his eyes wide with primal terror. Dead silence. Then, the entire tournament arena erupted in deafening cheers. What just happened? Son Goku knocked that monster flying with one flick. No way. That was even more insane than the finals. Ha ha ha. I thought Piccolo's henchman was supposed to be scary, but he got one shot like a joke. This is way faster than when Goku beat Tien. He's the real-world martial arts champion. That was pure adrenaline. Goku didn't even move, just flicked him away. Better than Tien getting wrecked. I swear, the finals were just a warm-up. The real show is only starting now. On the ground, Drum writhed, his severed arm bleeding profusely. His face contorted in agony. Raya. He surged back to his feet, muscles bulging, aura of pure killing intent surging around him like a storm. I'll rip you apart. Boom. Drum exploded forward, black demonic energy swirling violently around his remaining arm, charging at Goku like a comet of annihilation. Son Goku, die. His colossal fist, wreathed in darkness, aimed to crush Goku's skull. Thud. Goku sighed softly. You really don't get it, do you? He lifted his hand and threw a single, effortless punch. The air ripped apart. The arena shook to its foundation. Crack. To disintegrate from the point of impact. Shattering like dust in a frenzy. Boom. Under the astonished gazes of all, the Drum's body was utterly obliterated, reduced to ashes. Master Roshi's eyes widened in disbelief. Cold sweat trickling down his brow. Was it really gone with a single punch? Krillin stood in shock. Am I seeing things? Did that creature just turn to ash? Tien swallowed hard, feeling his understanding of reality being once again overturned. This fellow is truly a monster. On the airship, Pilaf was about to shout his approval, but instead, he watched in horror as the Drum was reduced to dust, his expression frozen in shock. Huh. Little Wu trembled in fear. Pilaf, the Drum has been annihilated. The Demon King Piccolo hovered in the air, his expression darkening, his gaze becoming perilously intense. This little brat is intriguing. Chapter 42. The demise of the Demon King Piccolo. Slowly, the Demon King descended, landing in the center of the arena. His dark robe billowing in the wind, exuding an aura of authority and dread. The evil emperor had officially arrived. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted. Wow! The Demon King Piccolo has entered the fray. Now, this will be a spectacle. How thrilling. That creature was just defeated in an instant. And now the boss has come down personally. Son Wukong, take him down. Son Wukong, fight him now. Son Wukong, annihilate that green-skinned monster. We're all behind you. Master Roshi's face turned pale, filled with shock and fear. Has it truly escalated to this point with the Demon King Piccolo entering the battle? Krillin gasped. Is Wukong really going to confront the Demon King Piccolo directly? This is a being even Master Mateto feared. Yamcha gritted his teeth. Although Wukong was effortless earlier, this opponent is the Demon King Piccolo himself. Can he truly win? Tien clenched his fists, gazing at Wukong's silhouette with a complex expression. If even the Demon King Piccolo is no match for him, just how powerful has he become? In the arena, Wukong stood with arms crossed, a slight smirk on his lips. Ah, so the Demon King Piccolo has finally decided to join the fray. After sending his minions to fight, and seeing them turn to ash in an instant, I wonder if you feel a bit disappointed? The Demon King Piccolo's gaze was icy. A slight smirk playing on his lips, his tone low and laced with malice. You're quite arrogant, little brat. Wukong shrugged nonchalantly. Of course. I am the champion of the 21st and 22nd World Martial Arts Tournaments. Demon King Piccolo. Wukong waved the capsule containing the Dragon Balls. A playful smile gracing his face. Demon King Piccolo, weren't you after the Dragon Balls? Here they are. If you have the guts, come and take them. Piccolo's pupils narrowed slightly. You're courting death, little boy. Wukong shrugged again, appearing unfazed. Didn't you say that yourself? If I am a nuisance, will you kill me? Enough with the nonsense, just act swiftly. The expression on King Piccolo's face darkened, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Humph. Although I have yet to regain my peak, dealing with a brat like you is more than sufficient. Die. King Piccolo suddenly raised his hand, pointing his fingers at Goku, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Bang, 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 bang. Countless dense energy orbs surged towards Goku. The arena instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust, waves of energy swirling. As the smoke cleared, everyone was left in astonishment. Goku remained standing. Not a single scratch on him. Oh, that tickles. Haha. King Piccolo, your attack is far too gentle. Put in some real effort. King Piccolo. What? Goku didn't even move? How could such a powerful energy strike leave him unscathed? Haha. This scene is utterly ridiculous. King Piccolo unleashed his fury while Goku merely enjoyed a good scratch. This is no longer a battle. It's mere mockery. Master Roshi was drenched in cold sweat. Goku's physical strength has reached such a level? Krillin's lips twitched. I finally understand. The fact that Tien was taken out in one punch was no accident. Tien hung his head. I suspect I will never catch up to him in this lifetime. Goku yawned, stretched, and waved at King Piccolo. Don't just shoot beams. Show me some real power. Otherwise, I might have to take action. King Piccolo's murderous intent intensified. The atmosphere on the arena grew incredibly tense. You are far too arrogant, little brat. I shall show you true terror. The air on the stage trembled violently. A wild surge of demonic energy swept across the arena, as King Piccolo's power was finally unleashed. Master Roshi's face turned pale. This is bad. King Piccolo is serious now. His true strength. Krillin swallowed hard. Can Goku really win? Tien clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixated on Goku's figure. Boom! King Piccolo vanished, transforming into a black shadow, hurtling towards Goku at breakneck speed. Die! Goku slowly extended a hand. Clap! Everyone was in shock. King Piccolo's attack was effortlessly caught between Goku's two fingers. King Piccolo. Is this it? And he speaks of true terror. It seems I don't even have the right to stretch my limbs. King Piccolo, what? Goku suddenly released his grip, delivering a light punch to King Piccolo's abdomen. Boom! The arena trembled as if in an explosive fury. King Piccolo's body flew back like a cannonball, crashing through a dozen walls, blood spraying profusely. Ugh! The Demon King Piccolo lay amidst the ruins, his chest heaving violently, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, teetering on the brink of death. Cough! How could this be? I cannot possibly lose like this. Goku approached slowly, a look of disdain etched upon his face. Nothing is impossible. Your era has come to an end. Piccolo realized that his demise was imminent. Yet a glimmer of hope remained. With a sudden surge of determination, he widened his eyes, summoned the last vestiges of his strength, and opened his mouth to expel an egg with great force. Bah! The egg soared through the air at an astonishing speed. With a fierce glare, Piccolo wore a smirk of triumph. My child, remember to take revenge for me. However, before he could savor his victory, the scene shifted dramatically. Goku's figure materialized in the sky, effortlessly extending his hand to catch the egg with precision. Piccolo! The audience, Master Roshi, Krillin, Tien, and Pilaf exclaimed, "This kid's reaction speed is utterly absurd." Goku glanced at the egg in his hand, shrugged, and grinned casually. Piccolo! What is this? A souvenir for me? Piccolo! No, it's impossible. With wide eyes, Piccolo succumbed to his injuries and breathed his last. The audience fell into a moment of stunned silence before erupting into chaos. Goku! 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 The Demon King Piccolo is dead. This is beyond incredible. Laughter filled the air. He was trying to leave a backup plan, but Goku intercepted it. This is hilarious. Master Roshi wiped the sweat from his brow. Phew, it's finally over. But Goku is becoming more outrageous by the minute. Krillin swallowed hard. I really suspect that Goku has surpassed the limits of humanity. Yamcha rubbed his forehead. Indeed, even the Demon King Piccolo stood no chance against him. Tien remained silent for a moment before finally sighing. It seems I can never catch up to Goku. On the airship, Pilaf, Mai, and Shouts were trembling in fear. Their faces pale. Pilaf stammered, pointing at the arena. Did Piccolo really die? Mai's legs turned to jelly as she collapsed on the deck. It's over. We're finished. Shout's face was ashen, cold sweat pouring down. We must flee immediately. Pilaf suddenly snapped to attention, frightened out of his wits. Sat down abruptly, then scrambled to the control panel, frantically pounding it. Hurry, hurry. Activate emergency evacuation now. Run. I sprang up, flustered, pressing buttons in a frenzy, full power to the engines. We must escape. The airship's engines roared to life, ascending rapidly. Pilaf gritted his teeth, terror shining in his eyes. Goku is terrifying. This monster is no longer human. Wukong slowly raised his head, gazing at the fleeing airship, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Can it really escape? With a slight opening of his palm, a dazzling blue energy began to converge. Crackle! A seemingly ordinary energy wave coalesced in Wukong's hand, the powerful energy fluctuations rendering the air in the entire venue scorching hot. Inside the airship, Pilaf frantically pressed buttons. Hurry! Hurry! Maximize the speed. Boom! A blinding blue beam shot into the sky, hurtling towards the airship with terrifying velocity. Pilaf turned back, just in time to see a massive energy wave charging towards them, his pupils constricting in fear. What? Boom! The energy wave instantly struck the airship. The vessel was engulfed by a terrifying force, erupting in a violent explosion, scattering flames and debris across the sky. Pilaf cried out in despair. The Pilaf gang was utterly annihilated. The audience was once again plunged into silence. Krillin swallowed hard. Did Wukong just obliterate the airship? Yamcha's lips twitched. Could he really be a god? Tien looked on with a complex expression. This guy has become overwhelmingly powerful. Master Roshi silently gazed upward, sighed, and rubbed his forehead. Alas, Wukong, you truly leave no chance for others. Chapter 43. The arrival of the Sun family's caretaker Wukong cradled Bulma in his arms, leaping into the sky, instantly transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the horizon. The crowd was left in utter bewilderment. Krillin, Tien, Master Roshi, Yamcha, the audience. In the air, Wukong held Bulma, moving at incredible speed. Bulma clung to his neck, utterly speechless. Wukong, what on earth have you picked up? Wukong replied, it's an egg spat out by King Piccolo. Bulma raised an eyebrow. What do you plan to do with it? Fry it or roast it? Or perhaps pickle it? Wukong, with a serious expression, stated, this egg cannot be eaten, it must be hatched. Bulma, unimpressed, retorted, you really think you're a hen, don't you? Wukong carried Bulma to a secluded cliff, floating in the air, overlooking a massive bird's nest. He placed the egg inside, nodding. All right, it should hatch soon. Bulma grimaced. You're putting a demon egg in a bird's nest? Aren't you afraid it will hatch into something bizarre? Wukong shrugged. We'll see what hatches. Bulma rolled her eyes in exasperation. You are truly something else. Wukong chuckled, lifting Bulma once more, soaring towards West City, leaving behind a silent cliff, where only a gentle breeze caressed the nest. Suddenly, a colossal creature of a bird flapped its wings, returning to its lair. It landed beside the nest, ready to rest, when its gaze abruptly fell upon the unfamiliar giant egg. The peculiar bird tilted its head, gazing in bewilderment at the enormous egg that had inexplicably appeared in its nest. Lowering its head, it gently tapped the eggshell with its beak, finding it hard and unyielding, unlike its own eggs, thus becoming filled with confusion. What on earth is this? The creature stared at the egg for an extended period, utterly perplexed. Finally, it decided to settle down atop the egg, determined to incubate it, comfortably adjusting its posture. The bird gently enveloped the egg with its wings and closed its eyes. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the surface of the giant egg, and a sinister black mist began to seep out. The bird's eyes flew open, its feathers bristling in alarm as it stared at the egg in terror. The crack widened. The shell started to vibrate, the black mist enveloping the surroundings, until a dark figure emerged from within the shell. Little Bick was born, although just hatched. The diminutive creature possessed a pair of crimson eyes filled with malice, and an innate ferocity etched upon its face. Little Bick stretched its neck, unfurled its arms, revealing sharp claws, and let out a low, menacing growl. The strange bird was instantly struck by an overwhelming sense of unease. Wait, this isn't my offspring. The avian creature erupted in panic, flapping its wings furiously as it ascended into the sky. Little Bick raised its head, observing the frightened bird's flight with a slight, bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of its mouth. How dare you mistake me for your egg? Prepare to perish. Little Bick lifted its hand, flickering at its fingertips, and suddenly launched a blast towards the bird in the sky. Boom. The strange bird barely had time to scream before being struck by the malevolent energy, instantly transforming into a fiery explosion, leaving not a trace behind. Is this my power? How intriguing, Little Bick mused, raising its gaze towards the horizon, its eyes glinting with a sinister aura reminiscent of the demon King Piccolo. Son Goku, one day, I shall take your life with my own hands. Meanwhile, Goku, cradling Bulma, moved with remarkable speed, soon arriving back at their home in West City. Goku, what were you thinking, placing Demon King Piccolo's egg in that bird's nest? Bulma asked, hands on her hips, confusion etched across her face. You could have easily crushed that egg. Aren't you afraid of hatching an even more terrifying creature than Piccolo? Goku languidly sank onto the sofa, munching on a snack with a grin. Not necessary. Bulma frowned. Not necessary? Do you realize what you've left behind as a demon? Goku casually swung his legs, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Demons are not solely malevolent beings. Bulma blinked in bewilderment. What do you mean? Goku stretched, a playful smile dancing on his face. You'll understand in due time. Demons have many uses. Skeptical, Bulma replied. What uses? What can that thing do besides destroy the world? Wukong raised a finger. For instance, a nanny caring for children. Bulma. Wukong extended a second finger, or as a guardian, protecting the earth. Bulma. Bulma blinked, questioning her own hearing. Wukong, are you feverish? You intend to keep a demon clan member to raise children for you? And to safeguard the planet as well? Wukong winked, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Do not inquire too much. In a few years, you will understand. Bulma, visibly annoyed, placed her hands on her hips, muttering, Tisich. Always acting mysterious. She rolled her eyes and turned back towards her room, grumbling. You, with your endless tricks, have piqued my curiosity. A knowing smile curled at the corners of Wukong's mouth. The egg of Piccolo must not be squandered. It holds potential for the future. A few days later, in the laboratory, Bulma, could you lend me a hand? Bulma, engrossed in calibrating a new device, replied without looking up, what is it? Do you want me to create something for you again? Wukong, cheerfully sitting beside her, fiddled with the Dragon Balls. Could you craft a box that can shield against radar detection to store the Dragon Balls? Bulma raised her head, frowning. Shield against radar detection? Are you worried someone might find the Dragon Balls? Wukong nodded. Indeed, to avoid future complications with thieves. Bulma pondered for a moment, then smiled. A trivial task. I can finish it in minutes. She adeptly approached the workbench, rummaging through materials, swiftly retrieving special alloys, miniature jamming devices, and shielding coatings. With a flurry of activity, A delicate little box was completed in under 5 minutes. The box's surface was made of a mundane dark gray metallic material. Bulma proudly patted the box. All set. This box contains a special shielding layer and includes a signal jammer. Once the Dragon Balls are inside, even my radar cannot detect them. Wukong picked up the box, placing all 7 Dragon Balls inside before sealing it again. Bulma, let us test your radar. Bulma retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, pressed a button, and the radar screen flickered incessantly, yet it could not locate any signals from the Dragon Balls. It truly cannot detect them at all. Wukong was quite satisfied. This ensured their safety. No one would be able to find the Dragon Balls using radar henceforth. Bulma rolled her eyes. You always devise the strangest solutions. But this is indeed quite practical. Wukong, this item is now entrusted to you. Conceal it well. Bulma took the box, looking at Wukong quizzically. Why hide it? Aren't you making a wish? Wukong stretched lazily. I have no wishes at present. Leaving it out in the open would be too conspicuous. It is better to hide it and retrieve it when needed. Bulma raised an eyebrow. You are truly extravagant, having gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, yet treating them so casually? Wukong chuckled as he scratched his head. There's no rush. The Divine Dragon can be summoned at any moment. I don't have any pressing desires right now. So why squander an opportunity? Bulma, rolling her eyes in exasperation, replied, Fine, I'll find a place to hide it well, ensuring no one can uncover it. Wukong nodded. Make sure it's well concealed. Bulma gazed at Wukong, her expression laced with suspicion. You aren't hiding the Dragon Balls for some grand scheme, are you? Wukong smiled mysteriously. Who knows? Bulma retorted, you always leave people guessing. At Master Roshi's house, the waves crashed against the shore, white frothy surf rolling in, accompanied by the refreshing sea breeze. It was early morning, with the sun just rising, and Krillin, burdened by the weight of a turtle shell, sprinted fervently along the beach. 1, 2, 3, breathe. Yamcha relentlessly struck the rocks by the sea, sweat cascading down his forehead. A powerful wolf-fang fist smashed into a boulder, shattering it into rubble. Master Roshi, seated comfortably, sipped on chilled fruit juice, observing his 2 disciples as they trained vigorously. The formidable strength of Wukong had undoubtedly spurred them on, bringing forth their motivation to strive harder. The sea turtle lay on the ground, perplexed. With Wukong's strength, no matter how hard they train, they could never catch up, right? While catching up may seem impossible, without relentless effort, they would be unworthy to stand beside Wukong. Chapter 44. The Goddess Spaceship. As spring faded into autumn, the seasons cycled, and sunlight bathed Bulma's garden, the air filled with the faint scent of fresh grass. In the center of the courtyard, Son Wukong donned a black martial arts uniform, glistening with perspiration, his muscular form shimmering in the morning light. Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches and strikes. His speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible, each movement generating a fierce gust of wind, causing the stone ground to tremble subtly. As his training session concluded, Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow and activated his power level scanner. Beep, beep, beep. Power level, 45,000. Wukong gazed at the numbers on the screen, a slight smile gracing his lips. As expected, the effects of training under 50 times gravity were phenomenal. Compared to last year's 23,000, his current power level had nearly doubled. 10 times gravity marked a significant threshold, while 50 times gravity represented yet another level. Now his body had fully adapted, achieving a qualitative leap in both strength and speed. With the gravity training reaching its preliminary completion, it was time to embark on the next phase of his plan. A streak of light sliced through the sky as Wukong soared at high speed, the wind howling past his ears as he surveyed the earth below. Recalling memories from his past life, he recalled the Goddess Namekian spaceship located in a desolate wilderness. In the distance, an uninhabited expanse gradually came into Wukong's view. This was a remote, overlooked area of Earth, where fierce winds howled, dust swirled, and jagged rocks jutted out, silent and desolate. Nearby, Wukong traversed the wilderness, scaling rocky cliffs and leaping over hills, guided by memory and instinct in search of the long-forgotten spacecraft. Suddenly, a vast and ancient chasm came into view. The pit's diameter spanned several meters, resembling a remnant of the earth torn asunder by some mysterious force. Indeed, it was here, long neglected. The bottom of the pit had become cloaked in weeds, completely concealing the spacecraft. If Wukong had not known something lay hidden here, Even a passerby would have failed to uncover the secrets at the pit's depths. Wukong crouched down and gently tapped the spacecraft's hatch, his palm gliding over the metallic surface, brushing away a thick layer of dust. I hope it still works. Recalling the instructions from memory, he declared loudly, "Bibbidi babbidi boo." There was no response. Hey, why no reaction? Is it broken? Wukong furrowed his brow and inspected the spacecraft's hull. The metal had succumbed to rust. It must be out of power. This vessel has slumbered for far too long, its energy depleted, and the system has long ceased to function. I can only take it back for Bulma to repair. Wukong retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket and aimed it at the spacecraft, pressing the button. With a pop, a beam of white light, and swiftly shrank into the capsule. Holding the capsule in his hand, fixed the spacecraft. With that, the spacecraft appeared in the lab's open space, occupying a significant portion of the area. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. A spaceship? She sprang to her feet and rushed to the spacecraft, examining it from top to bottom, captivated by its alien technological design. Wukong, where did you get this? Wukong scratched his head, feigning a nonchalant demeanor. I was training in the wilderness and just happened to stumble upon it. Bulma replied incredulously, You must be joking. You can't just find a spaceship lying around. Do you think I'm 3 years old? Wukong beamed even brighter. I was just wandering about when I discovered this thing. Bulma, exasperated, retorted, Do you think a spaceship is merely scrap metal to be casually picked up? She tapped the spacecraft's exterior, inspecting it closely, quickly realizing that this technology was not of Earth, but rather a product of some highly advanced extraterrestrial civilization. Whose spacecraft could this possibly be? Wukong shrugged. I don't know. It was buried in the pit, probably discarded there a long time ago. Bulma rubbed her temples and sighed in resignation. Well, disrepair, and its energy is entirely depleted. Bulma tapped on the spaceship and exclaimed, Leave it to me. Repairing is merely a trivial matter. The key is to upgrade it. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? It can be improved? Bulma, full of pride, replied, Of course. With my expertise, it won't just be repaired. I can enhance its speed, making its journey several times faster than before. Indeed, Bulma was impressive. Then I'll leave it in your capable hands. Bulma huffed, placing her hands on her hips. Naturally. You are one of my own. Fixing a spaceship is nothing for me. Just give me some time, and don't rush me. No problem. I'll use this time to practice. Goku said, Once you finish, I'll head straight to space. As Bulma inspected the structure of the spaceship, she pondered, Goku, if you're going to the universe, take me along. Goku paused, taken aback. What? You want to go too? Bulma, with hands on her hips, stated matter-of-factly, Of course. Outer space is so cool. I'm a scientist. Exploring the universe is my dream. Plus, aren't you worried about being bored alone? Goku scratched his head, his expression turning serious. No, it's too dangerous in the cosmos. I can barely protect myself out there. Bringing you along would only complicate things. Bulma, feeling indignant, scoffed. I'm not a burden. I can help you repair the spaceship, analyze data, and even satisfy your cravings. Goku shook his head, responding earnestly, Bulma, it's not about capability, it's a matter of safety. Do you have any idea how many powerful beings exist in the universe? Really that dangerous? If so, why do you still want to go? The training environment on Earth is excellent. You have the gravity training device, right? If you continue practicing, your combat power will surely improve quickly. Goku acknowledged, Earth can indeed help me enhance my strength, but I wish to seek training opportunities in the universe. Don't worry. I will definitely return before the next World Martial Arts Tournament. After all, I am aiming for a three-peat victory. Haha. Bulma, speechless at this remark, thought, This guy is linking interstellar travel with the martial arts tournament. The universe is so perilous. Can you truly guarantee your safe return? Goku patted his chest, grinning. I am the strongest in the world. Don't underestimate me. Bulma rolled her eyes. All right then, you must promise to keep in touch regularly with the communication device. Don't disappear without a trace. Goku nodded, No problem. Bulma confirmed once more, How long will you be gone? Goku pondered, Perhaps a few months, maybe a year, before the World Martial Arts Tournament. Bulma looked at Goku's proud demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. You truly remain unchangeable in your aspirations. Well, good luck. Just remember, don't die out there in the universe. I don't want to be a widow. Goku laughed heartily, rest assured. I want to die? Within the laboratory. Sparks flew as the mechanical arms tirelessly operated, and the engineering robots busied themselves. Bulma, donning protective goggles, was engaged in a comprehensive overhaul of the Namekian spacecraft. The foundational design of the vessel was commendable, yet its propulsion system was antiquated and required modification. Bulma not only aimed to repair the spacecraft, but also to enhance its navigational speed, energy systems, and install a cutting-edge artificial intelligence assistance system, ensuring that Goku's cosmic journey would be even more seamless. In the courtyard, Son Wukong was drenched in sweat from rigorous training. The gravity wristbands had been adjusted to an astonishing 55 times Earth's gravity. Under such extreme pressure, each breath and every punch became a formidable test of his physical limits. Boom, boom, boom. Wukong's figure flickered in the yard, moving with remarkable speed. With a thunderous punch, a terrifying shockwave tore through the air, causing the ground to crack. Wukong's velocity increased, leaving behind an afterimage in the air. Beep, beep, beep. The combat power detector emitted alert sounds, and the latest data materialized on the screen. Combat power 50,000. After days of research and modification, Bulma removed her goggles and stretched, gazing at the newly upgraded spacecraft before her, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Finally accomplished, Bulma picked up the communication device and contacted the training Wukong. Hey, Son Wukong. Wukong transformed into a blur, dashing towards the laboratory. Bang! The laboratory door swung open with force as Wukong leaped inside, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on the colossal spacecraft in the center. Wow, this ship looks far more impressive than before. Bulma chuckled with pride, of course. After all, it's the modified version crafted by me, Bulma. It is undoubtedly stronger than the original. Wukong circled the spacecraft, eagerly feeling its sleek hull. Bulma, you are incredible. This ship looks as good as new. Bulma rolled her eyes. Do you even need to ask who I am? Now, let me introduce you to the new features. Superluminal propulsion system. The antiquated propulsion system has been revamped, enhancing the flight speed by at least 5-fold, allowing for swifter arrivals at destinations. Built-in artificial intelligence system. Bulma specially devised an intelligent assistance system capable of providing navigational support, crisis warnings, and even automatic repairs for minor damages. Cloaking detection feature. The exterior of the spacecraft has been coated with a specialized energy shielding layer, rendering it undetectable by radar. This way, Wukong can maneuver through the cosmos without easily being targeted by enemies. Supply system upgrade. Food reserves have increased, and energy supplies are plentiful. In the center of the courtyard, well lingered, Bulma gazed at the young Wukong before her, her expression complex. Though Goku had grown taller, he still stood a head shorter than her, remaining that familiar, mischievous character. Bulma bit her lip, stepped forward, and enveloped Goku in a tight embrace. Goku was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a grin. Bulma, why are you suddenly hugging me? Are you going to miss me? Bulma lightly punched Goku, her voice somewhat awkward. Who would miss you? You big fool. I'm just worried you might get into trouble out there, and whether you'll return alive. Goku scratched his head, chuckling. You can rest assured. I promised you I would come back to win the championship at the next World Martial Arts Tournament. You battle maniac, always thinking about fighting. Bulma released her hold, taking a step back to watch Goku head to the spaceship. Goku climbed the ladder, looked back at Bulma, and waved cheerfully. I'm off. Wait for my return. Bulma raised her hand and waved slightly. Get lost. Don't get lost. Goku turned and entered the spaceship, the hatch slowly closing. As the system notification chimed, the spaceship began to ascend gradually, its thrusters emitting a brilliant blue glow, the powerful airflow tousling Bulma's hair. Bulma stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the trajectory of the spaceship as it soared. With a sudden roar, the spaceship accelerated sharply, slicing through the sky like a shooting star, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Bulma remained rooted in place, watching the empty sky, letting out a gentle sigh. That big fool must come back safely. In the vast universe, the spaceship traveled at superluminal speed, weaving through endless stars. Inside, Goku sat at the helm, fixated on the star chart before him. He reached out, sliding his hand across the holographic display, inputting the destination, Namek. Estimated travel time, 10 days. Just 10 days until arrival. Goku leaned back in his seat, hands clasped behind his head, unable to help but exclaim. Bulma's technological prowess is indeed remarkable. If only she had a bit more time. She might even develop a spaceship capable of instantaneous travel. Although he had attained a combat power of 50,000, In this vast universe, such strength was hardly significant. He needed to become stronger quickly, or he would inevitably be overwhelmed by extraterrestrial masters. Goku rose from his seat, walked to the viewport, and gazed into the dark yet dazzling cosmos. Countless stars twinkled in the distance, their brilliance scattered across the infinite void. In my previous life, I suppose I would have been among the first humans to leave the solar system, right? Even with advanced technology, humanity had never truly escaped the solar confines. Yet now, I have effortlessly crossed the threshold of the solar system, entering the uncharted sea of stars. Inside the spaceship's training room, the values of the gravity rings steadily increased. 56 times gravity for high-speed movement, enhancing evasive reflexes. 58 times gravity for energy accumulation training, maximizing energy control. 60 times gravity for ultimate breakthrough. Hoo-ha! With all his might, Wukong unleashed a powerful punch, sending shockwaves rippling through the air and causing the walls of the training room to tremble slightly. Beep, beep, beep. The battle power detector updated its readings. Battle power, 56,000. At last, he had acclimatized to the gravity of 60 times his own. His battle power had reached an impressive 56,000. Leaning against the wall, Wukong reminisced about memories from his past life. The mightiest warrior of Namek had a battle power of around 40,000, but now, he could easily overpower him. It felt like a safe victory. Wukong stretched his limbs and departed the training room, entering the cockpit. Settling into the seat, he gazed at the expanse of stars ahead. In the distance, a green planet gradually came into view. Namek, he had finally arrived. Destination, Namek. Estimated landing time, 2 minutes. The automatic landing sequence initiated. As Wukong looked out the window, he could clearly discern the outline of Namek, a verdant planet surrounded by several moons, its surface adorned with vast oceans and undulating mountain ranges. Beep, beep, beep. The system alert sounded. They were about to enter the atmosphere of Namek. The spacecraft pierced through the atmospheric layers, trailing a plume of white flame as it swiftly descended towards a broad plain. With a resounding thud, the spacecraft landed steadily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of fine dust. The hatch opened slowly, and a refreshing breeze swept in. Wukong stepped out of the cabin, his feet officially touching the soil of Namek. Surveying his surroundings, he beheld a vast expanse of green grasslands, shimmering lakes in the distance, and peculiar mushroom-shaped mountains dotting the horizon. The sky radiated a pale green hue. The air was crisp and filled with a mysterious energy unlike that of Earth. Wow, this place is even more refreshing than Earth. I can feel a hint of energy in the air. Wukong gently pressed a concealed button on the exterior of the spacecraft. Boom. The ship instantly shrank, enveloped in a cloud of white smoke, transforming into a small, multifunctional capsule. What a convenient feature. Bulma truly was remarkable. Wukong tucked the capsule into his pocket, dusted off his hands, and looked up towards the horizon, a smile of anticipation gracing his face. He sensed the energy around him and quickly detected the presence of formidable life forms on this planet. Several energies were notably potent, hinting at the existence of true warrior-level beings. Among them, one energy soared far above the rest, shining like the brightest star in the night sky. The essences of ordinary Namekian villagers were calm and gentle, their battle power only in the dozens. The energies of Namekian warriors were slightly more robust, their battle power ranging from hundreds to thousands. The mightiest energy was deep and powerful, with a battle power nearing 40,000. Under the emerald sky, Wukong darted forward at an incredible speed, the gusts of wind trailing behind him, leaving a long stream of airflow in his wake. If he was not mistaken, that battle power of 40,000 must belong to the strongest Namekian warrior, Neru. If it truly is Neru, then that individual is certainly not one to be trifled with. Neru is exceedingly wary of strangers, particularly extraterrestrials, especially those who intrude suddenly. If deemed an adversary, it would hardly take 3 exchanges before confrontation ensues. Haha, perhaps I might find myself embroiled in a scuffle with him shortly. Goku's speed escalated, the howling winds trailing behind him, and the air shimmered with a faint luminescence due to intense friction. Ahead loomed a colossal mountain, thrusting skyward like a pillar of heaven amidst the vast terrain. Goku gazed at the towering peak, nodding to himself. Indeed, this is the place. Neru and the Elder reside here. This mountain is exceedingly high and steep. resembling a massive blade piercing through the clouds. Below lies a tranquil prairie, yet the summit is steeped in an intense warrior's aura. This is the training ground of Naru, the mightiest warrior of Namek, and also the stronghold where he guards the Elder. Suspended in midair, Goku regarded the majestic mountain, a smile gracing his lips. Whoosh! Just as Goku was on the verge of nearing the summit, boom! A green figure erupted like thunder, charging at Goku with a ferocious gale, moving with astonishing speed. Goku widened his eyes slightly. Wow, that was swift. Bang! The two came to a sudden halt in midair, facing off. Blocking Goku was none other than Naru, the most formidable warrior of Namek. Clad in a white warrior's attire, his muscular physique sharply defined, arms crossed, he fixed a piercing gaze upon Goku, exuding an overwhelming combat aura. Who are you? What brings you to this place uninvited? Goku tilted his head, grinning broadly as he waved his hand. I am Son Wukong, the champion of the 21st and 22nd World Martial Arts Tournaments, hailing from the distant Earth. The World Martial Arts Tournament? Naru furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with this title. Earth? I have never heard of this planet. What is your purpose in coming here? Goku was taken aback, his smile faltering as he feigned a look of utter shock, exaggeratedly stepping back 2 paces. Huh? You have never heard of the World Martial Arts Tournament? It is the pinnacle of martial arts events across the universe. I am a 2-time champion. In truth, it is merely a competition on Earth, not connected to the cosmos at all. Naru's expression turned stern. Enough with the nonsense. Leave this place at once. Goku shrugged, unfazed by Naru's warning, and pointed towards the structures atop the distant peak. I intend to meet the person inside that building. Naru's demeanor shifted abruptly, his gaze sharpening. The atmosphere grew tense, the winds swirling, and the distance between them seemed to contract, the pressure mounting significantly. You wish to see the Elder? Naru's tone was grave, laced with profound caution. Goku flashed a grin, nodding casually. Indeed, that is correct. Naru's aura surged violently, his cold stare fixed on Goku. To seek an audience with the Elder? You are not worthy. If you do not depart, then I shall have no choice but to take action. Wukong scratched his head, a faint smile gracing his lips, and clenched his fist. Are you implying that a duel is inevitable? The howling winds intensified, and the atmosphere grew taut with anticipation. Chapter 46. Toying with Naru. Are you certain you wish to challenge a youth who has triumphed in 2 consecutive martial arts tournaments? The winds roared, and the tension escalated. As Wukong spoke, loosening his muscles, casually remarking, Do you know? The last person who fought me was that Demon King Piccolo, who bears a resemblance to you, with his green skin. Well, I effortlessly defeated him. If you believe yourself to be stronger than the Demon King, feel free to challenge me. I shall show no mercy. Boom. Naru's aura surged violently, and the winds swirled around him, his fists cracking ominously. Enough. You are far too arrogant. Boom. Naru was the first to strike, his form becoming a streak of green light as he appeared before Wukong, launching a ferocious punch aimed directly at his face. Huh. Bang. Wukong raised his arm, easily blocking Naru's powerful blow, the immense force fracturing the air, causing shockwaves to erupt. Wukong felt a slight tingle in his arm and could not help but chuckle. Not bad. Your strength surpasses that of the previous Demon King. Naru's expression was stern, silent as he swiftly raised his knee, charging toward Wukong's abdomen. Bang! Wukong quickly sidestepped, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Naru's waist. Naru reacted with remarkable speed, crossing his arms to absorb Wukong's strike, his body retreating slightly. Wukong paused momentarily, then excitedly exclaimed, Oh, you can actually block that? Impressive. What will happen next? The 2 figures vanished in an instant, their speed too swift for the naked eye to perceive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky reverberated with deafening explosive sounds as Wukong and Naru became mere phantoms, engaged in a frenzied aerial battle. Bang, bang, bang. Wukong unleashed a rapid hook, which Naru deftly evaded. Naru retaliated with a powerful punch, and Wukong quickly sidestepped, countering with a knee strike. Naru flickered behind Wukong, attempting a sneak attack, but Wukong swiftly turned to block. The very sky trembled under the residual force of their confrontation. Bang! A thunderous collision resounded as Wukong and Naru's fists met, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that tore through the cloud cover. Naru's gaze hardened as he suddenly altered his tactics, releasing a barrage of energy blasts. Bang! 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 Countless energy orbs surged toward Wukong like a torrential storm, overwhelming in their intensity. Wukong laughed heartily, gracefully dodging through the air, each orb whizzing past him. His movements were fluid, akin to performing a magnificent dance. As Wukong deftly evaded his opponent's attacks, he exaggeratedly posed in midair, chuckling, "Oh dear. Is that all you can do? Your shots are so sluggish that they can't even graze my pant cuffs." Nilu's expression darkened instantly, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Let us see how you handle this." With a sudden motion, Nilu clapped his hands together, summoning a colossal wave of energy that surged toward Wukong. Observing the massive beam of light, Wukong casually blew on his fingertips, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Finally, something substantial. Bang! The energy wave collided directly with Wukong, engulfing the sky in a brilliant explosion. Nilu's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on the epicenter of the blast. Suddenly, Wukong's relaxed voice emerged from the chaos. "Oh dear, that tickles." Nilu, taken aback, retorted, "That last move was impressive. But alas, it lacked a smidgen of force." Wukong held up his thumb and forefinger, creating a minuscule gap, tauntingly stating, "Just a tad more." Nilu's expression darkened further, fury radiating from him. "You insolent fool," he bellowed as he charged towards Wukong, his fists tearing through the air. Wukong, however, remained unfazed, floating nonchalantly in the air, his hands clasped behind his back, humming a cheerful tune. Bang! Nilu's fist struck towards Wukong's face, and at the last moment, Wukong tilted his head slightly. The fist grazed his cheek without connecting. Enraged, Nilu unleashed a flurry of punches. Bang, 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 bang. Wukong's body swayed with exaggerated angles, effortlessly dodging each blow, even striking comical poses mid-air. With his hands cradling his head and his body swaying as if dancing, he sidestepped, yawning casually while poking Nilu on the forehead as a punch whizzed by. Smack! Nilu, now fuming, his face almost green with rage, though it was already green, roared as he clapped his palms together, building energy to form a gigantic energy sphere. "I shall silence you once and for all." Wukong gazed at the energy sphere, feigning astonishment with his mouth agape. "Wow, that looks rather formidable." In the next instant, he sat cross-legged in midair, resting his chin on one hand, feigning boredom as he observed Nilu's energy build-up. "How much longer must you brew that? I'm about to doze off." Nilu, infuriated, launched the massive energy sphere at Wukong with a ferocious velocity. Boom! The energy sphere exploded, filling the air with dust. As the brilliance faded, Wukong stood at the very center of the explosion, nonchalantly brushing off the dust from his attire. "Oh dear, this new outfit was specially crafted for me by Bulma. And now, thanks to your little explosion, it's all covered in grime." Wukong tugged at his black martial arts uniform, expressing his discontent. "I must ask, could you aim a little better? At least inflict some damage. At this rate, I've lost all interest in continuing this fight." Naru stood frozen in place, his expression utterly shattered. What manner of monster is this? Goku stretched lazily, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "How about this? I shall remain right here without retaliating. If you can make me move even a fraction, I will concede defeat. How does that sound?" Furious, Naru's face turned ashen, and his aura surged violently. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed an astonishing speed, transforming into a green streak of light aimed directly at Goku. Bang! His fist struck Goku's abdomen with tremendous force, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Yet, Goku stood unmoved, not even a wrinkle gracing his attire. Naru's despair deepened as he beheld Goku's expression. Goku smirked. "Oh, that punch had some power, but it was merely that." Naru's veins bulged with rage. "You scoundrel! This is impossible." Bang! 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 Naru roared, unleashing a flurry of punches, each strike resonating like thunder, bombarding Goku's form. The abdomen. Bang! Goku remained unresponsive. The chest. Bang! Goku still did not budge. The cheek. Bang! Goku smiled. Naru poured every ounce of his energy into his strikes, each punch infused with ferocity. Yet they landed upon Goku as if striking an indestructible celestial metal, yielding no effect whatsoever. As Naru grew increasingly frantic, sweat beaded upon his brow, and his fists began to throb faintly. Goku, observing the spectacle, could not suppress a yawn. "Oh dear, are you even capable? I'm standing still, and you still cannot touch me?" Bang! Naru gritted his teeth, delivering another heavy blow to Goku's abdomen. But wait, did you just graze me? No. It seems to tickle a bit. Naru's expression utterly twisted. You. Goku feigned innocence, scratching his belly while cheerfully saying, "You're not tiring out, are you? Surely, the mightiest warrior of Namek cannot possess such paltry strength?" Naru's pupils dilated, his entire being trembling with rage. Son Goku, silence yourself. Boom. Naru once more unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, engulfing the sky in blinding white light. The energy detonated, dust swirling, the very earth quaking. As the brilliance faded, Goku lightly patted his chest, exhaling a sigh of resignation. Have you perhaps skimped on effort? This technique feels even lighter than your previous punch. Naru's expression warped in disbelief. This is impossible. How could you be entirely unscathed? Goku grinned broadly, tilting his head at Naru. Perhaps you ought to consider a different opponent? I fear if you continue, you may end up injuring yourself. You. On the brink of a breakdown, Naru's chest heaved violently, his face ashen, fists still clenched tightly, veins pulsing on his forehead. What sort of monster is this guy? Suddenly, a profound and benevolent voice resonated within Nilu's mind. Nilu, cease your actions. Nilu's pupils constricted sharply, and his body trembled, instantly regaining composure. Elder, you. This extraterrestrial being bore no malice. His aura conveyed an extraordinary vision of the future. Bring him before me. Nilu's fury was immediately quelled, after a moment of silence. He clenched his teeth and suppressed his energy. Upon witnessing this scene, Wukong tilted his head, a hint of mockery gracing his lips. Oh, not fighting anymore. Nilu shot an angry glare at Wukong, his expression one of extreme displeasure. Humph. You are fortunate. The Elder wishes to see you. Humph. Don't think you're truly formidable. I simply wasn't taking you seriously. With a huff, Nilu turned and soared towards the edifice atop the mountain, coldly commanding. Follow me. Wukong chuckled heartily, his hands clasped behind his head, leisurely trailing behind. Why does it feel like you're making excuses? You claim you weren't serious, yet it seemed you were almost brought to tears. Silence. Nilu's roar echoed from ahead, his flying speed abruptly increasing as he aimed to distance himself from Wukong. Wukong continued to smirk, contemplating. We are finally to meet the Elder. This journey to Namek is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 47. Unleashing Potential. A tenfold surge. Nilu's expression darkened, his lips twitching slightly. Although he had retracted his battle aura, he was still seething with discontent. Wukong could not resist teasing. Weren't you quite fierce just now? Retorting, be quiet. When we arrive, you shall speak to the Elder yourself. Upon reaching the mountaintop, they beheld an ancient and enigmatic structure. Atmosphere. Several young Namekians stood outside the building, their curious gazes fixated on Wukong. Let us go, Nilu muttered, guiding Wukong inside. The Elder sat regally upon a grand throne, his demeanor tranquil, face lined with wrinkles, and eyes gently closed, as though he had transcended to the pinnacle of wisdom. Wukong, arms crossed, scrutinized the mysterious Elder. Slowly, the Elder opened his eyes, gazing at Wukong with warmth. Warrior from afar, your aura carries a peculiar energy. You are no ordinary human. Indeed, I am a scion, but I am a benevolent scion. Not here to cause trouble, Wukong replied. Nilu huffed beside him, still displeased, yet remaining silent. The Elder nodded slightly. You have come to seek me. What is your request? Wukong narrowed his eyes, raising two fingers. I have two requests. First, I wish for you to help me unlock my potential. Second, I desire to make a wish with the Dragon Balls. The air instantly thickened with tension. Nilu's expression shifted dramatically. What kind of joke is this? Dragon Ball is the most sacred treasure of Namek. It can never be entrusted to an outsider like you. Naru roared, his aura surging forth as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Goku. Goku, feigning innocence, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Oh, come on. There's no need to be so agitated. I have no intention of using the Dragon Balls for nefarious purposes. I simply have a wish I'd like to fulfill. Absolutely not. Naru's resolve was unwavering. The Dragon Balls do not belong to outsiders, and we shall never relinquish them so easily. Goku stroked his chin, a mischievous grin creeping onto his face as he contemplated. This matter is far from straightforward. Oh, don't be so stingy. I am the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, a person of great principles. Naru's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. What does your martial arts tournament have to do with anything? Goku replied earnestly. It has everything to do with it. I am a righteous scion, and I assure you my wishes will not be frivolous. I have never encountered a righteous scion. The Dragon Balls do not belong to you. We shall not lend them to outsiders. Naru's voice was cold as he continued to glare at Goku. Goku shrugged, tilting his head with a smile. Come now. Your Dragon Balls are not a one-time use item. Once I am done, I will return them to you. They won't be damaged. Naru's forehead twitched with frustration. That is not the point. Goku blinked innocently, feigning a sigh. How about this, then? I could wish for you to grow a bit taller? Naru's face turned a deep shade of anger. Shorty, get lost. Suddenly, the elder chuckled. You are indeed an amusing individual. Goku, upon hearing this, proudly crossed his arms. Of course. Though you are mischievous, your heart is devoid of malice. I can assist you in unlocking your potential. As for the Dragon Balls, we shall deliberate further. Naru was taken aback. Elder, are you truly going to assist this fellow? The elder smiled lightly. His future may be intertwined with the fate of our people. Goku's expression morphed into a devilish smirk, exuding a sense of triumph as he glanced at Naru. Naru immediately sensed Goku's gaze, his face paling in response, momentarily disrupting his composure. Humph. Naru gritted his teeth, his entire being brimming with suppressed rage. This guy, who had just been on the receiving end of my relentless assault, now dared to flaunt his bravado before the elder? Goku shrugged, wearing a self-satisfied demeanor, arms crossed, eyes narrowed as he looked at Naru. So, what do you say? Did you not claim I was unworthy of meeting the elder? Now, the elder is actively assisting me in unlocking my potential. Does this not imply that I am indeed quite exceptional? Naru's fists cracked ominously as he glared fiercely at Goku. Seeing Naru seething with jealousy, Goku decided to press on. Oh, you are not genuinely envious of me, are you? You have followed the elder for so many years, and yet, I arrive and can unlock potential, while you have gained nothing. I see now, you have no potential to unlock. Ha! Be quiet. Naru finally could not contain himself, yelling with a flushed face, glaring at Goku, wishing he could pin Goku to the ground and beat him senseless right then and there. Wukong erupted into hearty laughter, waving his hand dismissively. All right, enough of the jokes, let us commence. The elder smiled faintly, his eyes glimmering with profound appreciation for Wukong's spirited nature. Come a little closer, he beckoned, as he slowly extended his aged hand, gently placing it atop Wukong's head. A mysterious and gentle energy surged into Wukong's being. As time drifted by, Wukong felt the latent potential within him being gradually unearthed, accompanied by an enchanting sensation that enveloped him. The elder's abilities transcended mere potential unlocking. He could also glimpse fragments of Wukong's memories. He witnessed Wukong's myriad experiences on Earth, young Wukong training in the deep mountains, the moment he first encountered Bulma, the fervent battles at the martial arts tournament where he vanquished formidable foes and claimed victory, and the magnificent scene of the Red Ribbon Army's forces transformed into deep craters. He even beheld the awkward moment when Wukong stood on the arena, having inadvertently removed his pants to reveal his red underwear. Moreover, he caught sight of King Piccolo, the familiar Namekian, son of Katas. The elder momentarily faltered, nearly retracting his hand. What an extraordinary lad he is. Just as the elder delved deeper, his consciousness seemed to encounter an invisible barrier. What is this? He pondered, furrowing his brow as he slowly withdrew his hand, casting a complex gaze upon Wukong. Unfazed, Wukong scratched his head. So, did you find my experiences intriguing? The elder replied, you are a truly unique entity. Perhaps your future will shape the fate of the entire universe. Wukong waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't make it sound so mystical. Have you helped me unlock my potential, elder? The elder smiled gently and nodded. Your potential has been fully unleashed. Now, feel it for yourself. Beneath the skies of Namek, a dark silhouette suddenly shot into the heavens, its speed nearly creating a vacuum. Wukong unleashed his entire aura with a mighty cry, ha! In an instant, a terrifying wave of energy erupted forth. The air boiled over, and the heavens resonated in response. The atmospheric currents of Namek were thrown into chaos, fierce winds sweeping in every direction. The black martial arts uniform billowed dramatically in the tempest, the edges fluttering as a strong gust radiated outward from Wukong's center. 56W. The reading skyrocketed to a staggering tenfold increase from the previous 56W. The elder's prowess was indeed formidable, having unleashed the full potential of this young warrior. Naru, standing at the doorway, was left utterly astounded. How has this fellow's aura become so terrifying? Just moments ago, Wukong's energy, while formidable, was measurable. Now, however, the oppressive force transcended all comprehension. This young lad harbored such horrifying potential. Naru's countenance shifted dramatically, his teeth clenching with trepidation, a tempest of emotions stirring within him. This is outrageous. How can he have grown to such heights at this age? Wukong's gaze fixated on Naru, a mischievous grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. Just a moment ago, I stood here allowing you to strike at will, and you seemed quite audacious. What say you now? Shall we give it another go? Naru, his teeth grinding in frustration, clenched his fists tightly, yet he dared not approach. The current Wukong possessed the strength to effortlessly bury him in the earth. Damn it! Naru muttered under his breath, suppressing his fury, vowing silently to intensify his training. As Wukong reigned in his aura and descended gracefully from the sky, he approached the elder. Naru, escort Wukong to the village to gather the Dragon Balls. The air thickened momentarily. Naru turned abruptly, shock etched across his face as he regarded the elder. Hand over the Dragon Balls to this fellow. Elder, you must reconsider. Naru was utterly astonished that the elder had so readily acquiesced to Wukong's request. Wukong blinked in surprise, a grin spreading across his face. I thought I would have to plead my case, yet the elder is so agreeable. Elder, did you perhaps see something in my memories that led you to accept me? The elder did not respond directly. Instead, he gently closed his eyes, his voice calm and profound. Your heart harbors no malevolence, and your future may indeed bring new possibilities to the universe. I trust you will not misuse the Dragon Balls. Naru, still unwilling to concede, prepared to persuade the elder once more. However, the elder subtly gestured for him to cease, indicating his fatigue and need for rest. Naru gritted his teeth but ultimately fell silent, turning away in frustration, casting a disdainful glare at Wukong. Wukong shrugged, a nonchalant smile gracing his features. Oh, come now, Naru. Surely we won't end up fighting on the way to the village, will we? I wouldn't mind letting you have another go at it. Be quiet. Let us go. Naru exclaimed, his anger palpable. He soared into the air, heading toward the village, with Wukong trailing closely behind, still wearing that playful smirk. Finally, the Dragon Balls would be within reach. This journey to Namek was proving increasingly fortuitous. Chapter 48. 3 Wishes. Naru's expression darkened, the corners of his eyes twitching in exasperation. What on earth was the elder thinking, handing the Dragon Balls to this individual, and insisting I accompany him to gather them? Such humiliation. As Wukong soared through the air, adjusting his gravity control device, he glanced at Naru and noticed the latter's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Naru, don't be like that. It's merely borrowing a Dragon Ball, not theft. Naru scoffed disdainfully. Humph. The Dragon Balls are the most sacred treasures of Namek. We never use them lightly, nor do we easily lend them to outsiders. Wukong burst into laughter. Not using them? Then what purpose do they serve? Naru was momentarily speechless, his fists cracking in frustration. He forcibly restrained his anger, stating solemnly, there are 7 Dragon Balls on Namek, each guarded by a different elder. Each Dragon Ball is entrusted to a specific elder, who possesses the authority to decide whether to relinquish it. Wukong nodded slightly, saying, oh, so it means it's not solely your decision? That simplifies matters. If any elder refuses, I can always have a word with them. Nilu's expression darkened further. What wish do you intend to make with the Dragon Balls? Wukong tilted his head thoughtfully and replied with a smile. For now, that's a secret. But rest assured, it is not a malevolent wish. Nilu squinted, skepticism evident on his face. It better be. Nilu, why have you brought an extraterrestrial here? Nilu's demeanor grew serious as he answered straightforwardly. The Grand Elder has commanded him to gather the Dragon Balls. What? The villagers looked at Wukong in astonishment. Wukong surveyed the crowd, noticing the unfriendly expressions on the faces of the Namekians. He thought to himself that this would require considerable effort. So he put on his brightest smile and entered into his charm offensive. Greetings, friends of Namek. I am Son Wukong, champion of the 21st and 22nd World Martial Arts Tournaments, hailing from the distant planet Earth. Your planet is truly magnificent. The air is fresh, the scenery delightful, far surpassing our Earth. The village chief momentarily faltered, taken aback by Wukong's enthusiasm. Are you here to borrow the Dragon Balls? Wukong nodded eagerly indeed. I have long admired your Namekian race, having heard tales of your kindness and benevolence. Surely, you would not deny a courteous guest like me, would you? The village chief thought, what a sweet-tongued lad. Seeing the chief's expression soften, Wukong seized the moment. Moreover, I have heard that the elders of Namek are exceptionally wise individuals. Upon meeting the Grand Elder, I was profoundly moved by his kindness and sagacity. I am certain that as the elder of this village, you too possess immense wisdom, correct? The village chief stroked his chin, his expression shifting from cautiousness to a hint of appreciation. Ahem, that is not entirely incorrect, he responded, feigning seriousness while the corners of his mouth began to curl upwards. Wukong continued, indeed, esteemed elder, your grace and wisdom surely guarantee that I shall not leave empty-handed. The village chief chuckled and waved his hand. Since it is the Grand Elder's command, we have no reason to refuse. He then produced an orange Dragon Ball. Wukong reached out to accept it. Thank you, Elder. You are indeed the wisest, most generous, and kindest chief. The chief could not help but laugh. Heh, you smooth talker. Nilo, observing the exchange, was on the verge of breaking down. How can this guy be such a flatterer? Just a few words, and he secures the Dragon Ball. As Wukong stored the Dragon Ball in his capsule, he turned to Nailu with a triumphant smile. Nailu, did you see that? No need for fighting. Problems can be resolved with words. Nailu, gritting his teeth, retorted, Humph. How on earth did you manage that? Wukong shrugged innocently. You just don't understand. It's the art of communication. Now, let us proceed to the next Dragon Ball. Nailu huffed, rolling his eyes internally, and turned his head towards the next village, flying off. Wukong pressed on. In the second village, he effortlessly charmed the villagers and secured the Dragon Ball. In the third village, he showcased his terrifying combat prowess of 560,000, prompting the village chief to present the Dragon Ball with both hands. In the fourth village, although the chief hesitated momentarily, Wukong concocted a tale of saving the universe, thus achieving his goal. In the fifth village, words were unnecessary. Upon seeing Wukong, the chief promptly offered the Dragon Ball, along with a basket of fruits. In the sixth village, with the chief absent, Wukong instantly sensed his presence, soared over to request it, and effortlessly obtained it. In the seventh village, the chief thought to himself that since Wukong was so close to gathering them all, he might as well hand it over directly. This was astonishingly smooth. Wukong had expected a fierce battle, but instead, a proud smile adorned his face. Nailu stood beside him, his expression dark and silent. Wukong arrived at an expansive plain and laid out all 7 Dragon Balls upon the ground. Finally, he could make his wish. Come forth, Shenron. Arise and grant my wish. Silence ensued. The Dragon Balls lay still on the ground, showing no reaction. Huh, why no response? Wukong tried again, striking a more commanding pose. Shenron, hurry and appear. Still, there was no movement. Suddenly, he remembered that the Namekian Dragon Balls required the Namekian language for summoning. Wukong turned to Nailu. Nailu, you know how to summon it, right? Nailu crossed his arms, snorted disdainfully, and turned away, adopting a posture of indifference. Hey, don't pretend you don't know. Nailu replied coldly. Umph. The Dragon Balls are sacred artifacts of Namek. Only we Namekians know the summoning method. Aren't you the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament? Figure it out yourself. You have quite the vengeful spirit. Wukong was drenched in sweat, realizing that despite his arduous efforts to collect the Dragon Balls, he was utterly clueless about the summoning method, which was indeed quite embarrassing. What should he do now? Hey, Nailu, are you really not going to help? Nailu huffed dismissively, continuing to act aloof, clearly ignoring Wukong. Humph. I won't help someone like you summon Shenron. What a miser. If you won't help, then I'll find a way on my own. Wukong scanned his surroundings and suddenly spotted a young Namekian child squatting in the distance, playing with pebbles. This could serve as a translator. Wukong swiftly flew over and cheerfully said, Hey there, little one. Have you ever had candy? The child looked puzzled and shook his head. Candy? What's that? Wukong smiled mysteriously, took out a piece of earth candy from his pocket, and offered it to the child. Here, give it a try. The child gingerly accepted the candy, placed it in his mouth, and his eyes lit up. Wow, it's sweet. So delicious. Isn't it good? Do you know how to summon Shenron? I do. You just need to recite the incantation. That's fantastic. Come help me recite it. Wukong returned with the child to the Dragon Balls, and Neru's expression shattered in disbelief. Could this fellow truly resort to bribing a child? Is there no semblance of propriety? Wukong, brimming with pride, exclaimed, If reason fails, then let us employ a different approach. The child approached the Dragon Balls and began to chant the incantation in Namekian, Takalera Puta Rapabur Pabaru. Instantly, the sky darkened, and a fierce wind arose. The 7 Dragon Balls shimmered with a dazzling golden light, soaring into the heavens. A colossal bolt of golden lightning struck down, and a terrifying, sacred radiance coalesced at the center of the Dragon Balls, revealing a massive shadow that slowly materialized. Roar! The Namekian dragon Purunga had finally descended. His enormous red eyes glimmered with divine light, and his deep voice resonated through the sky. Speak your wishes. I can grant 3. Wukong stood before the Dragon Balls, a sly grin spreading across his face as he declared, I shall not be modest. For my first wish, I desire to attain an ultimate physique, an unparalleled recovery ability, perished from heart disease. I must not falter this time. A flash of light ignited within Purunga's eyes. Your wish shall be granted. In an instant, a golden divine glow enveloped Wukong, and his body underwent an indescribable transformation. Every cell seemed to be thoroughly activated, his physique becoming immensely powerful, even allowing him to sense the energy within him circulating autonomously, impervious to depletion from battle. Thus, even if he were to be severely battered, as long as he was not slain in a single blow, he could recover infinitely. Neru's lips twitched in madness. This fellow was becoming increasingly outrageous. For my second wish, I wish to master instantaneous movement. Not that pathetic version from Yardrat. I desire true, instantaneous teleportation. Purunga's eyes sparkled once more. Your wish shall be granted. A surge of wondrous information flooded Wukong's mind, his body trembling slightly as he suddenly grasped the essence of instantaneous movement. Now this is true instantaneous movement. From now on, I can go wherever I please with but a thought, and even evade attacks in battle. Neru's face turned completely dark. This fellow could go anywhere now. This made him even more formidable. For my third wish, I desire the ability to traverse dimensional spaces at will. When faced with insurmountable odds, I can simply enter the dimensional realm. Now, that is the perfect strategy. Purunga's eyes flickered one final time. Your wish shall be granted. Wukong felt an extraordinary power awaken within him. With a mere focus of his mind, he could perceive certain rifts leading to different dimensional realms. Now I can go wherever I wish. Neru was left utterly speechless, his hand pressed to his forehead. This fellow was truly insurmountable. Purunga's deep voice resonated once more. Your 3 wishes have been fulfilled. I bid you farewell. The 7 Dragon Balls transformed into radiant light, soaring into the sky, dispersing across the lands of Namek. This wish is truly invaluable. With the immortality and ultimate recovery, combined with the Scion's near-death power surge, my combat strength is soaring at an astonishing rate. Genuine instantaneous movement. Wherever I wish to go, I shall go. I can traverse dimensions freely. And if I encounter an unbeatable foe, I can simply flee. Now, I shall stride across the cosmos with unrivaled confidence. Neru gazed at Goku's triumphant demeanor, his expression turning pale with unease, silently exclaiming, Great Elder, are you truly certain this fellow isn't here to conquer the universe? Despite your perpetual scowl, I still thank you for guiding me to the various villages in search of the Dragon Balls. Goku chuckled cheerfully. Neru huffed disdainfully, crossing his arms defiantly, retorting, I merely obeyed the Great Elder's command. I wouldn't voluntarily assist you. Goku shrugged nonchalantly. Say what you will, I must return to see the Great Elder now. With that, he executed an instantaneous movement and vanished in the blink of an eye. Neru, cursed be this. The Great Elder closed his eyes in contemplation, as if he had already foreseen Goku's arrival. Suddenly, a presence materialized, and Goku's figure appeared. Great Elder, I have come to express my gratitude. The Great Elder opened his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his face. Goku, I have sensed the power you have acquired. This is indeed a tremendous gain. However, I am not one to accept benefits without reciprocity. Goku stood tall, his right fist placed upon his left chest, solemnly declaring, from this day forth, I owe a favor to the Namekians. Should you ever face an insurmountable crisis, I shall traverse the universe to assist you. The Great Elder paused momentarily, then nodded gently, expressing his approval. We shall hold this promise close to our hearts. At that moment, Neru flew in, overhearing Goku's vow, his expression shifting to one of complexity. Who said you need to protect us? We Namekians can handle our own problems. Oh, don't be so proud. What if you encounter an adversary you cannot defeat? Your planet has few warriors. Having external aid would be far more secure. Nairu gritted his teeth. Humph, suit yourself. Completely flustered, Goku laughed heartily, nodding solemnly to the Great Elder. Very well, I must take my leave. Until we meet again. Chapter 49, Mental Amplification Technique and Phantom Clone aboard the spaceship. Goku sat in the cockpit, legs crossed as he contemplated his next training regimen. I have already mastered instantaneous movement, and it surpasses the slow, energy-sensitive teleportation from Yardrat. However, their mental amplification technique and phantom clone are extraordinary combat skills. If I can master these, my combat prowess will ascend to new heights. Yardrat, here I come. Estimated travel time, 30 days. 30 days. This journey will take longer than the flight from Earth to Namek, which is perfect for utilizing this time for training. The ship traversed the endless cosmos, and before long, the 30 days had swiftly passed. Combat power, 560,000. 990,000. The voice of the spacecraft's system echoed, announcing the imminent arrival at the destination. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8. Through the window, Wukong beheld the enigmatic planet, Yadrit. The sky was painted in soft hues of lavender, adorned with countless floating rocks and luminous crystals, creating a scene that bore no resemblance to Earth, but rather resembled a fantastical realm. At long last, they had arrived. Mental amplification technique and phantom clone. Here I come. The spacecraft's automated landing system activated, gently descending onto a vast plain of Yadrit. Shortly thereafter, a group of Yudratians clad in flowing purple robes floated gracefully towards him. The elder among them, exuding an air of wisdom, softly inquired, "Stranger, who are you? What brings you to Yadrit?" With a wide grin, Wukong introduced himself. "I am Son Wukong, hailing from Earth. I am also the champion of both the 21st and 22nd World Martial Arts tournaments." The Yudratians exchanged puzzled glances, one of them whispering, "What is the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Scratching his head, Wukong replied, It's an incredibly fierce fighting competition, and I've won it consecutively twice." The elder Yudratian smiled faintly. "I see. Judging by your aura, your strength is indeed remarkable." Wukong continued, beaming, "I wish to learn the mental amplification technique and phantom clone." The elder, unfazed, nodded thoughtfully. "We can sense your goodwill. The Yudratians are known for our hospitality. Your request is worthy of consideration." Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That is wonderful." The elder regarded Wukong with a gentle smile. "However, are you aware that both skills require exceptional mental control? Your combat prowess is formidable, yet your mental fortitude requires further cultivation. Training is my forte," Wukong declared enthusiastically. The city of the Yudratians was a marvel of futuristic architecture, with floating edifices and illuminated pathways, all steeped in a sci-fi ambience. Wukong was ushered into a grand hall, where the elder personally hosted him and arranged a lavish feast for the far-traveled guest. "Thank you so much. I am quite the voracious eater." Without hesitation, Wukong plunged into the spread of food. The Yudratians watched in astonishment at his extraordinary appetite, whispering among themselves, "Is he consuming too much?" Once satiated, Wukong patted his belly and burped, turning to the elder. "All right, now that I'm full, it's time to train." The elder nodded, his tone steady. "Very well. Let us commence." As time flew by, in the blink of an eye, Wukong had spent 6 months training on Yadrit. During this period, he had fully mastered the mental amplification technique and phantom clone, significantly enhancing his mental prowess. In the skies, Wukong concentrated, instantly creating multiple clones, and with a swift motion, he merged all the clones back into his original form. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Suddenly, Wukong recalled the anime he had watched in his previous life, Naruto, and a smile crept across his lips. "Isn't this the technique of multiple shadow clones? If I could manifest hundreds of myself simultaneously on the stage of the world's foremost martial arts competition, wouldn't the audience be utterly astounded? How delightful! This is perfectly suited for a display of bravado. Let us see to what extent my mental prowess can reach." Wukong unleashed a formidable wave of mental energy, akin to an invisible tempest sweeping across the planet Adalat. In an instant, every detail of the planet materialized in Wukong's mind. The molten lava flowed deep beneath the surface, and he could even sense its searing heat. From the distant mountains, he could accurately perceive the movement of every gust of wind. In a nearby village, A child was playing with a stone, and he could distinctly feel the texture of that stone's surface. This sensation was reminiscent of a psychic master devouring the cosmos. With a casual gesture, Wukong unleashed a powerful force. The ground of the planet trembled instantly, as countless rocks, buildings, trees, and even the direction of rivers twisted in accordance with his will. While psychic masters can manipulate metals, I can command metals, rocks, currents, storms, any material, any energy. With a mere flick of his finger, a towering mountain thousands of meters high began to levitate, as if it were a mere toy. Suddenly, he clenched his fist, and the massive peak shattered into a cloud of dust, which swiftly coalesced into a perfect sphere, spinning gracefully under Wukong's control. Wukong's mental power had grown so formidable that he could master his emotions. Whether calm, enraged, exhilarated, or even fearful, he could adjust them at will. What would happen if I allowed myself to become overwhelmingly angry? In an instant, Wukong's emotions ignited, his gaze became frenzied, and the energy within him surged wildly. Half a minute passed, yet his hair remained jet black, showing no signs of change. What is happening? Wukong furrowed his brow, veins throbbing at his temples, as he attempted to unleash an even greater fury. But no matter how enraged he became, there were no indications of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Could it be that my combat power is still insufficient? Although he had devoted most of his time to honing his mental capabilities, his combat power had reached 1.5 million. Wukong calmed himself and reflected. In the original tale, when Son Wukong was on Namek, his combat power was 3 million. And it was his extreme rage that triggered the transformation. Perhaps he needed to elevate his combat strength further. This Super Saiyan transformation always felt somewhat amiss. It was like holding in a bowel movement for too long. Perched on a floating rock, Wukong rested his chin on his hand, contemplating a daring scheme. With a combat power of 1.5 million, though still unable to transform into a Super Saiyan, I am certainly capable of overpowering Frieza. Should I launch a surprise attack on Frieza now? As Wukong's mind began to whirl with frenetic thoughts, the entire ambush plan swiftly took shape within his imagination. Frieza, in his usual pathetic first form, possessed a mere combat power of 530,000, not even half of his own. With the ability of instant transmission, he could appear behind Frieza before he had the slightest chance to react. One colossal energy wave would obliterate the universe's mightiest emperor, reducing him to cosmic dust. Wouldn't that effectively resolve the impending troubles of the future? The more Wukong contemplated, the more feasible it seemed, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Haha. Such a maneuver is truly the hallmark of a cunning strategist. Wukong gestured in the air with his fingers. I can teleport to Frieza's mothership and observe what this fellow is up to. If he truly remains in that pathetic form, I shall not hold back. The universe's strongest emperor? Humph. In the face of absolute tactical superiority, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to transform. At the sacred temple of Yadrith, the elders and several Yadrith warriors awaited his arrival. Wukong clasped his hands in gratitude, displaying a sincere smile. Thank you for your guidance over the past 6 months. It has enabled me to master the techniques of mental amplification and illusionary duplication. These skills have proven invaluable to me. The Yadrith elder smiled faintly, nodding in acknowledgement. Son Goku, your talent surpasses imagination. In the history of our planet, no one has ever acquired such formidable mental techniques in merely 6 months. In the future, your path will undoubtedly exceed our wildest expectations. One of the Yadrith warriors interjected. Not only do you possess immense combat prowess, but your mental strength has also reached an unfathomable level. Remember, power is merely a means. The mind is the essence. Upon hearing this, Wukong scratched his head in humility. I will remember that. If you encounter any insurmountable crises in the future, feel free to summon me. I will teleport over to assist. The Yadrith elder nodded gently, smiling. You are our most esteemed friend. The gates of Yadrith will always remain open for you. Wukong turned, waving his hand with a grin. Then I shall take my leave. Next, I seek some amusement. With that, Wukong vanished in an instant, disappearing from sight. Chapter 50. My lord, choose your alien beauties freely in the depths of the cosmos. A massive trade ship sailed, its hull adorned with the insignia of the Frieza army. This vessel was dedicated to transporting resources, minerals, and even slaves, heading toward a base of the Frieza force. Within the ship, the atmosphere was vibrant with revelry. The air was thick with laughter and raucous noise, as various extraterrestrial beings indulged in drinking, gambling, and flirting with the dancers. I've truly suffered a loss this time. Had I known that batch of slaves from planet A would be so desirable, I should have kept them as playthings. A stout, green-skinned extraterrestrial grumbled while holding a drink. On the central stage, several alluring alien dancers swayed their bodies, while the surrounding cosmic warriors whistled and shouted unabashedly, "Twist those waists again. Haha, this is my type." The allure of the dancer's tentacles is rather enticing, isn't it? Shall we take her to our quarters for a more intimate experience? Haha, fortune smiles upon me today. Once I win a fortune, I shall indulge you all. Cheers. Come. The unfortunate souls, drink up for me. At another grand table, several cosmic warriors are engaged in a drunken contest. A cerulean-skinned fellow is already flushed and on the verge of collapsing. Beside him, a one-eyed alien slaps his shoulder, mockingly taunting, "Haha, with such a feeble tolerance. You dare to challenge me? Surrender now and hand over your winnings. Curse you, bring me another drink." The blue-skinned alien, inebriated and dazed, raises a large glass of spirits and downs it in one go, collapsing onto the table, unconscious. "Haha, pathetic. Filth. Fortune favors me today. Quickly, hand over the list of slaves we just wagered on." The one-eyed alien cackles triumphantly, snatching the gambling stakes from the blue-skinned warrior's grasp. "Damn it. I want a female slave too. What happened to that new batch from a few days ago?" A horned alien licks his lips, his eyes glinting with lustful desire. "Don't even think about it. They were already picked clean by the higher-ups of Sabo. We lowly soldiers have no chance. I've been aboard Frieza's flagship once. The indulgences of those elites are truly enviable. Haha, who cares? We're still enjoying ourselves now, aren't we? Forget the useless thoughts. Come, let us drink." Suddenly, the fabric of space warps, and a shadow materializes within the spacecraft's interior. Goku discreetly conceals his tail within his trousers. These characters certainly know how to revel. The atmosphere is vibrant, with flickering lights illuminating various aliens who are indulging in wild festivities. The dancers on stage continue to sway energetically, while soldiers nearby stagger, their speech laced with crude language. The gambling area is particularly raucous, with a group of gamblers banging on tables, their voices rising in a cacophony, while a few inebriated souls have collapsed on the ground, snoring loudly. These rascals are so intoxicated that they haven't even noticed my presence. Goku scratches his head and strides into the throng. A flushed cosmic warrior sways his glass, draping an arm around the dancer as he jovially proclaims, "Ha, come. Let me pour you another drink. Once you drink, you shall accompany me." Curiously, Goku leans in and inquires, "Hey, what are you drinking?" Without lifting his gaze, the alien casually hands Goku a cup filled with a deep purple liquid. "Stop asking questions, just drink it." Goku sniffs it and wrinkles his nose. "Ugh, this tastes odd. Do you truly enjoy this?" The nearby alien bursts into laughter, slapping the table. "Ha, kid, stop being so inquisitive, just drink it." After contemplating for a moment, Goku downs the drink in one gulp. Ugh, the moment it enters, his face contorts. This concoction is even harsher than the strongest spirits on Earth. What on earth is this? Goku grimaces, baring his teeth in disgust, his tongue sticking out in revulsion. In the gambling area, Goku witnesses several aliens brawling over the table, their shouts echoing. "Damn it, you're cheating. Nonsense. I won fair and square. Do you really believe I could knock you out with a single punch?" As Goku observed the escalating argument with amusement, he felt an irresistible urge to partake in their wager. At that moment, a towering cosmic warrior staggered towards him, his gaze unfocused and a drunken grin plastered across his face. "Hey there, little lady, you're quite the sight. Care to indulge me in some fun?" Goku was momentarily taken aback, his expression reflecting bemusement. It was clear this fellow was inebriated, mistaking Goku for an extraterrestrial beauty. A smirk crept across Goku's lips. Why not? In the next instant, Goku flipped his palm and delivered a resounding slap to the warrior's face. Smack! The cosmic warrior was sent flying, crashing into a table behind him, leaving the gambling area in disarray. Suddenly, the interior of the spaceship fell into an eerie silence as all the extraterrestrial onlookers stared, bewildered by the unfolding scene. What on earth just happened? Goku clapped his hands together, blinking innocently. "Who told you to mistake me for someone else?" The crowd was momentarily stunned, and someone finally reacted. "Wait, who is this guy?" The atmosphere aboard the spacecraft began to shift into something decidedly sinister. Hey, who are you? A one-eyed cosmic warrior asked, skepticism etched across his face. I'm new around here. You probably haven't heard of me, but my reputation precedes me. Goku paused, a playful grin forming, and lowered his voice deliberately. I am King Piccolo. At this proclamation, the surrounding extraterrestrials exchanged glances, their expressions rife with confusion. King Piccolo? Never heard of him. Is this for real? He looks like a mere child. How could he be a great demon king? Whoever he is. He dares to cause trouble on our ship. Let us deal with him. Goku, noticing the bewilderment on their faces, found amusement in their disbelief and continued his charade with feigned seriousness. You lot are clearly uninformed. I just recently conquered an entire fleet. And it was none other than King Frieza himself who recruited me. As Goku's exaggerations grew increasingly absurd, he maintained a composed facade, exuding an air of confidence. Is that true? Murmured a cosmic warrior, skepticism now creeping in. Seizing the moment, Goku embellished his tale further. Humph, you think only you know King Frieza? Let me tell you, we are quite acquainted. He even mentioned, King Piccolo, you shall be my right-hand man in the future. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Did King Frieza really say that? Is it true? Oh no, have we offended a significant figure? Feigning a mysterious demeanor, Goku sighed dramatically, strolling with his hands clasped behind his back. Alas, it seems you insignificant beings have yet to be informed of my existence. Now that you know, let us maintain a courteous relationship, shall we? Goku casually patted a cosmic warrior on the shoulder, reminiscent of an elder brother reassuring a younger sibling. The warrior, taken aback, instinctively lowered his gaze, displaying a look of reverence. The surrounding soldiers were utterly convinced. After all, in Frieza's army, the emergence of new powers was not uncommon, and they were not privy to the changes occurring within the high command. Consequently, a few universe warriors, who had initially intended to take action, lowered their hands and displayed awkward smiles. Ah, it is the esteemed Lord Piccolo. My apologies, they exclaimed. What just transpired was merely a misunderstanding. Come, let us share a drink. Goku laughed heartily, casually accepting a glass of wine, which he gulped down, glancing at the extraterrestrial beings with a slight smirk. Well, seeing how considerate you are, I shall not hold it against you. In that moment, the soldiers aboard the entire spaceship genuinely believed in the false identity of Lord Piccolo. As Goku meandered through the ship's interior, he chuckled inwardly. These fools truly believed my nonsense. It seems there are few with intellect in Frieza's legion. Strolling along, Goku arrived at a spacious cargo hold, filled with various goods, metal boxes, rare ores, energy cores. But what truly captured his attention were the massive cages nestled deep within the warehouse. Upon looking up, Goku saw that the cages held a multitude of cosmic maidens. These women hailed from diverse races, yet all were undeniably beauties of their respective kinds, possessing alluring figures and exquisite features, each with unique skin tones and body shapes. Some had azure skin and eyes that sparkled like stars, while others sported feline ears or wings, exuding an exotic charm. The girls in the cages all bowed their heads, their eyes filled with fear and despair, trembling visibly, having evidently resigned themselves to their fate. Where are these slaves being sent? Goku inquired casually. The universe warriors on guard immediately saluted upon seeing Goku, their faces plastered with sycophantic smiles. Lord Piccolo, what brings you here? These are high-grade goods specially approved by Lord Frieza, the finest beauties from across the cosmos, destined for the noble auction house of the Legion. Another extraterrestrial grinned lewdly, speaking flatteringly, but since the great lord has personally arrived, if you fancy any of them, feel free to choose at your leisure. Indeed, indeed. This is the Legion's custom. The strong may select first, and we mere minions are not entitled to such privilege. Upon hearing this, a dangerous smile crept onto Goku's face. Oh, choose freely. The guards, misinterpreting Goku's demeanor as genuine interest, eagerly nodded and bowed. Of course, whichever you desire. Just say the word. Goku scanned the girls in the cages, who were also discreetly observing the sudden arrival of this enigmatic Dark Lord. Some displayed terror in their eyes, while others wore emotionless expressions, seemingly resigned to their fate. Goku's lips curled slightly, his gaze darkening, as he formed a resolute plan. These creatures were unworthy of existence. Lifting his hand, Goku pointed at a group of cosmic female slaves, casually declaring, I shall take them all. Several guards were momentarily taken aback, before bursting into hearty laughter. A blue-skinned extraterrestrial thumped his chest and proclaimed, "Haha, the Dark Lord certainly exudes power. However, according to protocol, such a plethora of goods cannot be dispatched casually. If you wish to take them." Before he could finish his sentence, Goku's gaze darkened, and an overwhelming surge of psychic energy instantly engulfed the entire cargo hold. Bang! The extraterrestrial's body erupted in an instant, not even allowing a scream to escape before he was reduced to a cloud of ashes. Silence fell abruptly over the cargo hold. All the cosmic warriors stared wide-eyed, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. The previously leering figures turned pale, resembling ducks with their throats grasped, unable to utter a word. Goku advanced step by step towards the cage, his expression impassive as he surveyed his surroundings. Too much prattle. Since it belongs to me, no one shall impede me. The guards finally regained their senses and hastily drew their energy guns, aiming at Goku. "You scoundrel! Who exactly are you? Kill him!" Within the cargo hold, dozens of cosmic warriors sprang into action. Whether drawing their weapons or charging directly at Goku, they attempted to surround him. Bang! 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 Accompanied by deafening explosions, the bodies of numerous cosmic warriors erupted in mid-air, bursting forth like fireworks. Flesh and blood splattered, severed limbs strewn across the cargo hold, flames reaching skyward. Moments later, an eerie stillness enveloped the cargo hold, with only faint ashes drifting through the air. Not a single complete corpse remained upon the ground. The female slaves within the cage stared vacantly at this scene, terror etched in their wide eyes, many trembling involuntarily, unable to comprehend the brutality of this seemingly youthful figure before them. All cleaned up, Goku slowly raised his hand, a faint wave of energy emanating from his fingertips, shattering the chains of the cage. With the sound of metal fracturing, all the cage doors swung open with a resounding crash. Yet the female slaves did not immediately flee. They remained frozen, watching Goku with wary expressions. "Who are you?" A cat-like woman with pale blue skin queried, her voice trembling. Goku grinned broadly, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Me? I am King Piccolo." The air fell into an unexpected silence as the female slaves exchanged glances, utterly oblivious to the significance of that name. Goku stretched lazily, glancing at the cargo hold's entrance, a slight smile gracing his lips. The others on the ship have sensed something amiss. Things are about to get lively. In the next moment, alarms blared loudly. "Alert! Alert! The cargo hold has been compromised. Unknown enemies are releasing slaves. All combat personnel, proceed to eliminate." With the shrill sound of the alarm echoing, chaos erupted within the ship. The cargo hold door was violently blasted open. A multitude of fully armed Frieza Force soldiers surged in, a dark wave of chaos, their energy guns unleashing a torrential barrage. The female slaves, terrified, retreated, crouching with their heads clutched in their hands, their screams echoing in a cacophony. Bang! 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 Countless beams struck Goku, igniting a conflagration of flames and smoke. The floor of the spaceship was instantly scarred with craters. As the smoke dissipated, Goku emerged unscathed, not a single thread of his attire marred. A moment of silence enveloped the scene, soldiers' eyes wide with disbelief, staring in horror at Goku, who stood firm, a smirk gracing his lips. "This is impossible." Goku flexed his fingers, slowly raising his gaze, a glint of bloodlust flickering in his eyes. "My turn, it seems." Boom! His psychic energy erupted instantaneously, sweeping through the cargo hold like a tempest. Bang! The front row of cosmic soldiers exploded in unison, flesh and blood scattering like rain. Never witnessed such a terrifying method of slaughter. For a moment, their minds went blank. What manner of monster is this? Run! A few cosmic soldiers, gripped by fear, discarded their weapons and fled. Goku flicked his fingers, unleashing his formidable psychic force once more. Bang! 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 All those attempting to escape burst apart in their frantic flight. Blood stained the metallic walls, the scene resembling a hellish nightmare. The female slaves, witnessing the carnage, covered their mouths, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the seemingly youthful black-haired boy, Goku, who slaughtered the Frieza Force soldiers with an almost divine presence. Goku glanced at the debris beneath his feet, licking his lips. TSK, indeed too fragile. But this was far from over. The spaceship's defense system had been triggered. Advanced combat units detected. Activate ship cannons. The automated turrets began to target the cargo area, energy cannons powering up. Goku raised his hand slightly, fingers curling into a fist. Boom. The spaceship's weapon systems detonated instantly, silencing the alarms in the cockpit. All the surviving soldiers were engulfed in despair, finally realizing they faced a true dark overlord. No. Bang, 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 bang. More cosmic soldiers erupted into clouds of blood mist, leaving no living enemies in the cargo hold. Cleanup complete. Goku turned to the female slaves, still huddled in the corner, their faces etched with fear, and smiled broadly, revealing a set of white teeth. Do not worry, you are free now. The female slaves showed no reaction. They simply stared at Goku, as if unable to believe their salvation was real. Goku offered no further explanation. His immense psychic energy expanded instantly, forming an invisible barrier that gently lifted all the girls. We must hasten our departure from this wretched place. With a faint smile, Wukong vanished in an instant, accompanied by a distortion of spatial waves, transporting the girls into the vast emptiness of the cosmos outside the spaceship. The silvery vessel of the Frieza army lingered ominously in the dark expanse, alarms blaring and crimson beams flickering across its hull. Wukong gazed coldly down upon this vessel of malevolence, his expression growing increasingly frosty. Such abominations are better off eradicated. With a sudden flash in his eyes, a terrifying mental force erupted, enveloping the entire ship like an invisible hand of death. Boom! The ship erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Flames consumed the vessel, and the tremendous shockwaves swept through the cosmos, scattering debris that disintegrated into inconsequential dust amongst the stars. In that moment, all evil was obliterated. Well, that's done. Wukong lightly dusted off his hands, casting a glance at the girls safeguarded by his mental shield. The girls, wide-eyed in astonishment, covered their mouths, afraid to breathe too heavily. Is this the power of the great demon king? Wukong diverted his gaze, sensing the surrounding star systems, swiftly identifying a planet suitable for habitation. Let us find a place for you to settle. Once more, space twisted, and Wukong vanished with the hundreds of girls in tow. They arrived on a vibrant planet, where the sky was a brilliant blue, pristine lakes sparkled, lush forests flourished, and the air was thick with the essence of life. The girls, cradled by Wukong's mental power, gently descended to the ground, cautiously surveying their surroundings as their initial terror gradually transformed into joy. The girls finally experienced a long-awaited taste of freedom. No frigid cages, no foul-smelling cosmic warriors, no imminent death. Everything felt like an ethereal dream. However, their newfound freedom did not satiate them. They all turned their gazes toward the black-haired youth standing at the forefront. Esteemed one. A girl with blue skin and a graceful figure stepped forward, her eyes bright as stars, her tone tinged with apprehension and plea. Please, shelter us. At this utterance, all the girls knelt upon the ground, united in their entreaty. Esteemed one, we implore you to take us in. In this moment, they sought nothing more than a sanctuary. Wukong furrowed his brow slightly, arms crossed, as he regarded this assemblage of cosmic beauties, feeling a dilemma brewing within him. Regardless of their races, these girls were undeniably among the most exquisite of their kind, each radiating unique allure with their delicate skin and diverse exotic charms. It was a living testament to the beauty of myriad races. Merely witnessing this scene was enough to stir the blood of any man. Goodness, this is quite stimulating. Wukong licked his lips, inwardly lamenting. At the peak of his scion adolescence, brimming with vigor, any ordinary man would likely have lost control in such a scenario. It is impossible. I, Son Wukong, aspire to become the mightiest warrior. How could I be ensnared by the allure of beauty? Just as Wukong prepared to decline, a captivating girl with violet hair gently bit her lip and alluringly said, My lord, we are willing to do anything for you, should you choose to take us in. Indeed, my lord, we possess a myriad of skills. We shall serve you, tend to your needs, and delight you. Whatever your desires, we are ready to fulfill. Upon hearing these words, Wukong's rationality nearly shattered. Goodness, how direct can one be? Wukong gazed upon the group of girls, who had just escaped from a nightmare as prisoners, yet offered themselves so unreservedly. This left his heart in a tumult of emotions. In this universe, where the weak are preyed upon, they can only pray for survival. Wukong quickly regained his composure, shaking his head as he muttered to himself, No. My goal is to become the strongest warrior in the universe. Frieza, Majin Buu, Jiren, the gods of destruction, and the formidable beings behind the Omni King grow increasingly terrifying. I have no time to indulge in beauty. Taking a deep breath, Wukong prepared to refuse. At that moment, however, he suddenly paused, scanning the kneeling girls. A thought emerged in his mind. If I leave, wouldn't I be just like the original Wukong? As the saying goes, one loves the country but cherishes beauty even more. Besides, with the gravity training device, I am always in a state of cultivation, regardless of where I am. This planet boasts a mild climate, pleasant surroundings, and fresh air, resembling a paradise for vacationing. Why not stay here for a few days? Chapter 52. The terrifying nature of the shadow clone. Wukong strolled leisurely, hands behind his back, eventually halting before the girls, a playful smile gracing his lips. Very well. Since you all are so earnest. The girls' eyes sparkled with excitement as they lifted their heads. However, Wukong's smile took on a mischievous twist. But I am quite strict. You know, should you fail to keep pace with me, you will have to fend for yourselves. No problem, the girls exclaimed in unison. Wukong burst into hearty laughter. All right, I shall remain here for a few days to see if you possess any potential. The girls erupted in joyous cheers, their first genuine laughter ringing through the air. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky crimson, the lakes on the planet shimmered, and the breeze swept across the meadows, carrying a faint floral fragrance. Wukong stood atop a colossal rock, surveying the landscape of this planet, marveling. This place is truly wonderful. Indeed, there are beautiful locales in the universe. Not far away, the girls busied themselves establishing a camp on this planet, gathering food and water, striving to forge a new life. Days passed, and the girls constructed a vast habitat. Thanks to the wisdom and abilities of the girls from various races, they rapidly erected simple shelters, food storage facilities, and even a hydroelectric power system utilizing natural resources. In the depths of the forest, prey roamed freely, while the rivers flowed with crystal-clear water. Coupled with the agricultural prowess of certain girls, their living conditions swiftly stabilized. Yet, what was even more astonishing than this picturesque habitat was the fervent adoration the girls held for Wukong. The great Demon King is our benefactor, they exclaimed. His might surpasses all comprehension. He is the true sovereign of the universe. I pledge my eternal allegiance to the great Demon King. The girls' veneration for Wukong had escalated to an almost religious fervor. Each day, volunteers would clean his quarters, prepare meals, and even some suggested erecting a temple in his honor. Wukong, somewhat taken aback, mused, while being adored is rather pleasant. This is a bit excessive, isn't it? Surrounded by numerous extraterrestrial beauties, all gazing at him with ardent admiration and attending to his every need, he felt overwhelmed. This is unsustainable. I must not be distracted from my ambition to become the strongest warrior. I cannot remain as a planetary monarch. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He could simply create a clone. With a surge of mental energy, a powerful aura radiated from him like a tidal wave. In an instant, a clone of Wukong materialized, possessing a combat power of approximately 150,000. The strength of a clone is about 110 of the original and can be produced in unlimited numbers, scaling with the original's power, though they cannot train or enhance their own strength. The clone stood on the ground, exuding an impressive presence. From this day forth, let us live together here. The girls erupted in cheers, utterly astonished that Wukong could remain in such a manner. Meanwhile, the original Wukong leisurely ascended a hillside, surveying the now thriving habitat. Finally, I can escape. He glanced back, observing his clone engaging with the girls, assisting in constructing buildings, and teaching them to train, only to be whisked away into a room. What a treatment, more splendid than that of a king. With a sudden burst of energy, Wukong soared into the sky. I must take my leave. May you all thrive. Upon hearing his voice, the girls looked up at the dark-haired youth suspended above, their faces filled with reluctance. Great Demon King, are you truly leaving? Wukong smiled broadly. My goal is to become the strongest warrior in the universe. I cannot linger for long. However, should you encounter any significant troubles, have my clone inform me, and I shall return at any moment. Hope ignited in the girls' eyes as they nodded in unison. Yes. Wukong laughed heartily, his figure suddenly vanishing into the horizon. In the days that followed, Wukong fully embraced the art of heroically rescuing maidens, realizing that this universe is indeed rife with nefarious individuals. Wukong meanders through the cosmos, wielding his formidable psychic prowess to precisely locate the nefarious intergalactic slave traders, the clandestine auction houses, and the dealings of the Frieza army. Upon arriving at each destination, Wukong shows no mercy, unleashing a relentless massacre, leaving none alive. In a certain interstellar black market, an auction is underway for a stunning maiden adorned with nine-tailed fox ears. Suddenly, an invisible force obliterates the entire auction house, turning buyers and sellers alike into mere fireworks. Wukong stands amidst the ruins, casually chewing on a blade of grass. Aboard a slave-trading spaceship, Wukong materializes in the cockpit. With a mere wave of his hand, all criminals explode collectively, disintegrating the entire vessel. At a slave concentration camp, Wukong descends, lifting the entire base with one hand while unleashing a Kamehameha wave, catapulting the camp into the heavens. Countless enslaved girls gaze upon Wukong, their eyes gradually alight with fervor. "Great Demon King, we beseech you to take us in." In response, Wukong deftly conjures a clone, stating, "I have matters to attend to. Let my clone accompany you." Thus, across various corners of countless planets, Wukong's clones proliferate wildly. Legends of the dark-clad youth spread across many worlds. As innumerable enslaved girls are liberated, united by a singular belief, the guardian deity of the cosmos, King Piccolo. Meanwhile, the true Wukong has long since drifted away. Continuing his quest for the next target, the Frieza army, your time of misfortune has come. On Planet 79, the headquarters of the Frieza army, the atmosphere is tense. With all high-ranking officials unable to lift their heads, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Repeat that? Frieza squints slightly, seated upon his throne, his tail swaying languidly, a customary smile gracing his lips. Yet all present know that the broader his smile, the deeper his rage. The cosmic warriors kneel before him, trembling, hardly daring to breathe. And Master Frieza, that individual known as King Piccolo, has obliterated at least 70 of our slave markets, auction houses, and trading posts. Our supply fleets have also suffered, with thousands of our warriors slain. Boom. The atmosphere plummets to a chilling low, the air around Frieza warping slightly, a palpable aura of murderous intent permeating the space. Hee hee. Frieza chuckles softly, lifting a glass of red wine and swirling it gently, though his voice cuts through the tension like ice. This individual has disrupted so many of my enterprises. Pray tell, what have you been doing? We have dispatched our most elite squad, but Frieza nonchalantly raises a finger. Bang! The reporting officer explodes instantaneously, his scream stifled, leaving only a charred crater on the floor. The other kneeling cosmic warriors turn pale, cold sweat pouring down their bodies. Trembling uncontrollably. Hee hee. Tell me, what should I do next? Frieza gently tapped his fingers against the armrest of his throne. The sound as soft as a lullaby meant to soothe an infant, yet all present recognized the genuine fury brewing within him. Dodoria swallowed hard, mustering the courage to speak. "My lord, the strength of this Demon King Piccolo is exceedingly peculiar. Our forces stand powerless before him. Perhaps we should reconsider our approach." A collective gasp echoed through the chamber. Were they truly resorting to the Jinyu force? Had the king's wrath reached such a pinnacle? Frieza licked his lips, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. "Since he delights in dismantling my enterprises, it is time I engage this Demon King Piccolo in a most personal dialogue." An oppressive silence enveloped the base. Everyone understood that the cosmos was on the brink of a bloody tempest. In the void of space, Goku sat in tranquil meditation upon a meteorite, his eyes closed in deep concentration as his spiritual energy gradually extended, sensing the evolution of his formidable power. Shadow clone technique. As my true self grows stronger, my clones simultaneously enhance their prowess without any diminishment. At that moment, Goku's clones scattered across various planets felt a surge of power within them, their fists clenched, eyes gleaming with determination. Humph, my true self has grown stronger, and we too have transcended our limits. The combat prowess of the clones instantly escalated from 150,000 to 180,000. Girls from different planets gazed in astonishment at the extraordinary aura emanating from the clones, marveling at the sight. Has the Demon King's power increased yet again? Chapter 53. The Jinyu Force. Deep within the cosmos, a colossal Frieza Force battleship raced through the void. The 5 elite members of the Jinyu Force, Captain Jinyu, Rikuum, Berta, Jis, and Guldo, gathered in the command room, poring over an interstellar battle map. Captain, this is the 5th time we've come up empty-handed. Geese slammed his fist onto the table in frustration. Every time we receive intel and rush to the scene, we find nothing but a sea of corpses and smoldering ruins. What manner of beast is this Demon King Piccolo? At a major trading outpost of the Frieza Force, once one of the largest black markets in the universe, the entire planet now lay in charred desolation. Countless wrecks of shattered battleships floated in space, the ground pockmarked with deep craters from explosions, charred buildings collapsing in ruin, and dismembered limbs strewn about, the air still tinged with the faint scent of blood. Geese and Berta stood atop a half-destroyed tower, surveying the desolate battlefield below. Berta furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Damn it, this entire outpost has been slaughtered. Here lies a battleground where no less than 20,000 soldiers of the Legion were stationed. Yet not a single soul remains alive." Guldo gulped nervously. What manner of monster is this? Jinyu surveyed the desolate ruins with a chilling gaze. Humph. Regardless of his identity, he has thoroughly provoked Lord Frieza. On a distant planet, an eerie silence enveloped the land. The surface was marred by terrifying craters. Blood and debris swirling amidst the molten rock, the air thick with the stench of charred remnants. Every member of Frieza's army, cosmic warriors, slavers, and traders had been utterly annihilated, leaving not a single survivor. In an unprecedented turn of events, Goku chose to remain this time. He sat quietly upon a prominent boulder, eyes closed in meditation, a strange smile gracing his lips. This time, he would not flee. He was eager to gauge the true prowess of Frieza's elite squad. Goku slightly opened his eyes, scanning the sky, a more chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Here they come. A colossal battleship tore through the void, descending with a thunderous arrival. Boom. As the ship's hatch opened, 5 figures descended like meteors, landing firmly amidst the ruins. The Jinyu force had officially made their entrance. Jinyu stood at the forefront, his gaze sharp as an eagle, sweeping over the sea of corpses, his expression dark and foreboding. Humph. Have we arrived too late once again? Raikum cracked his neck, muscles creaking ominously. Captain, this place is utterly devastated. Do you truly believe that the great Demon King Piccolo remains here? Geese furrowed his brow. Damn it. Why must we always clean up this mess? Suddenly, Bardock's eyes sharpened, fixating intently on a distant point, whispering, "Wait, there's someone. On a large rock in the distance. Ah, you finally made it." Goku gently rose, arms crossed over his chest, his black martial arts uniform billowing in the wind, the crimson boots making faint sounds against the rubble. Jinyu's gaze locked onto Goku, his pupils narrowing as he scrutinized the slender, black-haired youth. "You are the great Demon King Piccolo?" Goku flashed a smile, a hint of bloodlust glimmering in his eyes. "Indeed. That would be me." Raikum scoffed derisively, unabashed in his mockery. "Huh. I expected something far more formidable. Instead, it's merely a child?" Geese snorted coldly. "Captain, there's no need for idle chatter. Let us eliminate him directly." Jinyu abruptly raised his hand, his expression grave, commanding in a deep voice. "Formation, prepare." Yes. The 5 leaped into action, swiftly repositioning to form a standard battle formation. Raikum assumed a wide stance, his left hand raised high, right hand resting on his knee, a fierce grin on his face. Geese crossed his arms, one leg extended forward, his fiery red hair dancing in the wind. Bardock supported himself with one hand on the ground, the other raised high, striking a pose that symbolized speed. Guldo crouched in the front, arms wide open, his expression malevolent beyond measure. As Captain Jinyu stood at the center of the formation, arms crossed over his chest and tail coiled around his waist, a confident smile graced his face. "We are the Jinyu force." The 5 warriors shouted in unison, striking the most unique, classic, and eccentric battle poses in the universe. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, dust swirling around them, and the background music began to play automatically. "Are you fighting, or are you just clowning around?" The Jinyu force. "I've waited so long just to see you perform acrobatics here." Goku shrugged, shaking his head with a tone filled with pity. "Well, since it's your last chance to pose, I suppose I'll reluctantly watch." Jinyu's face turned an ominous shade of black. "How dare you mock our magnificent battle stance?" Berta roared. "You are desecrating our fighting spirit." Raikum clenched his fists, his face a picture of fury. "I will tear you apart." Humph. This fellow may project an intimidating aura, but whether he can truly fight remains to be seen. Jinyu pressed a button, and the red lens flickered to life. precisely locking onto Goku's energy index. Beep beep. Battle power, 5,000. The entire team erupted into laughter, the atmosphere instantly transforming into one of lightheartedness. Jeez laughed so hard he fell to the ground. Is this for real? He only has a battle power of 5,000. Berta slapped his thigh in amusement. We thought he was some kind of monster. Turns out, it's just this? Raikum poked his ear with his pinky. A look of disdain on his face. If all 5 of us go at him, it might be a bit too unfair. Goldo slyly blinked. How about we play rock, paper, scissors? That was a splendid idea. The 5 instantly formed a circle, adopting their signature guessing pose. Rock, paper, scissors. Moments later, Raikum triumphantly raised his fist. Huh, I won. This guy is mine. You're lucky, aren't you? G scoffed, crossing his arms in displeasure. Berta sighed. Well, it seems we'll have to wait until you're done before we can take our turn. Jinyu nodded, a smile tugging at his lips. All right, Raikum, remember. Don't finish him off too quickly. We still want to warm up. Raikum grinned widely, flexing his wrists as he sank low, an explosive aura erupting around him. Don't worry, Captain. I'll take my time to play with him. Goku slightly curled his lips, revealing a dangerous smile. What a bunch of fools. Heh, lucky brat. You're fortunate to die by my hand. Raikum suddenly stomped the ground, a thunderous explosion reverberating as he transformed into a high-speed projectile, hurtling towards Goku with an overwhelming wave of force. Die! Raikum swung his massive fist, grinning wickedly as he aimed for Goku's face, the air cracking under the sheer velocity of his attack. At the very instant the fist was about to make contact with Goku's face, he moved with such swiftness that it seemed as though he had foreseen the future, effortlessly evading the blow. What? Raikum's pupils constricted in shock. Boom. Goku's right fist surged forward, delivering an unadorned straight punch that instantly pierced through Raikum's chest. The strike was so rapid that it did not even ripple the air. Only a fleeting blur of light accompanied the sound of flesh exploding. Raikum's body froze mid-air as he gazed down at the gaping hole in his chest, his mouth slightly agape, as if to utter something. Bang! Goku's fist unleashed a terrifying shockwave. Raikum's body suddenly expanded. With a horrifying eruption, Raikum's entire form detonated from within. Blood, shredded flesh, and bones scattering like a detonated flesh bomb, enveloping the air in a crimson mist. The powerful shockwave shattered the ground, prompting the remaining 4 members of the Jinyu force to hastily raise energy shields to avoid being caught in the carnage. When the smoke finally cleared, nothing remained. Raikum left not even a trace. G's expression froze, his eyes bulging as beads of cold sweat trickled down his face. Raikum had been obliterated. Berta's fists trembled uncontrollably. He was certainly not a mere 5,000 power level fighter. Goldo's face turned ashen, muttering frantically, "This must be a joke." Raikum is the Jinyu force's ace powerhouse. Jinyu's countenance darkened entirely, cold sweat beading on his forehead as a twitch betrayed his composure. How could the scouter possibly read only 5,000 power level? Jinyu abruptly crushed the scouter in his grip, his gaze turning icily resolute. This fellow is concealing his true strength. Goku extended a finger, gently flicking the bloodstains from his sleeve, a devilish smile gracing his lips. Is he truly this weak? I had anticipated a longer engagement. Goku slowly raised his head, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the remaining 4, beckoning them with a casual curl of his finger. Next. Chapter 54. The annihilation of the Jinyu force. Goldo's face paled in an instant, his body involuntarily recoiling, cold sweat drenching his forehead as his lips quivered. No. This cannot be. This guy, he is a monster. Jeez fought against his fear, gritting his teeth as he growled. Stay calm. Raikum was merely careless. We are the Jinyu force. We cannot be defeated by a nameless rookie. Berta took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, speaking sternly. Indeed. We are the strongest team in the universe. Captain, we. Jinyu began to speak slowly, his voice low and chilling. Geez, you go. The air fell into a deathly silence. G's pupils dilated sharply, his expression turning ghastly. What? You want me to go? Jinyu said nothing further, merely fixing G's with a cold, unwavering gaze that carried an undeniable command. G's expression shifted unpredictably, his fists clenched tightly as he forcibly suppressed the fear within him, stepping forward resolutely. Since the captain has commanded me to take action, I shall demonstrate to this brat the might of the universe's strongest warrior. G's eyes unleashed a surge of energy. his flaming red hair dancing wildly in the wind, waves of power swirling around him. Humph, you insolent little brat, you only ambushed like him. But in the face of me. GIs, however, before GIs could finish his words, Goku's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Gi's pupils constricted sharply as he caught a glimpse of a dark shadow in his peripheral vision. Bang! A cold hand clamped down directly on Gi's face. What? Before Gi's terrified exclamation could escape his lips, Goku's hand pressed down fiercely. Boom! Gi's entire body was instantly driven into the ground. The earth shattered, a terrifying shockwave sweeping outward, dust swirling violently. The air fell eerily silent. The remaining three stood frozen in place, too afraid to even breathe. After a long moment, the dust began to settle. Bart's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his voice trembling. GIs? Jinyu's gaze fixated on the pit in the ground where GIs had been forced down, his fists cracking ominously. Everyone beheld the horrifying scene. GIs was entirely buried underground. His skull shattered, eyes rolled back, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, utterly devoid of life. Another instant kill. Goku shook off his hand, gently brushing away the dust, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips. Humph, worthless. Who's next? Gi's lifeless body remained buried beneath the earth, blood seeping into the soil. His presence extinguished. The Jinyu force was left with only Jinyu, Bart, and Guldo. The arrogance and confidence that had once surged within them had vanished, replaced by paralyzing fear. Cold sweat trickled down Bart's forehead, his lips quivering. Damn it, this guy. He's a monster. Guldo trembled uncontrollably, beads of sweat sliding down his bald head. His heart racing wildly. Jinyu's expression was ominously dark, his fists clenched tightly, teeth gritted, his body taut with tension. Goku lazily rolled his wrists, a cold, cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You can't be telling me that the Jinyu force is already frightened, can you? Goku's voice slithered like a devil's whisper, sending the hearts of the remaining 3 into a frenzy, their spines chilling. How infuriating! Bart suddenly clenched his fists, taking a deep breath, igniting the last embers of his fighting spirit. I am the universe's fastest warrior. My speed is unmatched in the cosmos. Bart erupted with energy, his legs pushing off the ground with tremendous force, vanishing into thin air, transforming into a streak of blue lightning, hurtling towards Goku at superluminal speed. I will tear you apart. Bart continuously altered his trajectory midair, each new position accompanied by a sonic boom, creating ripples of spatial disturbance. You will never catch me. Confident and proud of his unparalleled speed, Bart believed that as long as he was swift enough, his enemies would never land a blow on him. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from behind him. Bart's pupils dilated, and his heart momentarily ceased to beat. What? With no superfluous movements or extravagant techniques, in a mere instant of precise execution, Goku's right arm pierced through Bart's back, impaling his heart. Bart's body instantly stiffened, his expression frozen, mouth slightly agape, and eyes devoid of focus. Before Bart could fully unleash his speed, it was utterly extinguished. Blood dripped from Goku's arm, painting the scorched earth a vivid red. With a casual flick of his wrist, Goku cast Bart's lifeless body to the ground, blood splattering and dust swirling. The air fell into a profound silence. Guldo was paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground, his lips trembling, his eyes wide with terror. Jinyu's face darkened completely, his body trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Bart was also killed in an instant. Goku slowly raised his head, a mocking smile gracing his lips, his gaze sweeping over Jinyu and Guldo. Well, who's next? What's the matter? Afraid to step up? Jinyu's eyes flickered momentarily, and he spoke in a low tone. Guldo, don't hesitate any longer. Let us attack together. Guldo's pupils constricted sharply, his teeth grinding as an aura of madness burst forth from him. Damn you, little brat. Die. Guldo suddenly raised both hands, a grotesque expression contorting his face as he bellowed. Time. Freeze. In that instant, the very air surrounding Goku seemed to freeze in time. Guldo, panting heavily, wore a delirious grin. Ha! It worked. Captain, strike quickly. I can't hold this for long. Jinyu's gaze was fixed intently on Goku, his eyes turning icy as he raised his hands slowly, a smug smile creeping across his face. Heh, let me take over this powerful body. Jinyu suddenly spread his arms wide, a purple aura erupting violently as he shouted. Body exchange. Goldo's smile grew increasingly manic, his heart already celebrating victory. Ha! We finally won. But then, an unforeseen twist occurred. Jinyu's body exchange beam crashed into Goku, yet the beam proved utterly ineffective. Jinyu's pupils constricted sharply, his smile frozen, his heart racing. What? Goldo's expression solidified. Why did it fail? Goku slowly raised his hand, lightly patting his chest, a cold smile playing on his lips. Humph. Did you really think you could compete with me in mental prowess? How naive you are. Suddenly, a chilling gaze enveloped Wukong, and in an instant, a terrifying mental shockwave erupted. Goldo's eyes widened in horror, his hands clutched tightly to his head as he screamed in agony. Ah. It hurts. The very fabric of his psyche shattered in that moment, his eyes losing focus, blood streaming from his orifices. In the next heartbeat, a resounding explosion echoed as his head burst apart, blood splattering and brain matter spraying forth, his lifeless body crumpling to the ground. Goldo was utterly and irrevocably dead. Goldo? Ji's countenance turned ashen, cold sweat cascading down his back, his heart racing perilously close to bursting. No, it can't be. Why did my body swap fail? Wukong's expression remained icy, a bloodthirsty smirk curling upon his lips. You think your pathetic ability can affect my mental fortitude? You are woefully unprepared. In the next instant, Wukong's figure vanished in an eerie blink. What? Ji's pupils constricted, barely catching a glimpse of Wukong's afterimage. Boom! Wukong's fist pierced through Ji's chest with unrelenting force. Ji's eyes bulged, his mouth twitching violently, his hands trembling in disbelief as he gazed at the gaping hole in his torso. Boom! Wukong's fist unleashed an overwhelming shockwave. Ji's body disintegrated into countless fragments, reduced to dust, vanishing into the ether. Ji was dead. The Jinyu force was utterly annihilated. On the battlefield, the winds howled, and the ground was stained crimson. Once a source of dread for countless warriors across the cosmos, the Jinyu force now lay in ruin. Mere remnants scattered amidst the ashes. Wukong lifted his gaze to the starry sky, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Well then, Frieza should receive my little gift shortly. In a flash, Wukong teleported into space, raising his hand to gather a brilliant energy sphere at his fingertip. A faint smile playing across his face before he unleashed it with a thunderous roar. The entire planet erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Far away in another star system, Frieza sat regally upon his ship's throne, squinting as he listened to his subordinates report. Master Frieza, the Jinyu force has been completely obliterated. In an instant, Frieza's eyes flew open, fury radiating from him. What? That Namekian. Chapter 55. I will tear you to shreds on a war-torn planet. Smoke still lingered in the air, the ground marred with charred remnants. Countless corpses scattered haphazardly. The entire world transformed into a wasteland. 3 figures descended slowly upon a burning ruin. It was Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. They had just completed their mission of extermination on this planet, and were now conducting post-battle operations. Nappa casually wiped the blood from his face, grinning as he remarked, "Umph. What a pitiful lot. This primitive civilization dared to resist us?" Raditz crossed his arms, a look of disdain etched upon his face. There is no need for transformation. It would be a waste of time to eliminate them. At that moment, Vegeta's battle scanner emitted a series of urgent beeps, signaling an incoming communication. A trembling voice from a Frieza Force soldier came through. Master Vegeta, a grave situation has arisen." Vegeta furrowed his brow, impatiently pressing the communication button with a frosty tone. "What is it? Is another lowly planet causing trouble?" The soldier's voice quivered with fear and disbelief. "And no. The Jinyu force has been completely annihilated." Instantly, silence enveloped the scene. Nappa's smile froze, his expression shifting dramatically as he clenched his fists. "What?" Raditz's pupils constricted violently, his mind momentarily paralyzed. "Are you joking? The Jinyu force is an elite unit in the universe. How could they be wiped out? Each member of the Jinyu force is a renowned powerhouse. Who could have possibly done this?" Nappa growled. "Who is responsible for the Jinyu force's demise?" The voice over the communication channel trembled, laden with profound terror. It was that mysterious King Piccolo. King Piccolo? Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances, bewildered, for they had never heard that name before. Humph, a newly emerged monster? Nappa gritted his teeth, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Even the Jinyu force was vanquished. In that moment, fear engulfed Nappa and Raditz. their minds conjuring various terrifying scenarios. You two fools, what are you afraid of? Nappa and Raditz stared at Vegeta in shock. Vegeta, arms crossed, a slight smirk gracing his lips, displayed an air of arrogance and coldness. The Ginyu Force was indeed formidable, but their demise holds no consequence for us. Nappa and Raditz. A glint of brilliance flickered in Vegeta's eyes. The fall of the Ginyu Force only signifies one thing. There are fewer beings in this universe capable of threatening me. Do you not comprehend? Vegeta turned, gazing into the vastness of the starry sky, his ambition and arrogance palpable. The throne of the strongest in this universe shall inevitably belong to me. Nappa and Raditz's expressions turned blank, sweat cascading down their foreheads. This individual was utterly unconcerned about the Ginyu Force's downfall. Instead, he regarded it as an opportunity to ascend as the ruler of the universe. Vegeta. Nappa wiped the sweat from his brow. Raditz silently chuckled to himself. Vegeta's ambitions surpassed their wildest imaginations. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, coldly remarking, I am rather intrigued by that fellow known as King Piccolo. I wonder what he truly is. If given the opportunity, I would indeed like to witness firsthand the moment when Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances, both perceiving the same emotions reflected in each other's eyes, excitement intertwined with a deeply concealed fear. The entity known as the Demon King Piccolo has vanished for an entire month. Within the command hall, Frieza sat regally upon his throne, his crimson eyes radiating murderous intent, his claws rhythmically tapping against the armrest, producing a sound that sent chills down the spine. Ah, it has been a month, he chuckled. The warriors below bowed their heads, cold sweat streaming down their faces, too terrified to meet Frieza's gaze. Yes, Lord Frieza, we have dispatched numerous reconnaissance teams across the cosmos in search of him, but... The voice of the warrior grew fainter, trembling as he concluded, there is no trace. Ha ha. Frieza's lips curled into a sinister smile, though his eyes betrayed no mirth. Are you implying that the monster who annihilated the Ginyu Force has simply vanished into thin air? Boom. A formidable aura surged through the spacecraft, instantly toppling countless instruments. Screens shattering, as the warriors were violently thrown back, cries of anguish echoing throughout. Very well. Ha ha. It matters not if the Demon King Piccolo chooses to remain hidden. A day will come when he will present himself willingly. In a distant, desolate corner of the universe, upon a barren planet, a howling wind swept across the landscape. The blazing sun scorched the earth, and silence enveloped the realm. With an eruption of overwhelming energy, a fierce gale stirred up massive clouds of dust. As Goku bore a satisfied smile upon his lips, his battle power had finally surpassed 2 million. After a month of rigorous training, Goku's mental fortitude, physical strength, and mastery of energy had significantly improved. 2 months swiftly passed. Frieza remained perched upon his throne, his indifferent crimson gaze sweeping across the trembling warriors below. Each one of you is utterly useless. 2 months have elapsed, and not a single lead on the Demon King Piccolo? The warriors beneath bowed their heads in fear. Drenched in cold sweat, terrified that a single misstep could lead to their annihilation at Frieza's hand. You should understand my decree. Frieza's tail swayed slowly, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Those who disappoint me must pay the price. A beam of violet death energy suddenly shot forth. Bam! A warrior was instantly pierced through, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, blood splattering, as the remaining warriors fell silent, afraid to even breathe. Frieza slowly scanned the assembly below, his tone icy. I shall grant you one final opportunity. The atmosphere in the hall grew suffocatingly tense, with all warriors awaiting Frieza's next command. Just then, a warrior standing in the front row turned pale, his pupils dilating in terror, frozen in place. Lord Frieza, behind you. Instantly, every warrior's gaze turned toward Frieza's rear. Frieza furrowed his brow slightly, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What is behind me? However, before Frieza could finish his words, he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of oppression emanating from behind him. It was a completely unfamiliar, yet terrifying aura. And his countenance darkened ominously. He slowly, deliberately turned his head to glance at what lay behind his throne. Hello, Frieza. Goku. Casually, as if greeting an old friend. Long time no see. In an instant, the command bridge fell into a deathly silence. The warriors' faces contorted in horror, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. and their legs trembling uncontrollably. They all seemed to behold a ghostly apparition. How is this possible? When did he appear here? How could no one sense his presence? Even the mighty Frieza failed to notice? Frieza's expression darkened completely, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Goku. His tone chillingly cold. Piccolo the Demon King. Goku's lips curled into a smile, hands clasped behind his head. He chuckled lazily. Oh, it seems you missed me. Searching for me for 3 whole months? Frieza's pupils constricted sharply, his face turning a deep shade of black. What on earth do you intend to do? Goku brushed off the dust from his clothes, his gaze playfully lingering on Frieza, his tone languid. When I entered just now, I expected to see the Ginyu Force. But it appears they are no longer around. A wicked smirk graced Goku's lips. TSK. Frieza, are your subordinates not up to par? Scoundrel. Frieza's expression twisted into a snarl, his formidable aura erupting violently, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the entire command bridge. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me in such a tone? In that moment, the air within the command bridge seemed to freeze. The warriors dared not breathe, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Piccolo the Demon King. Frieza roared, his energy surging violently, a tempest of power engulfing the entire ship. Boom! The terrifying shockwave ripped through the command bridge, countless fragments instantly transforming into cosmic dust, the battleship's hull erupting in explosions, the energy core overloading in an instant, ultimately leading to a cataclysmic BOLM. The battleship shattered into countless pieces, igniting into a brilliant inferno, reminiscent of a fallen star burning out in the cosmos. All the warriors aboard were hurled into the void of space by the energy shockwave. In the vastness of the cosmos, the tyrant Frieza hovered, radiating an aura of terrifying energy, his gaze fixed intently on the distant figure of a youth draped in black, the formidable King Piccolo, Son Goku. What has you so enraged? Frieza? Goku inquired casually, twirling a piece of debris flung from the explosion. That spaceship must have cost a fortune, wouldn't you agree? You seem rather careless, don't you? You insolent fool. Frieza's expression darkened, his voice a thunderous roar. I shall annihilate you into 1,000,000 pieces. With a sudden explosion of ferocious intent, Frieza unleashed an overwhelming wave of murderous energy, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. A horrific violet aura enveloped him, generating an exceedingly terrifying shockwave. The warriors of Frieza's legion, sensing the impending doom, fled in sheer panic, fearing the wrath of this cataclysmic force. The mighty Frieza was now dead serious. The King Piccolo was as good as doomed. Frieza, are you not the self-proclaimed emperor of the universe? Goku taunted, his finger playfully twitching. Are you upset? Frieza's countenance twisted with rage, his fists clenched tightly, as his purple energy surged wildly, exuding a palpable threat. You seek death. In an instant, Frieza accelerated, transforming into a streak of violet light that tore through the cosmos, lunging at Goku with his fist imbued with destructive power, aimed squarely at Goku's face. With a mere flicker, Goku sidestepped effortlessly, allowing Frieza's punch to sail past him. Frieza, missing his target, was propelled forward for hundreds of meters, shadows dancing across his face. You wretched scoundrel! Frieza bellowed, spinning around in fury, unleashing a barrage of deadly beams from his hands, frantically targeting Goku. The violet beams cascaded like a tempest, instantaneously sealing off all escape routes for Goku, ensnaring him within a web of lethal energy. Yet, Goku danced gracefully amidst the onslaught, evading each strike with the elegance of a ghost, leaving Frieza bewildered as he beheld the spectacle. Frieza's face darkened further, his fury escalating as he intensified his assault, unleashing a torrent of cataclysmic explosions that reverberated through the cosmos, shaking the very fabric of the stars. With a serene smile, Goku navigated through the chaos, untouched by the devastation around him. Are you putting on a fireworks display? He teased, suddenly materializing behind Frieza, patting him playfully on the shoulder. Come on, Frieza. I'm starting to feel a bit sleepy. Oh. Frieza's rage reached its zenith as he whirled around, launching a punch at Goku's face. Once more, Goku vanished, appearing above Frieza, arms crossed, his eyes sparkling with mischief. You missed again. Frieza's complexion darkened to a shade of despair, trembling with fury. Why can I not land a hit on you? With a gentle smile, Wukong tilted his head and remarked, Who made you so weak? In an instant, Frieza's pupils constricted sharply, veins bulging. Piccolo the Demon King. Frieza bellowed, unleashing an even more formidable energy, the violet glow radiating like a supernova explosion, causing the warriors in the cosmos to be hurled away by this overwhelming force. I shall crush you. Boom. A figure crashed violently into a meteorite, shattering it into countless fragments that scattered widely. Frieza was sent hurtling backward for hundreds of meters, tumbling through space several times before barely regaining stability. Oh dear, Frieza. How is it that you can't even withstand a single punch? Frieza lifted his head, his expression contorted with rage, veins throbbing on his forehead as he ground his teeth. You insolent fool. He couldn't believe he had been sent flying by Piccolo the Demon King with a mere punch. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With a furious roar, Frieza accelerated, his right fist charged with violent purple energy, hurtling toward Wukong's face. Slap. Wukong effortlessly raised a hand, his two fingers firmly pinching Frieza's fist. Frieza's pupils dilated, his entire being frozen in place. What? Your punch is so light. You seek death. Frieza's face twisted into a grimace as he unleashed all his energy, his left hand gathering a terrifying death beam, aiming it directly at Wukong's head. Uffed. The beam struck, but had no effect whatsoever. Is that all? Wukong casually flicked his wrist. Boom. Frieza was instantly sent flying, crashing into a massive meteorite like a cannonball, creating a deep crater. But that was not the end. Wukong's figure vanished, reappearing above Frieza, a slight smirk gracing his lips as his fist rose high. Allow me to give you an additional punch. Boom. Wukong's fist landed squarely on Frieza's face, driving him deep into the meteorite, which split apart, sending countless fragments flying. Frieza was propelled backward once more, spitting a mouthful of blood. Yet Wukong had already positioned himself behind Frieza. Frieza's eyes widened in shock. Wah bang! Wukong's kick struck Frieza in the back, sending him flying thousands of meters away. In the distance, the remaining warriors of Frieza's army floated in space, witnessing the spectacle, all utterly stunned. I must be seeing things. The king is being brutally beaten? What kind of joke is this? That is Frieza, the emperor of the universe. The warriors, however, no one dared to step forward to assist, for they knew that approaching would only result in a single devastating blow. The name Demon King Piccolo was indelibly etched into their minds, transforming into a living nightmare. Frieza had been hurled into a meteor, struggling to regain his composure. His face was swollen and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his chest heaving violently. This was impossible. Frieza gasped for breath, his fists clenched tightly, his pride utterly shattered. Goku floated leisurely in the distance, stretching lazily as he remarked, "Surely, this cannot be all the strength you possess?" Frieza's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. "You insolent wretch. I shall transform. I will tear you to shreds." Frieza's aura surged wildly as he entered his transformation phase. Suddenly, a figure materialized before Frieza, his pupils constricted in shock. What? Without hesitation, Goku swung his fist, delivering a powerful blow to Frieza's face. The impact contorted Frieza's mouth, and caught off guard during his transformation, he was sent flying, crashing into a fragment of the meteor. With a deafening explosion, the meteor shattered into pieces, struggling to rise. Frieza's face was swollen on one side, his gaze vacant and bewildered. You dared to ambush me during my transformation." Goku tilted his head innocently. Huh? What did you say? Frieza, furious to the point of grinding his teeth, roared, "You lack honor." Goku shrugged, a smile on his face. "Who told you to take your time? Do you think transforming is akin to performing magic?" Frieza's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed in rage. Despicable. Utterly shameless. In an instant, Goku vanished once more. Bam! Goku reappeared behind Frieza, delivering a vicious kick to his back. Frieza was propelled through space like a cannonball, tumbling hundreds of times and nearly spitting blood. Oh! Frieza was on the verge of collapse, his transformation only halfway complete, unable to stabilize his energy. "You scoundrel! You grant me no opportunity." Goku, arms crossed, replied nonchalantly, "Of course not. Did you think I would stand by and watch you transform at your leisure?" Frieza was momentarily taken aback. Goku sighed, shaking his head, his tone laced with disappointment. "At a time like this, you still wish to take your time with your transformation? Have you been spoiled by too many weaklings?" Frieza's expression twisted into a mask of fury. "Demon King Piccolo, I shall kill you." Yet Goku vanished once again. Bang, bang, bang. With a punch, a kick, and a knee strike, Goku gave Frieza no respite. unleashing a relentless barrage upon him, as though he were nothing more than a punching bag. Frieza's body contorted grotesquely, swelling and shrinking in an utterly absurd manner. "Stop! Stop it, please!" Frieza screamed in madness, never before having experienced such a humiliating mode of combat. In the distance, the warriors of Frieza's army stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably. "Our Lord is unable to transform. It's over for us." At that moment, the universe was filled solely with Frieza's anguished cries and Goku's exuberant laughter. "Ha! Hurry, transform. Frieza, why aren't you changing? I'm eager to witness your ultimate form." Frieza's eyes burned with resentment as he glared intensely at Goku, wishing to tear him apart. Goku slowly extended a hand, gently bringing two fingers together. In an instant, a blade of energy shot forth. Frieza's pupils constricted as he attempted to evade, but his injuries were too severe to allow for any escape. Thud! A sharp pain radiated from his lower half. His tail had been severed. Ah! Frieza let out a heart-wrenching wail as blood gushed forth, his body writhing in agony throughout the cosmos. Goku grasped the severed tail and casually swung it, as if discarding refuse. The tail of an emperor, so easily severed. "You truly are weak, Frieza." Frieza's face contorted with rage, his pupils trembling, gasping for breath, his complexion a ghastly white. Observing Frieza's torment, Goku's smile deepened as he exerted a slight pressure. Boom! Frieza's tail was instantly reduced to ashes. "Farewell, Frieza," Goku waved dismissively, adding with a grin, "I hope next time we meet, you'll be stronger, otherwise it will be dreadfully dull." In the blink of an eye, Goku vanished from the battlefield. In the vastness of the universe, Frieza trembled violently, gasping in pain. His body had lost most of its strength, his consciousness fading, bloodshot eyes filled with despair. The mighty emperor of the universe had been so utterly humiliated. How infuriating! From a distance, the remnants of Frieza's army watched in horror, their faces drained of color, many fainting on the spot. Frieza has lost. How is this possible? What kind of monster is that Majin Buu? Frieza's forces crumbled entirely. Dodoria, in terror, activated his communicator, frantically calling for reinforcements. "This is Dodoria. Frieza is gravely injured. Send medical ships immediately. Hurry." Zaban rushed over to support Frieza, his expression grim. "My lord, are you all right?" Frieza's countenance darkened, his gaze brimming with malice as he gritted his teeth and uttered, "Piccolo, I want you dead." Both Zarbon and Dodoria exchanged glances, their hearts pounding with trepidation. Who exactly is this Piccolo? Even Lord Frieza cannot contend with him? Chapter 57. Super Saiyan. In a distant corner of the universe, on a desolate planet, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz had just completed a devastating operation, leaving the surface charred and lifeless, with only the three of them standing amidst the ruins. At that moment, Vegeta's communicator suddenly buzzed to life. "Lord Vegeta, we are in grave trouble." Vegeta furrowed his brow, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. "What now?" "It's Lord Frieza." Vegeta's expression shifted slightly, and Nappa and Raditz leaned in closer. "Frieza? What could possibly have happened? Unless he has obliterated another planet, what could change?" "It's Piccolo." The utterance of those 5 words instantly transformed the trio's demeanor into one of solemnity. "That wretch has resurfaced." Nappa's eyes widened in astonishment. "What has happened this time?" Raditz's face soured. "Has he destroyed another one of Lord Frieza's bases?" The Demon King has not only demolished several bases, but has faced Lord Frieza head-on and triumphed. The atmosphere thickened with tension. "What did you say?" Vegeta's expression darkened abruptly. Frieza was utterly crushed, unable to even transform. Toyed with to the point of having his tail severed. He is currently being rushed to the medical facility. The warrior on the other end of the communicator spoke with a quivering voice, filled with dread. The Demon King has suffered an unprecedented humiliation. After terminating the call, Vegeta stood frozen in place. Moments of silence passed before he suddenly erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha!" Vegeta doubled over in mirth, his face alight with mockery and elation. "Excellent. Splendid. Finally, someone has managed to trample that white lizard's face into the ground." "Ha ha ha!" Nappa grinned widely, chuckling. Who would have thought that Frieza could meet such a fate? "I am beginning to appreciate this Demon King." Raditz wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although he too harbored a deep-seated hatred for Frieza, this news stirred a greater sense of unease within him. Who is this Piccolo? What is the extent of his power? How could he so effortlessly overpower Frieza? Vegeta scoffed. "Whoever he is, he has at least avenged me." Frieza has endured such humiliation. He will not let this slide. However, Frieza's authority has now been irrevocably shattered. In his lips. This signifies the dawn of a power shift in the cosmos. Raditz stroked his chin, suddenly contemplative. With Piccolo being so formidable, it's only a matter of time before we encounter him. Could he potentially be our adversary as well? Vegeta fell into a momentary silence. A subtle smirk gracing his lips as he declared with unwavering confidence, "Humph, whoever he may be. There will come a day when I shall stand atop the pinnacle of the universe. King Piccolo, Frieza, merely stepping stones on my path." As time flowed inexorably onward, a battle power of 3 million surged within him. On the desolate planet, howling winds roared, and an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the land. Atop the summit of a mountain, a figure cloaked in black stood proudly, resolute in his desire to grow stronger and transcend his limits. Goku slowly lifted his head, veins bulging on his forehead, his breath heavy and rapid. Ah! With Goku's furious roar, the entire planet trembled, fissures erupted across the ground, and lightning intertwined in the sky, heralding an apocalyptic arrival. Boom! In an instant, a cataclysmic golden radiance erupted from the heavens, centered around Goku, as an indescribable, terrifying energy surged forth, radiating outward uncontrollably. Arcs of electricity danced wildly, thunder cracked, and the earth seemed to wail in anguish. Mountains crumbled, tsunamis soared, and even the air itself evaporated, as a searing tempest of energy consumed all in its wake. Goku's form was engulfed in a blinding golden light. His dark hair swept away by the ferocity of the energy, transforming into a dazzling gold that stood erect. His emerald green eyes opened, reminiscent of a deity's descent. The Super Saiyan had awakened. Boom! The core of the planet was obliterated at the very moment of Goku's transformation. An overwhelming shockwave sweeping through the atmosphere, as the chaotic energy ripped apart everything in its path. The planet erupted in an instant. Countless rocks and molten lava were reduced to dust by the catastrophic energy, the planet disintegrating into mere particles, vanishing into the cosmos. The golden figure hovered serenely amidst the universe, the colossal shockwave of flames behind him resembling a radiant golden sun, breathtakingly brilliant. My apologies, but during my first transformation, I couldn't quite control the energy, leading to the planet's obliteration. Goku lightly clenched his fist, tiny golden arcs of electricity sparking at his fingertips. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? As Goku reveled in the tumultuous and vast energy coursing through him in this state, incredible regenerative capabilities. Maintaining it for an extended duration proves challenging. Though he could endure longer than in the original narrative, it still fell short of perfection. Goku pouted slightly, feeling discontent. This transformation duration is far too lengthy. If I were in a battle, I would have been ambushed while charging up. Goku's golden aura gradually receded as he gazed into the distance, a spark of excitement gracing his features. The World Martial Arts Tournament is fast approaching. I am determined to claim my third consecutive championship. However, before returning to Earth, I shall pay a visit to my cosmic family. First stop, the Misty Planet. The Enchantress's Paradise. A chorus of delightful screams erupted from the crowd. Beneath Wukong's feet lies an immense golden palace, surrounded by architecture imbued with exotic charm. Illuminated brilliantly and suffused with a rich, fragrant aroma. A glance reveals a multitude of celestial beauties clad in flowing gossamer gowns, hosting a grand revelry. Lord Piccolo. Hundreds of girls, upon witnessing Wukong's arrival, gasped in awe, their eyes ablaze with fervor, rushing towards him. Wukong found himself ensnared by an overwhelming throng. Some boldly wrapped their arms around his, while others pressed against his chest. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed his doppelganger seated regally upon a throne, leisurely sipping fine wine. A subtle smile gracing his lips at the sight of his original self. "Original, would you care to join us?" inquired the doppelganger. I merely passed by to take a look," Wukong replied, clearing his throat. Yet, the beauties swiftly pinned him to the ground. "Now that you are here, you shall not escape, Lord Piccolo. Tonight, we shall attend to your every desire." Ha ha ha. Music. In an instant, melodies resonated, and a dazzling display of dance unfolded at the banquet, with exquisite delicacies and vibrant celestial maidens encircling Wukong, their enthusiasm burning bright. Wukong blinked, lifted a goblet of fine wine, and took a delicate sip. "Since I have returned, let us revel for the night. The second destination, the fiery star. The entire planet transformed into a colossal training ground, teeming with formidable warrior maidens. Wukong scanned the arena, spotting his doppelganger at the center, facing a warrior queen. With gritted teeth, the warrior queen declared, "Damn it, I must defeat you." Wukong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "So passionate, are we?" The doppelganger glanced at Wukong, a smirk appearing. "Original, care to engage with the warrior queen?" "Very well." In a heartbeat, the two figures clashed fiercely on the arena, their strikes resonating, shaking the heavens. The surrounding warriors erupted in fervent cheers. Wukong, with a playful grin, landed a punch, pinning the warrior queen to the ground. Breathless and flushed, the warrior queen protested. "Lord of Darkness, how can you be so powerful?" Wukong chuckled mischievously. "Defeat comes with consequences." The warrior queen flashed a wicked smile, and before Wukong could react, all the maidens surrounded him, lifting him high and tossing him into the heart of a bonfire celebration. Wukong, this narrative is Askew? The third destination, the frosty star. A world draped in glistening snow, crystalline and frigid. A group of ice maidens clad in white gowns stood upon the snowy expanse, gazing skyward at a familiar figure. The ice princess smiled gently, her ice blue eyes shimmering with soft light. Lord Piccolo. Wukong shivered slightly. The temperature here remains so low. The doppelganger reclined casually atop an ice sculpture, sipping a blue ethereal spirit with a serene smile. "Original, will you not stay and partake?" Wukong cast a glance and was instantaneously taken aback. A group of ice maidens swiftly encircled the doppelganger, tenderly embracing its arms while leaning gently against it. Wukong exclaimed, Hey, aren't you ice maidens supposed to be cold and proud, unyielding to the end?" The kindred spirit of the Ice Clan, forever grateful for the benevolence of the great demon King Piccolo, regarded this as an extraordinary mode of hospitality for their sisters, saying, "Great Demon King, allow me to serve you well." Within the tent, the warm flames danced invitingly, and soft furs covered the entire floor, while a faint, enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. "Your hospitality is quite unique," Wukong remarked. "You ice maidens have been saved by the great Demon King. We of the Ice Clan adhere to the belief that kindness must be repaid." The princess gracefully moved behind Wukong, her jade hand resting on his shoulder, her slender fingertips applying a gentle pressure that sent a soothing chill coursing through his entire being. Wukong gasped, "Huh?" The ice princess spoke softly, "Great Demon King, my ice soul healing technique can help alleviate your fatigue and relax your body and mind." In an instant, Wukong felt a refreshing energy surge within him, erasing all traces of weariness. "Wow, this is even more delightful than soaking in a hot spring." The princess smiled softly, leaning closer to Wukong, and tenderly urged, "Great Demon King, please enjoy the hospitality of the Ice Clan." Inside the tent, the flames flickered gently as night deepened, and an all-night vigil of hospitality began to unfold. Chapter 58. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. The registration day for the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament arrived amidst a tumultuous storm. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and torrential rain poured down, rendering the registration area particularly desolate, with only the sound of raindrops striking the ground echoing in the air. Lan Shi, holding a black umbrella, stood at the registration desk, while the turtle hermit, unusually clad in a suit and leaning on a cane, gazed impatiently at the empty registration platform. The turtle hermit grumbled, "Oh dear, what time is it? Not a soul in sight. Have these folks forgotten that today is the registration day?" Lan Shi, glancing at the downpour, casually remarked, "All." Just as she spoke, a taxi slowly pulled up to the roadside, and as the door swung open, a familiar figure emerged. Stepping out in high heels, Bulma unfurled a light blue umbrella and approached the registration desk with an air of composure, appearing entirely unbothered by the rain, clearly having prepared for the occasion. The turtle hermit's eyes brightened at the sight. "Oh, Bulma, what brings you here? Where's Wukong? Shouldn't he be with you?" Bulma's lips curled into a slight smile as she replied nonchalantly, "Wukong? He'll come on his own. Let me wait here at the registration desk." The turtle hermit paused, frowning. "Huh, he's coming alone? In this rain, he won't get lost, will he?" Lan Shi shrugged, "Who knows? All I know is that I haven't seen him." The torrential rain continued to pour, splashing water across the streets, and the registration area appeared somewhat desolate. Raindrops tapped rhythmically against the umbrella, producing a soothing patter. Bulma stood quietly in the rain, awaiting Goku's arrival. At that moment, a young child dashed past, accidentally letting go of a red balloon, which was whisked away by the wind and gently caught on a nearby tree branch. The child gazed anxiously at the balloon, tiptoeing in a futile attempt to reach it. Observing this, Bulma smiled softly and, holding her umbrella, approached to retrieve the balloon. She rose onto her toes, her fingertips nearly brushing against it. Yet it remained just out of reach. Suddenly, a hand stretched out silently, effortlessly plucking the balloon and presenting it to the child. The young one, filled with delight, exclaimed a heartfelt "Thank you, big brother," before bouncing away joyfully. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, looking up at the person who had assisted. The figure stood a head taller than her, clad in a black martial arts uniform, holding a traditional oil paper umbrella, the brim lowered to obscure their face, rendering it unrecognizable. Yet, something about the attire seemed familiar. Furrowing her brow, she was about to speak when a familiar voice broke the silence. "Bulma, it's been a long time." The person gradually lifted the umbrella, revealing a face both familiar and strangely altered. "Goku." Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. "It's been 2 years. You've grown so tall. This is hardly the mischievous boy from before. You've transformed into a strikingly handsome man." Goku grinned widely, tilting the umbrella slightly, shaking off the raindrops. Surprised? Bulma couldn't help but scrutinize Goku closely, her eyes narrowing slightly, a playful smirk gracing her lips. "Oh my, after 2 years. You've become quite the handsome devil, Goku. After spending so long in the universe, you haven't become tired of beautiful women, have you?" "What?" Goku was caught off guard by her words, realizing the truth behind them. No wonder women have such a keen intuition. He retorted defensively. "Where would I find beautiful women in the universe? I've been training every day." Bulma chuckled lightly, flicking a damp strand of hair from her face. "Humph. You speak very few truths. Regardless, you are undoubtedly a super handsome guy now." Master Roshi, having spotted Goku, adjusted his sunglasses, his expression one of sheer astonishment. "Wow, Goku. When did you become so handsome?" Launch glanced at Goku, and though she said nothing, a subtle smile crept onto her lips. "Growing taller was just a bonus. Just wait. I've already secured my 3-time championship." Goku looked up at the heavily clouded sky, his brow furrowing as he muttered in annoyance. "This rain is so bothersome. Clear out." An indescribable, formidable aura surged forth, ascending into the heavens. A powerful energy radiated outward, shaking the very foundations of the earth. As the violent gusts of wind erupted from Goku's presence, instantly evaporating the curtain of rain. The heavy clouds in the sky appeared to be torn asunder by an invisible hand, and amidst the howling winds, the heavens suddenly cleared. Just moments ago, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, illuminated by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, but now it was utterly serene, with radiant sunlight cascading down and bathing the earth. Master Roshi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Did you merely voice a complaint, and in turn alter the weather?" Lan Chi gazed at the swiftly brightening sky, her lips twitching slightly. "Goku, are you a deity?" Bulma's eyes widened as she beheld Goku standing in the sunlight, his black martial arts uniform glimmering under the rays, and the damp ground mirroring his figure, making him look exceptionally striking. "Goku, I feel you've changed. Are you implying that I have grown taller and more handsome?" "No, you now resemble a formidable demon. You're exuding an aura of dark energy, Goku." "Bulma, could you refrain from being so perceptive?" Goku effortlessly filled out his name at the registration desk, casually tossing the pen aside before turning to Bulma. "Registration is complete. Let us head to the hotel." Bulma nodded, intertwining her arm with Goku's, and smiled. "This time, please do not vanish for 2 years." The duo leisurely departed from the registration area, making their way toward the hotel. Master Roshi and Lan Chi remained behind, waiting for the arrival of others. After a brief moment, a voice called from a distance, "Apologies for keeping you waiting." 4 figures approached, revealing Tianjin Han, Yamchu, Krillin, and Dent. Their strides were confident, their presence heavier than 3 years prior, and each gaze brimmed with self-assurance. Tianjin Han crossed his arms, his eyes sharp. "Humph, this time at the martial arts tournament. No one shall easily claim the championship." Yamcha wore a faint smile. "Indeed, we are no longer the weaklings of your." Krillin clenched his fists, excitedly proclaiming, "I have a feeling this battle will be quite exhilarating." Dend floated gently in the air, whispering, "This year's competition is bound to be more intense than the last." The 4 stood resolutely at the registration desk, preparing to fill out their forms when, unexpectedly, Lan Shi casually remarked, "Oh, by the way, Goku has already registered." The four paused in surprise, Tian Jinhan furrowing his brow. "Goku? He is participating?" Lan Shi shrugged and added, "Furthermore, Goku uttered a single phrase, and the torrential rain ceased." Boom. Tian Jinhan, Yamchu, Krillin, and Din were struck dumb, their faces etched with disbelief. Yamcha nearly dropped the registration form in shock. "Wait, you mean Goku said one sentence, and the rain stopped?" Krillin's lips twitched. "Are you joking? Is Goku a deity?" Tianjinhan's expression fluctuated between concern and disbelief. That guy, as unreasonable as ever. Master Roshi hurriedly gestured to prevent Lan Shi from revealing more. But it was too late. He sighed. "Alas, my dear girl, their confidence is likely to waver now." The four exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became palpably tense. 3 years ago, Goku was already extraordinarily powerful, and now he could even manipulate the weather. How can one contend with such might? Tien clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Humph, no matter how strong he has become, I am determined to defeat him this time." Yamcha patted Tien on the shoulder, a subtle smile playing at the corner of his lips. "Don't push yourself too hard. Haha." Krillin wore an expression of despondency. "It seems the championship is still beyond reach." Din lowered his head, appearing deep in thought. Master Roshi observed the complex expressions on everyone's faces and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Goku is indeed a remarkable prodigy. Every time he appears, he manages to astonish these young ones. The door to the presidential suite of the hotel slowly swung open. Bulma casually placed her umbrella at the entrance, shaking off the raindrops from her damp hair, and instinctively removed her coat, changing into a comfortable set of loungewear. Goku sprawled on the sofa, looking utterly relaxed, as he grabbed a snack from the table and stuffed it into his mouth. Bulma, holding a cup of hot tea, settled onto the sofa with her legs crossed, casting a sidelong glance at Goku, a playful smirk gracing her lips. "Come on, tell me, where on earth have you been for the past 2 years?" Goku took a bite of his snack and replied indistinctly, "Oh, just in the universe." Bulma rolled her eyes and set her tea down on the table. "Umph. Don't joke with me. Be specific." Goku sat up, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "If I tell you, you must promise not to get angry." Bulma crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. "Humph, if you lie to me, then I will be angry." Goku chuckled inwardly, thinking, now I'm safe. Even if she gets angry, it won't be my fault. Chapter 59. A long-awaited reunion. The room was softly illuminated, and outside, the night was deepening. The city, glistening after the rain, was adorned with shimmering neon lights, and the air was filled with a refreshing dampness. "Since you are so eager to know, I shall tell you," Goku said casually, munching on his snack. 2 years ago, after I left Earth, I traveled to Namek. The sky there is green, the grass is green, and it is dotted with lakes and floating islands. Bulma's eyes widened slightly. "Wow, that sounds like a beautiful place." Goku shrugged. "I suppose so. But the most notable feature is its sparse population. The Namekians mostly live in villages, and there are very few of them." "And then? Did you go in search of the Dragon Balls?" Goku smiled. "Of course. But as soon as I arrived on Namek, I encountered a bit of trouble. There's a formidable guardian named Nail with a power level of 40,000. Bulma gasped, covering her mouth. "Wow? 40,000. That's just a tad weaker than you were back then." Goku waved his hand in exasperation. As soon as he saw me, he charged out, blocking my path without giving me a chance to explain. Bulma scoffed. TSK, I knew it. All the fighters are so single-minded." Goku laughed heartily. He looked quite fierce, as if to say, "One more step and you're done for." In the realm of recollection, atop the majestic peaks of Namek, fierce winds howled as Goku had just arrived. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted, the gales tearing through the earth, and a green figure descended upon Goku like a bolt of lightning. Nail coldly glared at Goku and declared, "Intruder, leave this place at once, or face death." The two engaged in a high-speed aerial battle, their fist shadows intertwining, shockwaves incessantly rending the air, while the skies of Namek churned ominously under their clash. As the reminiscence concluded, Bulma, unable to contain her anxiety, inquired, "What happened next? Did you defeat him?" "Of course I did, though I intentionally held back. In the end, it was the Grand Elder who telepathically urged him to cease." "The Grand Elder? Who is that?" "He is the mightiest elder of Namek, the creator of the Dragon Balls." "Wow, he must be a super powerful monster." "No, He is merely a plump, ancient grandfather, likely struggling to stand, yet he possesses a remarkable ability to unlock others' potentials. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. Unlock potential? Is that for real? Goku chuckled with pride. Of course it is. Otherwise, how do you think my power skyrocketed? In the memories, within the Grand Elder's abode. He slowly extended his hand and placed it upon Goku's head. As the recollection ended, Bulma, utterly dumbfounded, exclaimed, "Your power directly surged tenfold." Indeed, I instantly broke through to a battle power of 560,000. Bulma, in shock, held her forehead. That is utterly unreasonable. Goku laughed heartily, and this is just the beginning. Bulma forced herself to regain composure. All right, what happened next? You didn't just rush off to make a wish, did you? Right. The Dragon Balls of Namek are larger than my head, and it took great effort to gather them. You didn't wish for something strange, did you? Goku scratched his head. Well, after gathering the Dragon Balls on Namek, I made 3 wishes to the dragon. The first wish, ultimate physique. I wished for an ultimate body that could recover from injuries at incredible speed, even rendering me near immortal. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. You're near immortal? Goku replied, not entirely immortal, but my recovery ability became extraordinarily strong. Even if severely injured, I could recuperate in a short time, and my body wouldn't age. Theoretically, I could live indefinitely. Bulma, infuriated, grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him. You idiot Goku. Are you trying to live until the universe crumbles? Goku evaded with a laugh. Isn't living long a good thing? The second wish, freedom to traverse dimensional spaces. Goku continued, for my second wish, I asked the dragon to grant me the ability to traverse dimensions, allowing me to enter various different realms. Bulma, astonished, exclaimed, what? You can freely traverse dimensions? Goku nodded with pride. This way, when faced with overwhelming odds, I can always make my escape. Bulma sighed, fully aware that Goku would never express a normal wish. For my third wish, I desire the ability to teleport. Goku continued, I want Shenron to grant me the power to teleport instantly. Bulma raised an eyebrow. So you can go wherever you please now? Goku chuckled, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. Bulma sprang to her feet, exclaiming, hey, I'm right here. Goku reappeared on the opposite side of the room, casually leaning against the wall with a smug expression. Bulma rolled her eyes, humph, acting all divine. These 3 wishes sound absurd. Where did you go after making your wishes? Goku raised a finger and gestured to the ceiling. After making my wish, I thanked the Grand Elder and promised that if Namek ever faced danger, I would return to assist. Bulma nodded. Not bad. I suppose you have a bit of conscience. Goku continued. I figured staying here was rather dull, so I sought a place to learn something new. Hence, I ventured to Planet Adrat. Planet Adrat. I've never heard of it. Bulma frowned, unfamiliar with the name. Goku smiled. It's an incredibly mysterious planet, inhabited by peculiar beings who are tall and slender, with patterned skin. Bulma eyed Goku skeptically. What were you doing there? Goku replied with a mysterious grin. Of course, I was there to learn skills. They possess many unique training methods. Bulma blinked curiously. The most formidable trait of the Adrat people is their mental prowess. Bulma furrowed her brow. Mental prowess? What does that mean? Goku grinned widely. Simply put, it's the ability to influence combat through mental power. For instance, I can now use mental force to immobilize others or even directly attack their consciousness. Bulma's eyes widened. Are you saying you can now paralyze someone with your mental power? Goku nodded, and in an instant, Bulma's body froze. Clutching her pillow, she felt as if she were encased in ice, unable to move. Huh, why can't I move? Goku smirked. This is mental power. Bulma was taken aback. Hey, let me go. With a flick of his thought, Bulma regained her freedom and, in a fit of anger, hurled the pillow at Goku. You scoundrel! How dare you use me as a test subject? Goku laughed heartily. Who told you to ask so many questions? I just wanted to give you a demonstration. Bulma rubbed her wrist, still astonished. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Can't you control your opponents at will now? Goku shook his head. It's not that simple. If the opponent possesses strong mental power or combat ability, they can break free. Moreover, this ability is more suited for disrupting foes during battle rather than immobilizing them outright. Have you learned anything else? I've also mastered the art of creating shadow clones. Bulma tilted her head. What? Cloning technique? Even Earth's ninjas can do that. With a subtle smile, Wukong remarked. That is quite different. The doppelgangers from the Adrat star can theoretically be infinite, as long as my mental strength is sufficiently potent. Bulma, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? No way." In an instant, 5 Wukongs appeared within the room. Bulma gasped, "Which one is the real one?" All the doppelgangers laughed in unison. "We are all real." Bulma, nearly losing her mind, retorted, "Don't scare me like that." Wukong waved his hand, and the doppelgangers vanished in an instant. This is an incredibly powerful skill, a tool for mass combat. I can create hundreds of doppelgangers, each possessing 110 of my combat prowess. If my mental strength were boundless, I could fill the entire universe with Wukongs. Bulma, utterly stunned, questioned, "Are you planning to open a cosmic chain of stores?" Wukong, "What kind of monster have you evolved into over these 2 years?" Wukong shrugged, "I've merely become stronger than before." Bulma glared at him, "This is already cheating." "Isn't it?" Wukong chuckled heartily, "Otherwise, how could I secure a 3rd consecutive championship?" Bulma replied, All right. While mental strength and doppelganger techniques sound impressive, Wukong, do you truly only train in the universe? Wukong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, scratching his head sheepishly. Bulma narrowed her eyes, seeing your expression. "I know there's more you haven't disclosed." Wukong felt a surge of anxiety and straightened up, clearing his throat. "Well, actually, I've done something quite meaningful in the universe." Bulma stared at him. "What is it?" Wukong blinked and decided to be forthright, beginning his tale. "In the cosmos, I encountered a group of girls who had been captured and enslaved." Bulma froze. "Slaves?" "Yes, those brutes captured many girls from weaker races, treating them as commodities, selling them across various planets. Some even sent to noble households as playthings." Bulma's expression darkened. "Those scoundrels are nothing but beasts." Wukong grinned. "Naturally. I couldn't stand for that, so I casually blew up their base." Bulma's eyes lit up. "Well done." Wukong continued, "Not just one base. I obliterated many along the way, saving hundreds, even thousands of girls each time." Bulma smiled slightly. "Humph, that is quite commendable." "And then?" Wukong scratched his head. Then they were all very grateful to me. You see." Bulma raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" Wukong chuckled nervously. "Most of them had no homes left and didn't know where to go, so I couldn't just leave them out in space, so." Bulma narrowed her eyes. "So you found them a place to stay?" Wukong wiped his sweat, cautiously adding, They hold me in high regard, and some of them are particularly enthusiastic towards me." Bulma interjected, "Wukong, you better confess everything to me clearly." Wukong coughed, and quickly added, "The beautiful girls I saved are not just one kind, you know. In the realm of fantastical beings, there exist enchanting ice maidens, alluring fox-eared beauties, ethereal elves, charming cat girls, and even a regal dragon princess, among countless others." Bulma's expression gradually darkened. "A dragon princess?" Goku chuckled nervously. "She's an extraordinarily beautiful woman, capable of transforming into a magnificent golden dragon. In her human form, she adorns herself in splendid garments, resembling a true princess." Bulma could no longer contain her frustration and slammed her hand on the table. "That is not the point. The real question is, does she harbor feelings for you?" Goku swallowed hard and gave a sheepish laugh. "Well, perhaps just a little." Bulma, incensed, gritted her teeth. "Son Goku, how many lovely ladies have you rescued who are infatuated with you?" Goku scratched his head. Probably tens of thousands." Bulma exclaimed, "Tens of thousands?" She lifted a pillow and hurled it at Goku. "You insufferable Goku. What on earth have you been doing in the universe? I thought you were training. Why does it sound like you've been indulging in a harem?" Goku dodged while shouting. "They merely see me as a hero and wish to express their gratitude." With her hands on her hips, Bulma fumed. "Humph. How do they intend to repay you? I suppose they cling to you, don't they?" Goku replied, "Well, some of them are indeed a bit clingy." Bulma glared at him. "Have you been lured into their tents?" "I can't remember. Internally, actually, a few princesses did seem to have pulled me into their tents. Perhaps I shouldn't mention it." Bulma crossed her arms, her cheeks puffed with indignation. "Humph. You cosmic playboy. Don't think I'm oblivious to your antics." Goku stammered. Well." Bulma, exasperated, exclaimed, "Son Goku, you've been cultivating relationships with tens of thousands of beauties in the universe." She slammed her hand on the table. If you dare to engage in any more mischief on Earth, I shall unleash the power of a special wish upon you." Goku sat up straight. No. I swear, I haven't misbehaved since returning." Bulma narrowed her eyes dangerously. Then tell me, did you bid farewell to each of these lovely ladies properly?" Goku broke into a cold sweat. Well, ha. desperately feigning ignorance. With her hands on her hips, Bulma glared at Goku, her displeasure evident, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Goku wiped the sweat from his forehead, frantically calculating how to divert the conversation away from his entanglements with beautiful women. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes brightened. By the way, Bulma, I encountered an exceptionally formidable being in the universe. Bulma, arms crossed, regarded him with a cold stare. Heh, let me guess, yet another stunning extraterrestrial princess? Goku vehemently shook his head. No, it's a wicked villain, a cosmic overlord. Bulma raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A cosmic overlord? Who might that be? Goku grinned widely, a hint of pride in his tone. Frieza? Bulma tilted her head. Confusion etched on her face. Frieza? What on earth is that? Wukong gestured in the air, stating, Frieza is the most infamous villain in the universe. His minions are scattered across various planets, specializing in the destruction of worlds, trafficking in slaves, and mercilessly slaughtering countless races. He is truly a supervillain. Bulma nodded. He certainly sounds like a nefarious character. What about his strength? Wukong squinted his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips, just in his base form. His battle power reaches 530,000. Bulma's mouth fell slightly agape. 530,000. Stronger than your previous battle power. Wukong affirmed, indeed. However, what makes him truly terrifying is that he can transform 3 times. Bulma's eyes widened. 3 times? Wukong extended his finger, beginning to enumerate Frieza's forms. The first form, which is his normal appearance, has a battle power of 530,000. The second form, where his physique becomes more robust, exceeds 1,000,000. The third form, featuring a longer face and spikes on his head, boasts a battle power of over 3,000,000. The fourth form, his complete state, returns him to a slender figure, but with a significant enhancement in power, reaching 1,2 billion. After hearing this, Bulma was left speechless, her mouth agape enough to fit 2 Dragon Balls. Wait. 1,2 billion. Bulma felt herself on the verge of fainting, gazing at Wukong in terror. This guy is as strong as a monster, right? You actually dared to confront him? Wukong appeared unfazed. Exactly. Bulma was nearly driven to madness. Son Wukong, have you lost your mind? You dare challenge such a creature of that caliber? Wukong chuckled with pride. Don't be so tense. I won't even give him a chance to transform. Bulma looked bewildered. What? Wukong laughed heartily. I teleported right in front of him, and, without hesitation, launched an attack. Bulma was astonished. You attacked the cosmic overlord. Wukong scratched his head. Otherwise, if he transformed, it would be troublesome, wouldn't it? When he was sent flying, he stood up in fury and shouted, Who are you? I clapped my hands and smiled. I am the Demon King. Bulma exclaimed, You used the name Demon King? Wukong nodded proudly, of course. When Frieza heard me call myself the Demon King, he thought I was just a minor character, only for me to unleash a Kamehameha that sent him flying. He was infuriated and attempted to transform. However, I could not allow him that luxury. Just as he began to change, I teleported behind him and delivered a kick. Bulma was on the brink of insanity. You are bullying him, aren't you? Wukong shrugged. Well, I can't let him transform, Overlord, so I won't say much more. Bulma shot Wukong a glance, still filled with disbelief. But I have one question. How strong are you now? Wukong grinned widely and leisurely replied, Are you asking about my battle power? Bulma nodded. Indeed. Throughout the cosmos. Just how powerful have you become now? Goku clenched his fist and replied nonchalantly, In my ordinary state, my battle power is approximately 3 million. Bulma's hand trembled. 3 million? You mean this is your normal state, not your full power? Goku affirmed, Yes, indeed. 3 million is my standard battle power. Son Goku, how much battle power did you possess 2 years ago? Bulma calculated with her fingers, suddenly stunned. Have you seriously skyrocketed this much in just 2 years? Goku scratched his head. It's just puberty. My growth has accelerated a bit. Well then, what about your full power? What is your limit? Goku grinned. Actually, I can transform. Bulma was taken aback. You, a Saiyan, can still transform? Goku proudly proclaimed. I have mastered a transformation known as Super Saiyan. Bulma stared in disbelief. Super Saiyan. Goku nodded. Exactly. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, my battle power increases by an astounding 50 times. Bulma was flabbergasted. 50 times? That's absurd. 500 million. Bulma sprang to her feet. nearly stumbling. What did you just say? 1.5 billion? She felt her mind racing. 3 million was already outrageous, and now it escalated to 1.5 billion? Was this still the battle power of a human? Show me your transformation. Goku waved his hand. No can do. If I transform now, Earth might explode. Huh? Goku laughed heartily. When I transform into a Super Saiyan, the energy is released instantaneously. If not controlled properly, my aura could shatter the Earth. Bulma covered her forehead, utterly speechless. Son Goku, are you serious? Goku replied, of course. That's why I 1T transform recklessly. If I accidentally obliterate the Earth, it would be catastrophic. Bulma, hands on her hips, exclaimed. You've become more and more like a monster. You claimed you were just a kid 2 years ago, and now you can destroy the Earth. Goku scratched his head. Not just Earth. After transforming, I could obliterate the sun with a single punch. Bulma stomped her foot in frustration. Stop saying that. Goku laughed heartily, relishing Bulma's astonished and furious expression. Bulma, why are you staring at me? Bulma snapped back to reality, realizing she had been gazing at Goku for quite some time. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly turned away, huffing, Humph, who was staring at you? Stop being so narcissistic. Goku blinked innocently. But you were just... Bulma's face grew even redder as she picked up a pillow and hurled it at Goku. Shut up. Don't say such things. Goku effortlessly caught the pillow, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Bulma, do you think I look quite handsome now? Bulma pouted slightly. Humph. Goku's eyes sparkled with delight as he leaned in closer, grinning broadly. So that means you acknowledge my handsomeness? Bulma paused, her cheeks flushing gently, and she pushed Goku away lightly. No, don't come too close. Goku, playfully undeterred, leaned in even closer, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Bulma. Bulma, are you feeling shy? Bulma's face grew even warmer as she glared at Goku. Have you learned to be so cheeky in the universe? How dare you tease me? Goku laughed heartily, on his lips. I just think you've become even more beautiful. Bulma felt her heart skip a beat, her cheeks ablaze. When did you become so eloquent? Goku grinned widely. Spending a long time in the universe does teach one a thing or two. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly warm, and Bulma, caught in Goku's embrace, felt somewhat flustered. She let out a soft huff, attempting to feign indifference. Humph, since you're so impressive, you'd better not embarrass yourself at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku smiled confidently. Don't worry, the championship is already mine, and you are mine too. As night fell, amidst Goku and Bulma's tender moment, dark clouds rolled in, thunder rumbled, and torrential rain poured down, causing pedestrians to hurriedly seek shelter. At the street corner, a child stood transfixed before a toy store's window, captivated by the exquisite robotic toys within, oblivious to the impending danger overhead. Suddenly, up the bell tower. With a resounding crash, stones shattered from the clock tower, sending a massive chunk plummeting toward the unsuspecting child. The onlookers gasped in horror, some shrieked, while others covered their mouths, yet none could react in time. A tall figure emerged through the rain, their cape billowing in the fierce wind, the dark silhouette appearing starkly solemn against the flashes of lightning. The figure nonchalantly raised a finger, and a sharp beam of light shot forth, striking the falling stone with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The stone disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the air as the rain washed away the remnants, as if they had never existed. The child remained frozen in place, utterly unaware of what had transpired. Not far away, the child's mother rushed over in a panic, scooping her child into her arms, her eyes filled with relief at their narrow escape. She looked up at the mysterious figure, her face brimming with gratitude. Thank you. I am truly grateful. The figure did not respond, nor did they turn back, not even casting a glance at the rescued mother and child. He paused for a brief moment, then with a flick of his cloak, existed, leaving only the rain washing over the damp streets. The mother and child stared blankly in the direction he had departed until his silhouette completely faded. Finally, the child timidly lifted their head and asked, Mom, who was that person? The mother looked down and softly murmured, I don't know, but he just saved you. Far away from the towering buildings of the city, churning thunderclouds. Humanity is truly foolish. He had never deemed it necessary to intervene in the trivialities of mankind. Yet in that fleeting moment, he acted. This body was gradually acclimating to this world, yet the complex emotions within still felt foreign to him. Humph! He scoffed lightly, turning to disappear once more into the darkness, as if he had never existed at all. The night rain continued to pour, but somewhere within the darkness, a hint of warmth lingered. As the morning sun bathed the earth, the torrential rain from the previous night had completely dissipated, leaving the air fresh. Beneath the blue sky adorned with white clouds, the venue for the World Martial Arts Championship was alive with excitement. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fireworks filled the air. Colorful streamers danced above, and a massive banner proclaimed the official commencement of the 23rd World Martial Arts Championship. The host, brimming with enthusiasm, raised the microphone high. Ladies and gentlemen, the highly anticipated World Martial Arts Championship has finally arrived at its 23rd grand celebration. This year, we not only have many familiar masters returning, but also numerous new faces challenging for the pinnacle. Who will emerge as the new champion? Let us await the unfolding of events. In the audience, voices erupted in animated discussion about the formidable competitors of this year. I've heard that there are exceptionally many skilled fighters registered this time. Tianjin Fan and Krillin are back. They were top contenders in previous editions. I wonder who will take the crown this year. By the way, will Son Wukong participate? Yes, Son Wukong was the champion of the 21st and 22nd editions. Arms crossed, his expression grave. These opponents are no ordinary challengers. Yamcha flexed his wrist. I want to lose as miserably as I did last time. Tianjin Fan stood nearby, eyes closed as he absorbed the surrounding energy. His aura was denser than 3 years prior, embodying the essence of a steadfast mountain, ready to unleash astonishing power at any moment. Dumplings floated gently in midair, calmly observing the surroundings. His presence also noticeably strengthened. However, at that moment, all eyes were suddenly drawn to a singular figure. At the entrance of the competitor passage for the World Martial Arts Championship, a silhouette slowly emerged. A gentle breeze rustled, causing his black martial arts uniform to sway gracefully. One hand supporting an oiled paper umbrella, purely decorative, as it wasn't raining. His steps were steady, his breath calm, yet he rendered everyone breathless. Who could that be? His footsteps were light, barely making a sound, yet the moment he stepped into the venue, the atmosphere surrounding the arena became palpably tense. Every heart in the crowd skipped a beat, as an invisible pressure, akin to that of a mountain, weighed heavily upon them. What could this possibly mean? The host was about to speak when, suddenly, upon seeing the newcomer's face, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Ladies and gentlemen, the host exclaimed, raising the microphone with fervor that nearly caused it to tremble. He has arrived. The two-time champion of the World Martial Arts Championship. The champion of the 21st tournament, Son Wukong. The champion of the 22nd tournament, Son Wukong. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. In an instant, the atmosphere erupted with thunderous cheers. Son Wukong! Son Wukong! Son Wukong! Countless spectators screamed in frenzy, igniting the ambience to a fever pitch. Klin stood dumbfounded. Wukong! Yamcha felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably, swallowing hard. His voice trembling. How has his aura changed so dramatically? Tianjin Fan suddenly opened his eyes wide. Fixating on Wukong with grave intensity. This guy is undoubtedly stronger than he was 3 years ago. Wukong, holding a paper umbrella, approached the crowd with a slight smile, gently unfurling the umbrella to shield himself from the glaring sunlight, and languidly remarked, "Long time no see." Boom. The crowd was set ablaze. Ladies and gentlemen, accompanied by rousing music, the host raised the microphone and announced with vigor, "This year, the number of registered participants has surpassed 200. We will first conduct preliminary rounds to eliminate the majority of contestants, ultimately leaving the 8 strongest to enter the official elimination matches. The rules are as follows. The preliminaries will be held across 4 arenas simultaneously, with each arena concluding with a single victor, leading to the advancement of 4 participants. The remaining 4 slots will be filled by selecting the strongest from among the defeated competitors. The final 8 will enter the official elimination rounds. Vying for the title of the world's strongest, the host shouted into the microphone, "Contestants, please proceed to the drawing area to determine your arena numbers." The contestants eagerly made their way to the drawing area, each filled with anticipation to discover who their opponents would be. Klin was the first to draw his number. Glancing down to see Arena 3, Tianjin Fan casually drew a slip, glanced at it, and smiled slightly. Arena 2. I hope to encounter a worthy opponent. Yamcha looked at his slip, his lips twitching slightly. Arena 4. Please, no more mishaps. Wukong gently drew a slip, looking down to see Arena 1. Oh, I am the first to take the stage. In a corner, an individual with a distinctly peculiar presence stood, arms crossed, coldly staring at Wukong. This enigmatic figure was a tall youth clad in a white cloak, with green skin and two antennae protruding from his head. Clint stole a glance, suddenly startled. Wukong. Did you see that guy? Yamcha wiped the sweat from his forehead and exclaimed, Wait, this cannot be. Is he not the Demon King Piccolo? Indeed, it is Piccolo. Age, 3 years, yet his stature is nearly that of Goku. Identity, son of the Demon King Piccolo. Piccolo stood in the corner, arms crossed. His piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating Goku's very being. I have finally awaited your arrival, Son Goku. Goku scratched his head, pondering. Is this fellow really only 3 years old? How is he growing faster than I am? The growth rate of these Namekians is astonishing. Just as Goku and Piccolo's eyes locked in a fierce exchange, a petite figure stealthily approached Goku. A girl clad in a pink chi-pao, sporting 2 playful pigtails, stood before him. Goku, it's been a while. Goku looked down to find the girl exuding innocence, her smile sweet and endearing. Chi-Chi, with a gentle smile. Chi-Chi nodded at Goku and obediently turned to make her way to her own arena. The first match, first arena, Son Goku versus King Choppa. Numerous competitors turned their heads toward a hapless figure. Upon hearing his name, King Choppa trembled, his complexion instantly paling. Why is it him again? What have I done to deserve this? The surrounding contestants could not help but murmur amongst themselves. Ha ha ha, this guy has the worst luck, doesn't he? Last time he was obliterated by Goku, and now he faces him again? Is King Choppa destined to be Goku's exclusive preliminary opponent? A resonant footfall echoed through the space, reverberating like thunder in everyone's ears. The contestants turned to witness a figure slowly emerging. It was a young man clad in a black martial arts uniform, his attire fluttering slightly, exuding an aura akin to a concealed blade, subtle yet immensely perilous. The competitors' breaths caught in their throats, an intangible pressure enveloping the arena like a tidal wave. Goku ascended the stage, casting a calm glance toward King Choppa, a faint smile gracing his lips, imbued with profound meaning. We met in the preliminaries during the last martial arts tournament, did we not? King Choppa's brow dripped with cold sweat, his mind screaming. I didn't need you to remind me. The referee took a deep breath and declared loudly, the match in the first arena begins. With a mighty roar, King Choppa summoned all his courage and charged at Goku, his fist cutting through the air with ferocity. Buzz. The atmosphere seemed to solidify. King Choppa's fist inexplicably halted midair. It was not that he wished to refrain from striking. Rather, he simply dared not proceed. His body trembled violently, legs nearly buckling beneath him. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, his mouth slightly agape, his throat constricted, rendering him voiceless. What is happening? Just standing there renders me immobile. Why have you ceased your attack? This statement utterly shattered the psychological defenses of King Gappa. Oh no. King Gappa's legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the arena floor, gasping for breath as if he had just escaped from the gates of hell. The competitors in the arena were left in a state of shock, with a languid demeanor. Wukong extended a solitary finger and casually flicked it. Snap! King Gappa was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the edge of the arena like a rag doll, unconscious. A profound silence enveloped the entire venue. The referee, momentarily stunned, swiftly raised his hand and declared loudly, "Victory to Son Wukong." Wukong did not even glance at King Gappa, casually shaking his hand as he remarked, "How dull." Krillin pondered, "Just how strong is Wukong?" Yamcha commented, "I doubt King Gappa will ever return to the martial arts tournament." Tien, with a calm gaze fixed on Wukong, silently thought, "This man is exceedingly dangerous." Chapter 61. The quarterfinals. The preliminary rounds progressed exceptionally smoothly. With the absence of the mechanical tofu from the original narrative, the atmosphere of the arena was devoid of distractions, rendering the battles more authentic. Ultimately, the 8 contenders emerged swiftly. The list of the top 8 is as follows: Jiaozi, Tien, Chi-Chi, Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, and the enigmatic contestant, Yachi. Yachi remained taciturn throughout, cloaked in a robe and obscured by a black mask that concealed most of his visage. Unlike the original tale, the god of the heavens did not make an appearance in this martial arts tournament. His absence left Wukong with a subtle sense of unease. However, Wukong did not dwell on it. After all, whether that old fellow was present or not made little difference. The referee announced loudly, "Congratulations to the 8 contenders for advancing. Next, we shall conduct the draw for the quarterfinal elimination matches. Results of the quarterfinal draw. First match, Jiaozi versus Tien. Krillin, huh? They ended up drawing each other. Yamcha, I wonder if this match will be somewhat awkward. Second match, Chi-Chi versus Son Wukong. Chi-Chi what? Wukong raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh? It seems you wish to challenge me. Chi-Chi clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. I want to lose to you. Krillin, observing Chi-Chi's spirited demeanor, couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. This match is bound to be quite entertaining. Third match, Piccolo versus Krillin. Krillin, wait, my opponent is Piccolo. Piccolo crossed his arms, staring coldly at Krillin, emanating an invisible pressure. Yamcha patted Krillin on the shoulder, whispering, brother, brace yourself. Krillin tightened his fists. No matter what, I will give it my all. Fourth match, Yachi versus Yamcha. All eyes were drawn to the masked figure of the mysterious contestant, Yachi. Yamcha glanced at Yachi, frowning. Hey, who exactly are you? Yachi remained silent, standing still as he gazed intently at Yamcha. The first match, Tianjin Rice versus Dumplings. Contestants, please ascend to the arena. The audience erupted in cheers. Klin glanced toward the stage, sensing the subtle tension in the air. Yamcha crossed his arms, smirking slightly. It's quite troublesome when fellow disciples face off. At that moment, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, all eyes fixated on the arena, awaiting the clash between these comrades. Tianjin Rice assumed a combat stance, declaring, Dumplings, give it your all. However, Dumplings merely smiled gently. I concede, Tianjin Rice. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The host, wide-eyed and incredulous, confirmed, Dumplings contestant, are you certain you wish to concede? Dumplings nodded, his expression serene, indeed. The audience erupted into chaos. Concede? What nonsense is this? Damn it, was my ticket money wasted? Boos and curses filled the air. The host was taken aback. The match hasn't even begun, and it's already over? Are you here just for a stroll? After battling through the preliminaries to the top 8, only to concede on stage? Ridiculous. Is this what you call a martial arts tournament? Angered spectators hurled their food at the stage. Popcorn, cola, napkins, shoes, and even an elderly man spat out his dentures. The entire venue descended into pandemonium. The host, sweating profusely, mustered the courage to announce, Dumplings contestant concedes. The victor is Tianjin Rice. Klin remarked, I expected a thrilling battle. But what was that? Yamcha crossed his arms, disdainfully scoffing, a waste of everyone's time. Piccolo snorted disdainfully, arms crossed, truly foolish. Quickly, the host shifted the topic, announcing loudly. Next up, the second match, Chi-Chi versus Son Wukong. The crowd erupted in excitement. Son Wukong. It was Son Wukong. Finally, the champion was set to appear. Surely, this match would not disappoint. Son Wukong, unleash your fury. Annihilate your opponent. The previously irate spectators, who had been cursing Dumplings, now screamed in exhilaration. Oh, Son Wukong's opponent is a girl. Haha, this won't be a swift victory, will it? Surely, Son Wukong won't show mercy. Chi-Chi. Wait, that name sounds familiar. Bulma's mind conjured a distant memory, the fiery inferno at Frying Pan Mountain, flames illuminating the entire sky. A colossal castle engulfed in flames, as if the hellfire would never extinguish. A little girl clad in peculiar armor, with pointed horns adorning her head, stood shyly before Son Wukong, clutching her clothing tightly and softly uttering, Brother Wukong. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this girl be the same one she encountered on Frying Pan Mountain all those years ago? How intriguing. The host announced loudly, the match begins. Son Goku, will you marry me? Boom. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. Did I mishear that? Son Goku? Marry her? Could it be that Goku is playing the field? You are all mistaken. He is juggling countless boats. In the contestants area, the reactions were explosive. Krillin exclaimed, what? Goku, what is happening? Yamcha appeared utterly shocked. This is monumental news. Piccolo scoffed, boring. This is pure gossip. The crowd erupted in chaos. Incredible. The champion's marital dilemma has been exposed at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Quick, record this. It is undoubtedly a newsworthy event of the century. Son Goku has such emotional entanglements. Faced with this scene, Goku's expression darkened, his eyelids twitching, utterly speechless. Hadn't he rejected her in his youth? So many years have passed, and she still brings this up? No way. The audience erupted once more. Son Goku has rejected her. And in front of the whole world. Oh no, this is disastrous. Chi-Chi is going to explode. Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson, her fists clenched tightly, trembling with rage. Son Goku. With a thunderous roar, Chi-Chi charged forward, her fist propelled by a fierce gust, aimed squarely at Goku's face. The momentum was overwhelming, the punch explosive, as if it could send someone flying. The audience gasped in shock. It's over. Chi-Chi is furious. But would Goku truly allow her to strike him? Humph. Goku's aura trembled slightly. Boom. Chi-Chi was instantly sent flying backward, toppled by an unseen force, soaring off the stage. Bang. She crashed heavily to the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around her. The host, taken aback, quickly announced, "Contestant Chi-Chi is out. The victor is Son Goku." The arena remained silent for a full 3 seconds before erupting into chaos. Ha ha ha. How tragic. Goku didn't even strike back and yet sent her flying? Indeed, the champion is on an entirely different level. In the contestants area, expressions varied widely. Krillin gaped. Is that it? Yamcha was sweating profusely. This guy is ruthless, not even sparing a woman? Piccolo smirked. No surprise, it's Son Goku. Goku let out a light sigh of relief. Turning to leave the stage, muttering under his breath, "What a hassle." The host announced loudly, the third match, Piccolo versus Krillin. Piccolo crossed his arms, a hint of a cold smirk gracing his lips, his expression one of utter disdain. "I hope you'll allow me to stretch my limbs a bit," he taunted. Krillin clenched his fists, undeterred. "Don't underestimate me, Piccolo." The announcer proclaimed loudly, "Let the match begin." In an instant, Krillin surged forward, his speed astonishing. With a swift push off the ground, he became a mere blur, charging at Piccolo. "Hiya!" Krillin shouted as he swung his fist, aiming squarely for Piccolo's face. Bang! Krillin's punch connected solidly with Piccolo's visage, silencing the audience for a brief moment. Had Piccolo truly been hit? Impossible. Krillin had actually landed a blow. With a steely determination in his eyes, Krillin pressed his advantage. Hiya! He unleashed a furious flurry of attacks, a left hook, a right swing, a knee strike, each blow landing with relentless ferocity. Bang! 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 Several punches struck Piccolo, and the disdain on his face began to fade. "You insufferable brat." Suddenly, Piccolo's muscles bulged, his physique expanding dramatically as his power surged. Krillin's expression shifted, retreating a few steps, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Is he serious now? Piccolo leisurely rolled his neck, casting a cold gaze at Krillin. "I was merely careless before, now it's my turn." As Krillin attempted to adjust his stance, he realized Piccolo had vanished. Gone. Abruptly, a green arm shot towards him from a distance. Whack! Krillin, caught off guard, was sent flying by the unexpected strike. Aya! He tumbled through the air, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. What was happening? The audience gazed in shock at Piccolo, who remained stationary while his right arm had elongated to an astonishing length, stretching like rubber. What? How can his arm stretch like that? Piccolo sneered. Did you think I was only skilled in martial arts? He swung his arm with a whip-like motion towards Krillin. Boom. Krillin barely managed to evade, but was still struck by Piccolo's arm, crashing hard against the edge of the arena, nearly toppling out. Piccolo's cold stare bore into Krillin, his voice dripping with contempt. "Do you still believe you have a chance?" Krillin, clutching his chest, struggled to rise, gritting his teeth. "I will not concede." Chapter 62. The final for Krillin's feet slammed against the ground as he unleashed a formidable surge of energy. Hiya! He propelled himself towards Piccolo like a cannonball, his fist encased in a powerful gust of wind, striking fiercely at Piccolo's face. Bang! Krillin's punch landed squarely, causing Piccolo's head to jerk aside, a spray of saliva escaping his mouth. He had struck true. The audience erupted in exhilaration. Yet, Krillin's expression shifted abruptly. Piccolo slowly turned his head, still wearing that chilling smirk. That last punch had inflicted no real damage whatsoever. "Is that all the strength you possess?" Vic licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly unleashed a powerful aura that swept across the arena, causing the stone bricks of the stage to tremble. His figure vanished in an instant, moving so swiftly that even Klin could scarcely perceive him. Startled, Klin exclaimed, "What?" Boom. A green afterimage materialized behind Klin in an instant. Vic delivered a crushing elbow strike to Klin's back. Klin was propelled through the air, crashing heavily onto the arena floor, raising a cloud of dust. The audience gasped in shock. Klin was utterly overwhelmed. Big's speed was astonishing. Gritting his teeth, Klin struggled to rise, his face marred with scratches, panting heavily. Do you wish to continue? Then I shall plunge you into utter despair. Big lunged forward, his fingers splayed, his right arm extending like a green spear. Aimed directly at Klin's chest. Klin's eyes narrowed as he exerted every ounce of strength to evade, but his body could not keep pace with Big's velocity. Boom! Big's elongated arm struck Klin's chest with tremendous force, sending him hurtling like a kite severed from its string, crashing outside the arena. Blood trickled from the corner of Klin's mouth. He had completely lost his fighting capability. The announcer proclaimed loudly, Klin has been eliminated from the ring. The victor is Big. The crowd erupted in a deafening cheer. Yamcha swallowed hard and murmured, Big's strength far exceeds expectations. Tianjin Han's gaze darkened as he clenched his fists in silence. Can I truly defeat such a monster? Big surveyed the audience, his voice icy. This match is utterly devoid of meaning. I hope the rest of you do not disappoint me. Utterly arrogant. Big fully showcased his might, instilling a sense of overwhelming pressure upon all present. The announcer declared loudly, the fourth match, Yachi versus Yamcha. The audience buzzed with excitement. At last, it was the turn of the enigmatic combatant. Who exactly is Yachi? Why the mask? Yamcha's opponent is shrouded in mystery. Can he secure a victory? On the stage, clad in a black mask, his aura inscrutable, the announcer proclaimed, let the match begin. Bang! Yamcha launched the first attack. With a powerful push-off, he transformed into a blur. Charging toward Yachi. Prepare to receive my blow. Yamcha's fist flew forth with remarkable speed. Yet, Yachi merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly dodging the strike. Humph! With a cold snort, Yachi retaliated instantly, driving his knee forcefully into Yamcha's abdomen. Bang! Yamcha was driven back by the blow, stumbling a few steps. His expression grave. This guy is formidable. The audience watched the arena with bated breath. To think that one could stand toe-to-toe with Yamcha. The prowess of Aki seems formidable indeed. With a sudden, vigorous stamp of his feet, Aki's form erupted forth, his fists moving with the swiftness of lightning. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a frenzied exchange upon the arena, their fists intertwining, the rhythm of attack and defense shifting with fervor, the battle reaching an extraordinary intensity. No longer could he afford to be passive. Yamcha swiftly retreated a step, steadying his breath, as an overwhelming aura surged forth from him. It was time to bring this to a close. With a powerful push from his feet, Yamcha crouched low like a wolf, his fists clenched tightly, his entire being radiating an explosive energy. Krillin's eyes widened. That is the new Wolf Fong fist. Yamcha shouted, behold, this is my ultimate technique, new Wolf Fong fist. Yamcha's figure transformed into a whirlwind, circling around Aki in a dizzying display of speed. Aki's eyes narrowed. What? Roar. Yamcha charged at Aki, his fists resembling the claws of a wolf, launching a relentless assault. Bang! 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 Aki was struck repeatedly, his body forced backward until, bang! With a final, mighty blow, Yamcha's fist collided forcefully with Aki's chest. Aki was sent flying, crashing heavily outside the ring. The announcer proclaimed loudly, Aki has been eliminated. The victor is Yamcha. A thunderous cheer erupted from the audience. Yamcha has triumphed. That new Wolf Fong fist was simply spectacular. At last, he had reclaimed his pride. Yamcha shook his hands, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Humph, finally, I've won a match. Piccolo scoffed dismissively. Boring. The announcer declared with resounding clarity. Thus, the quarterfinals of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament have officially concluded. The four finalists advancing are Tianjin Han, Son Goku, Piccolo, and Yamcha. Now, we shall proceed to the drawing of lots for the semifinals. The remaining four competitors, please draw your numbers in order. The audience held their breath, the atmosphere thickening with tension. The results of the semifinal draw. The announcer proclaimed with enthusiasm. The first match pits Piccolo against Yamcha. Yamcha facing Piccolo. The outcome of this match is already clear. Isn't it? One can only hope Yamcha can last a few seconds longer. Piccolo cast a cold glance at Yamcha, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Trash. Yamcha gritted his teeth, his fists clenching with a crackling intensity. You bastard. I will teach you a lesson you won't forget. The second match features Tianjin Han against Son Goku. The audience erupted in excitement. Tianjin Han versus Son Goku? This is a reenactment of the last finals. Can Tianjin Han emerge victorious this time, or will Goku continue his overwhelming dominance? Tianjin Han narrowed his eyes slightly, his fists slowly tightening, and spoke solemnly. Goku, this time I will not concede easily. With a light-hearted smile and a glint of mischief in his eyes, Yukong remarked, "Oh, I shall look forward to that." Then came the intermission. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed competitors, please make your way to the cafeteria and lounge to indulge in delectable cuisine and replenish your energy. The audience erupted in cheers. While the competition held significance, dining remained the paramount affair of life. In the VIP section, Bulma, donning sunglasses and lounging with her legs crossed, sipped her juice and chuckled. Yukong, how do you intend to secure your victory this time? Please refrain from indiscriminately sending your opponents flying. Give us something worth watching. Yukong, lazily gnawing on his straw, replied, "What can I say? I am simply too strong." Bulma rolled her eyes. "All right, enough with the pretense in front of me." Yukong shrugged. "What can I do?" The strength is evident. Suddenly, a puffed-up figure rushed over. "Son." Yukong. Chi-Chi stood before him, hands on her hips, her eyes gleaming with a mix of grievance and fury. "Why are you so heartless? During the match, you could have been a bit gentler." Bulma blinked, adjusted her sunglasses, and watched the scene with keen interest. Yukong, uninterested in elaborating, casually pointed at Bulma beside him, speaking nonchalantly. "I have a wife now. You might as well find a good man to marry." Chi-Chi's expression froze instantly. What? The onlookers erupted in shock. Son Wukong has a wife. Wait, Bulma, the daughter of the world's richest man? This gossip is too explosive. Bulma, momentarily taken aback by Wukong's indication, soon smirked slightly, sipping her juice with a knowing smile, neither confirming nor denying. Chi-Chi's eyes turned red, her lips quivered, and tears welled up instantly. Wah! She covered her face, sobbing as she turned and fled, running faster than during the match. The spectators stood in stunned silence before bursting into laughter. Chi-Chi is crying and running away. Ah! Wukong was too blunt, leaving no room for dignity. Wukong displayed no remorse. Continuing to gnaw on his straw, stating nonchalantly, "I cannot be blamed for this." Bulma could not help but laugh, gently nudging Wukong. "You, my friend, are truly a quintessential straightforward man." Wukong shrugged. "I am not a straightforward man. Chi-Chi is better suited for a sincere individual, not someone like me, a flirt. It is best she lets go of that notion." As Chi-Chi's sobbing silhouette gradually faded into the crowd, the host announced loudly, "The intermission has concluded. The top 4 contestants, please proceed to the arena. The semifinals are about to commence." Chapter 63, The Spectacular Semifinals. The first match, Piccolo versus Yamcha. The audience erupted into thunderous cheers. Would this battle be over swiftly? After all, it was Piccolo, whose previous performance had been terrifying. How long could Yamcha endure? 5 seconds? 10 seconds? Piccolo crossed his arms, smirking coldly. "I hope you can last longer than that little bald head." Yamcha let out a cold snort. "Do not underestimate me, Piccolo," the host announced loudly. "The match begins." Bang! Yamcha struck first, his form exploding into a blur as he dashed towards Piccolo, his fist enveloped in a fierce gale, aimed directly at Piccolo's face. Piccolo reacted swiftly, sidestepping while raising his knee to deliver a powerful blow to Yamcha's abdomen. Thud! Yamcha grunted, stumbling back 2 steps, but quickly regained his stance, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Piccolo. Piccolo stood firm, refusing to evade, lifting his lower leg to block the attack. The two exchanged blows, fists flashing, each strike landing with resounding force, the battle intensifying with unparalleled ferocity. In the audience, everyone was spellbound. Could Yamcha truly hold his ground against Piccolo? Undoubtedly. The evolved Yamcha was faster and stronger than ever before. Piccolo snorted coldly, retreating a few steps, then thrusting both palms forward, condensing a deep green energy sphere in his hands, exuding a wildly ferocious aura. "Take this. Special beam cannon." Piccolo unleashed the energy wave, a terrifying beam slicing through the air, hurtling towards Yamcha. Yamcha planted his feet firmly, retreating as he gathered intense energy in his hands, his body slightly arching as his fighting spirit ignited. New Wolfang Fist. Yamcha transformed into a whirlwind, darting around Piccolo at high speed, evading the direct impact of the special beam cannon. Suddenly accelerating, he flashed behind Piccolo, his fist charged with wolf fang-like energy, striking fiercely at Piccolo's back. Bang! Piccolo was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. The entire audience was left in stunned silence. Yamcha had actually hit Piccolo. Incredible. He could truly contend with Piccolo. However, amidst the dust, a low, ominous laughter emerged. Piccolo slowly stood, his smile darkening. Not bad. At least you've compelled me to take this seriously. In an instant, Piccolo's aura surged violently, a powerful shockwave sweeping across the arena, the air growing oppressively thick. Yamcha's pupils constricted slightly. This is bad. The audience erupted with excitement. Piccolo was angry. Yamcha was in grave danger. With a thunderous crash, the ground shattered. Piccolo vanished from sight. Yamcha, startled, quickly dodged back, but Piccolo's speed was terrifyingly swift. Bang! Piccolo's fist slammed into Yamcha's abdomen. Yamcha's eyes widened as his body curled like a shrimp, blood spewing from his mouth. Piccolo swung his other fist, striking Yamcha's face. Bang! Yamcha's body shot out like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. Piccolo's figure flickered, instantly appearing before Yamcha. A sinister grin on his face. It's over. Boom. A powerful knee strike collided forcefully with Yamcha's chest, sending shockwaves through the arena floor, which cracked under the impact. Yamcha was propelled into the air, blood splattering through the atmosphere, before he crashed heavily back onto the stage, rolling multiple times. It was over. Yamcha was no match for his opponent. This was Piccolo, a one-sided massacre. Would he be eliminated immediately? Blood trickled from the corner of Yamcha's mouth as he struggled to rise, panting heavily, yet his eyes revealed no hint of surrender. Piccolo scoffed. "TCH, you can still stand?" He dismissed Yamcha's resilience. "Do not presume that victory will come easily to you." Wiping the blood from his lips, Yamcha slowly lifted his hand, a blazing energy sphere forming at his fingertips. His gaze turned steely, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "This is my trump card. Experience my spirit ball." With a sudden motion, Yamcha hurled the energy sphere, which transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward Piccolo. Piccolo chuckled derisively and effortlessly sidestepped. Humph, such feeble attacks. However, in an unexpected twist, the spirit ball veered sharply, heading straight for Piccolo's back. Piccolo's eyes widened in shock. What? Boom. The spirit ball detonated against Piccolo's back, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion, sending debris and dust soaring. The audience erupted in astonishment. Yamcha's technique could curve. What kind of move was this? Fixated on the center of the explosion, Yamcha's heartbeat quickened as the smoke began to dissipate. Yet, in that fleeting moment, his expression shifted dramatically. What? Piccolo emerged from the haze, his cloak slightly torn from the blast, yet his body remained unscathed. Humph, your attacks couldn't even force me back a single step. Is this all you are capable of, Yamcha? Upon witnessing this, Yamcha felt a chilling dread wash over him. This opponent's defenses were stronger than he had anticipated. Delivering a devastating punch to his abdomen, Yamcha's body contorted painfully, resembling a curled shrimp, agony twisting his features as his eyes threatened to bulge from their sockets. Piccolo showed no signs of relenting, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Bang, 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 bang. Yamcha was tossed around like a mere plaything, utterly unable to defend himself. With a formidable blow, Piccolo sent Yamcha crashing into the arena floor. Boom. The stone bricks shattered under the force, dust swirling into the air. The audience sat in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. My goodness, the sheer power of Piccolo was terrifying. Yamcha was being utterly overwhelmed. Could he rise again? Yamcha lay on the ground, coughing as he struggled to get up. Yet Piccolo was already in midair, looking down upon him. Get out of my sight. Piccolo raised his palm, a tempest of energy coalescing within his grasp, and with a sudden motion, he struck down. Boom. A powerful shockwave collided with Yamcha, sending his body soaring like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground far from the arena. A chorus of anguished cries erupted. The announcer proclaimed loudly, "Yamcha is out of bounds. The victor is Piccolo." The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Piccolo emerged triumphant. His strength is utterly terrifying. Yamcha stood no chance. Piccolo casually flexed his wrist, casting a dispassionate glance at Son Goku. his tone devoid of interest. Not worth my serious engagement. Krillin, drenched in cold sweat, murmured, this guy is too powerful. The stone tiles of the arena lay shattered from Piccolo's ferocious assault. Staff members swiftly entered the stage, repairing the arena in mere minutes. The announcer boomed. Ladies and gentlemen, the second match of the semifinals, Son Goku versus Tien Shinhan. The audience erupted in excitement. Finally, the showdown was upon them. Son Goku versus Tien Shinhan, a clash between the champions of the previous martial arts tournament. Could Tien Shinhan possibly prevail against Son Goku this time? Just as the match was about to commence, someone in the audience suddenly recalled a moment of infamy. Do you remember the last World Martial Arts Tournament? Ha ha ha. Yes. When Tien Shinhan's pants were ripped off by Son Goku, revealing his red underwear during the battle. That was a classic scene, and the entire tournament was in stitches. Instantly, the audience erupted into laughter. Ha ha. The Tien Shinhan red underwear incident. Will there be another mishap this time? On the stage, Tien Shinhan's expression darkened, his forehead veined and his fists clenched, wishing to vanish into a crevice of the earth. Goku, arms crossed and a smirk playing on his lips, teased, don't worry, I won't toy with you this time. Give it your all, I don't want to waste time. Tien Shinhan gritted his teeth, steadied his breath, his eyes sharpening with fierce determination. The announcer declared loudly, the match begins. In an instant, Tien Shinhan stomped the ground, crossing his arms over his chest, his aura surging wildly. Huh. Whoosh. 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 Three identical Tien Shinhan split from his form, now stood on the arena, encircling Goku. The audience erupted. What? Clones. 4 Tien Shinhan. Is he planning to ambush Son Goku? Goku was in for a challenge this time. The 4 Tien Shinhan simultaneously displayed confident smiles. Goku, you cannot escape. Goku scoffed. A slight smirk on his lips. Clones? I can do that too. Goku's body trembled slightly. Whoosh. 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 In an instant, 3 figures erupted from Wukong's form, culminating in a total of 4 Wukongs simultaneously manifesting upon the arena. Tianjin fans' countenance shifted dramatically. What on earth is happening? The audience erupted in astonishment, all rising to their feet in disbelief. Sun Wukong has somehow conjured 3 duplicates. Good heavens, for Tianjin fans versus 4 Wukongs. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Krillin stood agape. When did Wukong acquire the technique of replication? Yamcha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, incredulously asserting, no, this is not a mere technique of duplication. Piccolo's expression darkened slightly as he scrutinized the 4 Wukongs on the stage, alarm bells ringing in his mind. This fellow's duplications are not as simplistic as Tianjin fans. Tianjin fans stared blankly at the 4 Wukongs, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his lips quivering slightly. This is impossible. Wukong stretched languidly, turning to regard his 3 duplicates with a nonchalant tone. Be gentle, don't obliterate, Tianjin fan. The expressions of the 4 Tianjin fans froze in disbelief. What? In the audience, the host, and even Piccolo widened their eyes, unable to fathom Wukong's audacity. Krillin, exasperated, muttered, Wukong, aren't you being a tad too arrogant? Yamcha, drenched in cold sweat, thought, that insufferable Wukong. How dare he underestimate Tianjin fan? Piccolo's gaze sharpened, internally noting, Sun Wukong does not appear to be jesting. In a flash, the 3 Wukong duplicates surged into action. Their speed was terrifying, nearly instantaneous. The 4 Tianjin fans could barely discern Wukong's movements. Bang! The first Tianjin fan was sent flying by Wukong's punch, crashing onto the arena, blood spilling from his mouth, his duplication dissipating instantly. Bang! The second Tianjin fan was struck by a sweeping kick from Wukong's duplicate, his body hurtling backwards, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena, his duplication vanishing. Bang! The third Tianjin fan was seized by Wukong's phantom duplicate, gripped by the shoulder, and violently slammed down. The arena fractured, and the duplication dissolved. In less than a second, all 3 of Tianjin fans' duplicates were annihilated. The audience stood in stunned silence, utterly astounded. What? They were eliminated so swiftly. What magnitude of strength disparity is this? The last genuine Tianjin fan stood upon the arena, his gaze vacant, his body rigid, feeling his legs tremble uncontrollably. Wukong casually retracted his duplicates and slowly approached Tianjin fan, a faint smile gracing his lips. So, shall we continue? Tianjin Fan clenched his teeth. Cold sweat cascading down his body, his voice trembling, his mind blank. Bang! Wukong's figure flickered, instantaneously appearing before Tianjin Fan, his palm pressing against Tianjin Fan's chest. Delivering a powerful shove, Tianjin Fan was propelled away, as though struck by a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground outside the arena. Ugh hi! The host proclaimed loudly. The Tianjin Rice contestant has stepped out of bounds. The victor is Son Wukong. The audience erupted with excitement. Son Wukong has triumphed. Was it not too swift? Tianjin Rice was utterly outmatched. He collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise, but his entire body ached, rendering him immobile. Krillin stood in astonishment, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Has Wukong's strength escalated to such heights? Piccolo, lurking in the corner, squinted slightly. Contemplating. Son Wukong, you are even mightier than I had imagined.